Synopsis. In a city of legends, the protagonist travels with his dedicated companions. After a devastating fallout estranges him from Ais the Protagonist, and his growing family wander the lands. He bears a heavy burden seeking solace at hidden graves with Hermes and drawing strength from his bond with Hestia Welf and Lily. Returning to face challenges in a tournament, the protagonist confronts past betrayal and navigates complex relationships with allies like Ryuu and Helun. Driven by a deep desire to protect everyone, his earnest interactions inspire those around him to mend fractured ties. Chapter 1. Prologue. Horario, the center of the world, the city of legends where dreams came true and heroes had ballads written in their honor. On a particular night, a bard who wrote these ballads wandered into the city. This was not news in itself. Bards, minstrels, performers, and troubadours were always coming in and out of Horario. Some were part of musical familias, while others were independent, not looking to be tied down. Our intrepid troubadour was the latter kind of performer. This was not for lack of trying, though. He often tried to join a famous familia based on his music, but he was always rejected. He tried his best, though, and that's what really counted. Tonight, though, he was not looking to join a familia, but to study one. The young human bard, who had hair the shade of oak and a complexion to rival an elf, was in the great city to research his newest subjects. It would soon be a year to the day of what people called the lovers' quarrel, and the city was on edge. The bard, named Dixon, knew that this was when people would be telling stories about what he wanted to write. He searched far and wide for the pub he had heard of from the stories, the one where people decided not to fight out of fear, the pub with food with outrageous prices and beautiful, seductive women. Eventually, after asking a couple of questions, he found it. The hostess of fertility was bright and cheery, as all great establishments should be. He heard laughter and cheer. Before he had put one foot on the step, he was yanked inside. "Nyan, what are you doing just standing there, pretty boy?" asked a cat girl with jet black hair. "Hey, dummy kitty, he's got a big case on his back. I'm detecting that he plays an enchantment," replied another cat girl with brown hair. "That's enough, you dumb cats. We don't have time tonight for your stupidity." Like that, a human girl grabbed them by the collar and dragged them back inside. The human continued, "Hey Helen, carry these trays to Loki's table, please." A ponytail of gray hair swished as a girl fumbled with the many trays she was already carrying. "Lunir, I said to call me sir. Come on, please, Yasi." All four must be waitresses, not just because they were carrying food, but only waitresses would wear such cute uniforms. Dixon could not get enough of the alluring legs hidden beneath the tights of these beautiful women, not to mention the short length of their aprons and dresses. Whoever had designed these outfits had an eye for what people wanted. He was so entranced by the uniforms that he hadn't taken another step inside. So, it was no surprise when he was pushed inside. Since the culprit was an adventurer, it was also no surprise that he rocketed forward and crashed into a table, spilling beer and food. "Really, you dumb wolf, you couldn't have been just a little bit more careful?" cried out a feminine voice. Dixon was lifted from the table and was face to, well, chest, with an incredible bust. He lifted his head to be met with the gaze of a beautiful Amazon with long braided hair. Hey, sorry about that, mister. Our dumb wolf didn't mean anything, promise." He was set back on his feet by what must be the sister of one who had lifted him from the table. Maybe she was the younger sister. She was certainly a lot less developed than the other. "Not my fault that the trash was just standing there." A silver-haired wolfman sauntered up to the table. The wolf clicked his teeth while he looked down at Dixon. Meanwhile, the bard got a good look at the rest of the table. There were two elves, one with jade green hair, the other obviously still not much older than a child. There was a large dwarf with a large beard, but what dwarf didn't have a beard? Sitting next to them was what Dixon first thought was a child, but was actually a blonde prum. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The last two caught Dixon's eye, though. One was obviously a goddess, with crimson hair and slanted eyes. The last was a young doll-like woman with blonde hair and golden eyes. She seemed utterly disinterested in her surroundings. As the rest of the table jumped on the werewolf, bar the doll, the prum walked over to apologize. Dixon returned the apology, and then the prum held out his hand. "My name is Finn Deem. It is a pleasure to meet you," said Finn, holding out a tiny prum hand. Dixon Trebule, please don't call me Dix. And then the light bulb clicked. Wait, the Findeem, the braver captain of the Loki Familia, the greatest strategist in the world. Finn nodded. That's correct. Anything I can do to make up for our adventurer's behavior. Perhaps I can buy you a drink. Actually, if you are who I think you are, and if they are too. Dixon waved his hand to the rest of the table. Perhaps I should be buying you the drink. Ha ha, I'll never say no to a free drink, lad, said the dwarf. Dixon figured he was probably the famous Elgarm Gareth. Dixon nodded, motioned for a round from a passing waitress, and sat down. Dixon could feel his legs knocking against the table. These were the people he needed. As drinks appeared and coins were exchanged, everyone settled in. Most eyed Dixon with varying levels of curiosity. The only one not paying attention was the sword princess, Ais Wallenstein. So, I appreciate the drink, but to get to the point. What do you want with my children? Asked Loki, her eyes much too piercing. Information. What are you, some kind of spy? Asked Thyone. If you're looking for anything on the captain, I'll gut you. Dixon could feel the heat of her gaze. Before he could answer, the Jade Elf spoke up. She must be the Nine Hells Reveria. He's a musician, she said, giving a soft kick to his lute case. No offense, sir, but if you're here to try and write another song about us, please stop. You won't be getting anything from any of us. The table grew suddenly disinterested by the traveler. Most ignored him, hoping he would go away on his own. Dixon regained their attention by shaking his head and waving his arms. Not at all. I was hoping you could tell me about some other adventurers you might know. Now it was Finn's turn to respond, his lips curling into a half-smile. Perhaps, it depends on the adventurer and familia, you know? We're not gonna sell out our friends. Dixon looked around to make sure no one was listening before leaning in to whisper. The rest of the low-key familia executives followed suit. I was hoping you could tell me about Hestia Familia. Dixon was not used to Horario yet. Many people in the city were seasoned adventurers with enhanced senses. That meant that as soon as the name Hestia left his lips, the whole bar heard it. Everyone stopped talking, and most people were staring at Loki's table. Dixon didn't notice any of that, though. He was too busy dying from fear. The sword princess heard something she found fascinating and was staring a hole into the bard's head. She spoke for the first time that night. Why? A single small word that might have been shouted for all Dixon cared. He looked for backup, but Finn just jerked his head and said, Answer Ais's question, Dix. Dixon felt himself shrink into his seat. Well, I was writing a whole series of songs and ballads about them, and when I met them a month back, they said if I really wanted to know, I should come here. I knew they were sarcastic, but I just thought. He trailed off as the silence continued. The sword princess had narrowed her eyes, but the first to speak was the other Amazon, Tiona. Hey, you saw Mr. Argonaut. How was he doing? She was smiling, of course, before Thyone bonked her on the head. Shut it, you idiot. She turned to the rest of the bar, and you lot can mind your own business. The patrons returned to their drinks, but the waitresses were not so easily deterred. Among the newest members of Hestia Familia was a certain blonde elven warrior. She had left after the mess of the lovers' quarrel to find her goddess. Her goal was to help the boy she loved, and she needed to find her goddess to do that. That did not mean that her second family wasn't worried about her. Before the collected waitresses could voice their displeasure, the one voice that no one ignored in this bar spoke up. Loki, I'm gonna hear about what that boy has to say, or your familia isn't ever coming back, you understand me? Loki waved her off and nodded, all the while she was dragging Dixon off by the collar of his jacket. As Loki Familia walked outside, Loki gestured for Bete. Get Fi-Fi, will you, Bete? I have a feeling she's gonna want to hear about this. Bete Tgthegood, his teeth, grunted a fine and started running off to the Hephaestos Familia home. The rest of Loki Familia marched off. Dixon realized resistance was futile when the sword princess grabbed her sword after he scratched his nose. Tiona kept asking him questions, but he was told to ignore her by the other scary twin. When they had finally reached their home, Bete had already returned. Hephaestos was standing there, hand on her hip and her one good eye focused on the poor bard swept up in circumstances beyond his control. Her captain, Tsubaki, stood next to her. We're going to be waiting on a couple more, Hephaestos said. I've sent for Myich and Take, and that girl from the guild. Loki grunted in acceptance before telling the guards to let up the other visitors. The group climbed up the Twilight Manor towers, all the way to Loki's personal office. Everyone took up seats on couches and chairs, and Loki sat on the desk. Dixon was brought to his knees on the floor and was held there by Tayoni. Tsubaki leaned forward. "So Bard, how's my adorably annoying junior brat doing?" she asked. Before Dixon could answer, Hephaestus spoke up. "Don't answer her. Tsubaki, I'm only gonna want to hear all of this once. Leave the child alone and wait for everyone else." After that, the room sat in awkward silence for 10 minutes. 10 minutes of agonizing boredom almost caused Tiona to break a wall. Finally, they got a knock on the door. Their guests were coming up. They could hear Raoul freaking out outside as he let their guests up and inside. Finally, the door was thrown open, and Take Mikazuchi marched in, followed by Aoka, Chigusa, Mayich, Naza, and Aina. Loki took note of all the people listening. "Where is she?" Funny enough, the war god was on the warpath. Though he was barefoot, and his clothes were obviously threadbare, none could deny the intense aura he gave off. Take located the young bard on the floor quickly and quickly grabbed him by the collar. "My daughter, how is she?" he demanded. At Dixon's confused face, he continued, "Makoto, the samurai, is she okay?" Dixon almost broke his neck with how fast he nodded. As the blood drained from the bard's face, Mayich grabbed Take by the shoulder. The war god started to breathe slowly and lean away. Mayich took his turn to give a gentle smile to the assembled room, which happened to be quite crowded now. "I believe we are all here for the same reason. People we know and care about went missing, and now we know about someone who knows about them. I believe the only thing for us to do is listen now to his story." "Yes," Mayich spoke to the whole room. When the room gave words of assent, Dixon swallowed, his throat bobbing, before he started his story. "Well, I was wandering in the north, hoping to catch a story about the Dragon Valley when I stopped in a small town for the night. Towns like this don't often have blacksmiths, right? So, when I heard the sound of a hammer pounding, I was curious, to say the least." That part of the story got a smile from the two blacksmiths in the room. "While searching, I came across the most beautiful Renard girl carrying a bag of food. I asked her about the hammer, and she smiled and told me that it was her familia." Take Mikazuchi familia shared warm grins. "She led me to the outskirts of town where a small familia was gathered around some covered carts." Dixon paused as Finn raised his hand. Dixon nodded. "How many were there, including the Renard?" asked the Prum captain. "There was the goddess, 5 humans, a Prum, an elf, a half-elf, and the Renard," Dixon replied. Everyone did a mental tally. They noticed that there were 3 more members than there were a year ago. That was interesting. "What happened next?" asked Mayich. There would be time to focus on the recruits later. It was unfair to say, but the focus needed to be on the people they knew. They needed to understand how their friends were doing. "Well, they seemed like an interesting group, so I asked them about who they were, and then I asked them what they had been up to. They told me about Horario, their adventures in the city, why they left," Dixon continued. He stopped when everyone else in the room flinched. Some looked away, some grit their teeth, and some seemed terribly sad. It was apparent that whatever had happened had affected them all deeply. Dixon decided that it was best not to ask questions about it. "Next, I tried asking them about what they were doing in a small town in the middle of nowhere, but they just said that they've been on an adventure." Again, small smiles on everyone's faces. "After that, I asked them for more stories, but they told me to come here. They kept insisting that they didn't have any more stories that they could tell. They just said to look for Loki and Hephaestus. They told me to look for the hostess of fertility. I did what they told me, and now, here I am. I gotta say, though, they're just like the songs make them out to be," Dixon finished, a wistful look on his face. Tiona tilted her head. "Songs, what songs?" Dixon looked around the room. "You mean you haven't heard the songs yet?" The room shook their heads. "Ever-burning love." Tsubaki laughed, Hephaestus blushed, and the rest of the room shook their heads. "Ballad of the Fox and Crow." More headshakes. "The Tale of the Tiny Tyrant." That was a negative from the room. "The Sword of Justice." No one had heard of it. "A Beautiful Hearth." That one made Loki growl out a no. "The Ruby Ghost, Lost Love of a Banshee." Bouncing Bunny's Dream of a Princess. They hadn't heard of any of those songs, although those last 3 titles were definitely telling on who the songs were about. In fact, every song was clear on its subject. If these songs told them anything about what had happened, they wanted to hear them. Ina spoke up for the first time that night. Were there any others? Songs, a collection of them, but those were the most famous. I mean theirs, Enchanting Seductress and Lost Knife. Wait, there was one other famous song. People are saying that it's going to be the new epic. Dixon got lost in thought. Before anyone could get him talking, he started humming. Then he started singing. Hark, follow the well-worn tracks. Seek out when in need of aid. Spot the large, overstuffed packs. They require nothing paid. Wandering familia. Strength of mind and strength of heart. Hestia familia. Heroes who help from the start. Dixon blushed when he caught everyone staring at him. Obviously, it needs some work, but it really starts to pick up through the middle. Apparently, the familias of the muses is hard at work refining it. Who wrote it? Asked Ina. No one knows. Some people say it just started coming together one day when a crowd of adventurers got really drunk at a bar, replied Dixon. That got some snickers from the cynically minded members of the crowd. When it died down, Mayach spoke up, asking the question on many people's minds. Would you mind singing some of them for us? He asked. Dixon nodded, and the next hours passed pleasantly. Some songs made them laugh, some made them cry. A certain goddess of the forge definitely started blushing at one point. The songs ranged from drinking songs about a fox and a crow to marching songs about a prum to ballads about a smith longing for a lost love. It was a good night, where people laughed more than they had for many months before. Eventually, Dixon's throat grew sore, and he went to find an inn to stay at. After he left, the assembled familias sat together. There was much to discuss. They're still out there then, Tgthegood started. Yes, my lord, they are, and they sound healthy too, added Chigusa. Auka nodded, the tension he had been carrying for months easing from his shoulders. Not only healthy but stronger and with more allies. I'm curious as to who they could have recruited, added Finn. It was a half-elf, a Far Eastern boy, and a Far Eastern girl, right? Asked Lefia. Riveria nodded. They were all quiet for a while. The only one who hadn't spoken all evening, besides one word, was the Sword Princess. Her mind had been on a downward slant since the fateful events of a year ago. She still remembered the look of betrayal on Belle's face when she turned away from him. Nothing could make her feel better. She had been so worried and depressed. The rest of the familia had picked up on it, with the higher-ups worrying about her mental state. Meanwhile, her closest friends had been knocking their heads together for weeks on what to do about it. Finally, though, she felt something stir inside of her. Her bunny was alive and well, and hopefully, he'd be coming home soon. Well, that's enough of that. Not like speculation will do us any good, declared Tsubaki. She rose from her chair. If they come home, they do. Nothing we can do about it, except be ready to welcome them home. Hephaestus nodded with her captain, rising from her chair. The two departed, followed by Mayach Familia. Naza waved goodbye with a droopy grin and a half-swish of her tail. Auka reminded his god of his early morning shift tomorrow. Tgthegood despaired then for all the potato puffs he would have to sell. He nodded to Loki before leaving with his familia. All that left was Loki Familia and the guild receptionist. Ina had been quiet since hearing of Belle's whereabouts. Part of her was relieved that he was still alive, another part missed him terribly, and a third part was so unbelievably angry that he hadn't come back yet. As these parts of her subconscious warred within her, she was unaware of Lady Riveria helping her to her feet. She registered in a vague way that Lady Riveria was going to escort her home. Having Lady Riveria do anything to help her would be taboo under normal circumstances, but these were obviously no ordinary circumstances. Stupid Belle and his stupid adventures, he was supposed to know better. Adventurers don't adventure. After she had left, the last of Loki Familia gathered around. They wanted to talk about what they had heard, but no one knew what to say. Finally, Tiona decided that silence was dull and painful. It is better to speak now and sound stupid because, well, everybody already thought that anyway, so who cares? I gotta say, I'm relieved Mr. Argonaut is okay. I mean, I do still feel pretty bad about what happened, she trailed off, unaware of how to continue. We couldn't have intervened, and you know it. We gotta protect our familia first and foremost, right, Captain? Argued Tayoni. Bitef followed with a tusk. We can say that all we want. We didn't step in because we were afraid of showing everyone how weak we were. Those Xenos things were stronger than us that day. The only familia weaker than us was Hermes' familia. Tyone whipped her head to the werewolf. You want to call the captain weak again, wolf boy? Quiet you two, rumbled the voice of Gareth. What do you say, Finn? How's that thumb of yours doing? Finn had spent the last hour staring at this thumb. He didn't look up as he answered. It's been trembling ever since we met that bard. Whatever happens next, I think it starts with Hestia Familia coming home. Do you really think so, Finn? Everyone was shocked. There was more emotion in Ais's voice than there had been for a year. There was sadness, some guilt, and maybe just a little bit of desperation mixed in. Finn nodded. If they do, though, I want you to hold off, Ais. We need to get the lay of the land first. He could feel Ais glaring at him. I want to help Bell Cranel too, but I want to do it right. I don't want any surprise favors called in. There it was, the elephant in the room. The younger members were all shocked that Finn had even brought it up. Ais frowned, her lip was trembling. That never happened. She excused herself to her room without another word. Oi, Finn, that was a little harsh, asked Tiona. Gareth shook his head. No two ways about it, lass. Ais made a grave mistake. Owing Freyr a favor, that's an act of stupidity yet matched, and Ais is gonna have to learn to live with the consequences and the guilt. Okay. Loki clapped her hands together. I think it's time for bed, you lot. Before you go, Lefia, I want you to head to the hostess of fertility and tell Mama about what happened. Oh, also, Loki turned to her window, you can tell your boss the show's over. There was an eep from outside and the trees rustled. The executives dashed to jump out the window, but Loki called them off. It's just Hermes' kids. No need to worry, I knew they were there the whole time. They didn't hear anything important. Besides, that rat bastard would have heard it later anyway. Listen up, you lot, it's like Tsubaki said. There's nothing to be done, for now, so head off to Snooze Land. I'll come and tuck you ladies in later. With that, the Loki Familia retired for the night. Chapter 2. The road to Horario was a well-worn one. Ruts had formed from decades of wagons rolling along its dirt paths, wildflowers flourished along the side, and it was such a busy road that it was known as the safest in the world. The day after an aspiring bard found his way inside the center of the world, 2 covered wagons were making their way home. At least, they were trying to. And here, Lily thought that Master Welf was skilled enough to fix a broken axle. The stern voice that said this belonged to a decidedly unintimidating Prum. She had traded in her old ratty clothes a long time ago. Now, she wore form-fitting burgundy pants, a white blouse with the sleeves rolled up, and black suede boots. The only clothing she had kept from the previous year was her supporter gloves. Even her hood had been replaced with a much sturdier and weatherproof upgrade. For all that, Lilaruka Ard still had puffy cheeks, unruly hair, and a mischievous face. You wanna come underneath and give a try then? If not, then stuff it lil bit, or else I'll get you to Horario the hard way. The man that spoke shimmied out from underneath, and by the gods, what a man he was. The previous year had been good to Welf Krazo. Long hours perfecting his craft had sculpted his body to resemble a marble statue. A black vest replaced his standard overshirt. This clothing highlighted his bulging biceps. However, the real difference was in his hair. Right now, it was tied up in a bun atop his head. If untied, his hair would fall to the small of his back. His face was also sporting a short beard and mustache combo. If a certain goddess of the forge were here, she would faint. Lady Lily, Sir Welf, please do not fight, we are so close to home. Mikoto was playing the peacemaker, of course. Her year away had changed her demeanor. Though she was still rigid and formal, there was a shift in the way she held herself. Her whole body was poised, and she bore nervous energy. She was ready to fight. Her hair had grown, and in response, she had braided it down her back while still retaining her signature loops. She also sported a pair of pants now, but hers were obviously made with combat in mind, thick and reinforced. The more perceptive adventurer would notice the knives that hung next to her sword, as well as the light armor plating she wore across her chest. As Mikoto tried to calm her companions down, one of her oldest and dearest friends came to her aid. She was dressed in the white robes of a priest, with her gorgeous blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. Her movements were assured and confident, even if her tone didn't match. Please, there must be a better way to settle this surely. Do we really have to fight when we have almost finished our journey? Haruheim almost hit her familia with the staff she carried across her back. Her white ensemble was now collecting dust from the road. That's enough. One statement from their vice captain was all it took to stop this disgraceful performance. Ryuu was undoubtedly a sight to be reckoned with. Her stern demeanor was enhanced by the elven robes and armor she wore, all tinted a familiar forest green. She wore a pair of gauntlets with embossed leaf designs. Her thigh-high boots remained, but they had been reinforced with boiled leather. She wore a white tunic with a deep green chest plate over the top. Her new wooden sword hung at her hip. To anyone who had known her only in passing, it would look like nothing had changed. However, those who knew her would notice that her shoulders were not as hackled, and though she tried hard to hide it, a small smile graced her features. The others were quick to apologize. Welf returned to his job repairing the axle, while Ryu and Mikoto decided to lift the cart to give him some more space. The broken axle was inconvenient for many reasons, but there was one opportunity it created. The delay gave the goddess and captain of the Familia time to brief their newest members. Hey, sorry to ask again, but who are our allies? Seated in the back of the second wagon were Bel Cranel, goddess Hestia, 2 humans from the Far East, and a half-elf. It was the girl from the Far East who spoke. Her hair was as black as ink, her skin as pale as porcelain. However, the most beautiful thing about her was her eyes. They were a sharp gold color that contrasted with the rest of her features. Indeed, she was a beauty to rival the Sword Princess. She wore a carefree smile, a white lily in her hair, and homespun purple clothes. Her armor had been packed away due to the heat. "Milady, surely you have been paying attention." That one paying attention, fat chance." The two seated to either side of the exquisite beauty soon devolved into bickering. One was a boy from the Far East, garbed in the clothing of a shinobi. His limbs were covered, but his hood was down, showing his shoulder-length black hair. His face screamed stern. The other had the dull, pointed ears of a half-elf poking out the sides of his snug hat, which hid his hair. His eyes were a piercing green, the color of spring grass in growth. He wore glasses and robes indicative of a mage. The staff at his side complemented this. He was deceptively relaxed. "Yura Elwyn, that's enough, you two. As your goddess, I declare that there shall be no more bickering," declared the little goddess Hestia. Both Urashima Taro and Elwyn Roughrot rolled their eyes, but it was done with fondness. They had only been part of this familia for half a year, but they had grown accustomed to the antics of their goddess quick enough. Said goddess was wearing a simple white sundress with an aqua blue shawl. Her favorite ribbons that would never be replaced still kept her hair tied, and the ribbon around her chest was still connected. She had lost her shoes at some point, but she didn't mind. It just meant that she could feel the ground better. Besides, all the walking she did caused calluses to form, matching the ones on her hands from her work. The pain had receded a long time ago. Yes, Hestia had well and truly come into her own as a goddess. She was as bright and bubbly as ever, but she seemed more comfortable as well. Everything about her seemed to shine. "Belle, you answer Ottoheim's question while I have a chat with these two." With that, Hestia dragged her quarreling familia members outside. This left Ottoheim with the boy named Bel Cranel. He still had a boyish grin, an endearing face, and a head that begged to be patted, but his eyes held a deep betrayal. That said, he had grown in a year. His clothes, which were once rags, had been replaced with a tight, black, collared shirt, pants you could walk forever in, and brown boots to match the pants. The Hestia knife, which would never be replaced, hung at his back, but that was the only weapon he carried. He had rolled his sleeves up to help out, but he was now stuck explaining to Ottoheim how the relationships between familias in Horario worked. She required repeat answers and long, simple explanations. Was this how he was with Ina? He would have to apologize. The thought made him smile. He had missed the advisor who had become like an older sister. He was stunned out of his reverie by a hand covering his. "You are excited, yes?" asked Ottoheim, her expression gentle. Belle nodded, excited but also nervous. "I can't even begin to guess how we'll be received. We've been gone so long." Ottoheim drew her hand away, sitting back on her knees. "That is understandable. However, from the stories you all have told, I'm sure there will at least be some who will welcome you back." Ottoheim blushed as she started playing with her hair. "If anything, I feel as if I should be nervous." Belle tilted his head, asking the silent question. Ottoheim continued to play with her hair, tying small braids as she spoke. "Your friends are great heroes and adventurers, no? In response, what am I but a disgraced lady from a tyrannical empire?" Over the last year, Bel felt as if he had grown as a captain. There was much he was prepared for, but how should he respond in the face of such a confession? He stammered out answers for a while before Ottoheim let out a laugh that was as rich as honey. "I'm sorry, that is not a question that needs to be dealt with today. No need to fret over things out of my control, right? The die has been cast, and all that's left is to watch them fall and drink when we know the results." With a wink as dangerous as any monster, she hopped outside to stretch her limbs before turning back to Bel. Besides, one must make hay while the sun still shines. She left to watch Hestia scold Urashima and Elwyn. It was soon afterwards that Welf fixed the first wagon. He sat with Lily in the front, filling the air with the familiar sound of their bickering. Haruheim napped in the back, leaning her head on Mikoto's shoulder, while Mikoto stroked her hair absent-mindedly. Urashima sat with Hestia at the front of the second wagon. Ottoheim kept popping her head out to interject into their conversation before returning to calm a panicked Elwyn with Ryuu. Bel sat at the back, dangling his legs. Apparently, it was a day for memories because the sky reminded him of the first day when he originally came to Horario. It was a pleasant ride until they reached the gates. The sudden stop jolted him from his memories and the cart. He fell face first and ate dirt. He might be a level 5, but he was also still a clumsy teenage boy. As he picked himself out of the earth, he heard Lily arguing with the Ganesha guards at the gate. "Lily is telling you, we are the Hestia Familia returning from our excuse trip. What more proof do you want? Would you like Lily to strip down and show her falna?" Lily was definitely worked up now. "Huh, I'd have to pay you first, wouldn't I?" replied the guard. Lily was quickly restrained before she could jump at him. "Hey there, little Miss Supporter, leave it to the goddess, why don't ya?" said Hestia, strolling on up to the gate. She placed her feet shoulder-width apart, cocked her hands to her hips, and said, "I am the goddess Hestia, and I command that you open this gate, for we have returned home." There was a silence of 3 beats before the guards broke down laughing. One paused to point his finger at the goddess. What kind of shrimp would be the goddess of any familia? Now Ryuu stepped forward. "Let us in, or we break in." She brandished her new wooden sword, while Urashima and Mikoto took up positions to either side of her. That got the guards' attention as the violent aura of these 3 rolled off in waves. They did, in fact, just insult their goddess, Hestia. That being said, there was one member whose wrath was even more incredible. "What did you say about my goddess?" asked Bel. Bel was not easily angered, but insulting his familia, especially the goddess that took him in, was a quick way to do it. Knife in hand, the guards nearly tripped over themselves, backing away. Then one of them pointed at Bel's hair, his jaw dropping. "White hair and rubelite eyes, he's the rabbit foot," stammered out the guard. He then swung his gaze to the rest of the party, which means that they're really Hestia Familia. It took 10 seconds for the gates to open and for wagons to be waved through. They weren't even inspected as an apology. As they trundled down one of the main boulevards of Horario, the whispers started to pick up. People began to notice the wagons, and then they saw the people driving them. People remembered the itty-bitty goddess with the massive chest, and they remembered that a prum girl and a Krazo were among her followers. Then they saw the back of the carriage, and shit got crazy. "It's Rabbit Foot." The people of Horario flocked to their one-time hero. Bel was ducking his head at the attention, shuffling back to hide in the wagon. Eventually, they turned down enough streets to find a mansion in sight. The Hearthfear Manor stood where they had left it, beckoning them home. Haruheim and Mikoto scrambled to the front of the wagon, their hearts keening at the sight of their home after a long year away. They came to the gates, parked their wagons, and unloaded their luggage to the front lawn. They had gathered quite the crowd around them, but they ignored that. All of them, except their new mage, who spent a lot of time looking over his shoulder, searched the crowd. "That's enough, you lot. Get moving, hup hup, let's go." The little goddess wasn't much good for lifting heavy boxes, so instead she worked on crowd control. Eventually, people began leaving, the threat of the goddess's wrath enough to move them. It helped that she had the proper demeanor of a goddess now, and that one look was all it took to make the people move. After finally parking the wagons on the grass and stacking the boxes outside, the returning heroes took a second to sit on the grass. They only had a second, though, then their smith was tackled. "Welfie, you little shit, how's my beloved junior doing? Did you finally get a bit better?" Tsubaki had trapped Welf in a headlock and was giving his head a hard ruffle. While she was pestering him with questions, she waved to the rest of the familia. "Oi, let go, you damned Cyclops. What's this? Look at how long your hair is. And you grew a beard and muscles. Oh, what a manly little boy you must think you are. Just wait till the goddess gets a look at you." Tsubaki pointed at the gate, and Hephaestos was strolling up the path. Hestia had popped to her feet to attack her best friend with a hug. 3 sets of tears ran down both goddesses' faces at their reunion. Although a year was but a moment for the goddesses, it is still challenging to spend without your closest friend. Eventually, they broke apart, and Hephaestos went to greet the rest of the familia. Then she froze at the sight of her favorite smith. Welf devolved into a stammering mess, and Tsubaki was left hooting and hollering, rolling on the grass. "Well, I see the rumors are true," spoke the calm voice of Mayach. In all the confusion, his familia and Tgthegood had snuck up on them. Mikoto and Haruheim were on their feet in an instant, tackling Chigusa and the rest. No time to focus there, though, because soon enough, Ryuu was running in the opposite direction, pursued by a couple of stupid cats and a slightly less foolish human. "Come here, Nyan, hug us, you damned prude elf." The hostess of Fertility's waitresses had left work early and were now sprinting around the yard, trying to catch their sister in a hug. "Get away from me." Said sister was not having it, though. Eventually, the waitresses were able to split up and use numbers to their advantage. They cornered the elf and dogpiled on her, wrapping her in a tight hug. They were all laughing and crying, even the elf. It almost helped them forget that one was missing. Back with the slightly more ordinary people, a daughter was reuniting with her father, who refused to let her go. "Lord Tgthegood, please." Mikoto was a red mess as she tried to escape the grip of her former god. The struggle was that she could not hurt him either. The rest of the gathered familias laughed at the sight while they greeted each other. Naza patted Belle's head, commenting on his growth. Daphne and Lily were chatting and trading jabs with Cassandra hovering nearby. Auka and Welf were engaged in manly conversation, and Haruheim was practically dancing with Chigusa. The gods and goddesses stood a little bit apart, catching up. Then the Amazon made her usual loud appearance. "Belle Cranel." Aisha Belka sauntered her way onto the grass, grabbed Belle, and pulled him into her chest. "You've grown, little rabbit. Look at you all big and strong. I could just eat you up." Aisha made eye contact, and Belle felt a shiver down his spine as she licked her lips. Before this moment could get any lewder, a voice squeaked out. "Miss Aisha." Aisha dropped Belle and whirled to find her little sister, blushing and trembling. Her grin changed from predatory to affectionate as she walked up to the Renard girl and touched foreheads with her. "Ah, you've grown to, you dumb little fox." The moment was too much for the sensitive Haruheim, who broke down, bawling her eyes out. Suffice to say, everyone cried at some point or another, even if Welf and Auka would deny it. Eventually, the party was moved inside, and the other familias helped move the Hestia familias' boxes inside. Then Mikoto, Chigusa, and Haruheim turned to the kitchens to prepare dinner. The tables were set, alcohol was poured, and merriment was had. "Huh, Mr. Dixon's in the city," said Lily. Naza had been in the middle of recounting the events of last night. Lily facepalmed when she heard that the dumb performer was staying in the city. That meant he had kept his promise and that they owed the same commitment to him. Damn it all to the goddess. "So, what kind of adventures did you all get up to, Nyan?" asked Chloe. "And who are these kittens?" asked Anya. Elwyn, Urashima, and Ottoheim had mostly stuck to themselves and the rest of their familia. Now that they were suddenly put on the spot, they didn't know what to say. Or Elwyn and Urashima didn't know what to say. "Hello, my name is Ottoheim Nakamura. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ottoheim's smile was almost too bright. It was easy to see how nervous she was, but everyone smiled in response. Then, Take's mouth opened, his head tilted, and his eyes bugged out. "Nakamura, as in the Nakamura imperial family of the East, the familia of Lady Amaterasu, that Nakamura?" he asked in astonishment. Ottoheim's smile faltered for a second, then resumed in a more brittle form. Then she said, "Yes, that Nakamura. I am the former third princess of Nakamura, but not to worry. I am now just an adventurer looking to live an adventurer's life. Please give me a chance. Autoheim bowed to the gathered familia members. Oh, she is just too adorable, said Daphne in response. The others gave similar answers, welcoming the Eastern princess. Autoheim was overjoyed to see the reactions from the friends of her familia. Urashima stepped up next. He said, "My name is Urashima Taro. It is an honor to meet you all. I served as Lady Autoheim's bodyguard since she was a child, and I will continue to do so." Then he looked to Hestia and Belle. That being said, I hope to become valuable to my new companions. Urashima bowed to the others. Naza hummed. From what she had seen that evening, she understood what was going on, but that wasn't her business. The more socially inclined had noticed something as well, while others, namely Maiich and Take Mikazuchi, were as clueless as ever. Typical men. Finally, Elwin stepped up. He had relaxed throughout the party and was now ready to start meeting people, as long they weren't her. My name is Elwin Ruffrot. Obviously, I'm a half-elf and a mage. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Thanks for giving me a chance, and I hope to work with you all soon, he said, nodding his head deferentially. The rest snorted at his introduction. Oh yes, he was quite the mage. He already had the attitude of an adventurer, that's for sure. What's your magic? Asked Cassandra. Elwin shook his head. Sorry, but that's private. I will say that it's versatile, and with it, I'll do everything I can to help out. Hestia nodded before adding, I know his magic, and let me tell you, it's crazy cool. Sir Elwin will most definitely be useful, Mikoto added. The rest of the Hestia familia gave sounds of affirmation. Okay, so the new members are cool, but what about your stories? Asked Lenoir. Hestia sighed, I don't even know where to begin. Though I can say that we found Astria, and Ryuu was able to officially join the familia. There were several whoops from everyone, and Ryuu started to blush. Which also means that we have 2 level 5s in our familia. An even larger number of whoops rang out in celebration. Aisha turned to the rest of the familia, including the new members. What about you lot? Level ups for any of you? Were any of you newbies members of another familia before? Elwin nodded. I was a member of Hecate familia. Lady Hecate let me join Hestia. For reasons, I'm a level 3. As am I, as a member of the household that guarded the Nakamuras, I was a direct member of Lady Amaterasu's familia before I left, added Urashima. It goes without saying, but I was also a member of Lady Amaterasu's familia. Then I abdicated the throne to prevent civil war and joined Hestia familia with Urashima. I am a level 4, finished Autoheim. I think we're gonna have to put aside the fact that you abdicated the throne and prevented a civil war. I think you gathered some strong members, boy. The real question is, did any of you level up? Aisha repeated her question. Almost all of Hestia familia shook their heads in the negative. The only one who didn't was Haruheim, who blushed at the attention. She was quick to explain, I gained my level up before we left. It was only during the year that we finally decided to grant it to me. Aisha shook her head in disappointment. Honestly, you lot need to get it together. Wasn't the whole idea of this trip of yours to get stronger? What are you going to do about that, witch? Hey, you try and gain Falna out there. Monsters aren't worth shit, exclaimed Welf. Besides, we got stronger in other ways. Aisha tisked at the smith before replying, what about fighting other people? Weren't there other adventurers out there? That's how those Amazon twins got so strong. We are not killers. Mikoto's words were final. Lily spoke next. Besides, Lily thought of a plan to keep Freya off our backs. For now, we will be relying on Goddess Hestia's relationship with Goddess Hephaestos and the fact that the guild will be watching her to buy us some time, but Lily has a plan that she has spent the past year on. Belle stood before Aisha could continue arguing. I trust Lily. We will do everything we can to protect this familia, and we will not run away again. I give my word. Hestia giggled. Look at you, acting all serious and official, Belle. I believe in my familia, Miss Aisha. You know why? Because my familia is filled with heroes. Standing together, the rest of the room was reminded that their friends were not the same people running scared from a year ago. No one was hesitant. Their convictions were firm. Even the newest members stood together, ready for a fight they didn't ask for. Take nodded and said, I'm happy that you're all so ready. That said, there are opportunities for growth. Last year, right after you left, our Ranos and the Guild began a yearly tournament for adventurers. The prize for first place is an orb that provides a guaranteed level up. It's scheduled for the end of the year. You leave for 1 year, and things go crazy. Take Mikazuchi nodded before continuing. There's tournaments for adventurers from levels 2 to 4. They have a doubles and a singles section. Each familia gets to send 1 member to each tournament. Rumor is that Fells makes the orbs with monster stones gathered by the Xenos. Why would the Xenos help us? Asked Welf. Last I checked, adventurers still wanted them all dead, especially after what Freya did to them. Those creatures understand, they have to keep working. They have to be the bigger man, so to speak, replied Aisha. I've been in contact with them as part of Hermes' familia. They say they need to get stronger and find a way to help you lot. Bell stood in awe of his friends stuck below the earth. Even when Bell and his familia had caused them so much pain, even when adventurers came and slaughtered them, they still wanted to come up top. They still wanted to be their friends. Regarding the tournament, though, there were excited whispers from Hestia familia. Theoretically, they could secure 6 orbs. Unfortunately, those dreams were quickly dashed by Hestia. Elwyn, Ottoheim, I don't want you two competing. I don't want to reveal you two just yet. Same goes for you, Haruheim, she said, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. Haruheim dipped her head. One as weak as I could not win anyway, Lady Hestia. Lily pulled on Haruheim's tail. Oi, no more talk like that. A tournament is just the wrong venue for your abilities. Lily began pacing the room, whispering under her breath. She lost contact with the rest of the room. I think that means that the party's over. It's time for us to let them sleep, said Mayach. Everyone bid their goodbyes, the last to leave being Hephaestos. Just to let you know, everything you left behind is still here. We made sure to keep the place guarded while you were gone. Also, Hestia. I'll be at work tomorrow, bright and early, said the beaming Hestia. Hephaestos looked surprised for a second but then smiled at her friend. She turned to Welf, the heat rising in her cheeks. Visit me soon, I want to hear about everything, she said before scurrying outside. Hestia familia let out a collective sigh. They weren't used to all that commotion and people after traveling alone for so long. Haruheim busied herself cleaning up the kitchen, Welf went to check the forge, and Mikoto showed the new members where they could put their stuff. Lily was sitting while she muttered now. Hestia took one look at her, sighed, and started to check the house to see if their belongings really were just where they left them. Bell, finding he had nothing to do, began to bring boxes inside. Ryuu joined him. He was lost in his thoughts, bringing boxes into the foyer of the manor. The elf and the human worked in silence for a couple of minutes before Ryuu figured out what she wanted to say. You need to relax, Bell, said Ryuu. You are the leader of this familia. These are turbulent times, and the others look to you for their strength. Bell flinched and then said, I'm trying, it's just that there's just so much to worry about. There's Freya and now this tournament. Me and you can't even participate, and what happens to the others? How do we help them? Ryuu shrugged before responding. We train them, help them prepare, and when the tournament starts, we support them. Bell sighed. Sometimes I really think you should be leading this familia. Ryuu's response was immediate. There is no one better for this familia. Despite what happened, you are still kind. You still see the best in others. That's what we need right now. She placed her hand on his chest, over his heart, and held there a moment. The two of them were bathed in the moonlight, finding comfort as they looked into each other's eyes. They started to smile, then noticed that they had been staring at each other for quite some time. They both turned a shade of crimson and broke eye contact. Ryuu brought her hand down and started bringing in the last of the boxes. Bell was alone for a moment. The quiet was broken when a familiar voice called out from the front gate. Bell. Bell turned to find Hermes grinning, with his fee by his side pinching her nose. Bell frowned at the god, turned around, and walked back inside. He didn't see the god still smiling as he pulled down his hat. So you really have grown, my dear Bell. Hermes walked back into Horario, Isfi following behind him. Bell went back inside and found the familia sitting around the table. Bell sat next to Mikoto, who handed him a cup of tea. He smiled and nodded his thanks before turning to Lily. So, Commander, anything you want to say? Asked Welf now that everyone was here. Lily has decided on what to do for the tournaments. Lily and Welf will take part in the doubles. We will mostly be relying on Welf's magic swords to take the win. We will start training tomorrow after making a report to the guild. For the singles level 2 tournament, we are leaving it to you, Miss Mikoto. Your training this past year leaves you the most suited for the task. For the level 3 tournament, Lily must agree with Goddess Hestia. Elwyn must sit out the tournament. Mr. Urashima, you will enter the singles tournament for the level 3s. I suggest you train with Master Bell. As for Lady Ottoheim, you must also sit out the tournament. We cannot risk you going wild for all the city to see. After Lily's long speech, the rest of the familia gave various signs of acceptance. Ottoheim blushed as she nodded. Welf was rubbing his chin as he thought of how many magic swords he would have to craft. Urashima grunted and said nothing else, fully accepting his role. The only one that looked really nervous was the honorable samurai from the Far East. Lady Lily, though I am honored by your faith in me, I do not know if I can do it, said Mikoto, playing with her nails. You can, Mikoto. I shall help with your training, and so will Lunwar, Anya, and Chloe. You will emerge victorious from this tournament, a conquering level 3, said Ryuu. Her eyes brooked no argument. Haruheim nodded vigorously, and I'm sure I can ask Miss Aisha to help you train as well. Mikoto was shocked to hear her familia's support and the faith they put in her. She bowed her head in gratitude. The rest of the familia voiced their encouragement before Bell turned to Hestia. He said, Hestia, we have a month and a half before this tournament. I want to spend the coming weeks training, but I also want to return to the dungeon. Also, tomorrow we need to register Elwyn, Urashima, and Ottoheim with the guild. Bell smiled before continuing. I should also say hi to Miss Ina. She'd probably be very cross with me if I didn't report in as soon as possible. Hestia nodded and smiled. I think that's the right thing to do, Bell. Also, ask that advisor lady of yours about this tournament. My intuition's telling me that there's more than meets the eye. I also think we need to find Dixon. We made him a promise, and we need to keep it. Lily groaned but nodded anyway. Understood. One last thing, we cannot spend all of our time training. We must continue to make regular trips to the dungeon. We have some money from our travels, but that will only last us so long. Lily would also like to go into town soon to try and sell some of the items we acquired. Hestia nodded and clapped her hands before the meeting could continue. That's enough for now, my children. I believe it's time for bed. Whatever else arises can be dealt with tomorrow. Now, off to bed with all of you. Hestia ushered off her children to bed, except Belle, who was still sitting on the couch. Hestia sighed but walked to the fireplace instead. At some point, she had started a fire and had worked to keep it burning throughout the evening. Now she squatted down to add more logs and spoke. You know, Belle, I'm sure news of our return has spread throughout the town. People are going to be looking for us. If you were to disappear early tomorrow morning and find some peace and quiet. Belle did not look like he wanted to go find peace and quiet. Hestia trailed off as she went to hug her most beloved first child. She wrapped her shawl around his shoulders. You have to let go, Belle, and as much as it pains me to say it, you have to speak to Wallenwhatisit. Belle leaned into his goddess's touch. I'm afraid, goddess. I'm afraid that she'll turn away from me again. What happens if we fail? What happens if Freya wins? What happens to you? Belle broke down then, sobbing in the arms of the person who he held closest to his heart. Hestia flopped over onto the other side of the couch and cradled Belle closer. Don't ever not do something because you're afraid for me. I will be very cross with you if you do. Also, don't you dare underestimate this familia. We all care so deeply for you, and we will fight to our final breaths to keep you safe. Which brings me to my final point. Hestia took a moment to bring Belle's head up to her own. She cupped his cheeks and said, You are never, ever alone. Hestia kissed his forehead. Now go to bed and go talk to Wallenwhatisit tomorrow morning. With that, the last of Hestia familia left for their rooms. Chapter 3. The next morning, there were 4 familia members awake earlier than the rest. Welf returned to his forge, already hard at work. There was no real reason to return to his work other than the fact that he wanted to check and make sure that everything was all right with his forge. Thankfully, everything was just where he left it. The next 2 were Ryuu and Mikoto, off to recruit help from the hostess of fertility for Mikoto's training. Finally, there was a boy, out to see a girl, to talk about their future. Walking through Horario in the early morning, Belle was overwhelmed with a sense of nostalgia. How many times had he made the same walk? Strolling through familiar paths on Daedalus Street, Belle was reminded of when he was chased through these same streets by a certain elven mage. He remembered chasing wine through these same streets, and when he carried the goddess from danger. It was only a couple of minutes, but it felt like hours had passed when he finally began his ascent up the staircase of the wall of Horario. He reached the top and was greeted by 3 familiar people. Mr. Argonaut. One was Tiona, who bounded over and tackled Belle in a hug. "It is good to see you again, Belle Cranel. I take it you survived." Lefia seemed equal parts happy to see him and angry that he showed his face. That was nothing new, though. The two of them seemed to be there for moral support, to keep Ais motivated enough to stay. The last one was Ais, of course, and she was quiet. She looked anywhere but at Belle. She mumbled, "Tiona, Lefia." The other two took that as their cue to leave. Lefia nodded, with what might have been a smile. Tiona was much more enthusiastic, pounding Belle on the back, saying that they would get drinks soon. Soon enough, there was just the boy and the girl. Belle was looking for something to say, his eyes searching the floor. Then he was caught, 2 arms wrapped around his shoulders. He could feel Ais's body shaking, and she felt the tears on his neck and her head on his shoulder. I'm sorry, was all she said. She kept repeating the same phrase over and over again. Belle was shocked into silence. Ais had never been like this before. She just kept holding on to him and crying her eyes out. Eventually, she ran out of tears and just held him. Belle cleared his throat and wriggled in her grip, which caused Ais to startle. Slowly, she let go of Belle and wiped at her eyes and nose. Belle panicked then because his grandfather had always told him to carry a handkerchief for crying women, but he didn't have one. The ultimate faux pas was being committed. She finally finished cleaning her snot, and she looked away, red dusting her cheeks. She mumbled out something that Belle couldn't understand. I'm sorry, Miss Ais, what did you say? Asked Belle. Ais mumbled something again, but Belle could not hear. He leaned closer. One more time, please. Do you want to sit and talk? Asked Ais, her voice clear. Her face had slid back into its usual mask, which made it hard for Belle to get a read on her. Nonetheless, he nodded, and the two of them sat on the rampart, overlooking the city. They sat in silence for a while before Ais spoke first. How was your journey? She asked. It was exciting. I saw more of the world than I thought existed, he replied. Did you find that elf's goddess? Yeah, we found Lady Astrea. She had restarted her familia and offered for Ryuu to join. What Ryuu do? She said no, and officially transferred over to our familia. The boy and the girl sat in a silence as thick as the morning fog. The boy was so careful with his emotions, especially after what he had just witnessed. The girl didn't know what to do with the feelings she was experiencing. No one had ever left her and come back. What else happened? Asked the girl. Well, I saw the Dragon Valley. It was so intense. We had to leave after a month because of... Well, I don't know if I should say. Then we separated a bit for training. I know Lily and Makoto went to train with some goddess friends of my goddess. Welf went with Ryuu to a land of magic and saw lots of incredible things. He told me he met a god who helped with his swords, and Ryuu trained with powerful battle mages. What about you? I went with goddess Hestia to visit Haruheim's home. She wanted to see her father again, and we wanted to help her. That's where we met Otoheim and Urashima. Ais tilted her head, Otoheim and Urashima. Belle nodded. They're the newest members of our familia. Well, them and Elwyn. They're all really great. Ais smiled. It was always nice to see Belle so happy about his family. She only knew little details of his past and understood how much family meant to him. Otoheim is like this big ball of sunshine. Every time I hang around her for too long, I feel like I've been drained. And Urashima taught me how to fish. I didn't do too well the first time, but I got good at it. And Elwyn is my potato puff buddy. He knows how to make them all on his own. Continued Belle, babbling on. Ooh, replied Ais. A potato puff maker was an essential familia member. She needed to talk to Finn about finding one of their own. Belle nodded, totally understanding. Then he continued gushing about his family. They're all so great, and I'm so grateful to them for joining us. They chatted for a while, Belle telling stories about his new members. There was much he didn't say, mostly because those weren't his stories to tell. In return, He asked Ais what he had missed the past year. Ais told him small stories of her adventures with her familia. They spoke about the expeditions she had gone on, what monsters she had seen in the dungeon, and how far she had traveled. "The 60th floor, that's incredible, Miss Ais," said Belle. Ais pouted. She didn't know why, but it bothered her before, and it bothered her now. She mustered up what courage and emotions she had and said, "Belle, call me Ais, not Miss Ais, please." Belle blushed again. "Are you sure about that?" Ais nodded. "Yes, I mean, we're friends, aren't we?" "Are we?" The word slipped out. Ais froze up, and Belle stiffened. The two of them had carefully avoided the events leading up to his leaving Horario. Ais reverted to her emotionless state. "I apologized, didn't I? I am sorry, Belle." "Ais, why didn't you help us?" It was the question that had kept Belle up at night all year. The one thing he kept returning to was, why did Ais stop Loki Familia from intervening? If she hadn't, they might have not had to hide in the dungeon. Why didn't she try to defend him from Freya Familia? Did he do something to upset her? Did he make a mistake? "Did I do something wrong?" asked the boy. The girl shook her head. "I'm not allowed to talk about why, but I can help now." "Training." To Belle, it was his best guess. That was the go-to. What else could she do? Ais nodded, "And I'm going to talk to Finn and Loki. I want to help you this time." Ais's words were severe but small. She was sincere in her desire to help. She also felt embarrassed and decided it was time to leave. With a simple goodbye, she jumped off the wall. Belle scrambled to his feet at the sudden departure. He was confused about what happened. First, Ais cried, and then she was apologizing. She promised help, but then jumped off the wall. Then Belle noticed that the sun was starting to rise, and the city was starting to come to life. He had to head home and talk to the others. It was his responsibility as the captain to make sure everything was okay. He took off and ran all the way home as fast as he could. Just as he reached home, he ran headfirst into someone, and they both fell to the ground. "Oh, I'm so sorry." His face was buried in their chest as he mumbled an apology. After what seemed an eternity of embarrassment, he looked up. When he did, he was met with an awfully familiar pair of sky-blue eyes. "Ryuu." Now Belle was flying off the body below him. He prostrated on the floor and apologized over and over again. Ryuu was too stunned to respond, and Mikoto was about to pass out from how red she had turned. "Master Belle, what are you doing?" And now Lily was here. Hands on her hips, she marched up to the gate and leveled her best glare at these battle-hardened adventurers. Ryuu never thought such a little being could frighten her, the only exception being the braver, but now she had spent the last year bearing the full brunt of the Lilaruka Ard glare. Whenever she spent an above-average amount of money, she felt the glare. Every time she stood near Belle, she felt the glare. She felt it now. Lily spent all of 10 seconds taking the image in before she grabbed Belle by the collar and dragged him inside. She called out that there was a familia meeting as she left. Inside, most of the familia was getting breakfast. Belle grabbed a potato puff. Hestia bid them goodbye as she rushed out of the house in her work uniform. As the rest of them settled around the table, Haruheim bustled around the dining room in her maid uniform. It was a little challenging to get back into the swing of things, but it was done. Everyone had their tea or coffee, and finally, they all settled in the main room to discuss their plans. "Lily is going to the guild today to report our return officially. Lady Ottoheim, Mr. Urashima, Miss Ryuu, and Mr. Elwyn will be coming with me to register," said the little prum. It was not a request. Belle nodded. "I'll come too. I want to tell Miss Ina that I'm back." "Well, leave your equipment. Today is full maintenance day. The forge is back up and running, and I want to prepare for our return to the dungeon," said Welf. Haruheim nodded. "I will stay home as well. I want to do a full dusting of the house and make sure that everything is clean." "I will help Lady Haruheim and prep the bathhouse," added Mikoto. That got the familia snickering at the poor samurai girl. Her obsession with baths was well documented, and no one was surprised that she wanted to stay home to reacquaint herself with the bathhouse. Lily coughed and played with her hands. "Actually, Miss Mikoto," Lily wants to know, "your year is up. Do you want to return to Lord Takemikazuchi?" Mikoto sat there for a minute thinking. Everyone else was holding their breath, waiting for her answer. Another minute later, she shook her head. "I promised myself I would only return when my lord saw me as more than a little girl. Or that is one reason. The other is, Mikoto's lip turned up into the most beautiful smile, I have become quite fond of all of you. I don't want to stop our adventure. There was not a dry eye in the house then. Later, Hestia would be unbelievably happy to hear the news. She would be jumping around for the next week in celebration. Tgthegood nodded in understanding when he heard and told her that he would wait for her. The members of her former familia were happy for her, and they were not sad because they knew they would adventure in the dungeon together anyway. After that touching moment, those staying behind got to work, and the rest made their way to the guild headquarters. Ryuu was at the back of the line, understandably nervous about registering as an adventurer again. When they had left, they had gotten a promise that there would be no problems on their return, but who knew what had happened since then? They found their way into the hall, and Lily took most of the familia members up to the front desk. Bell made his way to the receptionist counter and was about to ask for Ina when a head of pink hair holding stacks of papers spotted him. She gasped and slapped her hands to her cheeks, and in doing so, dropped all the papers she was carrying. "It's the little brother," she shouted. In response to the absolute chaos she was creating, a voice rang out from the back. The door opened, revealing a familiar green-eyed, spectacled half-elf. "Misha, what in the world are you doing?" asked Ina. Misha pointed at Belle. "It's your little brother, Ina." Ina looked where Misha was pointing, and then she short-circuited. She just stared at Belle, tried to stammer out some words, and tried to move. Eventually, her brain rebooted, and she jumped at Belle, wrapping her arms around him. She held him close, drawing a lot of attention. It took a minute, but she remembered where she was. The adventurer's wolf whistling at her, and Belle dying from embarrassment, helped remind her of decorum. She took Belle by the arm and dragged him over to a private booth. She sat him down and took the seat across from him. It was a familiar sight for the two of them. Belle sat there awkwardly, trying to figure out what to say, but Ina beat him to the punch. "When did you get back?" she asked. Belle scratched his cheek and said, "Only yesterday." Ina nodded, seemingly appeased that she hadn't been forgotten. Then she asked, "When can you tell me what happened?" Belle titled his head in response. Ina blushed. I know that you'll probably be busy for now, but I want to take you to lunch. I want to catch up, and I missed you, so I want to know what happened." Belle blushed in response and told Ina that he could get lunch in 3 days. It would be an excellent time to take a break. After that, Belle told Ina the most immediate plans and asked her questions about the upcoming tournament. "How did they just make an item to create a level up?" asked Belle. "It most likely came from Fels and the Xenos," responded Ina. In Belle's year away, Ina had moved up the ladder in the guild. Since her last adventurer, Belle, had left Horario, Ina was free to get the rewards and promotions she deserved from her hard work. She was in the know now. She knew about Fels, the Xenos, Gnosis, and everything else. "But how?" asked Belle. "By getting the Xenos to harvest high-level Exilia from deep in the dungeon. Fels was able to create a machine to harvest the Exilia straight from the monster stone and then compress it. The orb is swallowed just like the Xenos do," responded Ina. "How do they get around the major event?" asked Belle. Ina held up a finger, resuming her tutoring position that she used to hold over the boy. Fels was able to fake it with Xenos events. The details are still a little sketchy, but the Xenos are close enough to adventurers that their major events can count in adventurers' stead. Thankfully, no one in Horario has the skill set to recreate Fels items, and it's such a difficult and time-consuming process that no one else has been able to do it. Belle made an "oh" sound and nodded his head, but then his shoulders slumped. "I still don't understand. Why are the Xenos still so willing to work with us? Adventurers killed so many of them last year." Ina nodded. "As far as I understand it, they figure this is the best way to help. By being the creatures that can help create the level-up orbs, they are making themselves invaluable. Regular adventurers can't do what they're doing." Belle didn't seem like he enjoyed that explanation, but he accepted it. Then he asked, "Who won last year?" For the level 2s, the doubles tournament was won by Chigusa and Auka of Tgthegood Familia. That made Belle happy. Those two deserved the win, and it meant they had more powerful level 3 allies. Mord Latro of Ogma Familia won the singles tournament, continued Ina. That was a shock to Belle's system. Belle was happy but also amused. He wouldn't say Mord was a friend, but they were friendly to each other. So, all in all, he was happy for Mord for the level up. It spoke to his renewed sense of adventure. For the level 3s, if I remember correctly, the doubles was won by a pair from Hermes Familia. Daphne of Myach Familia won the singles, said Ina. Belle made an ah sound of total shock. Daphne had given no indication of her rapid growth to become a second-tier adventurer. Ina nodded along. It came as a surprise to everybody. She had just become level 3, and to become level 4 at the tournament was outstanding. She said she had to keep up with her absent friends. That put a smile on Belle's face. To know that his friends were always thinking about him was a wonderful thing to hear. And the level 4 tournament, he asked, the final round still a mystery. Loki Familia, both times. The doubles was Anakitty Autumn and Raoul Nord. The singles was Lefia Virides, replied Ina. Lefia, but she's a mage. To put it lightly, Belle was shocked. For a mage to survive to the finals of a duel at all was news, but for a mage to win. She is the successor to Lady Reveria. Her magical power is already quite extreme. All she needs is one spell, and even an opponent who is a level above her own would have lost. Although it was hard to get the one spell off, once she did it, the battle was over, finished Ina. She said she had to do it to keep up with her rival. That said, the melee portion almost beat her. The melee portions. Ina nodded. To thin the number of adventurers, they all go through an opening melee. The last 16 standing progress to the main tournament. Otherwise, the tournament would take forever. Belle nodded. In the end, it all made sense. Except for that part about the rival, she had no idea who Lefia had picked for her rival. What person had the magic power to keep up with the 1,000 elf? Whoever it was, Belle pitied them. There only remained one question: why start this tournament? Ina sighed. After Freya held the city hostage looking for you, everyone was reminded of how fragile the guild's power is. This tournament, and its reward, is a good way to remind people that we're important. Ina smiled. Also, it helps the adventurers that are stuck. Too many seem to give up at level 2 or 3. The guild is hoping that this tournament encourages adventurers to keep fighting, even if they do not become living legends. However, the best part is, since it's a guild-sponsored event, we can choose which familia are banned. Freya's been banned for the next couple of years. Hearing that Freya wasn't able to give herself the win made Belle happy. He exchanged pleasantries with Ina while also arranging their lunch together. Eventually, he heard Lily calling for him to head home. They had plans to make. She wanted to start training for the tournament, and she probably wanted to start planning their next large expedition in the dungeon. Yes, Belle might be the captain, but everyone understood who the brains of the operation were. All that future planning did nothing to dampen the excitement of the newly registered adventurers, though. Ottoheim was especially vibrant. Urashima looked on fondly, not that he would ever let his princess know. Elwyn's excitement was more subdued, but still visible in the way he held himself. Ryuu was decidedly relieved at her reintroduced status. Apparently, there were actions taken behind the scenes to clean up her name. What was even more shocking was that a certain beauty goddess had been partially responsible. She had brought it up to Lily, but the prum just shrugged. In the grand scheme of things, it was a small, inconsequential detail. One act of kindness did not absolve Freya of her crimes. When they got home, Belle grabbed Urashima and started to drill him for combat. Urashima was much more experienced in the art of dueling, but if he practiced with someone who was 2 levels above him, he would be well trained. Meanwhile, Mikoto resumed her training with Ryuu. They had started working with the other waitresses from the Hostess of Fertility and even contacted Aisha about extra assistance. Haruheim was busy still putting their house back together. After a year away, there was much to be done. Dust and cobwebs had sprouted in every room. Meanwhile, mold had taken root in damp corners. It was a lot for one maid to take care of, and to be honest, Haruheim was very much out of practice when it came to maid work. She took it slowly, getting herself back into the swing of things, which meant that cleaning this mansion would take a couple of days. Welf was also hard at work. He had to remove old equipment, replace it with new equipment he had found in his travels, and generally get things tidy again. Not to mention all the gear he had to repair. Belle's armor and knives were fine. For Belle, repairs mostly went to the armor because, of course, the armor was dented. Then, there was the mountain of weaponry that Mikoto decided to start to carry on her person. Then there was Mikoto's and Ryu's armor. Both sets were partially made of mithril. Not just their gauntlets, but their chest plates, greaves, and battle cloth. It was a headache to maintain. Then there was Otoheim's specially designed armor, made for easy removal, and her goddamned Bicento. He still wasn't sure what the damn thing was made of, but it was impressive. Then there were the staffs used by Elwin and Haruheim, which he barely understood. Finally, there was Urashima. That was an extremely complicated set of weaponry to handle, let alone fix. Doing maintenance on that would take a day and a half at least. Lastly, Elwin and Otoheim started studying. Since they weren't participating in the tournament, they decided it would be best to study for their eventual trip to the dungeon. If everyone else was preoccupied with the tournament, it was on them to make sure the Familia made enough money to stay afloat. Lily decided this was where she would be of best use. She knew the dungeon and could do little else while Welf was busy with repairs. She took the role of advisor and drilled her knowledge of the dungeon into their heads. They then gathered for dinner, ate a meal with Hestia, returned from work, and then set about planning their next expedition. 3 days passed in quiet succession. Then they were ready. Welf had finished the gear, Haruheim had finished cleaning, and their new members were informed about the dungeon. They decided, for the first excursion back, that they would all take part. After that, though, it would mostly fall to Otoheim, Elwin, Ryu, and Bell to journey through the dungeon, looking for magic stones and drop items. Their first day back, it took a couple of hours to reach floor 17, but only because Lily wanted to take time to make sure that everyone could recalibrate. No one made any critical errors, but many minor missteps could spell their demise. They came to the Goliath room to find the battle with the monster Rex in full swing. Adventurers from Riviera had taken up position and were all in a mad dash to finish off the floor boss. When they saw Hestia Familia, they called out for help. Otoheim had already jumped at the large beast. The Goliath swung one of its massive arms, trying to catch her in its fist, but with a swing of her Bicento, she was able to sever some fingers. The Goliath jerked back like it had been lit on fire. Behind her came Urashima, wielding long knives. He propelled himself into the air, stabbing into the beast's wrists. He let gravity and his momentum tear him down, bloody spraying from the mangled right hand of the Goliath. The others rushed to the Riviera citizens' aid, cutting down the monsters that had spawned amidst the floor boss. Elwin ran between them, whacking this way and that as he began chanting his magic. Lady Otoheim, Mr. Urashima, pull back now. The two adventurers, who had been dueling Goliath, jumped out of the way at Lily's command. O spirited archer who watches from the heavens, I implore thee to visit with thine shining arrow. I name thee Sagittarius, celestial shot, chanted Elwin. He whirled his staff to point at the Goliath. When he finished his chant, a great arrow made of starlight shot from his staff, his magic circle flashing beneath his feet. The arrow shot straight and true, impaling Goliath through its midsection. While the beast stumbled back from the impact, Otoheim backed up to give herself space. She took a running start and then leapt into the air, thrusting out her Bicento as she went. Her momentum allowed her to pierce the skull of Goliath. The beast let out a shriek of pain as the level 4-powered attack caused it to collapse. It fell backwards, sending out a small shockwave when it crashed. However, it was not dead yet. When it fell, Urashima and Mikoto were quick to sever leg tendons. The other adventurers joined in, hacking away until the great beast was dead on the floor. Otoheim was caught up trying to remove her weapon from the Goliath's head when a gang of monsters ambushed her. A surprised eep was all she managed. Then, a familiar green blur was there beating down the monsters. It was a matter of seconds before all that was left was dust and stones. Don't stop moving and don't lose your weapon, ever, came the voice of her vice-captain. It was incredibly strict. Before Otoheim could apologize, Ryu went back to help Bell and the others dispose of the leftovers. Otoheim's heart was heavy at her failure. She finally managed to yank out her polearm when her most trusted companion joined her. Please don't do that, princess, said Urashima. You put yourself in danger much too often. These people were in trouble, and no matter my position, it will always be my duty and privilege to help, replied Otoheim. She believed those words with every fiber of her being. Her upbringing as a princess played a part in it, but the reality was that she had always been like that. It was why Urashima had followed her so far. The others joined them atop the corpse of Goliath, apparently overhearing the exchange. Before Lily or Ryuu could reprimand her again, Bell walked up to her. He said, "I understand that, and if you hadn't jumped to help, I would have. Remember, though, don't jump alone. We're here to jump with you." Bell Cranel thought he was a poor captain, but Ottoheim would have to disagree. Moments like these showed that he knew exactly what he was doing. Those kind words didn't stop Lily from scolding her, though. The princess took it all in stride, though she knew she deserved it. The lecture was lessened because since Ottoheim had brought the beast down, they got to keep the magic stone and Goliath fur. Stingy Lily was pleased by that development and let Ottoheim off with a warning. After that, Bors came up to hug Bell. He said his hellos to Hestia Familia and offered to pay for their lunch. Lily was also too quick to agree to that, so they passed a pleasant lunch break on the dungeon's 18th floor. For Ottoheim, Urashima, and Elwyn, it was the most incredible thing they had ever seen. The rest of the Familia caught up with the old, grizzled leader of Riviera. "To be honest, we've been expecting you for a couple of days now," said Bors. "We wanted to start adventuring sooner, but it took longer than we thought to settle back down," replied Bell. Bors nodded and swapped stories with Bell. The old man told Bell about what happened in the dungeon, while Bell told Bors about what was going on above ground. Meanwhile, a certain smith was stuck beating off adventurers. They had formed a crowd, and they were all asking for the same thing. "There won't be any magic swords for any of you. If I hear one more word, you can see a Krazo sword in action." The threats did little to ward off the hawkers, though. Even if it had been a year, everyone still remembered the strength and power afforded to Krazo magic swords. Welf's reputation hadn't dimmed in the slightest. He was not happy about this. He was so unhappy with the crowd that the rest of the Familia quickly excused themselves to return to the surface. Bell was a little put off by the development. He hadn't had a chance to look for signs of the Xenos. While they were walking up, Ottoheim fell in step with Welf in the middle of the party. "I want you to make me a katana, please," she said. Welf nodded. "I was thinking the same thing. Your weapon is good, but you need a secondary weapon. In case you lose your spear thing again. What do you call it again?" Welf gestured to her beloved polearm. "Its name is same Noha Shark Tooth," replied Ottoheim. Welf smiled at that. "All right, I'll make you a couple of extra teeth then, yeah." Ottoheim beamed in reply, her steps carrying much more pep. Her mother had raised her on the principle that every failure was a chance for growth, so there was no real reason to be upset. When they reached the surface, Lily and Haruheim left to exchange the magic stones. Bell went to see if he could talk to Ina, while the others made their way home to clean up. The girls changed out of their clothes and went to the bathhouse. Ryuu was still nervous about bathing with other people, but had made great strides in becoming more comfortable with her Familia. She was close enough with Mikoto and Haruheim to give them awkward hugs now. The ladies lathered up, and they relaxed into the heat around them. Elwyn, Urashima, and Welf were on the other side of the wall. As time went on, the others joined them. Finally, Hestia herself popped into the bath. She wore her usual large childlike grin as she joined her beloved children in the bath. "So, how was the first day back in the dungeon?" asked Hestia. "It was a good trip. We were able to grab the Goliath stone because a certain someone jumped at it," replied Lily, glaring at Ottoheim. Hestia added her look, which made Ottoheim sink into the bath. Hestia relented and sighed before saying, "Please, I know you have a job to do, but remember that I'm going to be here waiting for you to get back." Ottoheim nodded and responded, "Of course, Hestia. I apologize, I just saw people who were in danger." Hestia sighed again. "I hate how that sums up the majority of my children. When did my Familia become like a bunch of heroes?" It was then that Ryuu let out one of her small, gentle smiles. They were as rare as hen's teeth, but they were so beautiful. "This Familia reminds me of Estria's. I love that we have a strong sense of justice and that we don't abandon others. It makes me happy with my choice to join," she said. Ryuu didn't speak a lot, so her Familia listened. Hestia giggled in response, "And we're happy to have you, Vice Captain. By the way, have you and Bell figured out a rotation for who goes into the dungeon?" Ryuu nodded. "We'll be bringing it to you tonight during the meeting." Ryuu, Bell, and Hestia had agreed to meetings every couple of days to keep an eye on the affairs of the Familia. Lily still handled the finances, and Welf dealt with the gear, but the goddess and her captains handled the big picture plans. The Familia finished their washing up, grabbed dinner, and then Ryuu, Belle, and Hestia went to the Familia's office. Hestia had claimed an empty room for this exact purpose when they returned. She had moved a desk inside and started filling it with what they would need. Lily spent the most time in there, looking over the books, but this was the best spot for their meetings. Ryuu leaned against the wall, as cool as ever. Belle sat in an armchair, hands under his legs, and Hestia was sitting on the desk across from him, swinging her legs like a child. Hestia spoke first. "How are the new ones settling in?" Ryuu shrugged, as well as expected. Urashima is still cautious, but that's nothing new. Elwyn is anxious, which is understandable. Ottoheim is still Ottoheim, bouncing around like a ball of sunshine. That made Hestia chuckle. "That's good then. What about you guys? How does it feel to be back?" Ryuu tilted her head. "I think it's fair to say that it's strangest for me. I'm an adventurer again, which I like, but it's weird not to see anyone from the bar anymore." "Have you talked to Sir, or Helen, or whatever she's calling herself yet?" asked Hestia. Ryuu couldn't look her goddess in the eye. Hestia nodded, then looked at her first child. "What about you, Belle? Did you speak to Wallen Whatsit?" Belle blushed and nodded. "We were able to talk the one time. She said she was going to help us." "What does that mean?" replied Hestia. Belle shook his head. "I don't know, but I still trust her. If she says she'll help, she will." Hestia nodded. "I trust her too, and I trust Loki, I guess. Or I trust Loki not to let Freya win." "That said," Hestia looked at Ryuu, "my order is for you to go to the Hostess of Fertility and see Sur and Mamma Mia. I'm sure they're worried about why you haven't shown up yet." Ryuu just nodded in response. Hestia seemed satisfied and moved to the next topic. "How does it look like training is going?" Ryuu nodded. "Well, Welf and Lily have created some solid strategies for the tournament, and Makoto's progress is nothing short of incredible. She's absorbing the new techniques faster than we can teach her." "Who's we?" "Me, the waitresses, and Aisha." "You've been working with the waitresses, but still haven't seen Sir or Mia." Ryuu blushed, and Hestia shook her head, muttering something about stubbornness. Hestia looked to Belle. "How's Yura doing?" Belle nodded. "Well, I'm not sure how I'm doing as a teacher, but I think he's doing well. He was already incredibly skilled. I mean, he's not fighting at his full potential, but it's still good progress all the same." "Good. Looking forward, our next expedition. Where do we go?" Hestia was now thinking long-term goals. Belle responded, "I've been talking with Ina, and she says that she can get us a mission for the 34th floor. Since me and Ryuu are level 5, and the rest are level 2s and 3s, with one level 4, we've been upgraded to B rank." Hestia snorted. "I'm sure Little Miss Supporter is ecstatic about the tax hike." Ryuu made a thin line with her mouth. "Floors 28 to 33 are nothing like the ones above. They're deserts. No walls, just dunes and unbearable heat. The only refuge is scattered oases that draw monsters. Not to mention, if we were to do it as we are now, we would need to recruit Lord Tgthegood's Familia and Lord Maiach's. We need more higher-level adventurers, even if we win the tournament. I'm sure Aisha will want to join us, and all of it is welcome. The more people we bring, the more water we can carry." "Is it that important?" asked Hestia. "If I had to choose between a canteen of water or the largest magic stone in the world, I'd choose the canteen. The only saving grace is that the water capital is right above it," replied Ryuu. She had the most adventuring experience, years with a previous Familia tucked under her belt. Hestia nodded. "I'm guessing we'd need special clothing for the heat." Ryuu agreed, and Hestia pouted. That was a lot of volleys to spend to get ready, especially if they were hosting the expedition for other Familias. "The price doesn't matter. We need reputation and attention right now. We need to do whatever it takes to survive," said Belle. There was the truth. They were banking on putting themselves in a place of enough attention that Freya couldn't launch her next attack. They were buying time to become stronger and forge stronger alliances. "Anything else?" asked Hestia. "I saw Lord Hermes on our first night back," said Belle. That made Hestia scowl. "What does that liar want?" Belle shrugged. "I don't know, I didn't talk to him. I have to think, though. He didn't tell people where we were this year. Maybe we can start trusting him again." Hestia scowled some more. Maybe, maybe not. He's still the reason Freya found us. He's still the reason that the Xenos were attacked. Belle looked incredibly conflicted now. Hestia nudged him with her foot. I'll deal with Hermes, Belle. Ryuu, I want you to tell Isfi I want to meet with her god. Ryuu nodded in response. She hadn't seen Isfi yet, but she was excited to speak to someone she considered an old friend. Hermes was a pain in the butt, but she trusted Isfi to get the meeting together. With that, the Hestia Familia executives ended their meeting. Chapter 4. Mikoto was conditioned to wake up early. Her routine could not be skipped. She woke up with Haruheim in their shared room since they refused to separate and got to work dressing for the morning. Haruheim put on her maid outfit, while Mikoto put on training garbs and braided her hair. They chatted idly and spent time together. Afterwards, they split for the day. While Haruheim got the house ready, Mikoto met Ryuu at the front gate. Then the two of them strolled through Horario to the yard behind the Hostess of Fertility. They kept training weapons there. While they warmed up, the rest of Mikoto's training partners joined them. What had started with Lunwar, Anya, and Chloe had recently added Aisha. Also, for the first time this particular morning, Isfi was in the courtyard. She played with her glasses and her outfit, clearly uncomfortable. When Ryuu spotted her old friend, she directed Mikoto to begin sparring while she spoke to Isfi. Just as Ryuu had given the order to start, Aisha launched herself at the young lady in purple. Mikoto dodged Aisha's paddle, but then took a hit to her right side from Lunwar. The waitress had already backed up, her fists up in position for the next strike. Mikoto couldn't respond, though. She was busy parrying Chloe's daggers. Then she was moving to the side, trapping Anya's spear and Chloe's daggers. Mikoto was able to trip Chloe up with her foot, sending her into Anya. Then she pivoted on her free foot, Aisha's sword slicing by her face. Mikoto used her momentum to kick Aisha across the head. The action barely registered on the level 4's face, but it gave Mikoto a chance to push off her opponent and gain some space. She returned her sword to the ready position with a roll of her wrists and shoulders. Her opponents faced her. Her technique's better, Nyan, said Anya. Managing the space and her opponent's better too, added Lunwar. No time to get complacent though, shouted Aisha, taking off. The Amazon swung her large blade down, Mikoto nudging the edge away with her own katana. Then she dropped one hand, grabbed her knife, and stabbed at Aisha. She buried the blade in the Amazon's side. The movement was automatic. The only reason she had the knife was that sleeping with it was a habit. Everyone stopped at the sign of bleeding, Mikoto stumbling back, tripping on her feet. She wanted to apologize, but her throat closed up, choked on memories. Good Yamato, remember you have 2 hands. Use them, attack always. The rush of battle came back to her then. The cheers of the arena drowning out what was going on around her. She saw a pair of eyes, one gold, the other blue, and her mouth felt like it was filled with sand. She felt someone grab her shoulder, but her body reacted automatically by grabbing their wrist and executing a perfect throw. The next thing Mikoto knew, Ryuu had crashed into a pile of crates, Aisha was bleeding on the floor, and the others were watching her with wary eyes. Then Mikoto felt her stomach churning, the memories of her victims haunting her. When did her heart start beating so loud? She could feel it vibrating through her body. Any movement she saw was fuzzy. She forgot how long she was there. Mikoto proceeded to hold her head, almost crushing it from the pressure. Then she felt her hands trembling. She began unbraiding and braiding her hair, the repetition helping to calm her down. Her breathing regulated, and she came back to the training yard. Ryuu was crouching down in front of her, calling out her name. The elf sounded like she was in a deep well. Slowly, Mikoto tried to focus on Ryuu's voice. Mikoto steadied and tried for a shaky smile. I apologize for my freak out. It has been a while since I. If she had failed at trying to reassure the elf, she would never know. Ryuu grabbed Mikoto's hands in her own. It's all right. Now, what do you want to do next? Mikoto swallowed some air. I wish to continue training if that is okay. When she spoke, Mikoto tasted how dry her mouth was, and then she felt how empty her stomach was. May I have some food and water as well? Ryuu looked to the rest of the gathered women. They all shrugged, having done much worse as former assassins and adventurers. Lunwar walked inside to get the food and water. Aisha was already applying a healing potion to her wound. She looked at Mikoto. That was probably the best move you've pulled so far, Eternal Shadow. Where the hell did you learn to do that? Asked Aisha. Mikoto stood up, brushed herself off, but she couldn't look Aisha in the eye. Nike's arena. they continued training for hours afterwards. Mikoto asked her training partners if she could borrow their weapons and train with them. Everyone obliged, and she took time to practice with every weapon at her disposal. During one of the water breaks, Aisha pulled Ryuu off to the side with Isfi. "What in the world happened to her?" asked Aisha. Ryuu let out a puff of air. Her training took her to the arena of Nike. She fought a lot of people out there, all of it for her life. I see it sometimes in her training. She turns feral. She forgets the refined technique she's used to and just starts swinging. It's terrifying but also a little beautiful in its own horrific way. That killer instinct is something she tries to suppress, Ryuu puffed again. If she could learn to meld it with her refined technique, she'd be a force of nature. Isfi looked at Ryuu over the rim of her glasses. "What else did your familia get up to Leon?" Ryuu met Isfi's stare. "That is a secret of my familia, which you are not entitled to." Isfi looked away and mumbled an apology. Aisha chuckled and walked off to speak with the girl herself. Mikoto was splashing water in her face from the rain barrel in the corner. "Shadow you can't keep holding back," said Aisha. Mikoto shook her head. "What I learned terrifies me. Everything I learned were killing moves." "That's why you need to stop holding back. Use your strength, control it." "The second it controls you, the bastards win," replied Aisha. "Trust me, after what Ishtar did, I get it. I understand being afraid." Mikoto was shocked to hear that. Then she got more shocked when Aisha told her story of her time with Ishtar Familia. The disgusting practices of Ishtar and her former captain left Mikoto feeling like she was about to puke. Instead of turning away from it, though, Aisha focused on reclaiming her body as her own. Mikoto gained a tremendous amount of respect for this Amazon. "You need to do the same. You were turned into a killer. Fine, show that you choose where your blade goes. Don't let them lock your strength away. You have technique, now merge it with your killer instinct. Become a truly dangerous fighter," finished Aisha. Mikoto nodded at that. It could be done, but it would take time. When she returned to training, she forced herself to remember. She brought her newly acquired instincts into her routine. She felt her moves grow wilder but faster. She became more aware of every movement her opponents tried. When control slipped, she would rein herself in. Her technique sharpened, but her blows would lack decisiveness. She took many hits because of it. By the end of their session, she felt like she had gone backwards, but in the right way. Mikoto was learning to process what happened. She was reclaiming her strength, and no one would take it away ever again. In the end, she cleaned up, thanked the women for helping, and began walking home with Ryuu. The elf had kept out of the fighting, shouting advice as Mikoto took the blows. Ryuu also taught as they walked home. "You were better at the end. Every practice before, your body has not been synced with your mind. Your sense of honor was holding you back. Mikoto, combat is combat, if you hold back in the dungeon." Mikoto replied, "I'm afraid of what happens. In the arena, you get backed into a corner. I held on, but others didn't. Good men and women turned into monsters." "And what could you have done to change that?" asked Ryuu. Mikoto shrugged, her eyes focused on the road. She replied, "Something. Anything I could have done. There must have been something." Ryuu nodded. "Maybe there was, but who are you to judge yourself? Who is anyone to judge each other? You were locked in an arena and made to kill. What is left is to live, remember, and keep moving. You are not a killer, Mikoto, I should know." Ryuu pulled the young girl into a hug. It was still uncomfortable to touch other people, but she felt a sense of duty to her junior. Mikoto responded half-heartedly. When Ryuu pulled away, the young Far Eastern adventurer remained quiet. As they got closer to home, Mikoto tried to pull herself together to not worry her friends. By the looks she got when they went home, she failed. As they sat together and ate breakfast, the others were careful not to bring up Mikoto's state. Ryuu did her fair share of distraction by telling everyone that she had met with Isfi. "Oh, what did she have to say?" asked Hestia. "She said she would talk to Hermes. They should try to contact you soon," replied Ryuu. Hestia groaned. "I hate working with Hermes. He's probably going to surprise me in a back alley or something." Ryuu shook her head. "I made it very clear that was unacceptable." Hestia showed her appreciation with a whoop, and then she finished her breakfast. She had work to get to. Before she left, though, she made a point of grappling Mikoto into a crushing hug. The girl responded in kind, then the goddess was out the door. The others cleaned up the table, then set to work. Ryuu took Haruheim, Elwyn, and Ottoheim to the dungeon, Lily and Welf set to training, and Urashima left to repair his armaments. Belle stayed at the table, watching Mikoto. "Sir Belle, please don't worry about me. I'll be okay," said Mikoto. Belle responded with a question. "Did I ever tell you what I was thinking when I saved wine from Loki Familia?" Mikoto shook her head. Belle blushed and let out a long puff of air. "I was standing in the square and everyone's eyes were on me. Perdix had just called me a hypocrite. I was so torn on what to do. The people of Horario were shouting for me to kill Wine to be their hero. I couldn't do it, though. Wine deserved to live. I still remember all that noise." Belle shook his head, chasing away the bad memory. "In the end, I chose to save her. I chose to be a hypocrite, but I will be a hero too." "That is beautiful, Belle, but what does that have to do with me becoming a killer?" replied Mikoto. Belle scratched the back of his neck. "Well, if I'm a hypocrite for saving monsters but still a hero, why can't you be the same?" He was clearly out of his depth, but the boy did the only thing he knew. He spoke from the heart. "You feel like the people want you to be a killer, but you don't want to hurt people. You want to be a hero too, right?" Mikoto nodded. She wasn't looking at the floor anymore. She was looking Belle in the eye. "Then be the hero who can stop killers. You train to kill, so you should be one, but instead, you're a hero. You can be a hypocrite then, just like me," finished Belle. He was obviously uncomfortable and couldn't return Mikoto's gaze. Mikoto was touched that her captain would come and speak to her like this. So often, people saw only the boy or the hero. Underneath all that, though, was a kind person. That was the part that Mikoto chose to follow. "Thank you, Belle," said Mikoto. Belle noticed the drop in honorifics and smiled. He stood from the table and asked, "Would you like to train? I told Welf and Lily I would help them today. Urashima is doing maintenance on his arms." Mikoto nodded and followed her captain out to the yard. Welf and Lily were already going at it. Welf swung his large sword in great swooping arcs. Each blow sent dirt flying. Around it, Lily used her smaller size and speed to dodge. She weaved her way around Welf's defenses and then fired her arm-mounted crossbow. It was death by 1,000 cuts. The young Prum never got there, though. Welf was able to connect one of his blows, and Lily was sent flying into the shrubbery. Before she could regain her feet, Welf had planted a boot on her chest. He leveled his sword at Lily and raised an eyebrow. Lily glared him down for 3 seconds before she threw her hands in the air. "Fine, Lily surrenders. Mr. Welf wins," declared the little Prum. Welf lifted his boot and helped Lily off the ground. At the sound of approaching footsteps, they turned to Belle and Mikoto. "Are you two joining us?" asked the smith. Belle nodded, and Mikoto rolled her shoulders. She raised her hand and asked, "Would it be terrible if I practiced against all of you?" Welf and Belle looked skeptical, but Lily was quick to nod her head. "Lily thinks that's a good idea." The boys shared a helpless shrug before taking up positions on either side of their samurai. Mikoto held no weapons, but she didn't seem to care. When everyone had taken their positions, Mikoto motioned to start. Welf, ever impatient, was the first to leap. As his sword came crashing down, Mikoto took one step to the side. The moment the sword made an impact, Mikoto chopped at Welf's hands. She hit just the right point to get his hands to flinch back. The next moment, she grabbed the free sword in front of her and swung it in a great arc. It came just in time to stop Belle's blades. 3 levels of difference were definitely showing, as Mikoto struggled to hold back the small daggers. Mikoto didn't care, though. She had moved on to her next move. Using Belle's defensive position, she jumped and pushed off his face, dropping Welf's sword as she did. It weighed her down too much. It did little to hurt Belle, but it stunned him long enough for Mikoto to launch herself at Lily. "Always remove your ranged enemies first. They'll sit there and strike when you've forgotten them," roared Lord Horus in her ear. Mikoto gave Lily one chop to the side, and the Prum crumpled from abdominal pain. As she pivoted back to her remaining opponents, she could feel the heat of days gone past. She didn't let it stifle her, though. She chose to remember to live through it. Welf had regained his sword and started swinging. The smith fought like every other brute from the arena, strength over skill. However, all he would need is one blow, so she decided not to give it to him. His sword had a long reach, but once inside it, the weapon was useless. Ducking under the first of his swings, Mikoto pushed off the ground. She shifted her body so her shoulder was on his chest. Welf lost his balance, so Mikoto hooked a foot behind his leg. As she did that, she used her opposite hand to punch him in the temple. Attacked from the bottom and the top, Welf crumpled. Mikoto gave a quick stomp to his neck, and he was out of the fight. Belle had stayed out of it, too shocked to join. The economic movement of her fighting, the brutality of her blows. He was reminded of the Amazon twins, Taioni and Tiona. However, Mikoto also had grace. Years of training in martial arts helped her body flow through combat like a dancer. Belle didn't wait around long, though. He pushed off on one foot, the other leg swung for Mikoto's midsection. The move was too fast to dodge, so she moved with it. That isn't to say that it didn't hurt a lot. Mikoto knew he was holding back, though, because it only made her grit her teeth instead of coughing up blood. So, she rolled with it and landed on her feet. Her body was still crouched, so she used it to her advantage. She kept her body low as she went for her captain. The advantage of rolling with the hit was that she had taken Belle's knife from his leg holster. The look from Belle's face told her that he hadn't noticed. Unfortunately, stealing weapons from her opponents had become the norm. "Remember, Yamato, when you steal, you gain a weapon and they lose one," came the voice of Lord Horus. "The only thing you have to do is train to use every weapon." Knives were one of the first weapons Mikoto trained within the arena. She couldn't match Belle's strength, so she guided his blade away, looking to create an opening. Belle kept his guard up, though. While Mikoto had an advantage in skills and tactics, Belle's overwhelming force was too much, compounded with his own training. Before she knew it, there was a punch she didn't see, and then she hit the fence at the end of the yard. The world spun for a second before she was able to pull it together. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," chanted Belle. He ran up to her, pulling out a potion vial from his leg holster. Mikoto drank it, thankful that Belle was so thoughtful and well-prepared. The potion helped her head settle, and she took Belle's hand to help her up. "That was awesome, Mikoto. You were so slick and your technique was awesome. I didn't even realize you took my knife," said Belle, bouncing with excitement. "Oh, here's the knife back, by the way. Sorry, I know that stealing is dishonorable." Mikoto bowed in apology. "Lily thinks that it was the smart thing to do. Honor is important, but so is survival. Right now, we are engaged in a fight for our lives," came the voice of Lily. She had recovered enough to stand. Welf stood next to her. "Yeah, sorry to say, but Freya isn't going to wait around and running away isn't an option this time. We try to run again, she's likely to chase us down and finish what she started," said Welf. "So why hasn't she?" asked a new voice. It was Urashima, finished with his weapon maintenance. Lily turned to the new voice. "It's too soon. We have only just returned, and our familia is too famous. Even Freya can't fight the whole city. That is why we must do well at the tournament, to keep our popularity up." "And what comes next?" asked Urashima. "I have seen politics like these before. You can only be safe in the limelight for so long." "Then we ask Ais," said Belle. Lily nodded. Lily is planning on going to Loki Familia. They are the only option for an alliance strong enough to stop Freya. Right now, Lady Hephaestus is our only powerful ally, and she will only protect us for so long. Urashima tilted his head. "What about those monster people? The ones you hid within the dungeon? What were their names?" "The Demos." "Xenos," corrected Belle. "We hid in the dungeon with the Xenos, and I am never going to make them part of my problems again." "But it wasn't enough," added Urashima. "I'm sorry, but I'm still unclear about what happened. I want to keep Milady safe, and I need to know what happened to do it. I will fight by your side always, but I need to know that she isn't going to die." Welf nodded. "Fair enough, pal. So no, it wasn't enough to hide with the Xenos. Freya Familia found us after Lord Hermes ratted us out and slaughtered Xenos to get to us. Most notably, a gargoyle named Groz and a siren named Ray. After that, a high-ranking member of the guild, Fells, helped us sneak out of Horario with a promise to return." Urashima shook his head. "Which doesn't make sense to me. Why the promise to return?" Belle spoke again. "Goddess Freya is consumed with desire. If I left for too long, she would chase after me. Then her followers would come after her, burning down the world to keep her happy. That's how she got us last time. She almost held the city hostage, saying that she would destroy everything to find me. Almost everyone was against us, and Loki Familia turned their back on us." "So why not surrender?" asked Urashima. "Because it ain't right. I refuse to have my best pal be forced into fulfilling the desire of some deranged goddess, said Welf before Bell could answer. Bell looked down in shame, still guilty that his familia was in danger because of him. Master Bell, that is enough. Pull your eyes up and look at Lily, said the prom girl. When Bell did as she said, she continued her tirade. Master Bell will listen and understand. You are Lily's family. Lily will not abandon you no matter how many gods and goddesses decide to pursue you. Lily will be there and be your supporter. That is Lily's choice, and don't you dare to try to take it away from Lily. What the Lil bit said, I'm with you till the end of the line. I promised you, Sir Bell, I will always be there to help you. Bell was struck silent then by the loyalty of these people. These were the first members of his familia. They had joined him to stop Apollo, and now they still stood beside him to stop Freya. He loved these people and treasured their friendship. So you're all goddamn insane then? Asked Urashima. Everyone nodded and he smiled. Then that means that I'm in good company. Everyone laughed then, born out of a desire to chase away their own darkness. One final question though, said Urashima. After training, him, Welf and Bell were at the bathhouse. If this low-key familia is supposed to be your ally, why didn't they help you back then? Asked the bodyguard. Ais Wallenstein, a high-ranking member of Loki familia, owed a favor to Freya. Freya cashed it in at the worst possible moment and forced her to turn her back on us. The rest of Loki familia was forced to follow along. However, that favor's gone now, and Ais gave her word that she would help us, replied the boy in love. And you trust her? Bell nodded once, his back straight. I trust her with my life. That was a lie. At that same moment in the Twilight Manor, a girl was sitting on her bed with her knees pulled up to her chest. She was confused, trying to make sense of her newfound emotions. Why had she cried? She hadn't cried since her mother and father, but when she saw Belle standing there on top of the wall, something broke. She felt so horrible for what she had done. When he came to her, crying for help, she was forced to turn her back on him. She was not going to do that again. So, she had sat in her room for the past couple of days, trying to figure out how to convince Finn. Finn, while trying to be a real hero, was still a pragmatist. There was only so much he would do in overt action. More likely, Finn would work behind the scenes to keep Hestia familia safe. That felt wrong to Ais, though. Bell and his familia deserved allies that would stand with them for all to see. After everything that happened, Ais was ready to stand up and say she stood with Hestia familia. She only hoped others were too. There was a knock on her door, and Leffia poked her head in. Miss Ais, the captain wants to see you in his office. He said that he wants to talk about Bell Cranel, said the elf. Leffia, asked Ais. Yes, Miss Ais. Are you happy that Bell is back? Asked Ais. She knew better than to believe that Leffia really hated Bell. At most, she found him annoying, but they respected each other at the very least. Leffia curled her lips for a second before nodding once. That boy might be impertinent, but, Leffia paused, how do I say this? He makes me feel like I can keep hoping. I don't think that things will be okay, but he makes me think that there's always a way to keep going. If we can help, I think we should. That one took Ais by surprise. She titled her head, and Leffia continued unbidden. I can think of logical reasons, like stopping Freya, but the most basic reason is, he would do the same for us. Ais nodded. She liked that answer a lot. She stood up and followed Leffia to Finn's office. They made small talk as much as Ais could make small talk and quickly found themselves at the door to the captain's office. Leffia knocked, and someone shouted for them to come in. When they walked inside, they found Loki, Finn, Reveria, Gareth, Tyone, Tiona, and Bete lounging around. Finn motioned for Leffia to leave, and she shut the door behind her. Ais, have you been able to meet with Bell Cranel yet? Asked Finn. Ais nodded. See, I told you, Finn, said Tiona. Thank you, Tiona. Now, Ais, what did you two talk about? He told me about what he's been doing, and I told him what I've been up to. I told him I was sorry, but I think he's still angry, Ais said, trailing off. That's understandable, lass. You turned your back on him and forced us to do the same. Then he had to rely on the Xenos, and we lost Ray, said Gareth. Tyone flinched at that. She had liked Ray and still felt indebted to her for saving the love of her life. The rest of Loki familia was still feeling guilty about that loss too. Compound that with the feeling of not being able to help Hestia familia, so soon after the Gnosis incident, Loki Familia's mood was at an all-time low. Alicia was especially depressed about the siren and was still unable to fight any siren-type monsters. Ais's melancholy settled even deeper. I know. He told me about that, and he was angry at me. Reveria sighed. That's what happens, Ais, but I think it'll be okay. Right, Finn? Finn nodded, but now Ais was terribly confused. What did that mean? Finn gave her a small smile. I want you to help them, Ais, personally. I'm sure that they're busy with the tournament right now, but after that, they should be going on a required expedition. I want you to go with them. You're gonna guide them to meet with us in the dungeon. Ais blinked at that. Her brow was slightly furrowed, but it screamed surprise. That got Gareth laughing very loud. Lass, we know you're gonna help. So, you're going to be the face of helping Hestia Familia. Meanwhile, the rest of us are gonna work around, setting things up to face down Freya Familia. Ais made a little O with her mouth, so I get to help Belle in public. Loki nodded. Itty Bitty gets to make it clear that she's not alone, and I get a chance to take down that witch. She killed Ray Ray, Loki scowled. I'm not letting that one stand. Hey, do I get to help Mr. Argonaut too? Asked Tiona. Reveria nodded. We were hoping you and Lefia would both lend a hand. As far as we know, they don't have a dedicated mage, do they? Ais shook her head. Their new half-elf member is a mage. His name is Elwyn. Reveria narrowed her eyes. Elwyn? Interesting name for a half-elf. Still though, she turned to Tiona, you and Lefia will get to help out later. Okay. Ais looked at Finn. I think you should meet with the prom girl. Belle said she's the one making the plan right now. If the captain is meeting with another potential wife, then I'm coming too, declared Tioni. Loki nodded. I agree with Aizu. They say Lilaruka Ard is the brains in Itty Bitty's Familia. She's probably got a better plan than you, Finn. Finn took his thumb to his mouth, then nodded. It seems my thumb agrees. All right, I'll get working on setting up a meeting with Miss Lily. That's it, you lot, thank you. As the Familia filed out of the room, Ais tugged on Reveria's sleeve. Reveria, can I talk with you, please? Reveria nodded and followed Ais to her room. Ais took a seat on her bed, and Reveria sat at the chair next to Ais's desk. What's wrong, Ais? Ais pouted. How do I get Belle to be my friend again? Reveria allowed herself to smile. She really did love what this boy did to her daughter. She coughed to cover her joy before looking at Ais. Well, since you can openly offer support, may I suggest getting lunch? You can talk with him about joining the expedition. Doing things like that can work. At Ais's confused stare, she sighed. Be there for him, Ais. The same way that Tiona, Tioni, and Lefia are there for you, you need to be there for him. Ais seemed to contemplate it for a second before nodding. I can bring him the new potato puff flavors that he missed. Reveria snorted. Sure, Ais, it's a start. Anything else? Ais shook her head, and Reveria left. With that, Ais felt her heart lighter than it had been all year. Chapter 5. Urashima had to wake early, even if he didn't always like it. He worked for the imperial household, and that involved early mornings organizing Ottoheim's security detail. So, when he came to Horario, he was gratified to find that his familia was like him. They were mostly early birds who woke with the sun, and they worked hard. They were not a large familia, and they were in desperate times with a fight for their lives, but Urashima respected their work ethic. When he woke that morning, he did his usual routine. He made himself presentable and then checked on his princess. He would peek in and find her still asleep, and he would smile. Then he readied his armaments for the day. After that, he joined his familia for breakfast. He started by sipping the tea that Ottoheim liked the most, then joined the others. It took him a week, but he soon got used to the schedule of chores. Today was his day to clean the dishes. Then they sat down to plan out the day. Today was different, though. 3 weeks into living here, and they were going to be staying overnight in the dungeon. Take Mikazuchi would be bringing his familia for the night to look after the place. Hestia Familia would venture down and camp out on floor 24, meander around a bit, and then return the next day. A short trip to get Urashima and the other new members used to the idea of spending a night in the dungeon. Their weapons were prepared, their items were stocked, and morale was high. Urashima couldn't say he wasn't excited, but his first weeks in the dungeon had taught him caution. Between Lily's trepidation and Welf boisterousness, he leaned towards Lily's perspective. His life had taught him that accidents will always happen the second that you don't want them to. It was an accident that had caused the greatest tragedy of his life. That wasn't what he was supposed to be focusing on, though. Right now, he was focusing on items. One of Urishima's talents was that he had the developmental ability, synthesis. So, before the mini-expedition, he was helping Lily and Haruheim prepare their items. It truly is a wonderful thing that you can create items, Master Urishima, said Haruheim, filling her bag. Well, I'm only really good at poisons and status-affecting items, some bomb variations. Making these medical items has been a nice change of pace, replied Urishima. Lily agrees, making medicine is always preferred to items that kill. The stink bombs are useful, though, added Lily. Which is why I made a sack of them, finished Urishima. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to check on my garden. The ninja of the East left the two supporters to finish their packing. By that point, he would be more a hindrance than a help. The garden was Urishima's pet project. He loved working with plants. Gardening was an activity that helped calm him, and Ottoheim always loved the pretty flowers that he grew. However, coming to Horario meant that his plants shifted to a more utilitarian variety. They were plants that could be made into weapons or medicine. As he tended his plants, he let himself get lost in thought for the coming expedition. Apparently, floors 19 to 24 were referred to as the Great Tree Labyrinth and were full of vegetation. He was hoping that he could find seedlings to bring back with him. While working in his garden, the woman who held his heart knelt down next to him. She quietly got to work, helping him cut weeds and water newly planted seeds. Every once in a while, their hands would brush. Urishima had gotten to the point where contact wouldn't freak him out. For whatever reason, Ottoheim found touch soothing. She brushed against his despicable hands many times. Eventually, Ottoheim did what she meant to and grabbed for him. She lowered her head to his shoulder. "What is wrong, milady?" Ottoheim grunted, informal please. Urishima sighed, as you say, Ottoheim. "I'm scared." About the expedition. Then it all came spilling out. The expedition, my position in this familia, if we're doing the right thing. Urishima nodded before sitting back on his legs. Ottoheim mirrored him and they both turned, so they were eye to eye. Urishima thought of taking her hands, trying to reassure her, but the thought nauseated him. It's okay to be nervous about all of this. The dungeon is the most dangerous place in the world. We used to hear stories about it growing up, and none of them were pleasant. Even when we're just staying there for a day, it's a dangerous place to be. As for this familia, that's also understandable. You used to be a princess. You were third in line for a powerful empire. Now, you are just any other adventurer. This is unknown territory for you. I would be worried if you weren't nervous about all this. For the last point, I think we're doing the right thing. My instincts are screaming that this is the right place for us. I like these people. I trust them, said Urishima. Ottoheim nodded. Thank you, Yura. You know, I don't think I ever thanked you enough for coming out here with me. You could have stayed away like everyone else. Ottoheim reached out to lace their fingers together. Urishima drew away. Milady, you know how I hate my hands. They are not worthy of your touch. Ottoheim pouted. Well, I like your hands. They're comforting. Can I hold them if you keep the gloves on? Urishima nodded. That made Ottoheim incredibly happy, so she took his hands and smiled. She brought one of his hands up to cup her cheek. Hey, Yura, if you're ever nervous about anything, you tell me, right? Urishima hesitated. It depends. I will say, though I am nervous about the same things you are, I am incredibly nervous about my position. Before, the only thing I had to worry about was you. Now, there are others. I like these people, and I want to keep them safe, but I am always awake at night. I am afraid for the day that I have to choose between them and you. Well, I know you'll do what's right, Ottoheim pouted, and I feel like I can protect myself, thank you very much. Urishima snorted. If that were the case, then you wouldn't be losing your weapons so much. It should be noted that Ottoheim had gotten her Bicento stuck in monsters 10 times over the last 3 weeks. Suffice to say, her new katana had gotten fast-tracked on Welf's to-do list. Ottoheim decided to be the mature one then, and left Urishima to tend to his garden. Urishima proceeded to do so for another 30 minutes before he heard Haruheim come outside to call him in. They had some last-minute food to keep their energy up, and then they were out the door. The food was light, but it was cooked by Mikoto, so it was delicious. The familia's bellies were full before they started making their way to the dungeon. Horario was only just beginning to wake up when they found their way to the Tower of Babel atop the dungeon. Before they went inside, Lily signaled for them to stop. Today, the formation is as follows. Mr. Urashima and Lady Ottoheim will be in the vanguard. Behind them will be Master Bell and Mr. Welf, followed by Miss Mikoto supporting them. Me and Lady Haruheim will be right behind as supporters, with Elwyn as our backline mage. Miss Ryuu will be our rearguard. Lily doesn't want to see anyone running on ahead, understood Master Bell and Lady Ottoheim. The two named adventurers had the decency to blush while they nodded. Everyone else smirked at the image of the little Prum scolding these two powerful adventurers. With that warning in place, the adventurers took up formation and made their way inside. The first 13 floors were child's play. The next 5 floors got slightly more difficult as they tackled the great cave labyrinth. Only slightly, though, as the newest members of Hestia Familia had taken to adventuring like fish to water. Ottoheim and Urashima had spent little time fighting monsters in their homeland, but they grew accustomed to it quickly enough. Meanwhile, Elwyn had used monsters for practice in his days with Hecate Familia. That said, his current set of spells were not so combat-oriented. Today, his role was as a healer and a supporter. If they needed magical firepower, they had Krazo swords, Mikoto, and Ryuu. There was only one stop on their way through the cave labyrinth. It was a tremendously special occasion. It was the first time Ottoheim, Urashima, and Elwyn had run into the rabbit known as Almurej. Urashima had gone ahead to scout when he called for the rest of the party. They rushed to join him, thinking he was in danger, and met him restraining one of the white rabbits. Everyone was confused as to why he had stopped when Urashima, totally serious, asked. I was going to ask Master Bell why he had family down in the dungeon. It took all of 5 seconds before Welf cracked. Soon he was bent over laughing with Lily. Haruheim giggled into her maiden robes while Mikoto chuckled. Even Ryuu cracked a smile. The other 2 new members caught on to the joke quick enough. Soon Elwyn and Ottoheim had joined Welf and Lily, howling with laughter. Hestia Familia's poor captain was not as amused. That is not my family. They're called Almurej, and they are very dangerous, exclaimed the young, red-faced captain. It did not matter who it was, they all made the same joke about the bunnies and the rabbit foot. After Hestia Familia had their fill of laughter, they resumed their journey through the dungeon. Every once in a while, they ran into minotaurs. Bell made a particular point of taking the bull beasts on. He imagined it was his greatest rival every time he did. It took a couple of hours before they reached floor 18. They took a light break then, eating an early lunch in the woods by a river. It was during their break that Bell started feeling eyes watching him. He looked around, but he saw nothing. Urashima and Ottoheim were the next to feel eyes on the party. Both used to be stalked from their political intrigue days. One by one, the rest of the Hestia Familia felt similar sets of eyes on them. They ignored the Watchers for the time being and instead chose to press onward. Bell had a feeling that the Watchers were not hostile. It was then that they made their way into the great tree labyrinth. The party's formation shifted slightly then. Welf moved back due to his lack of abnormal resistance ability, while Mikoto and Bell moved forward. Something curious happened then, and it made Ottoheim very happy. This time around, Urashima was the one getting distracted in the dungeon. All the beautiful species of plants had him mesmerized, which left him vulnerable to monsters. This meant that it was Ottoheim's turn to watch his back. Her bicento verily vibrated with the joy she felt. Even when Lily scolded Urashima for getting distracted and picking flowers, Ottoheim always added to the end of the scolding that she was happy to watch his back. Ottoheim also commented that he was so cute with his flower picking. Urashima was a dark red for most of the trip. They slowed down a lot in the tree labyrinth. Lily wanted to make sure that everyone understood the dangers that they faced. Eventually, Elwyn had to step forward as a pack of bugbears surprised their rearguard. While Ryuu faced them down, Elwyn started to chant. Great sea goat, strong and resolute, I do beseech thee to lend me thine strength. Rush forward to create a path for my allies and part my enemies. I name thee Capricorn, Eridesu Iru. His magic took the form of a shining horned goat that ran forward, battering aside their enemies. The spell staggered the bugbears, allowing Mikoto and Urashima to slip back and assist Ryuu. Between their swords and knives, they had the monsters destroyed in minutes. In the front, Ottoheim and Belle were taking care of a swarm of mad beetles when Welf ordered them out of the way. "Kazuchi!" screamed the smith, swinging his magic sword down. The hallway was engulfed in flames, and the monsters were obliterated. In the aftermath of the battle, the party had stopped to rest. Haruheim bustled about handing out potions, while Lily went to work on the monster corpses. The Prum was quick with her hands as she cut open monsters to retrieve their stones. Also, Belle was adventuring with them, which meant a bounty of drop items. "The monsters certainly attack more down here," commented Elwyn. Urashima grunted in agreement. "This is the first true test for you as adventurers. Down here, your brain and spatial awareness become as important as your status," replied Ryuu. Serving as the rearguard, she had seen little action, but the battle with the bugbears was a good reminder that she was still a top-tier adventurer with more experience than the rest of them put together. "It's not just that they attack more, but there's a lot of status effects too," added Ottoheim. "I can see why abnormal resistance is important down here. Do we have enough antidote for today and tomorrow?" Lily nodded, a smug grin on her face. "But of course, Lily is always one step ahead of the program. Not only do we have Miss Naza's special poison-curing potions, but we have also brought Mr. Urashima's potion toolkit." Ottoheim started smiling. "Oh, then we'll be okay." "Lady Ottoheim, your trust is misguided," replied Urashima. "And you need more confidence, Sir Urashima," added Mikoto. Welf nodded in agreement. While the others kept talking, Belle walked off by himself. He was looking down the tunnel, the familiar presence of being watched still hanging in the air. Haruheim walked up to join them. "You have been feeling it as well, Master Belle." Belle nodded. "I think we both know who's watching us," added Haruheim. Belle nodded but made a point of not looking Haruheim in the eye. He changed that when he felt her tail wrap around his arm. He looked to her face to find her smiling. "I'm sure they're doing fine. In fact, I'm sure we'll see how they're doing faster than we expect." Belle sighed. "I hope you're right, Haruheim." Haruheim gave Belle a knowing grin. "Have a little faith in me, please, Master Belle." Sometimes Belle was reminded that there were other ways to grow than just through martial prowess. Haruheim had gained a lot of confidence in the past year. Going home seemed to help her break the last chains of her past. They rejoined their familia to find everyone in a joking argument. They melted into the conversation like they hadn't just had their own separate discussion. It was only a couple minutes after that Hestia familia resumed their march to floor 24. They ran afoul of a bloody hive at one point and had to pause again to clean the mucus off. Urashima worried about what it would do to his weapons. Then they came face to face with a stampede of battle boars. Ottoheim took the opportunity to let loose and use her full potential. Urashima joined in with his daggers, cutting monsters in half as they came. When they reached floor 22, a gang of ogres attacked. Ryuu whipped forward, slamming her wooden blade into her enemies. With her enhanced strength, her sword crushed lungs and blew in skulls. Welf rushed to complement her with his magic blade. His flames were pinpoint, hitting the spaces that Ryuu couldn't reach. Their time together in the kingdom of magic and their bond as the older sibling figures of the familia had forged a strong friendship between them. Ryuu was quite proud of the fact that she had become friends with a Krazo of all people. After those constant battles, there was a lull in combat. That only made the group more nervous. When they reached the room right before the staircase down to floor 24, they came face to face with the reason for the eerie silence. A green dragon was hunched in the middle of the room. When it breathed, smoke poured out of its nose. The moss-covered walls were singed by the heat that it gave off. Hestia familia stood around in shock at their misfortune. This beast had the potential of a level 4 adventurer. It was not that the dragon was a dangerous opponent, but it was unlikely that the familia would escape unscathed. They had been trying to avoid a severe injury all day, but that plan had to be scrapped. Before Lily could issue a battle formation, Ottoheim lost it. The ex-princess loosed a shrieking battle cry as she launched herself at the monster. People shouted for her to back off, but she didn't hear them. All she heard was the blood pounding in her ears. Her bicent carved deadly arcs as it laid into the dragon. Gouge marks began appearing on the dragon, blood dripping onto the floor. However, Ottoheim did not escape harm. She earned a deep cut on her right arm for her efforts, claw marks across her abdomen, and a chunk of flesh missing from her left shoulder. Urashima was about to jump in when Lily started barking orders. "Miss Ryuu, Master Bell, Mr. Urashima, please deal with the approaching gun libellula," she said. Urashima looked back to find a swarm of large dragonfly-like creatures buzzing towards them. Only Ryuu, Bell, and Urashima stood a chance of fighting back with that kind of speed. As Urashima ducked towards the insects, he heard Lily begin issuing more orders. "Miss Mikoto, begin magic chanting, focus on the beast in front. That dragon is not allowed to take off. Mr. Welf, support Lady Ottoheim with your magic swords. Lady Haruheim, please begin casting magic for Lily, Miss Mikoto, Mr. Urashima, Mr. Welf, and Mr. Elwin. Mr. Elwin, you will be protecting Lily and Lady Haruheim. Does everyone understand?" "Understood," came the cries of the familia. Like a well-oiled machine, they came together and fought as one. Haruheim and Mikoto began chanting, while Elwin took up a defensive position in front of the two supporters. Welf started unloading his magic sword whenever he saw the dragon begin to breathe fire. Since his new magic blades took their power from his magic status, he could feel his mind drain quickly. Trying to match the flames of a dragon required a lot of magical energy. Urashima joined battle with Ryuu and Bell. His moves melded with the boy and the elves. His daggers created a tempest of death as he whirled and sliced. His arms grew heavy under the strain of so much combat, but these hands that he detested were able to bear the brunt of many attacks. He also knew that whatever he lacked, Ryuu and Bell would be there to support him. While this familia appeared to work together perfectly, there was one problem. Ottoheim was lost in her rage against the dragon. It was a dragon that had ruined her life. These beasts were cruel and wild animals. Ottoheim despised these types of creatures. She did not notice the rest of her familia finish their battles. Haruheim's level-boosting magic helped her familia make quick work of the dragonflies, and Mikoto's magic quickly restricted the green dragon. The beast had been pinned, dead for 100 heartbeats. Ottoheim overlooked that, though. Her only thought was to beat in the dragon's skull, again and again. A dragon had ruined her life before. She would not let a dragon do it again. She kept stabbing and only stopped when someone had grabbed her shoulders. She whirled around to find Urashima holding her steady. Ottoheim felt tears start to fall and grappled herself into Urashima's chest, saying that she hated dragons and that a dragon ruined her life. While Urashima led her off to the side to calm her down, the rest of the familia gathered to make sure there were no more monsters. That did not stop them from looking over to their beloved princess, though. "Hey, when she says a dragon ruined her life, you don't think?" asked Welf. Lily nodded. "Lily thinks that's exactly what she means." Ryuu sighed. "That poor girl, I sympathize with her." Bell nodded. "Maybe so, but I don't want anyone bringing it up right now." "Lily, I think Ottoheim should take up Elwin's position for the rest of the day." Lily agrees with Master Bell. "Mr. Elwin, please move up to join Welf in support. Miss Mikoto, you are to join the vanguard with Mr. Urashima," said Lily. Ryuu shook her head. "I do not think that Urashima will want to separate from Lady Ottoheim for a while now." "No, that is okay. However, I do agree that Lady Ottoheim should pull back," replied Urashima. Ottoheim trailed behind him, holding her shoulders. Her body was trembling. Ottoheim mumbled out an apology, but no one held her actions against her. They knew her past. The rest of the familia just pulled their gear together and went further into the dungeon. Thankfully, there were no other significant hurdles when they reached the 24th floor. Eventually, they came to the same room they had used on their first expedition over a year ago. As they made camp, tasks were split equally among the lot of them. Mikoto got to work on making dinner, Haruheim and Lily started checking on everyone's wounds, Welf put up tents, and Ryuu started cutting moss from the walls. Ottoheim was still catatonic, so she sat alone. Urashima took up a position near her, mixing ingredients for a calming potion and some antidotes. That left Elwin and Bell to guard the entrance to their camp. "How are you doing, Elwin?" asked Bell. Elwin shrugged. "Can't complain, really. I mean, things are going a little slower than I liked, but that's to be expected right now. I mean, I still haven't worked up the courage to talk to you know who." Bell nodded. "I know, but, well," Bell struggled to find the words that a captain should know. Elwin chuckled. "I know. We'll be working with Loki Familia soon, so I'll be running into her a fair amount." The half-elf shrugged. "I'll be okay." Elwin played with the cap that covered his hair a bit more before returning to the rest of the familia to help Welf. Eventually, Mikoto called for dinner. Ryuu swapped places with Belle, and he was able to sit down and eat. They made idle chatter, and Ottoheim came back to them. Soon, she was back to her usual chipper attitude. After dinner, Hestia Familia settled in for bed. Mikoto and Haruheim were on guard duty when they finally got the meeting Haruheim had been expecting. It only took a couple of seconds, but the poor fox girl had been knocked over by a body in a cloak. The Renard felt hot tears rub against her cheek and heard the flapping of wings. Haruheim, Haruheim. Ween just kept repeating her name over and over again. In response, Haruheim grappled with the Vuiver, unable to speak. Then a rumbling laugh came down the tunnel, and a lizardman wearing the armor of an adventurer came with it. The rest of the familia was up quickly, weapons in hand. Their battle stances didn't last long before Bell put away his knife. Then he was running at the lizardman. They came together with clasped hands. Bellichi. Lid. The adventurer and the monster laughed together, and more Xenos came through the tunnel. There was Let the Goblin, who bounded over to chat with Welf and Lily. Fia the Harpy reunited with her former dance partner, Mikoto, and talked her ear off about the previous year. Finally, a skeleton in a black robe came through the tunnel. Bell Cranel has returned, said Fells. Though he didn't have a face, it just felt like he was smiling. Ryuu and the new members stood around awkwardly. They weren't entirely comfortable with the Xenos yet, but that didn't stop the monsters from bringing them into the conversation. Thankfully, Ottoheim was Ottoheim. She empathized with these monster people. The ex-princess was quick to make friends with the Xenos. Urashima followed, and eventually, even Elwin and Ryuu were drawn into the celebration. They settled into a circle and restarted the fire. Everyone had ale in their hands, or claws, as the Xenos explained what had been going on. "So you were watching us," exclaimed Belle. Replied Ween, who had latched onto Belle's arm deep in cuddling mode. "We wanted to say hi earlier, but Fells kept telling us to wait." The dragon girl pouted at the skeleton. "Hey, I told you that I thought it was a bad idea. I could feel it in my bones." That got a groan from almost everyone. Except for Elwin, he laughed at every one of Fells's jokes. The two were sure to become fast friends. "Fells advised us to wait until nightfall to say hi, so here we are," added Lid. "Mr. Lid, I was wondering, how are things going right now? What's the situation been like since Freya Familia?" asked Ryuu. Lid scratched the back of his lizard head. "Well, Ryumichi, we've rebuilt what we can, but things have gotten difficult down here." "Ryumichi? What do you mean things have gotten difficult?" asked Belle in the confused elf's place. "New Xenos have appeared, and they're unhappy to say the least," replied Lid. "Anything we can do to help?" asked Belle. Lid shook his head. "For now, no. This is a Xenos problem, and we must try and fix it ourselves. Besides, it's always like this with new Xenos. They're young, and they still have to learn what it means to live down here." "How do you usually deal with your new recruits?" asked Welf. "Well, Grows usually dealt with them," replied Lid. An awkward silence settled on the group. The party mood vanished. Ween saw that Belle grew melancholic and gave his arm a squeeze. When no one had spoken for several minutes, Urashima decided that was enough. He hated silence. He had grown up with the damn thing. He was done with it. "So, these new Xenos are angry about adventurers. Because of what happened. So, I'm guessing that if we joined the situation, things would get much worse," asked Urashima. "That's right, Urashiki," replied Lid, "but enough about all that depressing stuff. Let's talk about what's been happening with you guys." After that, conversations split into groups. Eventually, Belle found himself talking with Fells and Ween. Ween was there mostly because she refused to let go of Belle. She had gotten stronger in the last year, her grip was almost crushing, and Belle knew that he was gonna have a set of bruises tomorrow morning. Belle asked the question that had been on his mind since he had gotten back. "Fells, why did you make those level-up orbs?" The skeleton chuckled. "Well, for the most part, it's because of Freya." "I hate Freya," proclaimed Ween. Fells nodded. "We all do, which is why I worked so hard to make those things." Ween brightened. Yeah, Belle, look at this." Ween brought her arm up to show some sort of band that glowed. "This thing harvests Exilia from monsters." Fells nodded. A one-of-a-kind device of my own making. There was a hint of pride in his voice. This is the instrument that harvests excelia from monsters from their magic stones. Hooked up to the Xenos, it works to compress their strength and magic. Then, after months of pressure, the compressed excelia hardens into the level-up orbs. The adventurers just have to swallow the things, like an egg. Is it dangerous for them? Asked Belle. Who, the adventurers or the Xenos? Replied Fells. Both. For the adventurers, only if they take more than one. Which is why we banned winners from re-entering the tournament, explained Fells. What happens if they take more than one? Fells brought his finger bones to his skull. Well, the working theory is that they would burn up from the inside. They'd probably end up looking a lot like me. Belle paled. Any other side effects to know about? Nothing worth mentioning, but remember, in your lifetime, you will only be able to take one. Well, not you, actually. You're too strong for them to work, replied Fells. Said Belle. The process to harvest excelia is too inefficient to work on anyone above level 4, and it's too powerful to work on anyone less than level 2. A level 1 would probably burn up as well, explained Fells. So what about for the Xenos? Asked Belle. Fells waved a hand. No problems whatsoever. These machines are 100% safe for Xenos. Actually, they can only be used by them. The skeleton held up a finger. That's part of the plan, actually. As Horario becomes accustomed to the orbs and grateful to their existence, they'll be more inclined to let the Xenos do as they please. Quite the beautiful business deal, no? The idea had been knocking around my skull for a while, actually. The real issue is how much it requires from me. I'm being worked to the bone. Belle allowed a pause of awkward silence to follow. Then he nodded and then looked at Ween. Ween, is it okay if I speak to Fells alone? Ween pouted but agreed. She left to go talk to Haruheim. Fells, has Freya been back down here yet? Asked Belle. Fells shook his head. After what she did, Uranus made it very clear that she was on thin ice. Her familia is still paying fines, working with restrictions and supervisions, and they aren't allowed past floor 34. Belle let out a breath of relief. And this thing with the new Xenos, how is that actually going? Is there anything I can do to help? Please, I'll do anything to help Fells. I have to make it up to them for bringing Freya down here. Belle's guilt was tremendous. The entire year he had been grappling with the fact that since the Xenos had hidden him, it had put them in the path of Freya familia and their hunt. Most nights, he woke up from nightmares of what they did to Groz and Ray. Belle Cranel, what happened to you was the result of mad deities and sycophantic followers. It was something that happened because of a dark obsession. What that monster of a goddess did was not your fault, and don't you dare think the Xenos blame you. Lyd, Ween, and many others are still proud of the fact that they were able to help you, said Fells. He opened his arms. If you are looking for something to do, get stronger. Get stronger so that you can beat that goddess of beauty. Get stronger so that you can help the Xenos realize their dreams. Belle nodded. I will, Fells, I promise. With that, the boy reaffirmed his dreams. Chapter 6. That night, the Xenos left soon after Belle and Fells's conversation. Hestia Familia had to wake up early the next day to have enough time to both explore the 24th floor and return home for dinner. The 24th didn't hold much excitement, though. There were the usual monsters, with the only difference being that they ran into a moss huge this time. The damn thing led them on a merry chase, and Welf was not happy to participate. The smith had things to do and materials to work with. He had finally made enough progress in his return to-do list that he had the time to work on Ottoheim's new sword. He also hadn't gone to see Hephaestus yet. That was only partially because of the work, though really, he was a bit of a coward. However, he was confident enough in himself to admit that he was acting cowardly. When they finally defeated the Moss Huge, which was mostly possible through his magic swords, they started to make their way home at a quick pace. He was quite proud of the fact that his swords were saving the lives of his companions. He was also happy to see that the magic wind sword he had crafted for Ryuu was working as planned. Made from mithril, it functioned like other magic swords and allowed her to use her mind for the wind magic, just like his Kazuchi. She was already a powerful mage, so pouring even a little bit of her mind into the blade gave incredible magical ability. When they paused for lunch on floor 20, he went to check on her and her weaponry. So Ryuu, how's the blade holding up? Asked the smith. Ryuu nodded, a tiny smile gracing her features. It's quite the beautiful blade, and it works wonders. It's nice to not have to worry about a magic blade breaking or to worry about the time it takes to chant my magic. Ryuu smirked then. I'll admit, though, as an elf, it's strange to use a Krazo blade. Welf snorted, ain't that the truth? I imagine if we really did start working with low-key familia, you'd turn a couple heads to say the least. Ryuu shrugged, if they have a problem, then it's theirs. If using this blade means keeping all of you safe, then I'd use it 1,000 times. That got Welf to smile. I got to say, I like the sound of that. Let me know if there's anything else I can do for you. How's the armor, by the way? That got Ryuu to lift her arms and examine them in the light of the cave moss. I'm not dead yet, so I imagine that means that it's working. Can't ask for much else. Welf nodded, like the attitude. Anything else you want to ask? Yeah, now that you've met them properly. What you think of the Xenos? Ryuu stopped talking then. Anyone who didn't know her would think she was refusing to answer. However, Welf had traveled with the elf. He knew that she was just taking her time and putting in enough thought for a proper answer. After a minute, Ryuu shrugged. Honestly, they're just like you guys said they would be. They seem like good people. Monsters. Creatures, I like them, said Ryuu. Welf nodded, happy to hear it. Knowing Belle, we're gonna come back here and help them later. Ryuu chuckled. Yes, Belle is quite heroic that way, isn't he? Oh, come on, you like that side of him, don't you? Ryuu turned scarlet then. Instead of responding, she stood up and started giving orders to begin their march to the surface. The rest of the party was confused by their vice-captain's sudden outburst of orders, except for Welf. Instead, the smith said, Man, she is way too easy. Regardless, the familia made their way back up through the dungeon. They worked quickly and efficiently, their moves becoming more in sync as they fought their way through the dungeon. They passed through the 18th floor with barely a hello to boars, and soon they were rushing up the upper floors. It took no time at all with their levels and skills. Coming back out into the daylight, the group split up to accomplish their tasks. Rather, that was the plan. As soon as they stepped into the guild lobby, a familiar voice called out for their captain. Bell Cranel. It was the captain of the Loki familia, the braver, Finn Deemney. The Prum strolled up to Hestia familia as calm as could be. He was by himself without a weapon. Not that it mattered, though. After the great battle in Knossos, the gods saw fit to recognize Finn's incredible role as the leader of the allied forces of Horario. For his bravery, tenacity, and leadership, he was granted a level up. Finn Deemney, the hero of the Prums, was a level 7. Mr. Finn, replied Bell. He hadn't seen the Prum since he had returned. In fact, besides the one moment on the wall, he hadn't seen anyone from Loki familia. He was stunned into silence. What can we do for you, Mr. Finn? Asked Lily. She noticed Belle's state and decided it was her job as his supporter to step in. Actually, the one I want to talk to is you, Lilaruka Ard. Would you be available for a conversation? I figured now that you're back, it would be a good chance for me to offer myself for marriage again, replied Finn. He said marriage, but Lily noticed the way his lips curled. She nodded to the Prum and gave her pack to Mikoto. Miss Mikoto, would you please go with Lady Haruheim to sell our magic stones? I have to go with Mr. Finn to review marriage proposals, said Lily. She walked away with the captain of Loki familia. Mikoto and Haruheim went to sell their stones, Belle went to talk to Aina, and Ryuu took the new members of the familia home. That left Welf with little to do. So, he decided to have that conversation that was long overdue. As Welf made his way to the home of arguably the city's wealthiest familia, he reflected on his time away. He had traveled under Lady Hephaestos' advice to study under the god of craftsmen, Ta, who taught him much. His work became more intricate, his creations gained complexity, and he learned a lot about the nature of magic weapons. The kingdom of Carrion, where Ta resided, was a great place of magic and science. Not only to Ta, but to Hecate and Iris, goddesses of magic. There were several other gods and goddesses, all focused on crafts and creation. Traveling with Ryuu was a good time as well. She had just become a member of their familia, which meant it was the perfect time to get to know each other. The elf was a treasure trove of stories and wildly loyal. She made good company. Welf was jerked out of his reminiscing, though, because he had arrived at his destination. The home of Hephaestos' familia towered over him, large and imposing. He walked inside and found a gaggle of smiths running back and forth. He had no idea who to talk to find Hephaestus, but then his least favorite smith saw him loitering in the lobby. "Welfie," cried out Tsubaki, "I was wondering when you'd finally get enough courage to come and visit." Tsubaki took his arm with her monster strength and dragged him through the house. Welf's former home was familiar but also frighteningly different. Furniture had been moved, people had joined, and the sounds of smiths at work had changed to his ears. Eventually, they came to the office at the top of the home. Welf could feel the intense heat of the forge from behind the door. Tsubaki walked up and gave it a knock. Before the goddess came to the door, Tsubaki nudged Welf. "She's been expecting you, you know. When you didn't show up for the first couple of weeks, she almost threw a fit. I had to bring in Hestia to talk to her. I swear, you almost brought on a major bout of depression with your cowardice," said Tsubaki. "Why are you telling me this?" replied Welf. "Just warning you for what comes next," said Tsubaki. The door cracked open, and Welf was face to face with his former goddess. A year away had not dulled her beauty, and Welf felt his breath hitch when he saw her. Her one good eye popped open when they made eye contact. She looked at Tsubaki, looked back at Welf, and then dragged the young man inside. Hephaestus shut the door before Tsubaki could come in. Before Welf could open his mouth, Hephaestus grabbed him by his shoulders. She crashed her lips to his. The kiss was ugly, but Welf felt the passion behind it. After holding him there for 10 seconds, she released him. Welf blinked a couple of times while Hephaestus returned to her desk. Her moves were jerky, as if she had more energy than she knew what to do with. She sat behind the desk, her face as red as her hair. She took a couple of deep breaths, working to bring down the adrenaline. After a minute, she finally seemed to compose herself. Welf was left standing around like a dying fish. "It is good to see you, Welf. I hope you'll excuse what just happened," said the goddess. "Excuse me, Lady Hephaestus, but what?" replied the smith. Hephaestus blushed. "I don't know what you're talking about." Even a thick head like Welf could read the room. Instead of trying to continue the conversation, he shook his and scratched the back of his neck. "All right, we can ignore that for now then. I don't have the time I want right now, so how about we continue this conversation a couple days from now? We can go get dinner," replied the smith. Hephaestus blushed even deeper in response and nodded. The two tried to have a normal conversation, but it obviously wasn't going to happen. After a particularly awkward silence, Welf told her he was leaving, and she nodded again. She didn't trust herself to speak. He left to go home. At the same time, Lily and Finn settled in at a cafe made especially for Prums. The small chairs and tables were perfect for the two of them. They sat across from each other, ordering tea and biscuits. Lily was apprehensive about spending money, but Finn said that he would foot the bill. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, and the one time that Lily tried to talk about what Finn really wanted to talk about, he raised his hand to pause. Apparently, they were waiting on someone else. Eventually, an Amazon came barging in to join them. She seemed distinctly out of place in the tiny space, but that didn't stop her. Lily recognized her as Thyone, one of Loki Familia's executives, and she didn't stop glaring at Lily. "I must apologize, but is there something wrong, Miss Thyone?" asked Lily. "Thyone, we talked about this," replied Finn. Immediately, Thyone pouted and nodded. Her glare relaxed, and she fidgeted in the two small chairs she was sitting in. Finn looked on fondly before turning back to Lily. "So, Miss Ard, I have to say it has been a long while. Let me start with an apology for what happened a year ago. All of us in Loki Familia feel awful about our part in what happened to your Familia and to the Xenos," said Finn, his face somber. His voice was stiff and formal in contrast, though. Before Lily could respond, Thyone added on, "We really are. I know the captain isn't great at sounding sincere, but I can tell you that we all feel awful about the Xenos. When we heard about Ray, she saved Finn's life," Thyone sighed. "What I'm trying to say is, and I know an apology doesn't cut it, but we're sorry." Her voice was much more sincere in intent. Lily didn't respond for a minute. She sat here in contemplative silence, looking down at the floor. Finally, she said, "Is that all you wanted to talk about, Mr. Finn? Worthless apologies?" The Prum was shaking. "We saw the Xenos last night in the dungeon. They're still recovering, all because you turned your back on us." "Not our choice," retorted Thyone. "That's on Ais." She obviously did not like anyone attacking her captain, even if she sympathized with Lily. Enough, Tyone, said Finn, voice firm. He breathed out, I'm not here for just apologies, I'm here to help. You're too smart to not have a plan, so what is it, and what can my familia do to help? Lily was taken back by the admission. She was partly relieved for the help and part angry that they only decided to help now after the worst damage had been done. No time for that, though. Lily had a family to protect. Well, for now, the plan is to buy time until we can get to a place of strength. We're trying to win that big tournament coming up to gain some reputation. Lily believes that if we stay too much in the public eye, Freya won't have a chance to attack us. Her reputation already hangs by a thread. Even the guild hasn't forgiven her yet. That said, we are also looking to form alliances with bigger familias. Lily knows that you aren't one to form plans in the daylight, but... Lily trailed off. I heard you're going on an expedition. Ais and Lefia are offering their services to go with you, replied Finn. I also think that Tyone and Tiona want to help you with your training for this tournament. Also, how about me and you start having regular meetings about what our familias can do to help each other? His list came quickly. It was rattled off so fast that Lily suspected he had practiced it beforehand. Lily didn't know how to respond to that, though. The amount of help that Finn was offering was almost overwhelming. Before she could react, Finn spoke up again. The reputation idea wasn't a bad one, but it would only work with a goddess that isn't Freya. She has never cared about her reputation. The only reason she hasn't attacked yet is because of her whims. You need to get stronger now. Lily nodded. Thank God that the braver was here and could help her familia make a proper plan. She had been struggling on her own. Lily and Finn set to work, making plans for what to do next. Tyone chimed in, helping by offering a more down-to-earth view of things. Many projects were set to work, and overall it was quite a pleasant way to spend the day for Lily. When she wasn't trying to glare a hole through her head, Tyone was good company. After a couple of hours had passed, the three of them retired for the day. They left to go home to their respective familias. When Lily got home, she found her familia taking a break post-expedition. Hestia hadn't finished work yet, but the rest were having fun. Welf and Urashima were sketching out weapon ideas, mostly creating totally unrealistic and impractical monstrosities. They were having a good laugh, though. Otoheim was playing shogi with Mikoto while Haruheim watched. Elwyn and Ryuu were deep in conversation about magic, and Belle was trying to start a fire. Lily went over to Belle, thinking that he deserved to know about her meeting with Finn first. She knelt down to him and helped get the logs in order. They worked in silence, not needing to communicate. Eventually, he got the fire started with a light fireball, and the two of them left for the office. Ryuu peeled off to join them, understanding the importance of the matter. The three of them took seats in the office, Lily behind the desk, Belle in the chair in front, and Ryuu leaning against the wall. Lily took out their finance books so she could work while they talked. They had made a fair chunk of volleys over the last 3 weeks, but they would need to save it all for this big expedition they were planning. Especially if the Sword Princess and Thousand Elf were joining them. Good news! Mr. Finn is looking to set up a direct alliance between Hestia Familia and Loki Familia. He offered the services of Miss Tiona and Miss Tyone to help train us. Lily looked to Ryuu. I told him that their time would be best spent with Miss Mikoto and Mr. Urashima. Ryuu nodded. Understood, they can have Mikoto in the evenings. I still want her training with me and the hostess of fertility girls in the morning. Urashima can join her. What else? Lily smiled. Mr. Finn offered to personally train me in the art of war and strategy. I'm going to begin taking meetings with him. Also, he suggested we scrap the reputation plan. It's more important that we focus on getting stronger. That said, nothing changes for this tournament. Belle nodded, understood. I'll have to tell Mr. Finn how grateful I am. Did he mention anyone else? Lily knew exactly what he was asking. He had been jostling his leg since the meeting began. She decided to put the poor boy at ease. Miss Ais and Miss Lefia both volunteered to come with us on our upcoming expedition. Adding them with the members from Mayach Familia, Take Mikazuchi Familia, and Miss Aisha, who is probably going to force her way in, and we have quite the fighting force. Ryuu smirked at the remark, but Belle did not seem so happy about the circumstances. That surprised Lily. She thought that Belle would be delighted at the chance to work with his idol. Before she could pursue that line of thought any further, Hestia poked her head in. Time for status updates, you three. I'm doing Otoheim first, but then the rest of you. "Little Miss Supporter, you can go last and fill me in on what you were discussing," said Hestia before ducking back outside. The others followed her to line up outside her room. Ottoheim was practically bouncing next to the door. It was her first status update in Horario. Right behind her was Urashima and Elwyn, also visibly excited. Hestia walked inside, and Ottoheim followed. Before the door shut, there was an audible thunk and a yelp from Ottoheim. "That's what you get for charging a green dragon without backup," came the voice of the goddess. Apparently, she had heard about that. A couple minutes later, Ottoheim came bouncing out of the room, waving her status sheet around. 75 points. I went up by a whole 75 points. Urashima and Elwyn stood there slack-jawed. Growing up outside Horario, they were used to slow, meticulous growth. To hear of someone growing by that much did not make sense to them. That said, Ottoheim, in particular, was because she was always throwing herself into the way of danger. One by one, the other members went through. Urashima and Welf had similar results, and Elwyn had grown the same over 3 works. Haruheim was lower because of the supporter role. Ryuu had almost none because the monsters they had been facing did nothing for a level 5 adventurer. The last 3 were Mikoto, Belle, and Lily. Mikoto went inside next. There was a minute of quiet before both women inside let out screams of surprise. Mikoto walked out her face in shock. What is it?" asked Ottoheim. Mikoto handed her paper over. "Mikoto Yamato. Level 2. Strength, C769, 799 Defense. C751, 781 Dexterity. B850, 880 Agility. C771, 796 Magic. E538, 548 Abnormal Resistance. G. Holy shit, Mikoto went up by 125, said Welf. "In 3 weeks, no way," replied Urashima. Ryuu tilted her head. "She has been fighting adventurers double her level for weeks now. It makes sense to me." Welf scratched his head. "Still though, these are the kind of numbers I'd expect from Belle." "Does Captain Belle usually grow a lot?" asked Ottoheim, switching to a teasing honorific. Belle didn't take the bait. The old members all nodded. Hestia waved Belle inside and gave him his status update. When he came out, though, "Only 75 points of growth. That's only as much as the rest of us, though," said Welf, thinking about Belle's expected growth. "Still much more than me, though," replied Ryuu, the other level 5. Hestia stood at the door. "Hey, why don't you lot go and celebrate the mini-expedition's success at the hostess tonight?" She tossed a bag of volleys over. "Consider it a treat from your wonderful goddess. Me and Miss Supporter will catch up when we're done." Hestia walked back into her room, and Lily followed. She didn't bother lifting her shirt up, though. The first order of business wasn't actually updating her status. Lily takes it that Master Belle's skill still isn't working. Hestia sighed. "No, it's not. I thought that he had patched things up with Wallenwhatcher-face, but I think he's still hurting." The Sword Princess's betrayal ran deep, and Lily agrees with the skill. Master Belle shouldn't trust her anymore. Hestia leveled a look at the tiny prum. "You're one to talk about betraying Belle. How did you two meet again?" Lily didn't have a response to that one. Instead, she dodged the question, "Do you think he'll be okay?" Hestia shrugged. "I'll try and talk to him, but in the end, I don't want to force him into forgiveness. That's not how it works. He has to want this. I won't be like Hermes." Lily swallowed before saying, "Lily hates to be the one to say it, but we need Master Belle to keep growing. If he doesn't get any stronger soon, then Lady Freya will destroy us, Loki Familia or not." Hestia outright glared at Lily. "I will not force Belle to forgive Ais Wallenstein. If he falls out of love, that's his choice, but I will not force him to that decision. If he's forced to forgive, then it's worthless." Hestia stopped glaring, tears forming in her eyes. "More importantly, he's my child. You don't think I see his pain every day? I wish I could do more, but I have to let Belle has to fix this himself." Lily nodded. Lily apologizes for her statement. Lily is just trying to make sure Goddess Hestia understands our situation. That said, Lily does have good news. Lily explained her meeting with Finn. By the end of it, Hestia was scowling. "Great, now I'm gonna end up owing that flat-chested goddess." Then Hestia sighed. "I guess it's for the best, though. If Belle doesn't find a way to work through his feelings, Finn is our best bet against Otter." Lily tilted her head. Has it really been a year of Lyris Freese not working? Hestia nodded. A little over a year now, actually. The dam skill is fueled by his feelings for the sword princess, and if he can't figure out how he feels, the skill can't get to work. Hestia stood up and threw back on her shawl. No matter. Sad thoughts for different times. Now let's go get drunk with our familia. Goddess Hestia, you didn't update my status, cried out the prum. The goddess retorted that she would do it later, and the two bickered all the way to the pub. When they arrived, they heard arguing from the inside. They walked in to find their half-elf mage shouting at a poor lonely bard. And I'm telling you, you pompous, self-absorbed, music-familiar reject, stop playing that melancholy shit, screamed Elwyn, wagging a finger at Dixon. It ain't art, and it sure as shit doesn't make you sound any better. Whatever happened to a good old-fashioned drinking song, huh? The half-elf's face was an inch away from Dixon's. You ask me, a learned artist, to debase himself with your frivolous debauchery. One wouldn't think you had elven blood running through your veins, replied Dixon, just as red in the face as his opponent. The rest of the pub was clearly amused by the turn of events. Even Mamma Mia was watching the spectacle in delight. The rest of Hestia Familia sat around the table in varying degrees of embarrassment. Except for Ottoheim, she was enjoying the food too much to notice. Eventually, Dixon gave up. Fine then, if you don't like my art, then you play the music. Dixon thrust his lute at Elwyn. Gladly. Elwyn took the lute and set it to make sure the pegs were in the right place. When everything was set up, the half-elf gave a roguish grin before launching into song. When I was young and in my prime, and could wander wild and free, there was always a longing in my mind to follow the call of the sea. It was an old drinking song from his time with Hecate Familia. His current familia was just as familiar with it and soon joined in. The mage was skilled and had a clear voice. He also very much enjoyed what he sang. His enthusiasm was infectious, and soon the whole pub was up and singing with him. The waitresses were dancing together, and adventurers pounded on their tables while swinging their ale. Even Mamma Mia got in on the fun, grabbing a reluctant Ryuu and taking her for a dance. When the song ended, a call went up for another. A whole hour passed this way, Elwyn singing, waitresses dancing, and adventurers having much too much drink. When the night got later, though, some extraordinary guests arrived. Hey there, everybody. Tiona popped in, her sister not far behind. The rest of the low-key Familia executives followed suit. They all took the state of the bar in with a single look. At the center of it, all were some old acquaintances and new allies. The top-tier adventurers walked to the table, inviting themselves to sit. Loki was first, sauntering up to her old rival. Well, 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 if it isn't itty-bitty, said Loki. It took a second for Hestia to register that Loki was talking to her. Eventually, she looked up from the table and pointed at Loki before giggling. Then she said, "Haha, Loki, no bits," before promptly passing out at the table. Loki raged and made to smack the goddess around a bit before Bite and Tione dragged her off to the bar. Gareth followed while he laughed. The rest of Loki Familia settled at the table. Finn started chatting with Lily, making plans for the future. Tiona and Ottoheim quickly decided that they were each other's missing half of the brain, that is. Urashima was left alone to manage the two, while Welf laughed from the sidelines. Ryuu had been taken to the side by Helen/Sir. The two were deep in conversation. There might have been tears involved. That left Ais, Belle, Lefia, Riveria, and Elwyn. Elwyn's voice had grown hoarse, and he had given the lute back to Dixon. When he returned to the table, he noticed Riveria and Lefia, and his eyes bugged out. Ais tugged on Belle's sleeve, who had managed to stay mostly sober before gesturing outside. Belle looked nervous, but he nodded all the same. The two left, leaving Elwyn with two famous elves. Riveria broke the silence. "So you are the new mage?" Elwyn nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Lefia coughed before asking, "So, what magic do you use?" "Oh well, Elwyn was nervous but definitely wanted to impress. "I use star sign spells." Lefia tilted her head. "What are those?" "My magic cycles through 12 spells, each pertaining to a different star sign," replied Elwyn. He always hated talking about his magic. They always said the same thing. "Oh, I don't think I've ever heard of an elven magic like that," replied Lefia. "It ain't elvish, so that's why," bit out Elwyn. Lefia shrunk away from his outburst. Riveria narrowed her eyes. "Now, that was rude. I'm sure we'll all be working together soon, so we should all try to get along, said the high elf. Elwyn snorted. Yeah, figured you'd say something like that. The half-elf found his nervousness to be disappearing. Something much uglier was taking its place. He knew things would be complicated, but now that he was here, he was all twisted up. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Riveria, also growing quite annoyed with this conversation. Nothing that you'd care about, Your Highness, replied Elwyn, his voice dripping malice. The ordinarily calm Riveria was blinking in surprise. Before she could respond, Leffia slammed her hands on the table. Lady Riveria is royalty, in fact, and I do not appreciate the way you are treating her. She is the daughter of our king. Elwyn stood to match the little elf girl. Your king, not mine. Elwyn snorted. Besides, you don't think I didn't already know that. Like I already didn't know everything there is to know about the great Nine Hells Riveria. The hair's a bit of a giveaway, ain't it? Elwyn's human accent kept getting stronger. Now there were 3 factors at work at the moment, each making the situation worse. The first was that Elwyn was hammered. Even though he drank less than the rest, it was still a considerable amount. His inhibitions had disappeared a long time ago. The second was that he had emotions that he had long repressed, bubbling to the surface. None of them were pleasant. Finally, he had not secured his cap as tightly as usual, which meant that it was coming loose in the mess. Elwyn was one step from disaster before a friend stepped in. Hey there, pal, why don't we get you some food, huh? Asked Welf, very sober now. This was not a conversation that should happen drunk. As the two walked away, Leffia and Riveria were left in silence. Ryuu was quick to swoop in and smooth things over. She had apologized to Helun when she saw what was happening, but her priorities had changed. I apologize, Lady Riveria. My fellow Familia member is usually not so rude. He has had a difficult childhood, said the vice-captain. Leffia stepped back, suddenly very abashed, and tried to remember her manners before asking, what happened? Ryuu looked down. He was born a half-elf, but he's only ever known his human mother. His father made it very clear that he'd rather not have him at all. Riveria let out a humorless chuckle. Not the finest moment for the great elven race, is it? Ryuu gave a sheepish nod. Then Riveria asked a question she shouldn't have. Why is he wearing that cap? We're inside. Not to mention, but that Krazo boy was quick to try and pull it down. Is he disfigured on his head? Ryuu fidgeted in her seat, clearly uncomfortable. On the one hand was her loyalty to her race. If a high elf asked, she felt compelled to answer. On the other hand, it was her duty to her familia. She was saved a decision by Hestia returning to semi-consciousness. Elwyn hides his hair because it's full of secrets. Heh, said the tiny goddess before passing out again. Riveria nodded. I see then she looked around the bar. I think I'm going to bed now. Thank you for your time. Riveria left then, hoping to catch a good night's sleep. Something about the mage had left her deeply disturbed. When Elwyn returned, he let out a deep breath of relief, then he grew red in the face. He looked at Leffia. I'm sorry about that. You don't deserve that, especially with how you're helping us out. Leffia shook her head. It's no problem. Sometimes we all have a bit too much to drink. I might be a bit guilty of that myself. The half-elf sat next to the full blood and started answering questions about his particular magic. Wait, so you have access to 12 spells? Yes, but not all at once. They rotate through my spell slots with every status update. I get them regularly from Goddess Hestia to make sure I'm properly equipped for the dungeon. Leffia's jaw dropped. That's incredible, Mr. Elwyn. Elwyn snorted before leveling a look over the rim of his glasses. Says the little lady with access to every elf spell there is. What do they call you again? The 1000 Elf. It was Leffia's turn to blush. Well, I'm still not nearly as skilled as Lady Riveria. Elwyn grunted. I understand the feeling. I'm still chasing after the captain of my last familia. That woman was a monster. Elwyn paused. So, I hear you like to play tag with our captain. Now Leffia was red in the face from her rage. That scoundrel was trying to get a look at Miss Ais. His behavior was deplorable. Wow, you are one emotional little elf, ain't ya? What's that supposed to mean? That the stick ain't so far lodged up your ass as it is her royal highness. Leffia gasped. How dare you speak like that about Lady Riveria? Do you understand the level of disrespect you have brought? I will not tolerate this. Elwyn smiled. I'm only teasing. You sure to make some cute faces when you're angry, though. Lefia blushed even deeper. I do not know what you're talking about. Besides, speaking of Lady Riveria like that at all is horrible. Listen, I know I just seem unconventional, but I'm really not an elf. I've had enough people tell me to know. I don't view Lady Riveria the same way you do. I won't insult her no more, but don't expect to get down on my knees and bow, explained Elwyn. Lefia gave a timid nod before offering her hand to shake. Elwyn took it with vigor. The two then began chatting about the upcoming expedition that Lefia had been volunteered for. Not much later, Ryuu decided it was time to stumble home. Before leaving, Mikoto and Urashima arranged their training with the Amazon sisters, while Lily and Finn planned their first lessons. Welf shrugged Hestia onto his back while Ottoheim hopped onto Urashima's. Haruheim was also carried. The poor Renard had entirely too much to drink, so Mikoto was stuck carrying her home bridal style. Elwyn had sobered up since earlier and began making his way home with the rest of his familia. All except one, that is. Belle Cranel was still out, strolling through the city. Ais walked with him in silence. They had already discussed the alliance and how grateful Belle was, but the conversation had petered off after that. Ais bemoaned her inability to have a normal conversation while Belle was still trying to process his complicated knot of feelings. He had thought that he had worked through all of this when they first reunited, but something panged his heart every time he looked at his idol. You're allowed to still be angry at me, said Ais eventually. Belle was shocked. Was he really that easy to read? I hurt you, and I think I'm finally starting to understand that. Riveria's been talking to me too. She's been helping me realize what I did. Miss Ais, I'm not angry. Belle, please don't lie to me. To that, the boy had nothing to say, so Ais did the bravest thing she could and kept talking. It's okay to say that I hurt you and that I disappointed you. You can say you don't forgive me too. I haven't. I don't want you to forgive me either. Ais looked up then. They had both stopped walking a long time ago. At least I don't think I want you to. I feel like I want to earn it, the Sword Princess smiled then. I'm always so strange with you. When I'm around you, Belle, I feel things that I don't ever feel. I don't feel them around Riveria or Tiona or Lefia. I only feel these things when I'm with you. And right now, those feelings are telling me that I need to earn your forgiveness. Ais, it's okay, really, replied Belle, scrambling for the right thing to say. Ais looked at him, then made a little O with her mouth. You need to do it too, then. Before Belle could respond, Ais asked another confusing question. Belle, are there any girls in your life? That one stunned Belle into silence. The only time that came to mind was the night when Ryuu had drank too much, but Belle wasn't enough of a fool to admit that. So instead, he lied through his teeth and shook his head. Ais seemed relieved. That left Belle totally confused. In the silence that followed, the two of them heard the Hestia familia drunkenly make their way down the streets. Ais jerked her head towards them. You should go. We should organize training soon, the girl blushed then, if you want. Yes, I do, said the boy, trying to convince himself. He ran down the street, hunting for his familia. Eventually, he found them back home. He saw Welf clamber into the forge, muttering something about sleeping near a good heat source. Lily had taken Hestia, an arm slung over the little Prum's shoulder, and supported the goddess to her room. When Hestia fell into bed, she took Lily with her. The Prum quickly gave in and drifted off in the embrace of her goddess. As Belle started walking to his room, he saw little snippets that warmed his heart. Mikoto had gently tucked Haruheim into her bed before taking her hand as she fell asleep. Elwyn had taken off his cap without bothering to put a cover on for the night. For the first time in months, his hair was free. The funniest was Ottoheim, though. She had pulled Urashima into bed, cuddling close. Urashima had no chance of escape. Ottoheim's level 4 strength kept him locked in place. When Belle got to his room, the only missing member of his familia was there. Ryuu was leaning against the wall, her cheeks a rosy red. Hello, Ryuu, you seem to be better off than the rest, said Belle with a smile. No, I'm drunk too, replied the elf, her words as unsteady as her feet. Helun told me I was before I left. I am at a specific level of drunk. Belle tilted his head, and what level would that be? Drunk enough to do this. Ryuu brought her lips to his in drunken fervor. The kiss lasted only a couple seconds, and then the elf was off walking back down the hall. That was the second time she had gotten drunk and kissed Belle. Just like last time, she probably would not remember. So, Belle resigned himself to never talking about it. With that, the boy was left utterly bewildered and resigned himself to the fate of never understanding what went through the minds of women. Chapter 7. Over the next week, the Loki-Familia alliance solidified. Lefia joined Elwyn, Haruheim, Ottoheim, and Ryuu on their daily trips to the dungeon. Meanwhile, Mikoto and Urashima started training with the Amazon twins in the evening. Lily began taking tactics lessons from Finn, and Welf was in talks to start making magic swords for Loki-Familia. These groupings were soon noticed by the rest of Horario. The public image of both familias rose, and people soon realized that interacting with one meant interacting with the other. The only question was, where was the sword princess or the rabbit foot? These were the questions on everybody's lips, for even Hestia and Loki, who were known to hate each other, had taken to going out on the town with their fellow gods and goddesses. Belle was worried because Ais kept dodging the question of when they would start training. She kept saying that there was business to take care of, but Belle was worried. He thought that they had moved past the awkwardness. He thought that they were finally going to try and work together again. Due to his worrying, he kept pestering the sword princess for when. Finally, Ais relented and agreed to set their first training session since Belle's return. It happened early in the morning like they used to do. Both of them were hoping to play at normalcy. Belle met Ais at the top of the wall surrounding Horario. She was standing with what seemed to be a picnic basket in hand. "I take it that's why you wanted me here before breakfast?" asked Belle, already starting to turn a faint shade of red. He had to remind himself that she didn't understand what this might mean for them as a couple of adventurers. Ais nodded before opening the basket and bringing out a blanket. She unfolded it and spread it out for the two of them to share. For breakfast, she had brought potato puffs, water, and that was about it. Belle gave a faint chuckle at Ais's single-mindedness, but Ais was quick to glare at him. She informed Belle that these were all the unique flavors he had missed in the past year. Apparently, that was why their training had to wait a week. She had not wanted to start until she found them all. For the first one, she made a particular point of offering to feed it to Belle. She was quite incessant about it, saying that Riveria said it was the best thing to do. After feeding Belle, she proceeded to take her own bite. This action was almost too much for Belle. The poor boy was about to pass out. "Miss Ais," Belle suddenly stopped talking when Ais glared at him. He coughed. "I mean, Ais," that got a small smile. "What were you planning for training?" The potato puffs were lovely, but he didn't want to waste the whole day. He had to become stronger, that was what mattered. "We should start with sparring. I need to see how much you've changed in the last year," replied Ais, speaking around a mouthful of potato puff. Riveria always said it was bad manners to do so, but Belle didn't seem to care. "You're not going to knock me out for lap pillows, are you?" Ais looked away. Instead of replying, she stood up and removed her sword from its sheath, laying it on the ground. She then twirled the sheath in lazy circles to loosen up. Belle joined her on his feet and began twirling his Hestia knife between his fingers. He had only come with one blade today since he forgot his other knife at home. The two of them took up ready positions across from each other, waiting for one to make a move. Belle took the initiative, going low with his body. His blade traced a tight arc, not to slash but to intercept the incoming sheath. He used his free hand to dart out and land a punch on Ais's abdomen. The sword princess grunted from the surprise attack. She had not expected Belle to fight so well. As they moved back and forth on the wall, she saw that he used his whole body more. He merged knife strikes with kicks and punches. There was more than that, though. It was like each of his strikes carried some sort of anger or resentment. He was a vicious storm. Belle was so good and so into the battle that Ais unconsciously rose up to meet his challenge. She started to forget that they were just sparring. Eventually, she revealed herself in all her might as the sword princess. She was the wind, and her sheath clubbed Belle over the head. He crumpled to the ground. After much time spent sparring, Ais had accomplished her objective. She had never said that she didn't want to give Belle a lap pillow. So, here was her precious bunny, passed out on the top of the wall, looking as cute as usual. She got down on her knees and slowly lifted his head onto her thighs. She started running a hand through his hair. It was as soft as she remembered. He had gotten so strong in the last year. There was only one thing that made her feel sad. the fact that he was so used to fighting other people. The way he punched and kicked, he was aiming for specific parts of the body. Belle should only have to face monsters in the dungeon. The fact that he had been forced out to fight people made Ais's heart break. That in itself was something else that she had to atone for. Looking down at her rabbit, she felt a feeling of deep, all-consuming sorrow for her actions. She hadn't known what Freya's promise would cost, but she hated herself for it. Eventually, she felt Belle stir. When he realized where he was, Belle tried to throw himself off her lap. Ais didn't like the idea of that, though, so she used the limits of her level 6 strength to hold down her bunny. "Belle," said the girl, "I want to talk. I want to tell you about everything that happened." That stopped Belle stirring. "What do you mean?" "About Freya, and why I had to promise not to help you." "Ais, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to," replied the boy. "I want to." "Oh, it's okay, what happened?" Ais kept her hand running through Belle's hair. It comforted her while she was trying to explain this harrowing incident. "To deal with that creature, Revis, I had to become stronger. You helped me realize that." Ais smiled then, remembering Belle's conviction atop the wall following the Xenos incident. Belle wasn't entirely sure who Revis was, but that wasn't important now. "Then what happened?" "I thought that, if I needed to get stronger, I had to train with the strongest." Belle squirmed his way out of Ais's grasp. He sat up straight, turning to face the Sword Princess. "Ais, you didn't." "I went to Otter. Freya said that if I wanted to train with him, I needed to owe her a favor. She had to promise that the favor wouldn't harm low-key Familia, but I never thought." "Ais," said Belle, his voice laced with disappointment. Ais felt her hands trembling. He didn't get it, though. She had to get stronger. "I have to get stronger, Belle." "But why with otters?" "To get stronger," Ais felt her voice rising. "Why go to Freya to get stronger?" replied Belle. Didn't she understand what she had cost him? "Because Otter's the strongest, and I need to be like him." "What is so important that you had to owe Freya a favor? Groz and Ray died because you thought you needed to get stronger." "I do need to get stronger." Ais felt herself getting closer. In her head, her need to be honest with Belle clashed with her past. Her heart had a tight grasp on her secrets. Why Ais? Belle had never thought he could get infuriated with Ais, but first, she had said that she wanted to talk, but now she wasn't speaking at all. "Isn't this what you wanted to talk about?" "I have to get stronger." Ais took a breath, her next words a whisper. "I have to get stronger to save her." All of Belle's anger melted and was replaced with confusion. Her, who's her? The boy saw how much the girl trembled, though, so despite that this was an argument. He reached out to grab her hands. "Ais, who do you need to save?" Ais sniffled. "I have to save Mother Belle. I need to get stronger to save Mother." "Ais, you're crying," replied Belle. Instinctively, he reached out to wipe her tears with his thumb. His usual anxiety and embarrassment vanished as he saw a girl crying in front of him. His hands were so warm. Despite Ais's selfish reasons for getting stronger, Belle's hands were still warm as they touched her face. She didn't deserve this, but a selfish part of her wanted him to stay there. She brought her own hands to cover his. "My mother was stolen, Belle, by the one-eyed black dragon, and I have to get stronger so I can save her. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to Otter, but the creature Revis, she knew my mother's name. She knew something." Then Ais told Belle something that she had only told Reveria. "I think my mother is in the dungeon somewhere. Somewhere deep, at the bottom maybe." Belle nodded. "Maybe. Fel said that something is at the bottom of the dungeon that can help the Xenos. Maybe it involves your mother." Ais tilted her head. "You're not angry at me." Belle stopped then, looking at the sky. "I think I still am, but now that I know. I think I can understand." A pause before. "Did I tell you about how Haruheim joined our Familia?" Ais shook her head. Belle sighed. She was once part of Ishtar Familia. They were going to sacrifice her for her magic. "I risked everything, the safety of my Familia, my life, and everything else. I was ready to risk it all just to save this girl I didn't know." "But no one died because of you," replied Ais. "But we almost did. Mikoto had to blow herself up to give us a chance. And before that, when I first met Mikoto, her Familia used mine to escape the dungeon. Welf and Lily almost died because of her choice, but I know now there is no one more loyal. And before that, Lily used me to make money. I almost died because she left me alone to die in the dungeon. People almost died with you, Belle. Not like with me. No one died because of you or your friends. Belle saw it then. He saw that Ais must have been feeling guilty, just like he was. Belle couldn't fault her desire, though. She was trying to save her mother. Except they did, Ais, replied Belle, surprised at his own boldness. Everyone keeps telling me that it was Freya who did it, but I'm the one she was after. If I wasn't with the Xenos, then they wouldn't have died. If I had just given myself up, my family wouldn't have been put in danger. If people say it isn't my fault, then maybe it's not your fault either. Ais had never dared to hope she would hear these words. She knew that she didn't deserve to listen to them. The girl tilted her head. Do you really mean that? Belle shook his head. I don't know. Everything that happened last year was a mess. I don't think I'm over it yet. But I think I can start to understand. I mean, I can't tell you how often my selfish actions have put people in danger. If everyone can keep forgiving me, why can't they forgive you? I only feel like you deserve a chance, though, just because you need to save your mother. Belle trailed off, now unsure of his own words. Ais sighed in relief. Good. You don't have to forgive me, Belle, but I want you to understand. My mother is out there, and I need to save her. This whole time, Ais was afraid Belle was going to just forgive her. She was worried his innocence would let her get away with what she had done. She still felt guilty for what had happened, but that was her reasoning, and Belle was willing to let her earn his forgiveness. That all said, though. Belle, I haven't forgiven you yet either, said Ais. Huh. Ais tried for what Tyone called a teasing smile. She had been practicing a lot. She said, You abandoned me, remember? You left me all alone for a whole year. It took a minute before Belle realized. She was joking. When he didn't react right away, Ais started to pout and ignore him. She had tried so hard to make her first joke, but her bunny wasn't responding. No, Ais, it was hilarious, I swear, replied Belle, trying to stop the anger of the Sword Princess. Then why didn't you laugh? I wasn't expecting it. I hope you're ready to start sparring again, replied Ais. Yeah. The two of them battled back and forth for hours. Eventually, lunchtime came, and they decided it was best to take a break. The two wandered through the city together, looking for something to eat. Eventually, they came to their favorite tried and true place, the potato puff stall. Unfortunately, today was not one of the days that Goddess Hestia was working, so they paid full price for their puffs and wandered Horario as they ate. There was still an unspoken tension. They still hadn't gotten back around talking about Ais's mom, but the conversation became a bit easier. When they returned to the top of the wall, Ais motioned for Belle to stop. Belle, you've been fighting well, but you need to relearn how to fight monsters. Belle tilted his head. What do you mean? Everything about your stance and technique right now is good for fighting people. Ais's eyes narrowed. There are no people in the dungeon, though. There are only monsters. If you continue to fight like you are right now, I don't know how long you'll be able to continue fighting. So what can I do? Replied Belle. He had never considered the fact that his fighting style might be off, but it made sense. This past year, he spent more time fighting bandits and brigands than actual monsters. Not to mention, but monsters outside Horario were nowhere nearly as strong as in the dungeon. He had grown lax around the dangerous beasts. Ais put her sword down, planted her feet wide, and spread her arms. I'm going to attack you, and you need to pretend that I'm a big monster from the dungeon. Belle tried to raise his knife up to attack, but then Ais let out a deep growl. Rather, she tried to let out a deep growl, but it was high-pitched and more of a mewling. Belle couldn't help it. He felt himself start giggling. Then his giggles turned into chuckles, which turned into full-on howling. Then he was grabbing his knees, howling with laughter. Ais was left standing, feeling confused. Then she pouted and felt very irritated that her bunny wasn't taking this seriously, so she knocked him out. There's no room for laughter in the dungeon, but there might be room for lap pillows. She put his head in her lap and started running a hand through his hair again. This was his fault for laughing at her, so she was going to exact revenge as she pleased. This day was probably the best day that Ais had spent all year. Her shoulders felt so much lighter, and the painful tension in her back was gone. It was like someone had removed a hot spike from her body that she had forgotten was there. She felt bad that she felt so good. There was still so much to atone for. However, she had talked with Belle, and she was going to work things out now. Looking down at him, though, something strange happened. Her heart was beating faster than usual. She felt like staring at Belle, and the word cute kept popping in her head. She was confused with these new feelings. They were unlike anything she had experienced before. Then Belle woke up with a scream, and they resumed their training. Ais came after Belle like a monster would, angry and chaotic. She also didn't hold back like a monster. She was a hurricane, and Belle was caught. The poor boy was battered and bruised for hours on end. He took hits frequently, still trying to readjust to fighting real monsters. In one of their breaks, Ais tilted her head and asked, "Belle, did you really not fight any monsters while you were traveling? I thought you said you went to the Dragon Valley." Belle blushed and went to scratch the back of his head. "Well, we weren't there for very long. Then we were in the Far East for a while, and things were very violent but also very human-centered." "What happened out there?" Belle looked to the sky, eyes narrowed in remembrance. "Well, we went there to find Haruheim's parents. When we met them, we met Otoheim and Urashima, who were visiting the area. From there, we learned about all the struggles that they were facing. In the mess of things, we decided to help Otoheim escape." Ais tilted her head, a small smile forming. "Was it we who decided, or was it you?" She liked teasing Belle. It made her heart beat, but in a good way. She would have to ask Taioni for pointers later, though. Belle looked away. "It was me. I volunteered to help, and Hestia and Haruheim volunteered as well. Since I was level 5 and Haruheim could level boost, it was a pretty easy fight for us to help protect her. Then we met Goddess Amaterasu, who decided that it would be best for Otoheim to travel with us. To leave the Nakamura Empire, though, we had to fight our way out, constantly fending off rival families and suitors. All year it feels like I've been fighting people." Ais nodded. "Then we'll have to go to the dungeon to train. We can go with the rest of your familia and Lefia. If you're out of practice, you'll die. You're not allowed to die, so you're going to practice." Belle was going to reply, but then he saw Ais's face. Her lips were drawn, and her eyes were staring him down. Belle didn't feel like getting knocked out again, so he just nodded. Ais nodded back. "Good, then you'll practice in the dungeon, and I'll be there to save you if you need it." That made Belle blush. "So, I'm going to have to rely on you to save me again? How pathetic is that?" Belle hadn't meant to say the last part. He cursed at himself for speaking out loud, dreading the look on Ais's face. Ais still held the face of grim determination, though. She reached out to grab Belle's hands and said, "I'll save you because you saved me. And I'll keep saving you, Belle, always. I didn't once, but I swear I will always save you. And it'll never be pathetic because you're a hero, Belle, and heroes need to be saved." What story has the hero being saved? All of them. In the Argonaut story, the Argonaut is saved by his companions. In the story of the wishing lamp, the friendly genie saves the hero. Heroes get saved because they have to learn that fighting alone is impossible. That's how those stories work. At least, that's what Mother used to say. Ais blushed then. "I'm still working on learning that too." Ais couldn't meet Belle's eyes. "Maybe we can learn together." Belle sat there in awe. In all the stories his grandfather had told him, he had never considered the lesson Ais was giving him. He was in quiet reflection for so long that Ais went to reach out for him. Her hand was hesitant as it landed on his shoulder, giving him a gentle shake. Belle was brought to his senses and declared, "Yes, we'll learn to save each other." That made Ais smile because no one had spoken to her like that before. She knew Loki Familia would come and save her. They were family. However, when Belle said he was going to save her, it made her feel special. Her heart started beating again, and she felt her face get warm. Before she could process what happened to her, she stood up to resume training for the rest of the day. After constant bouts of sparring and lap pillows, the sun started to set. As they were finishing up, another group joined them. Hey, it's Ais and Mr. Argonaut." Tiona and Taioni were there to train their own students, Urashima and Makoto. Mikoto was sweating, having already trained that morning with the waitresses. Not only that, but she had overseen Welf and Lily's training in the garden. Her body was exhausted, but she knew that meant it was the perfect time to keep training. Lady Nike had mentioned the same thing to the young samurai back in the arena. "Sir Belle, I hope that you have had a productive day," cried Makoto in greeting. Urashima raised an arm as well, sleeves and gloves still firmly in place. Apparently, Taioni and Tiona had told him to roll up his sleeves for training. Urashima had refused and almost thrown a fit. Eventually, the Amazons relented, and Urashima was allowed to train in his usual getup. The four of them usually came here to practice in the evening, but they had forgotten that Ais and Belle were training together today. Instead of turning around, though, Mikoto stepped forward. "Excuse me, Lady Ais, can I spar with you? It would be most beneficial." Ais nodded immediately, curious to see how the rest of Belle's familia fought. As she readied her sheath, she said, "I'll tell you now, though, I'm horrible at holding back." Mikoto drew her katana, understood. The second Mikoto stopped talking, the sword princess charged. Mikoto was expecting it, though. For weeks, she had been training with the best female warriors in Horario. Now she faced the best swordswoman. Mikoto parried and weaved, dancing around Ais's empty sheath. The intensity of the sparring sparked something deep inside the samurai. She felt her body slipping into the mindset she had developed last year. Eventually, the dodging stopped, and parries began to turn into counterattacks. She dropped from her usual two-handed wielding. She had one hand on her sword, and the other was holding a long knife. These past weeks she had been rotating through everyone's weapons. She asked all the waitresses if she could borrow their different weapons for practice. Now, though, with sword and knife, she was on familiar footing. Using familiar techniques, Mikoto's blades danced. Her blocks and parries were always angled ever so slightly, never catching Ais's strikes directly. The blows were able to keep the sword princess slightly off balance. Ais's overwhelming power and inability to hold back tripped her up. "Good Yamato, turn their overwhelming might into a weakness," cried Lord Horace. That said, she was still fighting Ais Wallenstein. Adjustments were made quickly, and Ais used overwhelming strikes to break through numerous times. There were plenty of new bruises that would require medicine later. Finally, Ais fully adapted to Mikoto's tricks. She re-angled her sheath, catching Mikoto with her strike in full force. Mikoto had to drop her knife to keep herself from being blown away. Both hands on her katana, Mikoto struggled to push back. Facing her now, Mikoto understood why Belle was so in awe. This was almost beyond imagination. Almost. Mikoto had trained for a year, though, and she wanted to get at least one hit in. In that moment of desperate struggle with their blades crossed, she resorted to an old move she often used in the arena. Their bodies pressed together. It was easy for Mikoto to throw her head into the sword princesses. Now, this was no ordinary headbutt. Mikoto knew that throwing her head against a level 6 skull was an easy way to get a concussion. Thankfully, there is a much softer part of the face to hit. When Mikoto headbutted her, Ais stumbled back in confusion and grabbed her nose. When she brought her hand away, she saw that there was blood on her glove. She lowered her sheath, looked at the blood, and then looked at Mikoto, still standing there breathing heavily. "You're really good," said the sword princess. "You fight like Tiona and Taioni." Taioni sauntered up. "You're right. When we heard that she had trained in an arena, we almost didn't believe it. Then we saw her fight. She fights just like us, no mistaking it." Then Tiona slapped Mikoto across the shoulder blades, causing the samurai to fall face first into the bricks. "Yeah, she's terrific, but I'm still way tougher than she is." As Mikoto started to pick herself off the ground, Belle came to help and said, "That was amazing, Mikoto. You were so cool. It looked like you were dancing or something." "Thank you, Sir Belle, but it is obvious I still have much to learn." Mikoto turned to Ais and bowed. "Thank you, Lady Ais. This was quite instructional." Now Ais was really confused. "Why are you bowing? We're just training, right?" Taioni nodded. "You're damn right we're training. Which means that it's your turn, you mysterious bastard." Taioni lifted her knives as she faced Urashima. He responded in kind, finding a similar position. Then the two of them were at each other's throats, fighting up close and personal like only knife fighters could. Tiona watched the two of them, throwing out pieces of advice as she did. Mikoto took the chance to breathe, sliding down to sit on the wall. She looked to watch the sunset, but found the sword princess staring at her. "Lady Ais, is there something I can do for you?" Ais nodded before kneeling in front of Mikoto. "We're going on an expedition together, so I wanted to talk to you." Mikoto looked to Belle for help, but the young boy just shrugged. So Mikoto replied, "Talk to me about what? Is it true that you can sense monsters?" Mikoto rubbed her head before nodding, then replied, "Yes, but only if I have fought them before. And I can't tell what kind of monster it is. But yes, I can sense monsters with my skill. Ais made an O shape with her mouth. Then she asked, and you can do gravity magic, right? Mikoto nodded again, still unsure of what the point was. And you fight so well, and I've heard you do it with so many weapons. Ais kept up her look of astonishment. You must be the most versatile adventurer in Horario. Now Mikoto was blushing and stammering. Not at all, Lady Ais, I am simply well trained. To say that I am the most versatile. Surely there must be others, like in Loki Familia. Ais shook her head. We're all specialized in Loki Familia. We focus on one fighting style. Finn says it's because it gives us comfort in the dungeon, where nothing is comfortable. It makes us easy to fight, though. Not you, though, you won't be easy. Having said her piece, Ais stood up and walked over to talk to Tiona. Mikoto followed Ais's movement with her eyes before turning to Belle. Belle just shrugged at the confused look before offering a hand to help Mikoto up. She took it, coming to her feet to watch Urashima. Then it was her turn to join them, and the six of them sparred together until the moon climbed into the sky. Finally, they returned home. The rest of Hestia Familia had already started dinner, and Mikoto explained what had happened. When Hestia heard that Belle had been training with Ais all day, she stared at her first child. Belle picked up on the ominous look, and after dinner, he went up to Hestia's room. Hestia was waiting for him, hands on her hips. Ah, my darling Belle, anything you'd like to explain? Belle looked at the ground. Well, me and Ais were having a lot of fun. Then we got to talking about everything, and then we had more fun, and then time ran away. As Belle tried to formulate his thoughts, Hestia stepped forward and patted Belle on the head. I'm happy to hear it. Do you want to talk about it? When Belle looked up, he found his goddess smiling down at him. Others called her useless, or lazy, or a good-for-nothing, but Belle knew differently. The only thing Hestia wanted was for her familia to be happy and healthy. She didn't care if that meant it came from other familias. She was the least prideful deity Belle had ever met. He understood that he was the luckiest adventurer in the whole world. Here was why Belle could never be with Freya. No matter how selfish the desire was, he could never leave Hestia behind. He felt such a surge of emotions then. Thank you, Goddess Hestia. I don't know what I'd do without you. Goddess, I really do love you, he blurted out. Hestia's smile dropped then, and she stared at Belle in surprise. Then tears started to fall from her eyes. She brought her arm up to rub at them while she said, Belle, you can't just say things like that to a girl. What am I supposed to do with you, you jerk? Before Belle could respond, she threw her arms out to hug him. She knew that Belle would never love her the way she wanted, but this would always be enough. Eventually, the two of them reined in their emotions, and Hestia invited Belle into her room to talk. With that, the boy told his goddess about his perfect day. Chapter 8. There was only a couple of days left before the tournament began. Everyone from Hestia Familia participating in the contest had already registered, and the city was starting to make preparations. More and more travelers came pouring in through the gates every day. Some of them were tourists, here for the spectacle, while others were merchants hoping to capitalize on the festivities. Ryuu didn't care about any of that, though. The only thing she cared about was making sure that her familia was given all the tools they needed to succeed. Right now, that meant training Mikoto. In the yard of the hostess of fertility, the elf and the samurai dueled. Currently, Mikoto was using a pair of knuckle dusters that she had borrowed from Lunwar. It was just the two of them, though. The waitresses had to do their job, and Aisha had business with her familia to attend to. As Ryuu swung her wooden blade, she observed Mikoto's footwork. The young raven-haired girl had done well, switching to a fist-fighting stance. Her blows were quick, but they carried her follow-through. It was apparent that Mikoto was putting her everything into the fight. That said, ow! Ryuu had seen through Mikoto's stance and struck her unprotected abdominal. The young girl had overextended herself, leaving her open for attack. As Mikoto hopped back and prepared herself to continue, Ryuu motioned for her stop. That's enough for today, Mikoto, said the elf. No, Lady Ryuu, I must keep training. There was desperate light in Mikoto's eyes, out to prove something. Ryuu shook her head. We are only days away now. Rest, Mikoto, your body needs time to prepare, Ryuu smirked. That's an order from your vice-captain, understand. Mikoto looked like she was going to argue, but Ryuu was saved the headache when Helun came outside with sandwiches. Here you go, you two, I made breakfast, said the girl with gray hair. Ryuu almost thought it was her old best friend with her uniform and her hair tied up. Now, though, she saw none of the playfulness in the eyes nor the upturned mouth that was always smiling. Helun looked like her old friend, sir, but they weren't the same. Thinking about it still made Ryuu incredibly sad. One of the only people she had ever learned to trust, and she had been lying for years. Ryuu's sense of betrayal to Freya, sir, and Helun was more profound than she could describe. Even deeper than that between Belle and Ais. The young elf had not just lost her best friend, she had lost the person who helped her rise up from her darkness so long ago. Upon the night that they had partied after their expedition, parts of which Ryuu still does not remember, the elf and Notzer had sat down to talk. Helun, who preferred to be called Sir, told Ryuu her life story. She also explained the effects of her magic. All those years, she had felt Freya's emotions towards everyone at the inn, including Ryuu. Helun had begun to feel like they were her family, and she had come to love them, even though she hadn't met them. After Freya Familia's attack on the Xenos and Hestia Familia's subsequent flight from Horario, the young girl found that she had nowhere to call home. Freya Familia refused to let her back in, seeing as how her secret had been exposed. That's when Mama came and offered her a fresh start as a true waitress. Now, Helun, who Ryuu could not call Sir, was trying to earn her place back with her family. It was slow going. Ryuu and Helun had a long conversation that night. Helun apologized, begged for forgiveness, and said that she wanted to be Ryuu's friend for real. Ryuu tentatively agreed to give it a try. In reality, Ryuu loved her Familia with every fiber of her being, but she missed the best friend that had been like a sister to her. Maybe it was a bad idea to trust Helun, but Ryuu decided to be selfish, just this once. Ryuu thanked Helun for the breakfast sandwiches and then scheduled a dinner to catch up with her later. Then, Mikoto and Ryuu left for home. When they got home, they found Belle already there, sparring with Urashima in the front yard. For whatever reason, Ryuu felt her lips burning when she looked at Belle these days. She felt as if there was a memory she was forgetting, but whenever she wanted to talk to Belle about it, he started blushing and said that he was busy. Mikoto and Ryuu walked over to watch the two boys in action. Urashima was obviously more refined, coming from years of practice and training, but Belle's ferocity was absolutely frightening. It left Ryuu breathless, and her heart was pounding. There was something unbelievably erotic about the way he fought. It made Ryuu tremble. In the corner of the yard, Ryuu noticed the wind pick up. A collection of leaves seemed to be disturbed. Ryuu nodded at the corner before turning back to watch the spar. Eventually, the two sparring gentlemen noticed their spectators. Belle signaled a pause and nodded to Ryuu and Mikoto. "Hey, you two, how was your morning training?" asked Belle. Mikoto smiled. "I am starting to feel that I am ready for this upcoming battle." Then she blushed. "However, I have been made aware that I need to rest and recuperate." Urashima nodded. "Milady has been telling me the same thing. She says that if she sees me sparring anymore after today, she will tie me to the bed." "Well, she's not wrong. Rest is important to allow your muscles time to regrow," added Belle. Ryuu snorted. "How often do you follow that advice, Belle?" The boy blushed before scratching his cheek. He then mumbled his way back inside. Mikoto began to move opposite Urashima, the two of them reaching an unspeaking agreement to train. That is until a young lady came bursting outside to tackle Urashima. "Oh no, you don't. I said no more training. You are going to come inside and get pampered. You got that?" Otoheim used her empowered strength to throw her beloved bodyguard over her shoulder. She marched him back inside, taking the time to lecture him on proper health habits. Thankfully, she hadn't left for her dungeon journey today. Ryuu and Mikoto watched the two of them go before the elf turned to Samurai. "I hope I don't have to do the same to you," asked Ryuu. Mikoto blushed and shook her head, unable to meet Ryuu's eyes. She started to make her way inside, leaving Ryuu on the lawn. After the young Far Eastern girl made her way inside, Ryuu turned to the shady corner of her home, where leaves had been disturbed. "Well, Andromeda, you can come out now," said Ryuu. There was a shimmer in the air, and the captain of Hermes' Familia materialized out of thin air. She stuffed her Hades helm away and readjusted her glasses. "Hello, Leon," greeted Isfi. "When did you realize?" "You mean, how long did I know you were following me? Since the hostess of fertility. I'm guessing you want to arrange the meeting between our deities?" asked Ryuu. Isfi nodded. "That was the purpose of my mission. I was simply waiting for the right moment to talk. Ryuu crossed her arms. All right then, what do you have to say? When and where does Hermes want to meet with goddess Hestia? Isfi pushed her glasses up on her nose. That's the thing. Lord Hermes has already left to go and talk to Lady Hestia at her place of work. Ryuu didn't speak, the only indication of her anger being her narrowed eyes. Leave Andromeda now, said the elf. Listen, Leon. I don't want to hear it. I told you that Lord Hermes dropping in on Lady Hestia without explanation was unacceptable. Again, your familia does as they please, doing what they think is best without considering the consequences. Ryuu trembled with anger. Leave now. Isfi sighed before disappearing and hopping the fence. Ryuu waited all of 20 seconds before she took off to find her goddess. At the same time, Hestia was getting ready to open up shop for Hephaestos. As she finished dusting some shelves in the back, she heard the bell ring from the front door. She turned and said, I'm sorry, but we're not open yet. Then she saw the hat on top of a golden head of hair. The well-worn traveler's clothes and mischievous smile made Hestia's blood boil. Her whole body started to shake. Leave. Hermes tipped his hat up, revealing his golden eyes. Now, Hestia, is that any way to talk to an old friend? I hate you, Hermes, we're not open, now leave, replied Hestia. Hermes gripped his tunic in mock anguish. You wound me with your unkind words, Hestia. What have I done to earn you such scorn? Did I not keep your travels secret this past year? You sold us out, Hermes. You sold us out to Freya. She figured out where we were because of what you told her. All those Xenos slaughtered because you sold us out, answered Hestia. Hestia liked to think she was a kind and forgiving goddess. She understood that people made mistakes. She had made plenty herself. The little goddess also believed that there was good to be found in everyone. She didn't like to hold deep grudges, and she hated getting into fights. Now, though, she hated Hermes. Hermes dropped his act and gave Hestia a mocking glare. Those monsters. You and Auranos are fools for thinking that those things are anything more than what they really are. You probably believe that we can coexist with them, don't you? Always so naive, Hestia. Before Hestia could respond, Hermes had regained his carefree smile. As for selling you out, I had to. Freya was getting ready to lay waste to the city. Loki wasn't going to stop her, so someone had to do something. Besides, who do you think helped Fels clear a path for you and your familia to leave? Who do you think helped little old Ryuu join up with you outside the city? Hermes swept his arms apart. Really, I had you and Belle's best interests at heart. I will always do whatever it takes for Belle. Everything except ask him what he wants. You always say that what you're doing is for the best, but what does that mean, Hermes? How do you know about Belle? Why do you care so much about what happens to him? With every question, Hestia approached Hermes. Eventually, the two deities were nose to nose. The tiny goddess was fury incarnate, though, and even the customarily collected Hermes was beginning to sweat under her interrogation. It's like I said, Hestia, I'm keeping an eye on Belle for a friend, answered Hermes. Who? Replied Hestia, her voice growing in volume. Hermes shook his head and his hands. Now, you wouldn't expect me to divulge secret information like that, would you? It's sensitive stuff. I don't think it's anything you have to worry about, though. I swear to the gods. Hestia growled then. Hands on her hips, she was a force to be reckoned with. Just as Hermes was about to start talking her down and worm his way back to what he wanted to talk about, he felt a rush of air pass by. Hermes had backed up before to give himself some space from the wrath of the tiny goddess. Occupying that space now, though, was a blonde elf with piercing sky-blue eyes. Her whole body screamed, protect. Lady Hestia, has Lord Hermes done anything adverse? Hestia shook her head while Hermes called out behind his shoulder. Really, Isfi? There wasn't anything you could do to keep her away? You couldn't try distracting her? As materialized from thin air, pardon Lord Hermes, but Leon wasn't in a talking mood. She was quite worried about her goddess. Well now, Ryuu, I must say it is good to see you again. Anything I can do to convince you that I am not your enemy. Ryuu narrowed her eyes. Answer Lady Hestia's questions, and I will consider it. Hermes sighed. Well, I can't do that, so for now I guess it's time for me to leave. Hermes started walking away, waving a hand behind him as he went. We'll have to catch up next time, Hestia. Only when Hermes was gone from view did Hestia relax with a sigh. She turned to her vice-captain. Thanks for coming, Ryuu. Nice to know that you had my back there. Ryuu nodded, allowing herself a small smile. It was my honor, Lady Hestia. I apologize, though, Ryuu frowned. Andromeda swore that Hermes wasn't going to surprise you like that. Hestia sighed. I wouldn't blame Mrs. Fee in that scenario. Hermes is just like that sometimes. He's a real pain in the ass that way. Ryuu nodded. All the same, Lady Hestia, I would prefer to stay by your side today, if you don't mind. Hestia let out a puff of air. I guess you're right. It's probably for the best for me not to be alone, Hestia smiled then. Still, though, this is a great excuse for us to catch up. It's been too long, my fine elven companion. Ryuu couldn't help smiling. Hestia was incredibly different from Astrea. Hestia was not overly concerned with justice, nor did she believe it was her duty to do good. The trait they did share, though, was their compassion and empathy. Whenever Ryuu had a troubled day, Hestia was one of the first to comfort her, and the little goddess was often the best. Hestia made Ryuu feel safe and loved. She made Ryuu feel like she was part of a family again. At the end of Hestia's shift, Hephaestus stopped by. The goddess of the forge strode in, hand on her hip. When she saw that it was just Hestia, Ryuu, and the shopkeeper, she let out a sigh of relief. Hephaestus walked up to her best friend and ruffled her hair. I heard that Hermes stopped by, so I thought I would come by and check on you. He do anything I need to know about. Hestia shook her head. Not just tried to interrogate me and beg forgiveness. Hestia pouted. Not that I was in a forgiving mood, that is. Hephaestus nodded. Good, you shouldn't feel pressured to do anything you don't want to. Hephaestus smiled. Besides, it's about time someone put that cocky god in his place. Hephaestus looked to Ryuu. I'm guessing you came to keep an eye on her. Ryuu nodded, and Hephaestus walked over and offered her hand to shake. I have to offer you my thanks. Hephaestus cast her one good eye over at Hestia. My best friend might be a pain in the butt, but she's important to me. Ryuu took Hephaestus's hand but shook her head. It is my duty to keep her safe. Ryuu also cast an eye at Hestia. That said, I am quite fond of her, and I know how quick she is to throw herself into danger. After that, Hephaestus stayed to chat with the two of them well after the shop had closed. Ryuu mostly just hung around Hestia's shop, standing at the entrance. Thankfully, Hermes didn't show his face again, and neither did the other members of his familia. All in all, it was a quiet day. As the two of them made their way home, Ryuu felt compelled to ask. Now that Bel is patching things up with the Sword Princess, has his skill returned to full capacity? Bel's skill deficiency wasn't a secret to the Familia's vice-captain. In fact, every member of the Familia, except Bel and the new recruits, knew about what was going on. Hestia shook her head. No, not yet, at least, not all the way. After meeting with the Xenos again, there was a bump, but it's nothing compared to before. Ryuu hummed in agreement. I thought as much. His growth is still definitely faster than mine right now, but I remember hearing what it used to be like from the others. Apparently, it was quite the spectacle. Hestia chuckled. That's one way to put it. Hestia put her arms behind her head. Still, though, we can't rush these things. Bel has to figure out for himself if he's still in love with Wallenwatcherface. Hestia yawned before continuing. That said, it sounds like things are getting better. At least, that's what he told me after training the other day. For some reason, hearing that Bel was patching things up with the Sword Princess made Ryuu's heart break a little bit. It must have shown on her face, because Hestia shot her a sly sidelong glance. Yeah, I know how you feel. I'm jealous too. My poor little Bel, falling in love with the Sword Princess again, just when I thought I had a chance to win his affections. Sigh, life sure is hard being a goddess in love. Ryuu felt her cheeks warm. I'm sure I don't understand what you're suggesting, Lady Hestia. Hestia chuckled. No need to hide it. You're in love with Bel? Hestia snorted. Join the club. This means that I get it. Hestia looked to the sky. On the one hand, I want Bel to be happy more than anything. If Ais Wallenstein is who makes him happy, then I'm all for it. That said, I am still just a little bit jealous, not to mention how disheartening it is. I mean, what other group of people have a literal indicator for when their crush is in love with someone else? Ryuu chose to examine the ground then. Hestia put a hand on Ryuu's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. You don't have to be so embarrassed. You know, I've talked with Lily about this, and I've even overheard Haruheim and Mikoto talking about it. We all want Bel to be happy. We just wish Bel was happy with us. Hestia shrugged. No need trying to deny what we feel. The little goddess put her hands on her hips. Besides, it's not like I'll be giving up my bell so easily, Hestia glared at Ryuu. That goes for you to got that. At the sight of the glare of her diminutive goddess, Ryuu laughed loud and for all to hear. With a family like this, the elf found that she didn't care what others thought of her. Why worry if people thought little of her? If anyone tried to insult her, she had this small group of people ready to die for her just to prove how much they cared. They truly were the successors of Hestia Familia. They were heroes. Speaking of which, when they finally got home, the two women found the object of their desire pacing in front of the house. When he saw the two of them, he came running up. "You're both okay. Thank goodness, I was so worried." Poor Belle looked like he had been waiting for them all day. Ryuu blushed then, remembering that she had run off without telling anybody where she had been all day. As Belle fussed over them, a much stricter voice spoke up. "Well, it's about time you two got home." Standing at the top of the steps was Lilaruka Ard, glaring down at her goddess and vice-captain, her tiny arms crossed over her chest. "Hey there, little Miss Supporter, funny story," started Hestia. Lily held up a hand in response and pointed inside. Any response Hestia had died on her lips. Instead, she hung her head and resigned herself to her fate. They made their way inside and were told that they would have dinner before being interrogated. The goddess and the elf walked to the dining room where the rest of their familia was waiting. Dinner had been served, and they had left 2 plates out for them. The one surprise waiting for them was that Leffia Verities and Ais Wallenstein were also sitting at the table. When Hestia tilted her head in confusion, Leffia blushed and stammered. "Miss Ais was training with Belle Cranel, and I was in the dungeon with the others. We were around when they learned that Miss Ryuu was missing. Then, at the end of the day, when Goddess Hestia hadn't returned home yet," Leffia looked away, "we thought it would be a good idea to make sure that you were okay," said the elf. "We worried that Freya might have made a move." Then the elf sat upright, "Just because of the alliance, mind you, no other reason." Being the airhead that she is, Ais looked at Leffia in confusion. "Leffia, you said you were worried about them. Why did you lie?" Ais then looked at Hestia and Ryuu. "I don't know what Leffia meant, but I stayed because I thought it would be the right thing to do." "Aw, Wallen what's it? You're just too sweet," proclaimed Hestia, ruffling the sword princess's hair as she walked to her spot at the head of the table. Ais looked confused at Hestia's actions, bringing her hands to touch the area that Hestia had ruffled. "Goddess Hestia, don't think this means you can ignore what happened," exclaimed Lily, still not sitting down. Ryuu had taken her own seat on Hestia's left side, opposite Belle. Next to her, Welf snorted. "Calm your roll little bit. They're alive and healthy, and I'm sure if there was something wrong, we could see it on their faces." Welf jammed his thumb over at Ryuu and Hestia. Not like these two are known for their lying. Ryuu frowned. "I am a wonderful poker player, with a wonderful poker face." Welf snorted. "Yeah, but you're shit at lying in real life." Ryuu looked insulted, but Urashima nodded sagely. "It's true, Lady Ryuu. Your skills at lying rival the atrocity that is Lady Ottoheim's acting." For that comment, Urashima got a smack on the head. Elwyn snickered from his spot across from Urashima. Honestly, the only ones in this familia that can lie are Lily, Welf, and Ura. Urashima shook his head. "Not true, Elwyn. You are quite the skilled liar when you want to be." Elwyn smiled. "I know, but one should never name oneself in these situations." As the banter between familia members continued, Ais and Leffia were totally lost. They had no way to participate in the conversation and could only re-enter when Haruheim took pity on them. "Lady Ais, Lady Leffia, you two seem lost. Does Loki familia not talk at meals?" asked the Renard girl, her smile too beautiful to look at entirely. The rest of Hestia familia quieted down to wait for their answer. Leffia paused to consider her answer, careful not to insult her familia when Ais spoke up. Since she was an airhead, she obviously did not care what she said. These people were their allies, right? "Not like you all do. We're too big for everyone to talk to each other," then Ais smiled, "but I do enjoy talking with Leffia, Tyone, and Tiona." Ais looked at Leffia. Leffia's face lit up at the comment, humming in delight. Welf shrugged. "Makes sense for a larger familia. I remember, as a member of Hephaestos familia, I didn't even know the names of all the other smiths she had working for her." Welf frowned. "Although, I guess that was because no one wanted to talk to me in the first place." Then Welf stopped talking. He swung his head over to stare at Lefia. By the way, why don't you hate me, thousand elf? Most elves hate Krazos. Lefia shrugged. I am not like most elves then. Besides, the forest I grew up in had a lot of interactions with non-elf people. Lefia made a dismissive gesture with her hand. Anyway, not like you personally attacked all elves, right? Not like you're personally responsible. Also, didn't you refuse to make magic swords for years? Didn't you refuse to return to your awful family? Apparently, that response caught Welf off guard. Before Welf could try and respond, Lefia turned to Elwyn. Ah, yes, I just remembered. Mr. Elwyn, I know you never had any contact with your elf father, but I was wondering if you knew what forest he was from. Elwyn looked away, a scowl forming. I mean, not like I should, right? And why would I tell you anyway? That good-for-nothing can rot for all I care. Lefia nodded. Exactly why I want to find him. I think he deserves a good thrashing for abandoning his son and bringing shame to all elves. The dinner table was silent for a second, and Lefia worried she had said something wrong. Then, Elwyn broke down laughing. He was laughing so hard he fell from the table. When he picked himself up, he was still laughing. Lefia made a little huh sound, her eyes wide in confusion. He tried to stop and catch his breath, but then he would look at Lefia and start laughing again. Eventually, the little elf girl got mad. And what's so funny? I was trying to be nice, cried out Lefia. Here she was, trying to reach out and be friendly with this interesting half-elf, and he was laughing at her. Finally, Elwyn composed himself. The rest of the table just sat there quietly, taking in the spectacle before them. They watched in silence as Elwyn walked to the other side and took Lefia's hands in his own. I wasn't laughing at you, I promise, said Elwyn, voice layered in sincerity. That is quite probably the kindest thing you could have said to me. The half-elf winked then. Someday, I might just take you up on your offer. Lefia blushed at his response. The rest of the dinner went smoothly, Hestia Familia working harder to integrate their guests. Eventually, dinner finished and they moved their way to the lounge. They started playing games. It was Ais's first time playing cards and chatting about nonsense. Ais lost at every game, but she seemed to be having a lot of fun. Every new game they played, Ais would sit there, her face lit up in fascination. She would share a hand with Belle for the more complicated games and let him play while she watched. Their heads were close together for the whole evening. Many laughs were had, but then a knock came at their door. Haruheim left to check, claiming it was her duty as their maid, and returned with her tail swishing nervously. Behind her were Finn Damney and Gareth Landrock. So this is where you two little lasses were, said Gareth. You know, you've been here all day. Ais couldn't look her adoptive guardians in the eye. She mumbled out, we were having fun. That got a hearty chuckle from Gareth. No need to worry, lass, you ain't in trouble. Just let us know next time. Finn nodded with a smile on his face. No need to worry, Ais. That said, Loki wants you home now. We have to go over our participants for the tournament. Lefia and Ais got up, both making their goodbyes as they went. Loki Familia left, and Hestia Familia chatted amongst themselves. After a minute of idle chatter, Lily stood up. Lily believes it is time that goddess Hestia and Miss Ryuu explained what happened today. Ryuu nodded. Andromeda, that is Svi, visited me today following Mikoto's training. She told me that Lord Hermes was going to talk to Lady Hestia at her work. I refused to let him interrogate her alone, so I left to protect her. Ryuu bowed her head. I apologize for not informing any of you of my actions. Lily whirled to her goddess. And what about you, Hestia? What happened with Hermes? Why were you late to come home? Hestia shrugged. Hermes wanted to try and apologize for what he did. I told him to shove it up his ass and asked him some questions. He refused to answer, and then Ryuu showed up. We're late because Hephaestus stopped by when she heard the commotion. She wanted to know what was up. Mikoto steepled her fingers. So, Lord Hermes is back in the picture. The rest of Hestia Familia sat there in contemplative silence, digesting the news. Then, Hestia stood up with a stretch. Hey now, if that smug bastard wants to play his games, then we'll deal with it when it comes. Right now, we have a tournament coming up in a couple days. That is to be our sole focus. Now, it's been a long day for me personally, so I'm going to bed. With that, the tiny goddess bounced away. Urashima snorted before following, Otoheim happily in tow. Elwyn nodded his agreement as he left. Lily didn't look happy about how dismissive everyone was, but Welf gave her a pat and shrugged. The two decided there was nothing to it and went to bed. Mikoto and Haruheim were the next to follow, Mikoto helping her dear friend collect the glasses and teapot that had been brought out. That left Hestia's captain and vice-captain sitting awkwardly in silence. Bell had been quiet since hearing that Hermes was involved. His face a mask, Ryuu could only pick up on the distress he hid within. Eventually, she said, I haven't forgiven him yet. Bell looked up. Ryuu continued, I haven't forgiven Hermes, his familia, or Asfi. She might be my friend, but I still don't agree with what she did. You don't have to either. Bell nodded in silent agreement, then Ryuu spoke again. Helen's been asking about you. That got Bell to blush. Ryuu smiled, happy that Bell was still Bell. You should go and talk to her. I think there's a lot that you both need to say. Ryuu stood up to go to bed. That's just my opinion, though. The elf left the boy in contemplative thought. Meanwhile, on the Tower of Babel's highest floor, a goddess of unmatched beauty drank wine. Her most devoted servant entered. Freya smiled. Ah, you're back, Otter. Tell me, how are things going with our friends? Otter nodded, his head bobbing in the reflection. Well, Lady Freya. They say that everything is in place for the tournament. The goddess of beauty smiled. How wonderful. She took a sip from her glass, the red staining her teeth, and declared, I think this will be a most excellent festival. With that, unstoppable plans lurched into motion. Chapter 9. When Mikoto woke up the morning of the tournament, she felt remarkably relaxed. There were no nightmares, no sleepless night, and no fits of sickness from her anxiety. Perhaps it was the fact that she was going to be fighting in an arena again. The event was nothing new. In fact, the spectacle of it all seemed to be a lot tamer than what she was used to. She also expected a lot less death. When she looked out the window, she saw that the sun had already risen and Haruheim had already left the room. Mikoto busied herself by getting changed into her battle gear, loading up her weaponry, and finally putting her hair into its usual large braid. She finished by putting in her signature hair loops and left to go find the others. When she got to the dining room, she found breakfast already prepared and Haruheim bustling around with a pot of tea. The fox girl seemed to be entranced in her work, so Mikoto made her presence known by coughing into her fist. Haruheim whirled around and gave a bright smile. Miss Mikoto, you're awake. I made your favorite tea and breakfast. Please sit down. The others will be joining us shortly. Haruheim rushed around to her friend a cup. Mikoto tried to help her, but the Renard refused. Her reason was, everyone else has been working so hard for this tournament. One such as I must do what little that they can as well. Haruheim refused to listen to any of Mikoto's reasons for why the fox girl was useful. Eventually, Mikoto gave up and settled down to enjoy breakfast. Slowly, the rest of her familia filed in. As everyone finished eating, Lily began their morning meeting. All right, time to go over the schedule for the next week. First, no dungeon crawling. If you're not fighting, then you're going to be supporting those who are. Also, Lily wants every eye possible to scout the competition. Now, today is the level 2's doubles and singles melee. Lily and Mr. Welf will be in the morning, and Miss Mikoto will be fighting in the afternoon. Hestia nodded. All you have to do is make it to the last 16 standing. I'm sure you'll be fine. Hestia made a dismissive gesture and returned to her oatmeal. Lily scowled. Please do not be so lackadaisical, Goddess Hestia. These are intense battles. Ryuu nodded, not to mention the dangerous opponents you'll be facing in the melee. Lily cast an eye to Ryuu. So, Miss Ryuu has heard of the competition then? Ryuu nodded. Ottoheim looked between the two. What competition? I thought Freya Familia wasn't allowed to compete. Ryuu looked to the former princess. Yes, but there's still Loki Familia and Freya's Proxy Familia. Elwyn frowned. Proxy Familia, what do you mean? Balder Familia, answered Hestia. Hephaestos told me about them. Ever since Freya was barred from the Rank Up tournament, she found a Familia to compete for her. She's been helping them train and taking them down of expeditions deep in the dungeon. Then, if any of their members began to show promise and become strong, she snatched them up. Now, they'll be competing for level-ups for her. Before, Balder Familia were a bunch of nobodies. Like Apollo Familia, they had a lot of members but no one of worth. Then Freya's executives started to train them how to fight. They lost last year, but now they'll have a year's worth of training with Horario's best. Not to mention, I'm sure Freya has outfitted them with the best equipment. Those that were competing let the information sink in. Belle sat there quietly, looking between Lily, Welf, Urashima, and Mikoto. The growing silence was interrupted by Ryuu. That's not the worst of it. Aisha told me that Hermes is submitting Lulun for level 2 singles tournament, said the elven warrior. As the old Hestia Familia members cast nervous looks at Mikoto, the new members were left confused. I do not understand. Who is Lulun? Why are they a problem? Asked Urashima. Mikoto spoke up. Hermes Familia lie about the levels of the members. While Lady Lulun might be registered as a level 2 for the tournament, the truth is that she's a level 3 adventurer. Her skill and experience are miles beyond mine. Mikoto looked at her plate. There is no path for victory. Haruheim reached out to Mikoto, but the samurai did not respond. That's not true, exclaimed Belle. It might sound like a lot, but I know it can be done. Belle placed his hand upon his chest. I was able to defeat the captain of Apollo Familia, and he was a level above me. Otoheim nodded. Yes, Lady Mikoto, you cannot doubt yourself. The others piled on their encouragement, except for Hestia, who just sat there studying her child. All the good wishes did little to raise Mikoto's spirits. When everyone else calmed down, Hestia turned to Haruheim. Would you mind cleaning things up? Then she turned to the rest of them. And why don't you lot start getting ready? I'm going to update Mikoto's status one last time before the battle. Mikoto followed Hestia to her room. The goddess let her child in first and then shut the door. Instead of getting ready to update Mikoto's status, Hestia faced the young samurai, crossing her arms in front of her chest. It reminded Mikoto of a similar scenario from over a year ago. They had just fled the city. The battered and broken Hestia Familia had stopped in a nearby town. Hestia was taking the time to update everyone's statuses and check in on the well-being of her beloved children. It was now Mikoto's turn. While the young girl had not faced betrayal like the others, she had been just as quiet. As Hestia updated her status, she asked, "Anything you want to talk about?" Mikoto sat there, but then tears started to fall. Lady Hestia, why do you let an adventurer as worthless as I continue to be a member of your familia? Hestia sat there in quiet shock, unable to comprehend the information. Eventually, she said, "You think you're worthless." Mikoto thanked every god and goddess there was that Hestia was staring at her back. Her cheeks got very wet. I am, aren't I, compared to everyone else? There's nothing special about me. I do not have the brains of Lady Lily nor the ability to make magic swords. I do not have powerful magic like Lady Haruheim, and I will never be able to match Master Belle's abilities. Mikoto's hands gripped her thighs. All I am is a weak little girl, pretending that she can protect people. When Freya Familia attacked the Xenos, Mikoto knew she failed. Never before had she felt so hopeless. As Lily devised strategies and Welf blasted away their enemies, she was forced to stand around and watch. She watched as the Xenos were slaughtered, as Ray and Grows. She had failed to protect her friends, just like how she had been unable to protect Chigusa and Haruheim before them. Her weakness always put the lives of others in danger. Which was the sum of Mikoto's life in her eyes? As she cried, she felt a pair of arms encircle her, gripping on tightly. Well, then you'd be right where you belong. I mean, you've got a pretty useless goddess here to help you, right? Mikoto's shocked face whirled to face her goddess. Goddess Hestia, you are so far from useless. You are the beloved goddess who forgave me. Master Belle would be so lost without you. You are nothing but kind and good. Hestia nodded. And you are nothing but persistent. That is what you are. When faced with adversity, you keep working. You're not like Lily, who considers debt and other consequences. You're not like Welf, who lets his pride stand in his way. You're not even like Belle and Haruheim, who let their decisions change based on what others need or feel. You make a decision based on your beliefs, and you stick to it. You get incredibly stubborn about it. Hestia started to play with Mikoto's hair. It's what I like about you. Most people would say you're adaptable and versatile, but I think they're wrong. You've just worked so hard that you're always prepared. You're a stubborn little girl, and I am so proud that you chose to become my child. The tiny goddess leant forward to press a gentle kiss to Mikoto's forehead. Mikoto's eyes kept watering. Goddess Hestia. I'm proud that you're a member of my familia, Mikoto. I think that you're plenty strong, but I'm guessing you'll still think that you're weak no matter what I say." Mikoto looked away and nodded in shame. Hestia sighed. "Honestly, all you children are the same." Hestia clapped her hands together. "Okay, I've already started to help Little Miss Supporter get in contact with an old friend of mine. She's going to go train and learn strategy from the goddess Athena in Altina. Apparently, in the same city is a large arena run by the goddess Nike. If you want, I can ask Athena to get you a spot there, to help you train." "You would really do that?" Mikoto's face was lit up with hope. Hestia nodded. "If you really think you need to. But it might take a while to set up, and more importantly, it means that you'll be leaving Haruheim alone." "Lady Haruheim doesn't need me. She hasn't for a long time now." That was the saddest thing that Hestia heard. "Maybe she doesn't need you, but she will miss you. You're one of the most important people in her life, Mikoto." Mikoto wouldn't look her gods in the eye. "I need to get stronger." Hestia looked to the heavens. Now, where have I heard that before? Back in the present, Hestia shook her head at her child. "I guess all that training wasn't enough for you, was it?" Mikoto didn't respond. Hestia sighed before sitting down on her bed. She patted the spot next to her, and Mikoto sat next to her goddess. Then, before Mikoto understood what was happening, Hestia had pulled the girl's head onto her lap. "Honestly, you silly children. Always acting like the fate of the world is resting on your shoulders. Always thinking that you have to be heroes." Hestia ran her hand down Mikoto's braid, tugging it a little when she got to the end. "I'd be happy with you just coming home." Mikoto hated that she enjoyed this. Having a goddess who would take care of and pamper her felt good. "No one will hate you if you lose," Hestia grinned down at her. "That said, even if Lulun is a level 3, I don't see one of Hermes' kids beating mine." Hestia continued to play with Mikoto's hair, telling her how much she believed in her familia. These weren't words of idle encouragement. Hestia wasn't coy enough to lie. All she knew how to do was speak from her heart. Eventually, the goddess decided it was time to leave. Mikoto nodded, trying to muster some enthusiasm. When the two of them left Hestia's bedroom, they ran into Haruheim, waiting outside. Hestia left the two childhood friends to check in with Lily and Welf, who would probably need a pep talk. Haruheim was blushing in front of Mikoto, playing with what looked like a scarf. "What is it, Lady Haruheim? Anything I can do to help?" Lady Haruheim looked at the floor and held out the scarf. Mikoto tilted her head. "Is this for me?" Haruheim nodded. "Yes, Lady Mikoto. This is a token of my favor." Haruheim lifted her head to meet Mikoto's eyes. "I was just thinking. When heroes are about to go on an adventure, they are usually given a token for good luck." Haruheim's tail twitched. Now it was Mikoto's turn to blush. "Lady Haruheim, I would have thought Sir Bell was your hero." Haruheim shook her head. "Sir Bell might be a hero to me." Haruheim reached out to take Mikoto's hands. "But so are you. Ever since I was little, you've always protected me, Lady Mikoto. When I thought that I was a worthless prostitute, you came to lift me up. You've always been my hero." Then Haruheim smiled. For the second time that day, Mikoto felt her eyes water. After preparations finished, Hestia Familia left their house together. Lily wore a set of light armor over her blouse and pants, while Welf wore chainmail armor. Mikoto had her usual set of light plate armor, as well as even more knives and other weapons tucked away on her person. She also had Haruheim's scarf tied around her waist. Tucked into its folds was her most prized possession, Chizen. As they drew closer to the stadium, those that would be competing today grew quiet and reflective. Lily made a point of fussing with her arm-mounted bow and her extra ammunition. Thankfully, Welf was able to finish all of his projects for the big day, including the sizable new sword strapped to his back. As they neared the Colosseum, the same one used for monsterphilia, a voice like broken glass called out, "Aya Hestia Familia, it's been so long." The voice sent a chill down all the old members of the Familia, freezing them to the spot. The new members were quick to catch on. They knew that only one goddess could cause such a reaction. They had heard the stories. The old members were too paralyzed to look, but Ottoheim felt no such fear. She whirled in the direction of the voice and saw the most beautiful creature in the world, the very image of perfection. That thing disgusted her. The princess drew herself up to her full height and placed herself as a bulwark against Freya Familia's pressure. Behind Freya was the rest of her Familia, Otter on her right and Alan on her left. The Gulliver siblings stood out behind them, as did Hogni and Hedin. Freya stood out though, the poise in her body showing off her overwhelming grace. Her silver hair seemed to shift to an invisible wind. Ottoheim ignored that though. Despite her carefree attitude and airheaded tendencies, she was still the third princess of the Nakamura Empire. As she glared down at Freya, she felt the goddess's followers stare at her. However, no angry glares from sycophantic familia members compared to the hatred she had felt from her brothers and sisters back home. "You need to leave," said the princess. Alan stepped forward, rage contorting his face at Ottoheim's ignorance. However, Urashima matched him. Whatever obsession Freya's chariot felt could not compare to the devotion of the bodyguard. They were horribly outclassed, but these two Far Eastern warriors would stand their ground against this force. Next to them, the half-elf made to start chanting under his breath, a magic circle forming. Seeing their new members stare down their enemies, the rest of Hestia Familia jumped to action to stand with them. Immediately, Lily and Welf pulled their captain behind them. Haruheim took up position behind Bel. Mikoto moved up to stand with Ottoheim and Urashima, next to Elwyn. Finally, Hestia and Ryuu stood in front of them all, very protective of their Bel. The tiny goddess had to look up to see Freya, but that didn't make her glare any less intense. Freya was too busy smiling at Ryuu, though. "Ryuu, I am overjoyed that you're well." Freya reached out to run her hand along Ryuu's arm, but the elf jerked away. "Don't you dare touch me," spat out the elf. Ryuu's voice was laced with venom and hatred. So intense was the malice in her voice and disgust so evident on her face that Freya stepped away in fear. A look of profound melancholy spasmed across the goddess's face, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Before Freya could speak to her former friend, Hestia spoke up. "What do you want, Freya?" Freya gave Hestia one of her small smiles. "Why, Hestia, I've come to speak to my champion, of course. Where is my hero?" "Ha," barked Hestia, "like I'd let you speak to my Bel." "Oh, is he really yours?" Freya gestured behind her, Otter. The great bows stepped forward. "Yes, Lady Freya." Before Freya could order her most devoted servant forward, a small voice rang out, "Wait." Bel Cranel came running out. He presented himself in front of the goddess of beauty. "What can I do for you, Lady Freya?" Freya gave him a predatorial grin. "Be mine, of course." Bel shook his head, and all of Freya Familia turned their glare to the boy. How dare he defy the will of their goddess? Then Bel looked at Lady Freya, and her eyes flashed. The goddess smiled, and Bel felt pulled forward. A deep primal lust almost took over, but then she arrived. Just as Bel was about to step forward, Otter pulled his goddess a step back. An incredible force landed where Freya had been standing, cracking the cobblestones upon impact. Ais Wallenstein had arrived, sword in hand. She placed herself in front of Bel and stared down Horario's king. Otter shifted his hands up to the blades upon his back. The rest of his familia followed suit. The tension was thick, but it broke with the arrival of a mischievous, flat-chested goddess. "Aizu, slow down, why don't you?" cried out Loki. The rest of Loki Familia came with their goddess and took up position around Hestia Familia. Horario's two top familias faced each other down. In the front was the braver. While his face smiled, his body was ready for battle. He stood face to face with Otter. Reveria and Lefia raised their staffs against their fellow elves while the twin Amazons faced down the Prum brothers. That left the wolf and the cat to scowl at each other. Meanwhile, the sword princess stood in front of her bunny. No, that was wrong. Bel wasn't some pet. Bel was Bel, he was her Bel. She wouldn't let anyone take him away ever again. The two great forces were on the brink of combat. Thankfully, before violence could break out, another woman that cared deeply about Bel intervened. "Excuse me, the guild will not tolerate violence in the streets," proclaimed Ina Tool. Behind her was the full force of Ganesha Familia, who was in charge of security for the event. For a second, Bel saw Freya consider it, and it made his stomach churn. This goddess was so obsessed with having him, with owning him, that she was willing to put her whole familia in harm's way just to get him. The entire thing made Bel sick to his stomach. Thankfully, Freya chose not to fight. She had other methods at play after all, and changes had to be made. Things weren't perfect yet. She didn't say anything as she turned and left, her followers behind her. She walked away from the Colosseum, seemingly bored by the whole event, except for her smile. Her smile spoke to the fact that she had seen the effects of charm. As they left, Otter gave one last nod to Belle before he brought up the rear. As Freya Familia passed from view, Loki let out the breath she had been holding. "She's one fickle bitch, that's for sure." Loki turned to Hestia, grinning. "Looks like you owe me one itty-bitty." Hestia pouted but nodded. Yeah, the next round of drinks is on me." Loki nodded and started walking into the Colosseum. "Sounds good. Why don't you lot come and sat with me and my adorable children? Gareth's getting us a box to watch the event." Hestia Familia merged with the executives of Loki Familia then. Mikoto, Lily, and Welf left to gather with the other competitors, guided by Ina. The guild worker gave a quick wave to Belle before she left. Elwyn fell into conversation with Lefia while casting furtive glances at Riveria, who pointedly ignored him. Ottoheim was chatting happily with Tiona, and Tyone was right behind them, talking with Urashima. Near the front, Ryu spoke with Finn. This left the boy with the girl, walking in side by side at the back. Eventually, Belle said, "Thank you for dropping in to protect me." That made Ais's chest warm. She smiled and replied, "I promised you I would remember." In the face of Ais's smile, Belle could only blush and look away. That made Ais even happier. Not wanting to lose private time with Belle, she tapped him on the shoulder. "Would you like to go buy some food before the fighting starts?" Belle nodded, happy for the excuse. "Yes, please," now Belle smiled. "Let me guess though, we're getting potato puffs, aren't we?" Ais nodded and led Belle away by the hand. Since this was Ais, she was unaware of how her actions appeared. So, Belle was greeted by angry scowls from hundreds of adventurers. He was the envy of every man, and many women, within Horario. Finally, the two heroes reached their destination and bought their food of choice. As they began making their way back, Ais realized that she didn't know where Loki Familia was sitting. The poor girl started wandering around, trying to find her Familia, when she bumped into Lefia and Elwyn. "Lefia, why aren't you with the others?" asked Ais, tilting her head. Elwyn blushed as Lefia replied. "Mr. Elwyn seemed like he was uncomfortable around Lady Riveria, so I offered to go sit somewhere else with him in the stands." Belle looked to his Familia member. "Are you doing okay, Elwyn?" The half-elf nodded. "No need to worry, Belle. I'll just stick to Thousand Elf for now. You guys should head to the others." He couldn't look Belle in the eyes, ashamed of his cowardice. He was saved from further explanation when Ais said, "Oh, actually, we don't know where Loki and the others are sitting. Where are they?" Lefia explained where the Loki Familia executive's box was and then left with Elwyn. The elven mage waved goodbye to Ais and made sure to send Belle a menacing glare. As she walked by, Belle thought he heard her whisper, "You hurt her, and I will end you, Belle Cranel." After receiving that ominous threat, the two adventurers joined their familias at the box near the top of the Colosseum. Hestia glared a little at Belle walking in with Ais, but she said nothing. Looking over the arena were Gareth and Ryu, with Gareth occasionally glancing over at the elf. Eventually, the dwarf spoke. "I think I know you. You were that little elf lady that used to hang around with Elise." Ryu's shoulder blades rose and replied, "Yes, that was me. It is good to see you again, Gareth." Gareth chuckled sadly. "You know, I always did worry about what happened to you. I knew Elise cared a lot. Every time we drank together, she would spend a lot of time fretting over you. I know it's a bit late to ask, but how have you been?" Ryu looked at Belle and gave him a soft smile. "I'm doing much better these days." That smile made Belle blush, but then he felt a shiver down his spine. He turned to look for Freya, thinking she was the most likely culprit, but instead, he found Ais glaring at him. Belle left to escape and sit at the other end of the room, but Ais grabbed his shoulder, keeping him next to her. Her Belle was not getting away. Down in the sandy pit, the adventurers started to walk in. Hestia Familia cheered and pointed when they recognized Welf and Lily. The smith had tied up his hair into a ponytail, and the prum had donned her adventuring cloak. They took up positions at their designated spots on the edges of the arena. There were 50 sets of adventurers here, meaning 100 in total. Even in the large and spacious arena, things were starting to get packed. The center was still clear, thankfully, as each familia's starting position was against the edge of the stadium along the wall. "What do you think our chances are, Lil Bit?" asked the smith. Lily checked her arm ballista. "If Mr. Welf's new weapons work the way they're supposed to, then we should be okay." That said. What do you mean everyone's going to gang up on them? Asked Ottoheim up in the stands. Finn shrugged. You're all celebrities at this point. Which means that whoever targets you is going to become famous as well. The Prum's eyes narrowed. Also, I'm sure Freya's encouraged some other gods to jump in on the action. Down in the pit, Welf scowled. So that's how it is then, huh? He readied his newest magic blade, the double-edged blade changing colors in the sunlight. This was the sword that would change everything. Lily nodded, glancing side to side at their opponents. Yes, which is why Lily recommends hitting hard and fast from the get-go. Keep moving and sow confusion in the enemy. At least that's what I would do, said Finn. None of their opponents have any teamwork. If they all try and mob them, all looking for the glory of defeating Hestia Familia. Then that's when we can set our greatest trap, finished Lily. Eventually, all the contestants finished filing in. All guild employees left, leaving the adventurers to stare each other down. Good morning, everyone. It is I, your announcer Ibria Cha of Ganesha Familia, here to bring on the spot commentary. The loud voice rang through the Colosseum and passed through pubs, where the competition was shown by the magic of the gods. Ibri's voice ran out again. Here to help bring the best play-by-play commentary is the combat god Tgthegood and the god of mischief himself, Hermes. Why, hello there. Thank you for having me, Ibri. Why, yes, thank you, Ibri, said Hermes. And just to let everyone know, I'll be keeping an eye out for any would-be cheaters. Speaking of which, I think it's about time we laid out the rules, said Ibri. The rules are: no killing, no dismembering, no using poisons or potions, no leaving the area of the stadium, and the only equipment that you can use is the stuff in the arena, no outside weaponry. Other than that, all's fair in love and war. The games will begin when Lord Ganesha rings the gong. Standing on the highest point of the Colosseum, with his elephant mask on, was Ganesha. Behind him was an oversized gong, for which he held the mallet. I am Ganesha. With that proclamation, the elephant god brought his mallet around in a great swing. As the sound of the massive metal plate reverberated around Horario, the week-long competition of the Rang Cup tournament began. Just as the two master tacticians had predicted, a third of Horario's teams converged on the duo from Hestia Familia. That was their mistake, though, as a great gout of flame swept over them. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Welf Kraz has returned to Horario, and his magic swords are stronger than ever. Welf swung his blade in long arcs, the heat and flames keeping opposing teams at bay. Adventurers tried to get in between the timing of his swings, but Lily was there firing arrows with pinpoint accuracy. You know, I don't think we saw a lot of magic swords last year, did we, Take? Said Hermes. No, we didn't. Most familias didn't want to use their easily breakable magic swords for battle. Between the expenses, the storage space it would need, and how easy it would be to counter, most familias opted out of using magic swords. After all, the only thing one needs to do is wait till the power of the blade breaks. Replied the god of combat. That said, what Welf Kraz wields is no ordinary magic blade. Ibri spoke next. What do you mean, Lord Tgthegood? You could say that what Welf wields is the next generation of magic weapons. That sword won't break from constant usage. As long as he has the mind, he can keep swinging indefinitely. At that, the crowds in Horario made appreciative sounds of awe. Down in the arena, adventurers finally started to get through Kraz's flames. As that happened, Welf had to stop his constant barrage and engaged in close-quarters combat. The mind-powered flames of his sword became more contained. Thankfully, the sudden change left many of the other contestants flat-footed. In their rush to take down the Krazo, they started to attack each other and get in one another's way. It didn't help that there was a little prum girl darting to and fro. There's Ard. Her speed and dexterity are certainly on display, right, Lord Tgthegood? Asked Ibri. No, what Lily's showing off is her spatial awareness, replied Tgthegood. She knows exactly who's attacking and from where. She's then using her smaller frame to redirect attacks. Just as the god finished speaking, Lily jumped out of the way of a spear thrust. That same thrust hit another adventurer who was about to bring his blade down on Lily. While the swordsman recoiled, Lily knocked his sword into the face of a third adventurer. Then the prum moved on, leaving the three fighters to take each other out in frustration. After the first phase of battle passed, there were fewer and fewer familias to take care of. Unfortunately, in the chaos, Welf had lost track of Lily. He was alone among a throng of hostiles. He was saved a need to search for her when he heard a tiny voice boom over the battlefield. "Mr. Welf, Lily is over here." Using her command call skill, Lily gave away her location, which allowed Welf to join her. That also meant that many of the remaining familias were able to track the two of them down. There were 30 teams left. These were the smart ones, the ones that had hung back. Among them was a pair of low-key familia members and a pair from Tgthegood familia. Balder familia was also there, staring down Welf and Lily. One familia made a show of walking up to Welf, pulling up their shirt to reveal red cloth. "Oh ho ho ho, it looks like some familias expected to face Krazo flames. They've armed themselves with salamander wool for the fire. What will Hestia familia do next?" asked Ibri to the crowd. Down in the arena, Welf smirked. "These magic swords of yours, how far have you tested their limits?" asked the god Ta. Welf had only arrived in the kingdom of magic, and this was his first lesson. "What do you mean?" asked Welf. He knew that they would have to start with magic swords, but already he could feel his skin crawl. He was still getting used to forging the damn things. He didn't want them to be the only thing he worked on. "In the past, you have been so blinded by your anger that you never considered the possibilities that your swords presented," replied the tan god. "This is your first lesson, dream. Dream of new ways to utilize your magic swords." "And after that," replied the skeptic smith. Ta smiled, "Then we make your dreams a reality." In the arena, Welf smiled. This sword was the first dream. It was something he had thought of as a boy, a childish fantasy that his father and grandfather had said would be impossible. Welf reversed his grip on his blade, flipping it so that the blade's other edge was facing out. The smith smiled like a madman, swung his sword and cried out, "Tatsumaki." In answer, the other side of the blade whipped out the wind. A great gust spilled forth, throwing adventurers back into the wall. Welf Kraz had made his childhood dream of a dual-element blade a reality. The cheers in Horario were extreme, to say the least. They were witnessing history in the making now. However, the ones cheering loudest of all were his familia waiting up in the stands. They knew the importance of this moment, how long Welf had struggled to make his own path. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you're all paying attention. Welf Kraz has just unveiled the first-ever dual-element magic sword," cried out Ibri. Welf smiled like a child, using his blade like a toy as he created tornado after tornado. Those same familias that had been so proud of their salamander wool were now running in terror at Welf's abilities. Not that they could get very far. Wherever they ran, Lilaruka was there to stop them. Her shots were spot on, hitting adventurers left and right. The teamwork and trust of the two were evident. Lily and Welf bickered like cats and dogs, but all that bickering just hid a deep foundation of trust. The two of them worked in tandem, not needing to communicate. Welf aimed low and knocked adventurers into the air. Then Lily was able to jump and attack, slamming them into the ground. They even did the reverse, with Lily knocking adventurers off their feet. Welf would follow up with a gust that blasted them into the wall. Anybody left standing after that was soon peppered with arrow bolts. As soon as the battle started, it ended with the sound of another reverberating hit from the gong. All familias stopped battling, surrounded by the unconscious forms of their comrades. When everything was settled, there were 16 remaining teams. Among their numbers were Tgthegood, Loki, and Balder familia. Of course, Hestia familia stood out the most. The most considerable amount of unconscious bodies was scattered at their feet, a testament to the battle they had faced. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw it here first. Hestia familia's climactic return and the unveiling of the newest Krazo blade. We will now take a short break for lunch and return for this afternoon's singles tournament. Horario's cheers could be heard beyond its own walls. The incredible excitement was something else. As Welf and Lily made their way out of the arena, the poor smith was immediately swarmed with demands and requests. Thankfully, before he could lose his temper, Tiona and Tyone arrived to lead him up to the stands. When they got to the box, they found the rest of their familia waiting for them with broad smiles. Before anyone could say anything, though, Tiona tapped Welf on the shoulder. "Hey, Mr. Smith, you want to make me a big magic erga?" The sheer audacity of Tiona's claim made Welf break out in laughter. The Smith smiled and said, "Sure, we'll consider it part of the payment for this alliance." He would always make swords for his friends. The rest of Loki Familia jumped at the opportunity to pile on their own requests. The Smith was swarmed, but accepted all orders and ideas happily. Eventually, Loki and Hestia regained control of the situation. Bell was there to give his big brother a big hug in congratulations. "Congrats, Welf. That sword was amazing." Bell turned when he heard a humph behind him. He smiled down at his first ally. "Lily, you were incredible." Bell ruffled Lily's hair, and the prom girl thought she would explode in happiness. Finn also congratulated the prom girl, complimenting her on her planning and on-the-fly thinking. Gareth left to get food for everybody, and they had a mini celebration for their first victory. The celebration ended quickly, though, as the next round was starting to take shape. Hestia Familia cheered when they saw Mikoto stride in, her movements poised like a spring. "She looks calm," commented Tione. "If I had to guess, the sense of familiarity gifted to her by being in an arena is helping her nerves. The context is giving her reassurance," replied Ryuu. Tione hummed in agreement. Down in the arena, Mikoto kept herself busy by checking her armor and equipment. The ritual had a calming effect and helped her ignore all the deadly stares she received from the other contestants. "It seems like target number 1 is going to be Hestia Familia again," said Ibri. The crowds heard Take Mikazuchi hum while Hermes commented, "Right, Take, Mikoto's kind of your adopted daughter, isn't she?" "She is, which is why I can say with a certain amount of certainty, don't take your eyes off of her." "Oh, that isn't your own personal bias coming through." "Maybe it is, but I stand by it." "Thank you for the commentary," interrupted Ibri. "Now folks, we fight at the sound of the gong. Take it away, Lord Ganesha." "I am Ganesha," called out the god. The sound of the gong went, and Mikoto was off. Her katana in one hand, a long knife in the other, she whirled through the battlefield. The girl was never in one place for long, keeping her opponents on their toes. It was the end of Mikoto's first day fighting as a gladiator. She was with Goddess Nike, who took her in to train off a letter from Goddess Hestia. Apparently, the two of them had been neighbors up in heaven. "You fight well, Yamato," said Nike. "That said, you must work on your approach to multiple opponents. Combat will not always be a duel. Often, you will be forced to fight off many opponents." "And how do I accomplish this, Lady Nike?" asked Mikoto, hoping to glean whatever knowledge she could from her new mentor. Nike gave the samurai a grim look. "Before, you learned how to wield weapons. You used them well. Now, you will become the weapon. I cannot promise that this will be easy, and you might hate yourself at the end of it. Knowing all that, do you want to continue?" Mikoto nodded. "Please, I will do anything." Nike nodded. "In respect for your determination, I will help you. Tomorrow you will begin training with my right-hand man, the god Horus." Mikoto smiled, happy that she was finally able to find her own path. Mikoto didn't bother with these thoughts anymore, though. Instead, she hacked and slashed through rival familias. In the middle of a spinning strike, her blade got caught by an enemy's guard. The adventurer in front of her grinned. "I've got you now, Yulitoa." Mikoto didn't bother with the taunt. Instead, she let go of her primary knife and stabbed her opponent in the hand with a spare blade. As he reeled back in pain, Mikoto gave him a jump kick to the head. The adventurer's body flew into 3 others and fell to the ground, limp. By the time he landed, though, the shinobi had already acquired her next target. She used and discarded blades with fervor. Eventually, she started picking up and using other adventurers' weapons. "I don't believe it. The Eternal Shadow is a force of nature, folks. She is carving her way through adventurers like a baker would a cake," cried out Ibri. "Is this another instance of spatial awareness, Take?" asked Hermes. "No, this is some sort of sixth sense. She knows instinctually when attacks come and where to be to make the proper counterattack." "Oh, any idea where she could have learned such a thing?" said Ibri. "Yes, from what I understand, she spent 6 months in the arena of Nike. If I had to guess, she's feeling right at home right now," replied Take Mikazuchi. In the arena of Horario, Mikoto's experience was one full display. Currently, she was using an adventurer's spear to beat its owner into submission. As soon as he started to fall, she used the spear to vault into a knot of other adventurers. Of course, she's not the only one making an impression. Your own Lulun is certainly making a good showing, Lord Hermes, said Ibri. Yes, I'm quite proud of her. The adventurer called Lulun was dispatching enemies with ease. While she didn't have Mikoto's brutal finality, her blows were definitely the most powerful of anyone around. The dog girl also made sure to keep herself on the opposite side of wherever Mikoto was. The crowd was gnawing at the teeth to see a confrontation between the two top competitors of this tournament. However, Lulun was under strict orders not to fight the Eternal Shadow yet. Between the two of them, they had quickly laid waste half of their opponents. For their work, though, they had begun to suffer cuts and bruises. One adventurer had cut into Haruheim's scarf. Mikoto made sure to break one of his legs. You know, the Eternal Shadow is quite a brutal fighter, said Ibri. He sounded afraid. I'll say, if I didn't know any better, I'd think I was watching one of Loki's Amazon twins, replied Hermes. Take spoke next. Well, Mikoto did train with some of Horario's most dangerous women upon her return. Said women began cheering from their respective spots. Their cheers came from Loki's box, the stands where a group of waitresses were enjoying their day off, and from Hermes' Familia itself. Mikoto heard none of it, though. The cheers meant nothing to her. Right now, the only thing that mattered was victory. The only thing she heard was the screams of her enemies, just like Lord Horus had instructed her. The only thing she saw was her foes lined up in front of her. She left a gash on one person's stomach and dislocated the shoulder of another. When one adventurer got a grab on her, she bit their nose. Mikoto was fighting another adventurer, unaware of how long she had been in combat. She brought him to the ground and stomped his head. Her eyes were feral and her body was vibrating. With that final stomp, the gong rang and the battle was over. When the sound came through, Mikoto blinked and started looking around. She didn't seem to know where she was. She looked down at her boot on top of another adventurer's head and jumped away. Then she realized that she had lost all of her weapons. She ran around the stadium, searching for her numerous knives and other assorted weaponry. Up in the stands, Tione whistled. That was one of hell of a match, wasn't it, Tiona? Tiona was hopping in excitement. Yeah, that girl was awesome. She was all over the place. Ryuu smiled. At this point, a match like this is trivial. None of these adventurers know what it means to fight in a crowd. Mikoto was able to use that to her advantage, as expected of my personal apprentice. Finally, Mikoto found her last weapon and left the arena. Among the remaining adventurers from the single tournament was Lulun, an adventurer from Balder Familia, one from Loki Familia, and one of her childhood friends from Take Mikazuchi Familia. She nodded to the remaining fighters in a sign of respect. She had a moment of solitude before she was bombarded by her fellow Familia members. That was incredible, Lady Mikoto. In the front was Haruheim, who had launched herself into a hug. Mikoto stumbled under sudden weight increase and the force of impact but remained on her feet. Welf was next, clapping a hand on her shoulder. Her Familia herded her out of the arena into the street. Waiting for them was Loki Familia. The sun was just starting to go down. The day had passed much faster than anyone thought. To celebrate their overwhelming victory today, Hestia Familia left for the hostess of fertility to go get drunk and have dinner. When they got to the bar, they found Mayach Familia and Auka and Chigusa waiting for them with a table. The large group got to eating, and then came the drinking. Tomorrow was the official doubles tournament, which meant that if Welf and Lily made it all the way, they'd have 4 long battles tomorrow. Mikoto got a break, so she could rest and recuperate. Since the guild wanted this event to go perfectly, all injuries gained today were healed by the D-Saint of Diane's sect Familia. The guild spared no expense for this larger-than-life event. Loki Familia was there too, down 1 elf. It was the same for Hestia Familia, their half-elf was nowhere to be found. The two were walking together, wandering the streets of Horario. Lefia was giving an impromptu tour of the city, pointing out her preferred shops. Lefia, not that this isn't all interesting, shouldn't we be getting back to our respective familias? They might be worrying about us, said Elwyn. Lefia turned a deep shade of crimson. I, told Lady Reveria that we would show up later. Elwyn pursed his lips. Why would you do that? Lefia summoned up her courage. because you're fun to talk to." Now it was Elwyn's turn to blush. The boy pulled his cap down on his head, fiddling with the ends. He replied, "Oh, I think you're fun to talk to as well." The two of them then remained in a perpetual state of embarrassment then, but they both refused to leave each other's company. Back at the bar, Loki and Hestia had already passed the point of no return. Hestia had kept to her word, paying for drinks the whole night. Both goddesses were in the middle of debating their favorite children. "No way, itty bitty, my Aizu's the best around." "Huh, that was a laugh, Loki, because the thought of your sword princess being cuter than my Belle is laughable." The others had left Riveria with babysitting duty, the high elf being forced to sit there between the two of them. As she drank water, she sighed, pinching her nose. Every once in a while, she had to slap the goddess's hands away. The two of them kept reaching out, trying to throttle each other. The rest of the familias were busy drinking and making merry. Except for Belle, who was stuck between Ais and Helun, who wasn't on duty apparently. The ex-Freya member bared the full weight of the sword princess's glare. Every time she tried to even look at Belle, she felt the killing intent in the room rise. Belle was useless, unaware of what he should say in this situation. Finally, the first to speak was Ais. "You're not one of them anymore, right?" Helun shook her head. No, I was kicked out of Freya Familia. As of right now, I'm not a member of any familia. I'm just a regular old waitress, I swear." Ais's glare softened then, but she also placed a hand on Belle's shoulder. Good, because she threatened Belle again. Belle couldn't look anyone in the eye. Helun blinked. "How did you resist her?" Ais tilted her head. "What do you mean resist her?" "Freya's charm is legendary. When she makes eye contact with someone, she can convince them to do almost anything." "How did you not fall for it?" replied Helun, directing the question at Belle. Belle looked to the floor. "I won't say I didn't feel anything, but then Ais showed up. She came down and broke Freya's line of vision." Ais felt her heart warm then, happy to have done something right for once. After the hostilities were cleared and the confusion was removed, conversation between the three of them came much easier. With that, the first day of the Rank Up tournament came to an uneventful close. And another one down, the tournament has officially begun. For these arcs, certain characters definitely get more focus than others depending on what I'm telling in the story. The central supporting characters for the entire tournament arc are Mikoto, Urashima, and to a lesser extent Otoheim. Their feelings and decisions are the focus. Obviously, Belle and Ais are still at the forefront, but these supporting characters are the most important right now. Mikoto especially has a lot of focus, because of her setup to fight Lulun. I'm wondering if people have been paying attention to crumb trail I've been setting. Chapter 10. Welf enjoyed his routines. He liked to wake up early and he liked to start his day smithing. Today, his routine was crucial to keeping calm, especially since he was competing in regular duels. Yesterday, it had been simple. Anywhere he swung his blade, some enemies would be burned. Now he had to have technique. He had to match these people blow for blow. He wasn't like Belle or the others. He wasn't a warrior, he was an artisan. He most certainly didn't have the finesse that the others had. All he had was his equipment. He had the things he made with his own two hands. So, he spent the first part of every day maintaining that equipment to ensure that it worked and that it wouldn't fail when he needed it most. Welf was finishing up his and Lily's new combat boots when he heard a knock at the door. He turned to find Mikoto standing in the doorway. The samurai girl was clutching one of her arms, red dusting her cheeks. Sir Welf, I know that you're busy right now, but I was hoping that you finished my special request," said Mikoto. Welf smiled. "Yeah, they were the first things I did today. You know, your request was pretty interesting. I gotta say, I'm pleased with how it turned out." Welf grabbed a pair of blades he had finished sharpening in the early morning, their metal glinting in the light. They were a pair of long knives, curved and serrated. He also brought out a couple of thick leather gloves from a box. They had metal studs embedded in the knuckles. Finally, he brought out a collapsible spear and some blood onyx kunai. He wrapped all the gear up in a leather bundle before handing it over to Mikoto. The Far Eastern girl stared at the collected weapons, a large grin splitting her face. "Thank you, Sir Welf. I am truly grateful for your work." Mikoto bowed to the smith. Welf dismissed her with his hands. "No need to bow and scrape. We're familia members, aren't we? Beyond that, I'm your smith. It's my job to fix up your gear. Welf relaxed on his stool. So, how you feeling lately? I imagine all this stuff with Lulun has got you nervous. Mikoto's eyes fell to the floor. She nodded, her braid bobbing. Her arms fell to the side, hands closing into fists that shook. I am afraid because I feel that I'll let you all down. The sack of weapons that had made her so excited now hung limply off to the side. Welf nodded. I can get that. I feel the same way every day. Mikoto's head snapped up. Why, Sir Welf? Your equipment has saved our lives more time than anyone else. Welf sighed. That's just it. Every day, I live in fear that my gear is going to fail. Every time we go into the dungeon, I worry that you're going to get hurt, or worse, because the stuff that I make just isn't any good. Welf smiled then. You want to know how I get over that feeling? Mikoto nodded. I put my faith in all of you. Confusion blossomed on Mikoto's face. Welf laughed. What I mean to say is, I trust the fact that, if even my equipment fails, you guys are too tough to go down. Mikoto stammered, I do not. Welf sighed, listen, you just do your best and put some of your faith in all that new gear I made for you. Welf grinned then, besides, you're Yamato Mikoto. You spent a half year as a gladiator, and before that you fought in the Dragon Valley and went to the deep floors. You stood in front of Amphispina and played a critical role in bringing it down. Underwater, crushed from the pressure and your own magic, you held onto consciousness. If you don't mind me saying it, you're one tough bitch. Mikoto couldn't respond to all this praise. She blushed from Welf's kind words. The young girl left then, telling Welf that breakfast would be ready soon. Welf cleaned up his forge, hanging his beautiful hammer at the end. The hammer was a gift from Ta, who told him to bring it back when he made a magic weapon worthy of the gods. He found everyone waiting for him at the dining table. On his plate was his favorite cuts of meat, grilled to perfection. Aw, you shouldn't have, you guys, said Welf. As he sat down, he threw his arms around the people sitting next to him, Bell and Urashima. Bell shook his head. This was Goddess Hestia's idea, not mine. Welf looked to his goddess to find her giving him a thumbs up. Everything needed to make sure that you're ready for your matches today. Hestia looked to Lily. By the Little Miss supporter, how's this day supposed to work? Any idea on the schedule? Lily gave her goddess a stink eye. Really, Goddess Hestia? You couldn't try and figure it out yourself. Hestia waved a hand. Why bother? I knew that you would figure things out. Now come on, spill it. Lily didn't look at her goddess. Instead, she answered the eyes of her questioning familia. What Lily has found is that the first round of battles, that is the top 16, usually take the morning. Then they have a break for lunch. After that are the quarterfinals and the semifinals. Finally, after dinner, is the finals. Enough time for each team that progresses to be healed by the D-Saint. Lily steepled her hands. After that, the winning team stays in the arena. Their god or goddess then gives them their last status update. After that, the winners retire to a private room to do the actual level up. The spectators are not privy to the actual status of the winning team. That information is kept private. After that, the guild provides the volleys awards to the first, second, and third place teams. By that, Lily means the top 4 teams. The rest of Hestia Familia reeled from the heavy dump of information that Lily provided. They sat in silence, considering how long this process would be. Lily has already confirmed that we are invited to sit with Loki Familia today. Mr. Finn was gracious enough to extend an invitation. That said, Lily is guessing that Mr. Elwyn is going to be leaving with Lady Lefier again, continued Lily, glancing to the half-elf. Elwyn blushed in response. Well, yes, she did offer to accompany me to the stands again. Belle blushed as well. Ais has made the same offer to me. The poor boy was a mess in his seat. Hestia glared at her first child. Ah, I see. Well then, if you wish, Hestia pouted, you may abandon me then. That's not I would never, Goddess Hestia. I was just I guess I'll tell Ais, replied Belle. Hestia looked to the ceiling as she shook her head. Honestly, Belle, I was just kidding. Hestia smiled then, but it seemed forced to Welf. Go and sit with Wallen Whatisit. In fact, that's a command from your goddess. Belle's face lit up in relief. Thank you, Goddess Hestia. Hestia turned to Welf and Lily. Well, I'll be in Loki Familia's box cheering you on with all I have. The rest of their familia added on their own words of encouragement. They then finished up their breakfast and made their way to the arena. Crowds were already gathering outside. many of them stopping to point at Hestia Familia. Many were whispering about their impressive showing yesterday. In front, Lily and Welf paused at the entrance. They turned to find the rest of their familia smiling. Hestia walked to the front of the group. "No matter what happens today, I want you to know that I'll always be proud of you too, okay?" Welf and Lily nodded. Hestia Familia filed into the stadium, Belle bringing up the rear. As each member passed, they offered some final words of encouragement. Finally, there was their captain, looking nervous. "Lily, Welf, I just wanted to say," Belle stood up straight, "I know you can do this. I have total faith in you." Belle looked down then, and, I wanted to thank you too for everything you've done for me. You've been helping me the longest." Belle smiled at his oldest friends. "If anyone deserves this win, it's you too. I know you can do it." Welf and Lily stood there in shock for a second. If there was a reason why Welf loved Belle like a brother, that was it. He had a constant belief that people would always just do their best. He had been utterly betrayed last year by Sir, who was Freya and his idol. Any lesser man would have given up on humanity then, but it wasn't going to get him down. He still believed in people. Some would say that made Belle a fool, and maybe he was, but to Welf, that just made him a good guy. Welf and Lily nodded in response before leaving to go to the waiting room. They followed the direction of the guild employees until they entered a large room filled with benches. The dim lighting came from the magic stone lamps hung on the walls. The other 15 teams were already there. The adventurers from Tgthegood Familia and Loki Familia both nodded, but the rest of the assembled warriors scowled at the two. Some grinned menacingly. "Hey, Lilbit, you got that special gear I made for you," whispered Welf. Lily nodded, busy adjusting her arm-mounted crossbow. "No need to worry, Mr. Welf. Lily has everything under control. This situation is proceeding exactly as planned." Lily made a point of clicking her new boots' heels and pulling her new cloak tight around her body. Welf snorted. "Is that your way of saying, leave me alone?" Lily turned to glare at the smith. "No, that is Lily's way of trying to keep Mr. Welf calm." Lily humphed. "Fine then, Mr. Welf can get nervous for all that Lily cares. Lily will just beat everyone on her own." Welf chuckled then, the rest of the competitors now staring at Hestia Familia. "I'm sure you could, but leave some for me, all right." The two relaxed then, falling into their well-worn banter and ribbing. They both understood why they were doing it, but it felt nice all the same. If Welf had to choose a partner and Belle was unavailable, he would choose Lily every time. Honestly, he would choose Lily over Belle in some situations. The little prum kept her head and was good at balancing Welf out. If Belle was his little brother, Lily was his partner in crime. Just outside the stadium, Belle was waiting to meet Ais at their agreed meeting point. He was looking at all the different food stalls when he heard a small cough behind him. He turned to find Ais wearing a white sleeveless top and purple skirt. Her hair had been braided in pigtails. Belle felt the air rush out of his body. "Do you like it?" asked Ais, looking at the ground. "You look wonderful," replied Belle, a little too loudly. Other adventurers glared at him and the way he flaunted his closeness with the sword princess. Belle seemed to realize this as he turned a dark shade of red and mumbled, "The pigtails suit you." Ais felt her heart start beating rapidly. She thanked Belle and then led him off to find some seats. They were in the arena's middle rows, looking for the best spot when they heard someone call out to them. "Belle, Miss Ais." They turned to find Elwyn and Lefia sitting a few rows above them. The half-elf was dressed as usual, in a simple dark green tunic and brown trousers get-up, but Lefia had opted to change from her everyday frilly pink wear. Instead, she wore a plaid skirt with a white blouse and a red bow at her throat. Her shoulders were showing, and she looked terribly embarrassed. Ais and Belle climbed up to meet them, Elwyn looking between the two girls. "So, I guess you both got dressed up then, huh?" said the half-elf. "You know, Belle, I think we might be a little underdressed for this." Lefia pouted. "Well, I am a little disappointed that you're still wearing that disgusting, forsaken hat of yours. It must be filthy." Ais smiled. "I'm glad you like it, Elwyn. Lefia was very worried about what to dress like yesterday." Lefia turned a dark pink color. Miss Ais, you cannot say something like that." Ais tilted her head. "But it's true, isn't it? That's why you were asking Tiona and Tyone for help on what to wear." Lefia buried her face in her hands. When she finally dared to look at Elwyn, she found him staring at the ground, beet red. Well, I think you look really nice, he said. Lefia's heart almost gave out on her. Ais and Belle took the seats next to them, Belle smiling at the exchange. And just what do you think you're smiling about, Belle Cranel? Asked Lefia, face cross. Nothing, I'm just happy to see you two getting along. Lefia scowled. I doubt that. I'm sure you have some nefarious plot brewing, don't you? Belle could only balk in astonishment. Before he could counter, Elwyn started laughing. Oh my God, you two really are that bad, said Elwyn, watching the elf and the boy argue. Lefia turned her scowl to Elwyn, and what is that supposed to mean? Elwyn snorted, that you two are basically siblings. Lefia spluttered out then. Before she could formulate an answer, Ais hummed. That's what seemed so familiar. They talk to each other like Tiona and Tyone, said the Sword Princess. We are not siblings, declared Lefia, standing now. She sat down again when she saw all the baleful looks she received from the crowd. She pointed at Belle. That boy is a vagabond. He is trying to corrupt Miss Ais. That got a hearty chuckle from Elwyn. Before Lefia could respond, though, the first set of duelists came out. 2 teams from some small familias came out and did battle. Running commentary was provided by Tgthegood, Hermes, and Ibria. The first couple of bouts went pretty quickly, one team quickly prevailing over another. Ais and Lefia cheered especially loud for the Loki Familia team. Then came the next teams, Tgthegood Familia versus Balder Familia. The warriors from the Far East were undoubtedly determined, and their technique was nothing to scoff at. They fought using a wide range of martial arts. Not to mention, they had almost perfect teamwork. When one was forced onto the defensive, the other was there instantly, ready to lend a hand. The problem was, Balder Familia had overwhelming force. They fought with ferocity and fervor, using dirty, underhanded tactics. They threw sand, taunted their opponents, and were generally unsportsmanlike. Why are they fighting so fiercely? Asked Lefia. Elwyn hummed. If what I've heard is right, they were trained by Freya Familia, which means they probably met the goddess. If I had to guess, she's probably charmed then, making them obsessed with pleasing her. Charmed them? Elwyn nodded. Lady Hecate once explained to me, the gods and goddesses of beauty could be so alluring that they could bend the wills of lesser beings. Such a thing almost happened once to me with Lady Aphrodite. Lefia's nose wrinkled. That's disgusting. Elwyn shrugged. I mean, not like it's totally unreasonable. Freya is one beautiful Goau. Why'd you stomp on my foot? Elwyn's question was aimed at the level 5 elf while he nursed his possibly broken foot. Lefia looked away, pouting. Belle winced, understanding the pain that the little package known as Lefia could wreak. Then he saw Ais staring at him. Do you think she's beautiful? Asked Ais, face serious. Belle felt like he was in the deep floors then, faced with a life-or-death situation. Well, she's not the most beautiful person I've seen, replied Belle. And who would be? Pressed the Sword Princess. She felt a growing need to know who Belle thought was beautiful, what his ideal woman looked like. Belle looked away. I've always that you were beautiful, Ais. Ais had no response to that. Little Ais was freaking out in her head, rolling around while covering her face. Ais decided not to answer then, turning back to the fight. She caught the tail end of it. Balder Familia had thoroughly thrashed Tgthegood Familia. After that was the final bout, Hestia Familia versus some unknown Familia. By the way they walked into the arena, the challengers looked a lot like Balder Familia. They had probably been charmed by Freya to try and destroy Lily and Welf. In their haste, though, they ran face first into Welf's flames. As the unknown adventurers reeled away, Lily darted in to give scratching blows with a small dagger. Every time I see it, I grow more astonished by Welf Krazo's magic swords, said Lefia, and now that he's made a dual-element sword. It truly is remarkable, added Elwyn. That said, it comes with its own share of drawbacks. What do you mean? Lefia tore her eyes away from the fight, already knowing that Hestia Familia was bound to win. That new sword is powered by Welf's mind, so it doesn't break like regular magic swords. The problem is there are 2 elements, so the mind expenditure is really inefficient. To get the same flame power as a regular magic sword, he has to expend twice the mind, explained Belle. If Welf's not careful, it can tire him out pretty fast. Thank God Lily's there, finished Elwyn. Just as he spoke, Lily jumped between both adventurers, giving glancing blows to her enemies. Both adventurers swung their swords then, hoping to catch the prum, but she nimbly jumped out of the way. Instead, both blades kept going, and the two teammates cut into each other. Oof, that is a nasty blow, folks. Liliraka Ard is definitely proving to be one tricky opponent, commented Ibri. After that, the enemy's teamwork vanished, and the two members of Hestia Familia finished the battle soon after. The crowd erupted in cheers, then began to slowly disperse. The fighting would resume in the afternoon. I am Ganesha, called the elephant god, calling an end to the festivities. Shall we all get lunch together then? Asked Elwyn. The rest nodded, and the four of them made their way to find some food. Though Ais tried to convince them to buy potatoes, Elwyn eventually convinced her to get some crepes instead. The four of them munched happily outside. Belle, would you like to try some of mine? Asked Ais. Riveria had explained to her that she should offer Belle some of her food as an unspoken apology. The High Elf had also said that it was best if Ais was the one to feed it to him. As she tried to feed Belle her crepe, Leffia intercepted the food, catching it in her little elf mouth. This food is delicious, Miss Ais, said Leffia without a trace of guilt. The Sword Princess pouted. Leffia, that crepe was for Belle. Then Ais remembered something Iki had talked about, what to do when angry at another girl over a guy. Using her level 6 speed, Ais ate a quick bite of Elwyn's crepe. The half-elf almost didn't notice that a chunk of his food was missing. Miss Ais, did you eat Mr. Elwyn's food? You ate the crepe meant for Belle. Leffia was a mess then, not wanting to seem like it was a big deal. Internally, she was fuming, though. Poor Belle and Elwyn both almost had a heart attack from the exchange. The women of Loki Familia were going to kill them one day. Back with the rest of Hestia and Loki Familia, they returned from their lunch and settled in to watch the quarter and semifinals. Both of their Familia's teams had advanced to the next round, so spirits were high. Hey, itty bitty, I bet you that if it comes down to it, my beautiful children will crush yours. Ha, you wish, Loki. Hestia and Loki had been arguing all morning, but this time Ryuu was in charge of babysitting. The poor elf was stuck mediating the myriad of their disputes. Thankfully, this meant that everyone else could watch in peace. Finn, while cheering on his Familia, was secretly rooting for the little prum from Hestia Familia. That last battle had proved that she wasn't the same little girl anymore. She had an adventurer's spirit, and she now knew how to properly scan a battlefield for weaknesses in her opponents. She had become a force to be reckoned with, if only she would consider his marriage proposals. Hey, Captain, you want to share some of this crepe I bought? Asked Tyone, jolting him out of his thoughts. Finn smiled then. No, thank you, Tyone, I'm okay. However, I might be interested in splitting dinner later tonight. Really? Replied Tyone. She felt her heart beating in her chest from excitement. Finn had to admit he enjoyed spending time with Tyone. The only problem was that he needed to become the savior of his people. Romance and matters of the heart would only be an obstacle. This was the cost of his dream. Down in the arena, the first competitors came in. It was another two no-name Familias. It was sad to say, but the audience barely watched the fight. None of the big names were competing, so the poor fighting Familias got half the cheers that Balder, Loki, and Hestia Familia did. The next fight was Loki Familia. The box erupted in loud cheers as their Familia members walked out into the arena. Loki Familia had a good showing, quickly dispatching their competitors. Their movements were methodical, and their technique was crisp. Which made sense. Finn had made sure to personally train all of his Familia's entries. It was his duty as the captain to prepare his subordinates as best as possible for the trials that they faced ahead of them. When that fight concluded, there was only one bout left in the quarterfinals. The box erupted in cheers again as Hestia Familia lost it over their combatants. Welf and Lily strode into the arena as calm as one could be. Their opponents were another set of Freya proxies. They had come prepared, though, wearing salamander wool and arrow cloth, specially made for fire and wind, respectively. That didn't seem to dampen Welf and Lily's spirits, though. Hey, Ottoheim, your Familia members look so calm. Do they have some sort of special trick? Any sort of special killer magic? Asked Tiona, bouncing in her seat. At the sound of special killer magic, Ottoheim froze. Mikoto was quick to answer in her place. While Lady Lily and Sir Welf both gained valuable skills and magic this past year, None of them are useful in combat. Mikoto turned back to the arena. However, I think that the equipment that Sir Welf has designed will carry them through. Urashima nodded. True, I have seen his newest creations. If their opponents can match his new dual-element sword, I think it might just be time for Lily to cut loose. Oh, that reminds me, declared Hestia, looking away from another confrontation with Loki. Mikoto, I wanted to tell you while Little Miss Supporter is in the field. I give you my express permission to use all your magic tomorrow in the tournament. That statement certainly took everyone by surprise. Most of Hestia Familia agreed that Mikoto's magic was to be kept secret due to the possibilities that it could bring as an unknown. It was like Elwyn's ability to use 12 different spells, Ottoheim's devastating magic, or Haruheim's enchantments. It was supposed to be one of Hestia Familia's secret aces up their sleeves. Goddess Hestia, are you sure about that? Asked Mikoto. I agree with Hestia. If Hermes wants to send in a cheating level 3, then no mercy, replied Ryuu. That got a smile from Mikoto. She loved using her new magic, even if it was supposed to be a secret. Hey, if Hermes is cheating sending Lulun, why don't we just report him to the guild? Asked Tiona. Tione shook her head. No way, Hermes Familia is too influential for that. They've probably paid off some of the guild for that very reason. Gareth nodded while stroking his beard. Too true, lass. They've got the guild deep in their pockets, and even if we force the issue, I'm sure that clever captain of theirs would find a way to fake it. Loki hummed thoughtfully off to the side. Betet tesked his teeth. Doesn't matter. You either get strong and win or prove how weak you are and lose. The werewolf swung his predatory gaze to Mikoto. It's that simple. The samurai was not deterred, though. She nodded in response, maintaining eye contact. Betet looked away first. Down in the arena, things were quite literally heating up. The flames of the Krazo sword seared through most things, but the salamander wool held. Even the wind did little to help, the arrow cloth stopping the great gusts Welf summoned. That's when Lily switched out her ammunition. One of Welf's latest projects was figuring out how to condense his usual magic blades into a smaller size. It was a challenge given to him by Lord Ta. The smith had balked at the idea in the beginning, but slowly stubbornness set in. The smith hammered away at his designs until, eventually, the magic bolt was born. These mighty little arrows were single-use, and they decayed over time. Lily had to use them within a week of creation, or else the magic would seep out. For now, they were horribly inefficient but absolutely destructive. Lily loaded the first pack of special arrows and shot at the stomach of one of her opponents. The arrow flew true, striking him in the gut. As soon as it hit, the bolt exploded in a massive storm of lightning. Her opponent was fried. Incredible folks, another new Krazo magic weapon, cried out Ibri. Yes, and this time it appears to be magical arrows. They pack quite a punch, added Take Mikazuchi. After her partner went down, the other competitor was quickly subdued by Welf and Lily's destructive dynamic. Thus, the quarterfinals came to an end. Thankfully, the semifinals started right away. The first bout was a much-anticipated battle between Loki Familia and Balder Familia. For anyone in the know, though, this was really a battle between Horario's two strongest familias. Kick their asses, you guys, screamed Loki. The rest of Loki Familia and Hestia Familia piled on their support. The fight started out well enough. Both teams seemed to be evenly matched. While Balder's children were more ferocious, their teamwork was nothing compared to Loki's. The two adventurers from Loki Familia were quick to cover each other's weak points and exploited Balder Familia's sloppy teamwork perfectly. For all that, though, the enhanced skill of Balder Familia was too much. Their drive to succeed, for Freya, was what pushed them over the top. It was heretical in its worship. Every time they were knocked down, they stood back up. The will of the goddess drove them forward. Eventually, Loki Familia fell. Damn it, said Tione, slamming her fist into the stone railing. The whole thing cracked, almost shattering. The rest of her familia was quiet. Loki, Reveria, and Gareth left to console the losing members. Betet walked off, frustrated at his inability to do anything. Finn sighed, I hope that your familia can handle this goddess Hestia. Everyone in Hestia Familia looked downtrodden. After watching the pure force that was the worshippers of Freya, how could they stand a chance? This wasn't even Freya Familia. This was one of Freya's flunkies. How were they supposed to compete with the real deal? Forget the tournament, their entire future was looking bleak. Hestia didn't look put out, though. She just leaned on the railing and said, "You know, we gods love to toy with mortals. We love to make plans and treat you all like our little puppets. Just like what Freya is doing now," Hestia smiled. "However, they say that those who break from our plans and surpass us are the only ones worthy of becoming heroes." Finn joined Hestia, "And you think that your children are worthy?" His voice was not skeptical, just questioning. Hestia snorted. "Aren't you the one that wanted to rope Lily into becoming the hero of the Prums?" Finn chuckled. "Yes, I suppose so, and the smith. That boy has been working to surpass the gods longer than any of us." Hestia looked into the crowd then, searching until she found Hephaestus sitting next to Maiach. "Hey Finn, would it be okay if I invited Hephaestus up here to watch the last couple of matches?" "Oh, you think that Welf and Lilaruka will advance to the finals?" "I know they will." When the goddess finished, Lily and Welf entered for their semi-final match. The two of them ignored their opponents, preferring to bicker with each other. When Ganesha finally signaled the beginning of the match, it was almost astonishing how quick it happened. 1 second, their opponents were launching themselves at Hestia Familia. The next, they were face down in mini craters. Those with enhanced eyesight would later say the little supporter jump up and fire an arrow right on top of her opponents. The resulting explosion sent them down so fast that the shockwave knocked them out cold. Just like that, Hestia Familia advanced to the finals. Ganesha called for a break for dinner. "Do you think we'd be able to go talk to them?" asked Ottoheim. Hestia shook her head. "No, and even if we could, I wouldn't recommend it. We'd probably only distract them." Hestia Familia left to get dinner then. On their way out, they ran into Bel and the others watching with him. Hestia invited Lefia and Ais to enjoy dinner, saying that most of Loki Familia had scattered. The entire Familia ate at an open-air terrace restaurant. Ais was a little put out, though. Ryuu and Hestia had both claimed the spots next to Bel, and Haruheim sat across from him. The Sword Princess pouted then, unable to be in a position to talk to Bel. Instead, she had sat between Elwyn and Lefia, who also both seemed upset for some reason. When they finished dinner, they made their way back to Loki's box seats, Hephaestus in tow. The goddess of the forge was grateful for the opportunity to watch her wealth from a better vantage. Ais, Bel, Elwyn, and Lefia all agreed to join them, even if Elwyn looked a bit nervous. Seeing his unease, Lefia took his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. She also refused to look him in the face. Down in the arena, the two last teams were gearing up for the climactic battle. At least, one group was. While Balder Familia prepared, Welf and Lily were arguing. "Mr. Welf is too exhausted to pull off another big trick," said Lily, stamping her foot. "Oh, come off it, I'm fine, lil bit, I know what I'm doing," replied Welf. "Well, it seems as if the wonderful teamwork we saw previously is falling apart, folks," commented Ibri. Take Mikazuchi chuckled. "No, I know these two particular adventurers, and this is what they do. If anything, this bickering shows how relaxed they are in this situation. It shows that they're ready." Well, they certainly have been cutting their way through this tournament. That said, their opponents are no pushovers. True, Balder Familia has utterly destroyed all the competition they've faced. Hermes gave a beat. However, I think this match will be the most interesting. I don't think we've seen the last of Welf Krazo's magic bag of tricks. "I am Ganesha," declared the god atop the stadium wall. That cut the commentators' chatter away, the arena waiting in silence as the sun set. Then the gong rang. Balder Familia attacked first, dashing in like madmen. As Welf swung his sword, the flames washed out like a wave. Their opponents were quick to slide underneath the fire, though. They hopped up, using their momentum to launch themselves at Hestia Familia. Their bodies crashed into Welf, knocking him off his feet. They kept their focus on him, knowing that his magic swords were the only real problem. Of course, that would be their downfall. Lily did not take well to being forgotten. The little Prum girl took out one of her special arrows and launched it point blank. This time, the magical effect was ice. Frost followed the arrow as it soared across the battlefield. The two Freya thugs dodged out of the way, giving Welf time to recover, but it didn't matter. Lily was hoping for that, actually. When the arrow hit the ground, a sheet of ice exploded over the floor of the arena. Incredible! Lilaruka Ard has transformed the floor of the arena into a large sheet of ice. Well, would you look at that? I think that was the plan all along, added Hermes. As Balder Familia tried to pick themselves off the ground, their legs gave way. They kept slipping and falling on the slippery surface. Meanwhile, Lily and Welf just pulled off the bottom of their shoes. On the underside was a set of small metal spikes that bit into the ice. This modification enabled them free movement around the arena. Balder Familia is quite literally off balance at this point, shouted Ibri. The stadium erupted in cheers and laughter then, none louder than those in the Loki Familia's executive box. Due to the nature of the new arena, Welf was forced to switch to the other side of the blade. The wind howled then as the smith launched miniature tornadoes at his opponents. With no way to hold onto the ground, Balder Familia was forced into the air. Ladies, you better watch out, as this one will sweep you off your feet. Now, Ibri, everyone knows that Welf Krazo, the ever-burning Ignis, only has eyes for one woman. Right, Hephaestos. The poor goddess of the forge was now blushing furiously. Hestia and Loki were both dealing out generous amounts of teasing. As Balder Familia rose, though, one of their members started chanting. He thrust his arms out, one towards the ground and one towards his companion. A stream of what appeared to be magical rope appeared from both hands, tying them both to the ground. The two from Balder Familia knew that all they had to do was survive. As much as he had time to recover between bouts, Welf Krazo had exhausted himself today. Added to that, Lily couldn't fire any arrows because the wind would knock them off course. Eventually, Welf had to stop the wind so he didn't pass out. For all that, though, he was still on his last legs, mind-wise. So Balder Familia came crashing down. Their landing sent an impact through the ice, leaving shards everywhere. The two were quick to follow with a barrage of punches and kicks. Lily was sent flying by a spin kick to the stomach, and Welf doubled over from a punch to the gut. As he felt the bile rise in his throat, he turned to his partner. Lily nodded. It was now do-or-die time. Welf jumped back to get some distance for himself before raising his new blade into the sky. Balder Familia hesitated at this new tactic, caught off guard. That moment was all the smith needed. Before, when Welf used the blade, only one side would shine. This shimmer was based upon which element was being used. Now, though, the whole blade glowed, and Welf Krazo roared. Hei Tatsumaki. The winds picked up again, and the heat in the arena rose. It was once said that Krazo magic swords could burn the sea, but that wasn't good enough for Welf. He wanted his blades to go beyond that. His fire would scorch the heavens itself. A tremendous tornado of flames rose on the battlefield. Balder Familia tried to protect themselves from the overwhelming heat, but it was no use. They felt their superior-grade salamander will burn away in the face of these flames. There was no such thing as heat resistance in this tornado. Unseen to them, Lily darted around the arena, seemingly at random. Her new cloak was the one thing that could stand up to this heat, because Welf had designed it specifically for that purpose. He had crafted it using materials from the Dragon Valley. Welf's ultimate move came at a cost, though. The force was too much for Welf's body to handle, and he could only hold the inferno for a minute or so. Then, he suffered mine down and fell unconscious. As the flames died down, Balder Familia struggled to hold on. They felt themselves slipping into unconsciousness. If that great inferno had raged for a couple seconds more, they surely would have fell. Thankfully, all that was left was the little insignificant Prum. Their clothing fell to tatters around them, singed from the fire. 10 feet away stood Lilaruka Ard, smiling. As they began making their way forward, Lily called out, "Lily would be careful if she was you." The two stopped then and took the chance to look around the arena. While they were distracted by the great gout of flames, Lily had been carefully jabbing a collection of arrows into the ground. All she would need to do is hit one, and a great chain reaction would take off. Lily smirked. The goddess Athena told Lily that all warfare is deception. Lily hopes that you miscreants were able to learn this lesson. Often Lily was overlooked. Just like her race, no one spared so much as a passing thought to her. Now, though, she would make them notice. She took careful aim and fired one single shot. The magic bolt hit the closest arrow, jabbed into the earth, sending out a pulse of lightning, and then 2 more followed, caught by the electric pulse, then another 3 shockwaves came. On and on, lighting blasted through the arena, frying the adventurers of Balder Familia with a constant bombardment. Their hair stood up on end, and they couldn't take a single step more. When it finally ended, and the bright flashing stopped, everyone was left to look at the shaking figures in the arena. They had been totally paralyzed from the electricity. Ladies and gentlemen, both contestants from Balder Familia are unable to continue. Hestia Familia wins, declared Ibri. I am Ganesha. Before Lily understood what was happening, her familia had jumped down to the arena. She was then tackled to the ground by a certain overexcited princess. Ryuu and Urashima went to give Welf a mind potion, hoping to bring him back to the land of the living. When Lily was able to squirm her way out of the dog pile, she found her goddess standing over her. Well, little Miss Supporter, we have a status update to give, don't we? Said Hestia. Ah yes, it is time for Lilaruka Ard's and Welf Krazo's last status updates as level 2s, declared Hermes. Welf was roused from his sleep and joined Lily in removing his shirt. Kneeling on the ground, they let Hestia apply their final status updates. Then Aina walked out, carrying 2 brightly pulsing orbs. The crowd hushed then. Aina smiled. The volley's reward will be delivered to you afterwards, but I'm guessing that you will want these now. Welf and Lily took an orb apiece, smiling at each other. Hestia Familia then proceeded to retreat to a spare room off to the side of the arena interior. So how does this work? Asked Welf. Finn told Lily that one is supposed to swallow the orb whole, like medicine, replied the Prum. On the count of 3 then, asked Welf. Lily nodded and the 2 counted down. Then they swallowed the level-up orbs. What followed was a burning sense of pleasure. It reminded Lily of Lord Soma's divine wine. She felt an all too pleasant burning sensation take hold of her body. It was excruciating ecstasy. By the end, they were both panting and covered in sweat. Welf had almost passed out again from the pain. Hestia walked over behind Lily. Well then, here's the moment of truth. She pricked her finger and let the blood flow over Lily's back. Then came a squeal of excitement. It worked, you can level up Little Miss Supporter, decreed Hestia. All we have to do is choose your next developmental ability. Lily almost bounced away in excitement. What are Lily's options? Hestia took a second to read Lily's back. It looks like synthesis is still there, along with something called initiative. Lily gasped, really? That's one of the same abilities Mr. Finn has. Lily will choose that one. Hestia blinked in surprise. Are you sure? What does initiative even do? It will help guide Lily in decision-making in battle. Lily wants initiative. With it, she will become as great a commander as the braver. That time, Lily really did start bouncing from excitement. Her energy was childlike and infectious. No one judged her. Hestia had to grab Lily's shoulders to get the Prum to stop moving. Then, just like that, it was done. Congratulations, Lily, you're a level 3 now, said Hestia, waves of pride rolling off of her. Her children were growing up so fast. She then turned to her other familia member. And now it's your turn, Welf. The smith presented his back, and Hestia proceeded to repeat the process. All right, and you have the choice of magic resistance, abnormal resistance, and spirit healing. What's that? Huh, cried Ryuu, he can choose spirit healing. Hestia nodded, and Ryuu's mouth opened in amazement. The rest of her familia freaked out. This was more emotion than they were used to from their vice-captain. Spirit healing is a passive ability that regenerates mind when it is low. It is extremely rare. Only the Sword Princess and Lady Reveria have access to it, explained the elf. She then looked at Welf. How in the world did you gain access to such an ability? Hestia hummed, this is just my godly intuition speaking, but I think it has something to do with his blood and the fact that he uses so much mind with his new magic swords. I mean, he expends at a constant rate, even more so than most mages. Hestia looked over Welf. Your body is reacting to that usage and trying to help you the best way it knows how. Hestia shrugged. Honestly, I'd take this one. It's definitely useful. Welf grinned. If you say so, goddess, let's level me up. Hestia then scribed the new ability in, and Welf moved up to level 3. Afterwards, the rest of Hestia Familia cheered in celebration. Unlike last night, when they got drunk with their friends, they decided to head home for a more modest celebration amongst themselves. After all, the fight had only just begun. Meanwhile, in the depths of Knossos, a light elf and dark elf stood in front of a dark green door. The light elf pushed his glasses up his brow and raised a ring he held in his palm. The D carved into the jewel on top glowed, and the great door rose up. "How long are we supposed to be here?" asked the dark elf. "As long as it takes for Lady Freya's contacts to bring what was promised," replied the light elf. With that, the two elves waited for the inevitable. Character profiles. Lilaruka Art. Level 3. Status. Strength I Defense, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I Magic, I0. Abnormal Resistance, H. Initiative. Magic. Cinderella. Transformation magic that enables the user to transform into anything around their size. Skill. Command Call. Increases the area the user can convey orders to depending on how loud they're shouting. During a melee, the area increase effect is determined by the size of the battle. The user can remotely relay orders to people who have the same fauna. The maximum distance is determined by the user's level. Palom Spirit boosts the effects of magic and skills in the face of adversity. Welfkrazu. Level 3. Status. Strength I Defense, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I Magic, I0. Blacksmith, G. Spirit Healing, I. Magic. Will-O-Wisp, Anti-Magic Fire. If timed correctly, it can cause an Ignis Fatuus and cause damage. Skill. Krazo Blood. The user can create magic swords, can raise the power of magic swords during creation. Veritas Burn. Gives the user high fire resistance and increases their attack power when using fire element attacks. Reinforcement. Repair of equipment becomes more efficient and quicker to do. Repairing equipment feeds into blacksmith ability growth. Chapter 11. The memory was a familiar one. Mikoto was in her 5th month of training. Every day, she felt her muscles burn, and her eyes blurred from the dust and the blood that would accumulate. She was sitting in her bunk room, which she shared with a dozen other competitors, and she looked up past the iron bars of her window. She would see the sun, and she would look at the birds flying around the city. This deep in the heart of the city, the most common birds were crows. They often feasted upon the flesh of those gladiators who had died in battle. Mikoto was so jealous of those birds, those damn scruffy crows, that she would stare at them all day until they left. One day, Lord Horace noticed as he toured the bunks. "Ah yes, I guess I should apologize for all the birds," said the god. Mikoto whirled to find him squinting at the figures in flight. His different colored eyes studied the movements of their wings. "What do you mean, Lord Horace?" Horace brought his hands to his hips. "Birds fall within my domain as a sacred animal. Mostly falcons, but on the whole, many birds will flock to my aura. I've been told that all their cawing disturbs the sleep of many competitors. For that, I apologize." The girl shook her head, her long hair swaying. "They do not bother me with their noise. They bother me with their taunting." "Taunting?" Mikoto nodded. "Yes, they taunt me with their freedom, with their ability to go wherever they please without a care in the world." "Didn't you ask Nike to take you in, to train you?" asked Horace, confusion written on his face. "Yes, because I have to get stronger," replied Mikoto. "Not because I want to, but I have to save everyone." The two stared at the birds in silence. Mikoto awoke then, the smell of her favorite tea wafting into her nostrils. She sat up to find Haruheim pouring a cup. "Lady Haruheim, how long have you been awake?" The Renard turned to smile at her childhood friend. She knelt down, offering the cup of tea. "Not too long. I have had just enough time to brew you a pot of tea with some added ingredients from Master Urishima's garden," replied Haruheim. "This tea should help keep you relaxed." Mikoto gladly took the cup. That memory had awoken something in her. It resonated with Hestia's message from yesterday that she was allowed to use her new magic. Her excitement was making her jittery, and being jittery would not do today of all days. So, she took the tea, hoping it would calm her. Haruheim informed her that the others were waiting for them downstairs, so Mikoto geared up and made her way to her familia. In the dining room, she found the others already eating and enjoying each other's company. She smiled, watching them. Her reasons for half a year of hell were sitting in front of her. She would grow as strong as she needed to protect these people. When everyone saw her, they smiled and she joined them for breakfast. After they ate, they made their way to the Colosseum. Today, everyone would be sitting in the low-key Familia executive box, even Elwin. Apparently, he had made his peace with what was happening. Mikoto walked at the back of the group. Ryuu stood with her, giving some last-minute tips. "Remember, ignore all their taunts. Don't let them bait you," said the elf. Mikoto nodded, "Of course. Also, be careful of the sun and the sand. I would not put it past these people to try and blind you," continued Ryuu. This went on for a while, the elf not letting her apprentice get a word in edgewise. The older sister tone that Ryuu adopted helped to distract Mikoto from her worries. Forget Balder Familia, she had a much more significant challenge ahead of her. When it came time to part ways, everyone wished her luck. Haruheim made a point of securing her sash once more, being the last to say goodbye. Then, Mikoto started making her way to the waiting room. Before she could, though, she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to find Aisha Belka smiling at her. "Lady Aisha, what can I do for you?" Aisha brought her other hand over and now held both of Mikoto's shoulders in her grip. "Here to wish you luck, and to tell you that I believe in you." Mikoto was so used to sarcasm and criticism from the Amazon that the sincere words took a minute to register. The young samurai's cheeks heated up. "Lady Aisha, I am from a rival Familia. Also, as you should know, there is no chance I can beat Lady Lulun. She is a level 3, Mikoto sighed, and I am just a weak level 2. Aisha snorted. "Please, you almost beat a level 3 before, don't you remember?" At the look of confusion on Mikoto's face, Aisha shook her head derisively. "Remember, when you fought on the bridge to save that stupid fox princess? How you almost knocked Samira out? What level was she?" At Aisha's words, Mikoto almost decided to hope, but then she shook her head, letting reality set back in. "That was different. Lady Haruheim's life was in danger. I had to keep fighting." Aisha's face contorted into disgust. "What's the difference? Do you think Freya is just going to let you live? Do you think she's just going to let my little sister keep having feelings for Belle Cranel?" Aisha poked Mikoto in the chest. "You told me once that you would protect Haruheim whenever Belle Cranel couldn't. Was that a lie?" "No. Are you going to abandon her?" "I would die for her." At some point, Mikoto's rage overtook her. Her face was inches away from the Amazon's, her fists curled at her side. It took 5 seconds of silence before Mikoto remembered that she was talking to a level 4 adventurer. She reeled back, her eyes wide. Aisha nodded. "Good. When I entrusted that Renard to Belle Cranel, I was putting her in your care as well." Aisha made a dismissive gesture. "If you bring that same fire into the arena, you'll be fine." Before Mikoto could respond, Aisha left and blended into the crowd. Misha Frot appeared then, herding Mikoto into the waiting room with the other contestants. In this tournament, there were 5 familias everyone was watching for. Take Mikazuchi was undoubtedly an underdog, but the preliminaries proved that his adventurers were well-trained. Loki Familia was obvious, and so was Balder Familia to a lesser extent. Hestia Familia attracted the most attention, obviously. And those in the know would bet on Hermes Familia. These were the adventurers that Mikoto evaluated when she walked into the room. The adventurer from her former Familia would pose little issue. She already knew how they fought. Balder's children were liable to overextend and overexert in their obsession to please Freya. Loki's child would be difficult since they were trained by the braver, who was no fool. The one Mikoto really focused on, though, was Lulun, the insurmountable wall. Mikoto noted the dog girl's laid-back attitude, how she wore her usual adventurer attire, not combat armor. She was confident in her status, bringing her victory. Mikoto also noticed that her weapons only consisted of just 2 daggers, probably of high quality. Before the first fight began, the rest of Hestia Familia gathered to watch. Ryuu sat with Belle in the corner, Lily and Hestia joining her. This left little room for the sword princess, who pouted. Next to her was Lefia, who looked at Reveria trying to talk to Elwin. The half-elf's responses were short and stammered. It was strange, though, instead of being angry like he was before, he seemed like he was trying to please Lady Reveria, just like any other elf. To Lefia, this behavior was very not Elwin. Everyone was chatting and being sociable, even Bete. The lone exception was the braver. He was busy looking at his thumb, deep in thought. "Finn, what's got you so troubled?" asked Gareth. "My thumb is aching, Gareth. Something's up." Finn looked around the arena. "Also, there's something that's been on my mind." Gareth's eyebrow quirked. If Hermes Familia wins, then his secret is discovered. It doesn't matter how much he's paid the guild. Everyone will know, and there will be consequences. Finn looked to Belle, studying the young adventurer. "I have a suspicion, and if I'm right, things are about to get very interesting." Loki sniggered from behind. "Oh, so you realized it too." The goddess's face was turned up in an arrogant smirk. Finn nodded, however he needed confirmation. So he walked over to Hestia, trying to act casual, and asked, "I was curious about Mikoto's chances might be. Thought I would try and figure it out for myself. What's her status like these days?" Hestia tilted her head. "I mean, C's and B's right now, why?" "So she'd be near the top of the level 2s?" asked Tiona. "That's amazing." Then the Amazon frowned, still though she's up against a level 3. Finn smiled. "True enough. However, you've beaten those odds before, haven't you, Belle?" Belle nodded, his eyes focused on the stadium. As captain, it was his job to support Mikoto as much as possible. "Yeah, but all of Belle's stats were S rank, not to mention a couple other things," replied Hestia, trailing off. "What is Mr. Finn getting at?" asked Lily. The prom had been bouncing in her seat all day, excited to use her new status as soon as possible. However, whenever Finn spoke, Lily had to listen. He was as crafty as Hermes. Finn kept smiling. "I'm just trying to see what Mikoto's odds are." Finn raised his hand, thumb pointed up. "My thumb says that things are going to be very interesting." Finn's grin turned sincere, "but only if a miracle occurs." Everyone stared at Finn, not understanding his overly cryptic words. Everyone except Loki, who gave an all-knowing grin, and Lily, who was quick to put together what he meant. Her eyes almost popped out of her sockets. If Mikoto could do what Belle did, would the same thing happen? Down in the arena, the first combatants appeared. By some twist of fate, the first bout was to be Mikoto versus the vice-captain of Balder Familia, a man of fair complexion, named Atring. "If he's the vice-captain, where's the captain?" asked Urashima, the gears in his brain turning. Gareth nodded. "He's going to be fighting tomorrow for a spot in the level 3 tournament." Gareth leveled a look at Urashima, "which means he'll be your main competition." Urashima nodded, while Ottoheim snorted. "Like any dopey level 3 fanatic could beat my Ura." Back in the arena, Mikoto sized up her opponent. He wielded 2 single-bladed axes. He wore furs and leather armor. He looked to be a speedy type, probably a berserker. He would use quick but powerful attacks to devastate his opponents. His axes would cut into the enemy's defenses and slash them to ribbons. Now that her enemy stood before her, Mikoto was calm. This was not Lulun, this was not the challenge of the day. To her, Atring was just a minor obstacle on a path for a greater goal. "Now detach your emotions," came the voice of Nike. "Leave all uncertainty, doubt, and humanity outside the ring." Mikoto breathed, her eyes closed. She heard the voice of her father over the loudspeaker. "This first bout promises to be a spectacular one, folks. Both of these competitors have proven that they stand at the top of Horario's level 2 food chain." "Quite right, Lord Take Mikazuchi. I'm almost sad that such a spectacular fight is the first one of the day," replied Ibri. Hermes chuckled. "Yes, well, I'm certain this will be the longest fight of the day." Amused at his own joke, Hermes laughed. Those who understood scowled. The god of travelers was oh so confident that his illegal adventurer would win in what would be minutes. Mikoto ignored that, though. The only thing that mattered was the enemy standing in front of her. She heard Lord Ganesha ring the gong, and then her opponent was upon her. She drew her katana. For his part, Atring was ready to end this fight, just as the goddess demanded. Freya had made it very clear that no child of Hestia Familia was to win. To appease his goddess, he would destroy this little girl. He spun past the samurai from the far east, his axes whistling as they moved in a tight circle. The girl's braid bounced as he passed, caught in his backdraft. He heard blood drop to the ground. With a satisfied smirk, he looked at his axes, sure he had made a great slashing hit. Except there was no blood on his axes. Still, though, blood fell. Atring felt something warm at his throat. When he touched it, his hand came away red. He turned to look at the girl, her blade now sporting a red line that dripped onto the sand. "I must apologize," she said. "I almost took your head then. Thankfully, I was able to remember that death would mean disqualification." Her eyes raged, and her tone was icy. Deep in Aitring's mind, his obsession with goddess Freya wavered, and a kernel of fear took root. He watched the girl wipe the blood away on her pant leg. "Now then, let me finish this." She was on him then, like thunder. Each movement bore the full weight of her strength. Aitring tried to keep up, but his axes hit nothing but air. This woman wasn't an adventurer, she was a shadow. As he tried to bring an axe from left to right, she ducked, and Aitring doubled over in pain. Embedded in his abdomen was an assassin's knife. A certain black cat waitress saw this from the stands and started to jump with joy. Her fellow waitresses joined her in cheering on their pupil. As soon as he doubled over, he felt the girl grab his head and crash it into her knee. Once, twice, 3 times, and Aitring was left dazed and howling in pain. He raised a hand and felt the malformed features of his nose. As he tried to regain his senses, a knuckled glove bearing metal spikes crashed into his temple. His mind went blank, and he felt himself falling to the ground. His last thought was how displeased goddess Freya was going to be. Mikoto watched her opponent crumple to the ground, unconscious. With a certain detachment, she removed her knife from his muscles. In her head, Horus cheered her on for her brutality. Nike said that she showed great finesse. The crowd took a minute to process what had just happened. The vice captain of Balder Familia, who was about to join Freya Familia, had been utterly destroyed. He had not landed a single hit on his opponent. Hestia Familia had crushed Balder Familia this round. As Mikoto was making her way back into the waiting area, she saw that the next match was Lulun versus Asuka from Take Mikazuchi Familia. She turned to the guild rep bringing her back inside and asked if there was somewhere she could watch the match. The guild rep seemed confused for a second, but said it would be okay. Mikoto was led to a low area just above the arena's main floor, but just below the stands. All around her, guild employees bustled around to make sure everything ran smoothly. As the rep stood with her, the guild employee asked, "Did you really almost cut his head off?" Mikoto shook her head. "No, it was a ploy to get him off balance." Mikoto said no more as she took up position to watch her opponents. While she studied the dog girl, another memory from her time with Nike resurfaced. Mikoto was in the first month of her training. She had been fighting monsters, but she was informed that her next fight would be against real people. When she made her anxieties about killing known, Nike nodded and told Mikoto that killing only happened at the highest levels or for gladiators that were convicts. There were special rules in place for those executions. However, Mikoto still had special training to undergo to ensure that she was at peak efficiency. Nike covered a variety of topics, but the most important was about one's strengths. "Mikoto, you have good inner technique, but you need to get better at watching your opponents," said Nike for the 5th time. "I have been trying, Lady Nike," said Mikoto, hanging her head, "but it seems I have reached my limit." That got the girl a smack over the head. "No such thing, you just need to keep your eyes open. Watch how they move. Do they favor their left foot, a certain weapon? Are they fighting for money, glory, power? All of these are things you can study. As that pompous bitch Athena would say, knowledge is power." They went at it again, and eventually Mikoto learned how to study her opponents. Now she utilized that skill. She watched the acrobatic tricks that the dog girl used in combat. She studied how Lulun got up close and personal in her combat style. Mikoto analyzed every detail that her opponent put on display. When Lulun inevitably won, Mikoto returned to the waiting room. Up in the stands, the conversation was relaxed. In all honesty, now that Balder's adventurer had been eliminated, there was little reason to stress. In the end, there would be Hestia Familia versus Hermes Familia, or Loki Familia versus Hermes Familia. When the first set of matches ended, Tiona and Ottoheim offered to buy lunch and bring it to everyone, instead of them all dispersing to the numerous stalls outside. Finn took this chance to try talking with the prom girl. "So, Ard, any chance that you have reconsidered my proposal?" Lily felt an ominous glare on her back. She suspected it was Tione. The prom girl shook her head. "No, Mr. Finn, Lily has no interest in marrying you. Lily still thinks that Mr. Finn should let his heart decide who he marries." I wholeheartedly agree, added Tayoni. Finn gave the two of them a rueful grin. You both know why I can't do that. I need to create an heir that can save my people. Lily shook her head. If finding the perfect heir is what Mr. Finn is after, why not just adopt a Palom orphan? That brought the conversation to a halt. Really, Lily had just been rolling with the conversation. She had always assumed that Finn Deemney, the braver, the most extraordinary mind in Horario, had a reason for not adopting. Then she saw the dumbfounded look on Finn's face. Lily's eyes bulged. Has Mr. Finn really not considered just adopting an orphan? Asked the Prum. When Finn shook his head, Lily nearly tore her hair out. All you men are just the same. The only thing you could think about is finding a wife to bed. Mr. Finn was probably going to search for a harem of Prums, wasn't he? The braver blushed then, and Loki Familia's top brass started laughing their hearts out. Even Riveria was laughing at her captain's predicament. The only one smiling was Tayoni. Well, Captain, I'd be willing to adopt if you are, declared the Amazon. She then spoke at length about how wonderful it would be to save Prum children from the streets. In her heart, Tayoni really did believe this. If she could, Tayoni would adopt every orphan in Horario. She would become a mother to all of them and give them the loving family she never had. Yes, well, I am looking for a very specific. Finn's argument died on his tongue as Lily's eyes hardened. Is Mr. Finn saying that orphans are not already brave, that we do not suffer enough hardship as it is? At that moment, too many children were caught up in dark memories. Some had lost their parents, Bete, Lily, Finn, and Ais. Those whose parents had abandoned and disowned them, Urashima, Ottoheim, Welf, and Haruheim. And then some had never met their parents, Tiona, Tayoni, Elwyn, and Belle. Hestia and Loki looked on, melancholy plastered to their faces. They could do nothing to ease the pain in their children's hearts. They barely even understood this pain as goddesses. Ryuu, Riveria, and Lefia also struggled to reach out. They had all willingly left their families behind, and as far as they knew, their parents were still around. Finn smiled then, though it was filled with sadness. You are right, Lilaruka. Any orphan would have the courage I need. We're all examples of that, aren't we? With that settled, those in the box all gained a newfound respect for each other. They returned their attention to the tournament when they heard that the quarterfinals were about to begin. First up to bat was Mikoto versus some Freya flunky. The samurai made sure to check that all her weapons were in place, including Take Mikazuchi's knife in Haruheim's sash, before studying her opponent. When the gong rang, the two combatants came together. Her opponent wielded a spear, and Mikoto responded in kind. While her opponent was capable, they relied too much on thrusting motions. They were obviously used to fighting monsters. Mikoto was no monster, though. On one thrust that was extended just a little too far, Mikoto grabbed the spear. She yanked her opponent off balance before jamming her own rod into her opponent's foot, pointy end first. The samurai then snatched her opposition's weapon and used it to deliver a quick series of blows. She wielded the spear like a staff, whirling it this way and that. Mikoto's opponent was forced to endure the barrage as her foot was pinned to the ground. Unfortunately, Mikoto hit her a little too hard at one point. The force of the impact knocked the spear and her foot loose from the ground, allowing the flunky to free herself. As soon as she got her bearings, though, her body had been nailed with a collection of blood onyx kunai. Mikoto finished off her stumbling foe with a powerful kick to the head. Again, the Colosseum erupted in cheers for the ex-gladiator. Mikoto didn't hear them, though. She was too preoccupied with retrieving her weapons from her fallen foe. Next came the battles for Loki Familia and Hermes Familia, both proving their skill. Mikoto also watched them both, studying their skills. Again, the words of her trainer, Lady Nike, came through. Why do I devote so much time to studying strengths, Lady Nike? Wouldn't I be using my time better to study their weaknesses? Asked Mikoto. Also in attendance was Lord Horace, who snorted. He looked to Nike for approval before giving his explanation. Strengths are weaknesses, little girl. Too often, they are relied on, and then they become a crutch. It is too easy to turn one's strength into a weakness. Lord Horace had begun to hold Mikoto in contempt due to her refusal to kill. Nike did not like his tone of voice, but she agreed with God, known as the Avenger. If you study your opponent's strengths, you can turn them into weaknesses, Nike smiled in her memory. And if you can do that, then you can change the game entirely. So Mikoto watched her opponents from the sidelines. Many guild employees stared at her as they passed. Eventually, Misha Frot informed her that it was time for the semifinals. When she entered the arena, her opponent held their great battle axe aloft. His muscles bulged, and he declared, "I shall win today, Yamato Mikoto. Then, Lady Freya will give me her glory." He leveled his axe at his opponent. "I am Drudge, now prepare to feel fear." What a silly man, thought the young woman. Mikoto had not stopped being afraid for over a year now. She lived in constant fear that Freya and her subordinates would hunt her down and destroy everything she held dear. She was afraid that Belle would be turned into some cruel puppet that danced to the whims of a goddess. Fear had become her closest companion. When the gong rang, Mikoto did not wait for her opponent to strike. The samurai rushed forward, her sword drawn. Drudge missed his first attack, his great cumbersome axe getting caught in the ground. As Mikoto passed, he wailed in pain. The samurai had used her drawn sword to leave a long gash along her opponent's side. Once upon a time, the sight of another's blood would have disturbed her. Those days were long gone. Drudge gave in to anger then, his fighting becoming wild and erratic. This made him easy to dodge. As casual as she pleased, Mikoto stepped out of the way of each attack. After 5 swings, she countered. Her blade cut a diagonal across Drudge's chest. She then headbutted the brute before delivering a quick kick to a soft spot between his legs. When he doubled over, Mikoto forced him to the ground. He submitted soon afterwards. All this left was Loki Familia versus Hermes Familia. As usual, Mikoto watched, and just as predicted, Lulun Lui won another bout. This was not an insult to Loki Familia. Their fighter had put up a great effort, but this was just too large an obstacle to overcome. Up in the stands, Finn sighed at his Familia's loss. That was 2 times now that they had failed. He was about to join the others, leaving to give their sympathies when Lily stepped in his path. Lily has something she would like to talk to Mr. Finn about. A little while later, it was time. Down in the arena, as the sun set, everyone watched as Lulun and Mikoto took up positions across from each other. This is it, folks, the moment we have all been waiting for. Who will win, the warrior returned home or the adventurer with overwhelming might? Asked Ibri, his voice low in respect. The moment of contemplation was broken when Hermes smiled. "Well, I'm going to have to put my money on my darling Lulun, of course." Take Mikazuchi scowled in his commentator spot. This was hardly a fair fight. "I have to wonder if she'll be okay," commented Tayoni. "Tisk, all this'll prove is that the weak should stay weak. She ain't strong enough to be a hero," replied Bete. All Hestia Familia scowled then, except for Belle. His eyes were trained on the scene below him. Slowly, not looking anyone in the eye, he replied, "That's not what my grandfather told me. He always said." The boy paused to take a deep breath. "If anyone has the right to be called a hero, it's not the one who took up the blade. It's not the one who raised his shield, nor the one who healed the wounded. The only one who truly risks their life may be called a hero. Protect your friends," Belle blushed then, glancing at Ais, "save the girl and face danger. It doesn't matter if you fall." "No, that's just fine. Cry your heart out over it," Belle smiled. "Within the defeated, a victor waits to emerge. Stay true to your wishes, cry out your desires. And if you do, that's what will make you the coolest hero. Let your longings burn, scream out your wishes." At some point, Belle had started crying. He missed his grandfather so much. Hestia pulled him into a hug and stroked his hair. Somewhere in the back of Loki's mind, a memory was tickled. The rest of the adventurers, though, deep down, felt something stir from Belle's speech. The call had been issued, and they would answer. And deep down inside, they knew Mikoto would answer it too. That's just what heroes did. When the gong rang, Lulun rushed in, hoping to end this battle quickly. Mikoto knew this, though. She had watched Lulun fight all day. Lulun was impatient, eager to get a quick win and make a quick buck. When Lulun jumped at Mikoto, the dog girl's status was too much to handle. Mikoto was forced to take the hit, her arm raised to brace herself. The samurai had brought a knife up to defend. Even then, though, she was sent tumbling to the dirt. Lulun smiled then, but only for a second. Then she staggered and looked down. There was blood coming from the back of her foot. Mikoto stood up, brushing some dirt off her armor. The muscles of the leg are the strongest but the most temperamental. In the legend of the hero Achilles, his ankle is pierced, and he dies. For that story, the muscles at the back of the foot were named after him. "What in the world?" screamed Ibri. Horario cried out in confusion, and Mikoto's friends cheered her on. Then everyone heard Tgthegood laugh. "She cut his Achilles tendon. It's a delicate muscle in the leg. When opened, it makes the leg very difficult to walk on." Mikoto smiled then, her plan a success. She only had a second, though, as Lulun started to attack again. The hesitancy and limp caused by Lulun's cut tendon only gave Mikoto an extra second of an opening, if that. That was Mikoto's plan, though. She would take any advantage, no matter how minuscule. Any way she could shift the balance to her favor, even if it was just by a millimeter. Also, with that extra second, Mikoto was able to bring her head out of the way of Lulun's fist. Her katana in one hand and a long knife in the other, Mikoto weaved this way and that, just barely staying out of the dog girl's reach. For any blow that seemed unavoidable, Mikoto used her blades to redirect it. However, it seemed like Lulun had been studying Mikoto as well. On one such redirection, Lulun used part of one hand to grip Mikoto's blade. At that point, Mikoto had to choose, be yanked off balance or let go of her katana. Mikoto jumped back then, losing her primary weapon. She pulled out the other assassin's knife she kept on hand. "I have to admit, cutting my tendon was smart," said Lulun, who casually inspected Mikoto's blade, as if they weren't in a grudge match in front of the whole city. "That said, it won't be enough." Lulun threw the blade into the crowd, effectively removing it from the fight. Then she was rushing Mikoto again. It was dagger against dagger at that point. Lulun couldn't risk losing her other leg tendon, and Mikoto could barely keep up. She was able to keep up, though. Lulun's skill and speed were nothing in comparison to Tyone's. Mikoto's weeks of training were paying off. "Hey, when's she going to use that new magic of hers?" asked Tiona. At that sentence, Lily rounded on her goddess. "You gave her permission." Hestia waved it off, too busy watching the fight. Mikoto had just lost another knife, Lulun breaking it between her own blades. Mikoto dropped the jagged hilt then. She went to grab another blade when Lulun jumped her. The dog girl tackled the samurai, pinning her to the ground. She then began pounding on Mikoto with her fists. Mikoto did what she could to move her head and dodge the worst of it. With one hand, she grappled with Lulun, while the other reached into her sash. After multiple beatings to Mikoto's chest, Lulun wrenched her hands away. She brought her fists together to bring down a great hammering blow. She was going to finish this match. In her arrogance, Lulun asked, "Any last words?" Mikoto then proceeded to spit blood at her opponent's face. There was a pause when Lulun flinched in disgust. That was the moment Mikoto needed. She drew Chizen from the folds of Haruheim's sash and jammed it into Lulun's side with all her might. Her opponent's skin was extremely durable, but thankfully, the skill of the Goibnu Familia pushed through. A burst of blood erupted, and the blade bit down. It sank halfway into Lulun's body. As Lulun reeled back in pain, pressing down on the wound, Mikoto made her escape. The samurai's footing was unsteady then, and for a bit, she saw black spots. However, she controlled her breathing, and her vision normalized. Thankfully, Lulun was too preoccupied with her stab wound to notice. "It seems Lulun is facing quite the challenge this time around," said Ibri. "Yes," added Tgthegood, "I imagine she is considering many options right now. Does she endure the pain and try to finish the fight quickly, or does she risk removing the blade and bleeding out? Quite the challenging position, wouldn't you say, Hermes?" Sorry, did you say something?" Hermes sounded bored in his response. Either he had absolute faith in his child, or he just did not care about the outcome. Lulun chose to leave the blade, not wanting to risk all the blood loss. Internally, Mikoto smiled at the development. However, she was in her own predicament. She only had one knife, a spear, some kunai, and her brawling gloves. She needed to either make more weapons or limit her opponent's options. No time for decision-making, though. Her opponent was upon her. Mikoto brought out her spear then and discarded her last knife. She displayed flawless technique as she spun the polearm. Her months of training beforehand saved her life. Before, her two styles of fighting were conflicted. She was either too feral, like a gladiator, or too honorable, like a samurai. Neither of those was right, though. Mikoto was a guardian. Her mind and body fought with one goal: to protect her family, even if it killed her. The spear's longer reach gave Mikoto some breathing room, but she walked a fine line now. If she overextended herself, she would lose the spear. If she kept the spear in the same spot for more than a second, she would lose it. Thankfully, though, Lulun had learned her own lesson. Lulun was used to easy fights. That's what came of lying about your status. She wasn't used to her opponents fighting back so well. Twice now, Mikoto had dealt Lulun a severe blow. It was time for Lulun to start taking the fight seriously. Lulun started employing her acrobatic skills then. Using her good foot to get off the ground, she used the momentum to swing her injured foot like a club. Mikoto was being backed into a corner, caged by her opponent's overwhelming might. Thankfully, cages no longer held her down. "I humbly preach to you, my benevolent war god who is kind and merciful," began Mikoto. "It seems that Yamato Mikoto is about to try and use her magic," cried out Ibri. "Her gravity magic is potent, but what use will it be in such close quarters?" Take Mikazuchi was confused, though. These were not the words of Mikoto's gravity magic. "Deliver me from the incessant battle. Give me the grace to be free of my chains," continued Mikoto. "Free me from the shackles that bound me to this mortal earth." Lulun dove in then, not intent on letting Mikoto cast her spell. She kneed Mikoto in the chest, but Mikoto bore with the pain, reminded of her time battling Ishtar Familia. "Save me from horror and strife. Give me the strength to escape the cage of war." Lulun continued to bring her knee up to Mikoto's chest. "Why won't you just go down? Give me the freedom to join you in the heavens." At that moment, Mikoto used every ounce of strength she had to punch Lulun with her gauntleted fist. However, she didn't bother trying to beat the tough level 3 skin. Instead, she hit the top of the dagger that Lulun had left embedded in her own abdomen. Mikoto's gauntleted fist drove Chizun down to its hilt. As Lulun let go, shrieking in pain, Mikoto finished her chant. Kurokara. In a brief moment after Lulun had been punched, 2 things occurred. First, both her feet had left the ground as she had jumped from the pain. Second, a great gust of wind sent her flying. She landed in a heap on the floor at the other side of the arena. As the dog girl picked herself up from the ground, a hush fell over the whole arena. "She's beautiful," said Tiona. Mikoto stood, hair blowing in the wind. Behind her unfurled a pair of ethereal black wings. Mikoto's magic had transformed the girl into an angel of annihilation. Those that witnessed her transformation would say that her grace rivaled that of the goddess of beauty. Taking off, Mikoto flapped her great wings. She zoomed across the arena floor, feet skimming the ground. Her speed had shot up, transforming her into a bird of prey, diving after her quarry. She slammed into Lulun and lifted the dog girl off her feet. Mikoto used the momentum to throw her opponent the rest of the way, using a modified version of the full moon throw. Her opponent slammed into the wall of the arena, cracks spidering out behind her. Mikoto's breath was haggard now. Her wings, while beautiful and powerful, were a massive drain on her mind. She had maybe a couple minutes before she would have to cancel the spell and resume fighting normally. This was compiled with the excruciating pain she had to endure. Blood dripped from her forehead, and one of her hands was barely able to hold a blade. With her spear still in hand, Mikoto began a series of sweeping arcs. With her wings, she was able to keep Lulun at a distance. When Lulun tried to use her usual acrobatic flair, Mikoto flapped her wings. The resulting gust blew the dog girl away. Again, we see Mikoto limiting the options of her opponent's techniques. "Although, she doesn't seem to be targeting Lulun directly," commented Take Mikazuchi. Indeed, Mikoto's blows were not aimed at Lulun's torso or any critical spots. Instead, she seemed to be aiming at her arms and wrists. Finally, Mikoto saw an opportunity. She used the tip of her spear to work its way into one of Lulun's hands. She then twisted the pole and sent one of Lulun's daggers flying. The cost was that Mikoto lost her spear. Lulun had grabbed and tossed the weapon away. All Mikoto had left was some kunai. Meanwhile, Lulun was stuck with one blade. Mikoto used the last of her kunai to make a couple of well-timed shots. Years of practice with Take Mikazuchi had given her a precise aim with the little knives, and Lulun was slower than expected. The compounded leg and stab wounds had dulled her senses. The first kunai missed, the second skimmed Lulun's hand, but Mikoto's last kunai hit its mark. The blade smacked Lulun's hand. The throw was not strong enough to pierce the skin, but it was enough to knock Lulun's second dagger out of her hands. Now neither of them held any weapons, but Lulun decided that enough was enough. The game was over. With her hands free, she jumped at Mikoto. The samurai tried to fly away, but Lulun was able to grab the tip of one wing. With her enhanced strength, she yanked Mikoto to the ground. She brought both hands to bear on the magic wing, and she swung Mikoto around in circles. The force of the pull and tear made Mikoto howl in pain. Eventually, Lulun let go, and the momentum sent Mikoto flying into the arena wall. Her magic wings disappeared. She fell to the ground and slumped over. Lulun's breathing was shot. The pain from her wounds was unbearable. If the fight had gone on for much longer, she would have fallen. She smiled then and shouted her victory. The arena cheered at their declaration of the winner. There were pockets of silence, though. A group of waitress warriors sat in shock. Take Mikazuchi Familia hung their heads in grief, and in the Loki Familia executive box, everyone sat, the depression sinking in. She had been so close. Everyone except a blonde Renard, who smiled, her hope unshaken. This fight is not over. Down in the pit, Mikoto grappled with consciousness. She saw visions. She saw a boy with white hair chasing an impossible dream. I want to be strong like him. She saw a beautiful elf risk it all for people she did not know. Her arms began to move. I want to protect people the way she did. She saw the person closest to her heart protecting a monster dragon girl. Her legs twitched. I want to guard those that I love, just like my childhood friend. I want to be a hero, whispered the girl. Her mind fought on and her body answered its call. Though the sound was not really there, Mikoto would swear that at that moment. She heard a ringing bell. Yamato Mikoto stood. Her legs were shaking, and she had no feeling in her left arm. She felt blood flowing over one eye. Her mind was clear, though, she was not done. The arena let out a collective gasp then. All around Horario, people held their breath as they watched the no-name level 2 stand her ground. Take Mikazuchi grinned, for he had been blessed with a wonderful daughter. And Lulun stared, her body filling with fear. She took an involuntary step backwards, pain shooting up her leg from her injured tendon. Lulun watched her opponent look her in the eyes. Mikoto's gaze was as cold as steel. This chick, she's a monster, said Lulun to herself. It just wasn't fair. This was supposed to be an easy opportunity for some volleys and a level up. No one had said that a monster was competing. Why won't you stay down? Cried out Lulun. A wave of confusion passed over Mikoto's face, as if the option never entered her mind. Then she charged. Her body screamed from the overexertion. Her muscles burned. This was it, one final move. Lulun stood her ground, confident that she had the upper hand. After all, neither of them was armed. She prepared to block a blow to her head, certain that was where the attack was coming from, except Mikoto aimed low. Lulun had forgotten. There was still one weapon left to use, the knife Lulun had left buried in her side. With a sickening pop and a burst of blood, Mikoto withdrew Chizen from its sheath of flesh. The absolute pain of having the blade removed made Lulun's head swim. In a millisecond of an opening, Mikoto brought the knife down at the point where the neck and the shoulders meet. Using both hands, she stabbed down. Blood exploded, and Mikoto felt a buzz go up her arms when she hit the collarbone. The blade sank, though, burying itself down inside the level 3 adventurer. There was a terrifying moment of silence as people watched Lulun sway back and forth. The pupils of her eyes changed, and eventually she looked at the adventurer standing in front of her. The dog girl shook her head, tired, and let herself fall back to the dirt. As she fell, she whispered that she was done trying to find easy battles. Her body crashed to the ground, and the silence over Horario held. Mikoto doubled over in wheezing breaths. She watched and waited for any signs of stirring. Eventually, the voice of Ibria Cha rang out. People of Horario, Yamato Mikoto wins. The girl relaxed then and drifted off to sleep. Her body fell to the ground. When she awoke, the first thing she saw was that she was not on the arena's main floor. Mikoto realized that she had been brought inside the Colosseum as she looked at the brick walls off to the side. The magic stone's lighting was bright, but Mikoto rationalized she must be in a bed, for she felt something soft underneath her head. Why were the pillows so warm, though? Mikoto looked up and found Haruheim's tear-stained face smiling down at her. Mikoto sat up then, her face a deep crimson. Before she could cry out in surprise, though, her head swam. Thankfully, Ryuu caught her before she fell. "Take it easy, Mikoto. You won, it's over," said the elf. "Yes, but Lady Haruheim." Hestia chuckled off to the side. Haruheim was very incessant about this. She said that her hero deserved a special reward. Hestia looked deep in thought. Actually, it was Wallen Whatisit that suggested the lap pillow. Haruheim and Belle were both a scarlet red. Hestia clapped her hands. "Never mind that, though. Time for your last status update." With Ryu's support, Hestia was able to take a look at Mikoto's back. Mikoto took the time to realize that everyone from her familia was in attendance, along with the guild worker Ina, who held the coveted level-up orb. Apparently, something happened, though, because Urashima's eyes narrowed. "Is there something wrong, Lady Hestia?" asked the bodyguard. "Oh, how do I say this?" The goddess's voice was shaky. "Well, I guess, congratulations on leveling up Mikoto." "I have yet to swallow the orb, Goddess Hestia," replied Mikoto. It was Lily who spoke next. "What Goddess Hestia is saying, Miss Mikoto, is that your defeat of the level 3 Lulun has qualified you to advance to level 3 on your own," Lily nodded. "It seems that Mr. Finn's theory was right." Mikoto sat in dumb silence for a while. Then she said, "Wait, but does that mean?" Welf continued, "If she leveled up now and then took the orb, she would become a level 4, finished Elwyn." They all looked to Ina for confirmation. The ex-receptionist was in shock, but eventually she nodded. In the end, these orbs were one size fits all. At her confirmation, everyone smiled. Before Hestia Familia could erupt in congratulations, their goddess regained control. "Okay, so you have two options for level 3. There's swordsman and something called weapons expert." It was Ottoheim of all people who recognized the second ability. The princess smiled. "I know that one. It was quite common amongst the weapon masters back home. It helps you become more powerful with all sorts of weapons." "She's right. I believe that there is a similar ability called Hunter," continued Urashima. "They are essentially the same, except for weapons instead of monsters. As Lady Mikoto continues to use a certain weapon, she will become more proficient and do more damage with the weapon." "Then let's choose that one," declared Hestia. At Mikoto's agreement, the decision was settled, and Mikoto became a level 3 adventurer. Then, Ina stepped forward and offered Mikoto her prize for victory. Mikoto swallowed the orb and felt the pain of pleasure course through her. She almost fainted again. Hestia proceeded to finalize the second level up, picking the swordsman ability, and then it was done. That said, Mikoto still had to be supported by Ryuu and Welf to make her way home. The D-Saint had stopped by and told her that she could not do any adventuring for a week. When asked what she wanted to do next, Mikoto responded, "I would like to take a hot bath, please." In another part of the city, a certain god of travelers ran into a goddess of tricksters. "You wanted this to happen, didn't you?" asked Loki. Hermes smiled. "Why, Loki, whatever do you mean?" Loki scowled. "Cut the shit. You knew that if Lulun was caught, you'd be in big trouble. You were banking on Hestia's girl winning. She's probably a level 4 now." "Is she? Well, good for young Mikoto then," declared Hermes, who pantomimed a round of applause. "Why, what do you gain?" Hermes smirked. "Let's just say I'm fulfilling a favor for an old friend." The god tried to walk away, but Loki had one more question. "The boy, who is he, Hermes?" Hermes paused, but he did not answer. Instead, he began walking again, leaving Loki in silence. With that, the third day came to a close. Character profile: Yamato Mikoto. Level 4. Status: Strength I Defense, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I Magic, I0. Abnormal Resistance, G. Weapons Expert: Swordsman, I. Magic: Futsunamatama, heavy gravity magic that crushes a given area. Kuro Kara gives the user a set of magical wings. Actively drains mind until dispelled. Skill: Yatenoki Ragarasu, enemy search within effect range also reveals hidden enemies. Effect is exclusive for monsters and only works on monsters that the user has encountered before. Active trigger: Yatenashi Ragarasu, familia member search within effect range, only works on those in the same familia. Active trigger. Chapter 12. Urishima's oldest memory is of her smile. He was a little boy, maybe not even 8 years old. His father, the head of the Taro clan, brought him into the main household. There, he was introduced to the third Princess Otoheim Nakamura. She was the same age as him, but while he hid behind his father's legs, she stood in front, smiling. Urishima, I want you to meet someone important. Urishima's father maneuvered his son out in front. He gestured to the girl. This is Princess Otoheim Nakamura. From now on, you're going to start training to be her bodyguard. You're going to spend a lot of time together, so I want you to introduce yourself. His father had told him how to behave in front of the princess beforehand. However, he almost tripped as he stepped forward, but he recovered and gave a deep bow. It is an honor, milady. My name is Urishima Taro. I put myself at your service, said the little boy. The official vows would come later when they were both just a bit older, but an informal introduction would do for now. Urishima kept his head low, waiting for the princess to dismiss him. So he stood there for 10 seconds, and then 10 more. Then, when a minute had passed, he heard giggling. He looked up to find Otoheim giggling into her hand, the long sleeve of her pink yakuta covering her mouth. I'm sorry, she said, trying to control herself. I just wanted to see how long you'd do it. Urishima should have been offended, but then he saw those golden eyes of hers. There was no malice or ill intent. Her eyes were filled with joy and laughter. Then the princess removed her hand and grinned, showing all her teeth. The little girl's smile was so infectious that Urishima felt himself start returning it. However, before he could, his father smacked him over the head. Control yourself, said his father. Hey, that's not nice. Otoheim marched forward, her attendants sighing and rolling their eyes at the little girl. She helped Urishima stand up straight and took a look at his head. While she did so, she spoke to the leader of the Taro clan. You shouldn't hit your son, not his fault I played a joke. Otoheim turned to her new bodyguard. If you feel like smiling, then smile. That's an order from your new boss. Otoheim paused then and looked up in thought. Well, unless I do something embarrassing. I wouldn't want you laughing because of that. Urishima spoke before thinking, does that happen a lot? Total silence was his reply. The attendants had looks of horror on their faces. Urishima's father looked like he wanted to throttle him. He probably would throttle the boy when they returned to their home. It was all worth it, though, because he heard the chiming laugh of the princess. She laughed, and Urishima fell in love with the sound of it. He woke up in the present to the exact same sound. Otoheim's laugh echoed around Hearth Mansion. For once, the bodyguard had slept in. His nerves had kept him up most of the night, anxious for his battle today and the tournament tomorrow if he qualified. Obviously, his body was exhausted, and the rest of his familia had noticed and left him to rest. His primary opponent for the next couple of days was to be the captain of Balder Familia, Fulsetti. After he woke, Yura prepared his armaments for the day. When those were secure, he went downstairs to discover the source of the laughter. He found Mikoto holding a broken teacup, Haruheim trying to sweep away the mess, and his beloved princess laughing in the kitchen doorway. It was the 3 girls from the Far East's turn to cook breakfast, but obviously something had happened. Urishima glanced at Mikoto's shocked face. I'm guessing you didn't realize your own strength. Mikoto blushed, confirming Urishima's suspicions. Breaking a cup wasn't the girl's fault, though. Anyone who had suddenly jumped 2 levels would be having the same trouble. Overall, Mikoto seemed a little uncomfortable with her newfound abilities, trying to get a handle on them. Urishima was sure she would be okay, though. She was a skilled individual. Instead, he walked up to Otoheim and placed his gloved hands on his hips. Princess, instead of laughing, shouldn't you be helping your fellow familia members? Otoheim nodded, still laughing, and went to help Haruheim clean. My apologies, Mikoto, it's just your face was perfect. Otoheim wiped tears away. Come, let us finish breakfast. The 3 women then entered the kitchen, and the rest of the familia came into the dining room. Meanwhile, at the Twilight Manor, a little elf was standing outside one of her teammates' rooms, looking for advice. She knocked on the door and waited for its occupant to emerge. She heard a strange crashing sound, though, but eventually, Anakitty Autumn opened the door. Her black hair was disheveled, and she looked like she had only just thrown on her clothes. Yes, Lefia? Asked the cat girl. Usually, she was very kind and polite when speaking with the other familia members, but now she seemed a little annoyed and frazzled. Aki, I was wondering, how did you ask out Raoul? Asked the elf. Following the disaster with Freya Familia and Aki and Raoul's win at the tournament, the two longtime partners made their relationship official. Since then, they had become known as one of Horario's power couples. That said, nothing had really changed in their dynamic. Aki still scolded him, and Raoul still bumbled around her. The only difference was that they held hands occasionally and were sometimes caught sneaking kisses. When Lefia asked her question, there was a resounding yelp and thud from Aki's room. She had recently been promoted to an executive, which meant she was now allowed a private room. It was the same with Raoul. Is someone else in there? Asked Lefia, trying to peer around the door. Aki was quick to stand in her way, though. No, not at all, said Aki, a smile stretched across her face. So, I take it there's a guy that's caught your eye. Lefia, sufficiently distracted, blushed in response. Yes, well, there might be. I'm still figuring things out. I've never done something like this. The closest I've done is when me and Philvis. Slowly, Lefia trailed off. Even over a year later, she still could not get past what happened with her dear friend. Aki let the elf girl collect herself before she continued. Well, as for me and Raoul, it was a spontaneous affair. After the tournament and watching Freya hold the city hostage, I just didn't want to wait anymore. Life's too short, you know? Aki got a dopey grin on her face, probably the best decision of my life. Aki glanced back into her room. Her relaxed posture let the door open a bit more, and Lefia was able to peek inside, where Raoul Nord, esteemed level 5, was fighting to untangle himself from the sheets. Aki paled when she realized what had happened and was quick to slam the door. Lefia stood there in shock until Tiona and Tione found her. Hey Lefia, what's going on? Asked Tiona. Lefia gulped. I saw something both utterly bewildering, but also not surprising in the least. When the elf didn't explain further, the three left to find Ais. Today, they would still be using the box with Hestia Familia, but Bete and Gareth were opting out of spectating. They were going to stay home and take care of some minor business. Riveria was also not joining them, apparently to let Elwyn be more comfortable. That left the four girls with Finn and Loki. They joined their goddess and captain in the foyer of the Twilight Manor and found the two whispering. They caught the tail end of the conversation. I'm telling you, Finn, that speech that Itty Bitty's boy gave, I know I've heard it before, said Loki. Finn rubbed his chin in thought. As do I, he said his grandfather told him that. A former adventurer, perhaps. The two then noticed the rest of their party joining them. Together, the 6 of them left for the Colosseum. They met Hestia Familia halfway there, where Elwyn was quick to begin walking next to his new friend. Lefia felt herself smiling involuntarily at Elwyn's greeting. Part of her felt sad, though. She used to react the same way with Philvis. As her thoughts spiraled, she felt a gentle hand on her shoulder. Are you all right? Asked the half-elf. Lefia nodded. The two walked in silence with their familias. At the front were Urashima and Ottoheim, who was fussing over her bodyguard. Urashima took it all in stride, though, and when they reached the arena, he didn't even bother saying goodbye. The young man strode inside, ready to meet his destiny. As the rest of them took up positions to watch the Duo tournament's preliminary battles, a different conversation took place in the Tower of Babel. Freya sighed, her thoughts muddled. Her reunion with her beloved had not gone well. Even Ryuu, who had been her best friend, had shunned her. Then there was the boy's soul. Forgive me if I am being presumptuous, began Otter, his voice quiet, but is something the matter, Lady Freya? Freya played with the cup of wine in her hand. He's changed, Otter. His pure white soul has not returned. If anything, it's gotten worse. Many had questioned Freya's sudden release of Bel Cranel. The truth was that something had changed. After Freya Familia stormed the dungeon and attacked the monster creatures down below, a dark spot had tarnished Belle's pure soul. Since the target of her affection was no longer the perfect object of her desire he once was, Freya called off the attack. The goddess had been confused. She did not understand what had changed in the boy. So, she let him leave. Her hope had been that time away would return his soul to its perfect blinding state. During his year away, she considered the reasons why it had changed. Eventually, she settled on the thought that he must have been feeling guilty. Bel Cranel must have been feeling horribly guilty over what happened with those Xenos creatures. Such a thing made no sense to Freya, but if that was what her beloved cared about, then she would help relieve him of his guilt. Which was why she was proceeding with her current operations. If they succeeded, Bel would no longer feel guilty. Then he would return to a state of purity, and Freya could snatch him up. Also, she had noticed the effect of her charm ability. Before, he had resisted, but only a couple days ago, Bel Cranel had faltered. It had worked on the boy, which meant that his love for the Sword Princess had not returned as well. The goddess did not make the connection between Bel's soul and his love, but Freya did realize she had to claim Bel Cranel before such feelings returned to him. Hence, her current operations. It would be even better if those feelings would turn towards her. For now, though, Hestia and Loki could play their little games, and Bel could train with Ais Wallenstein all he wanted. Freya knew the truth. She knew of the stain on Bel Cranel's heart. Because of that, he would be hers soon enough. Back in the arena, the doubles melee had just finished. Among those advancing was a collection of Freya flunkies, Loki familia, and strangely enough, a doubles team of Dormal and Luvis from Magni and Modi familia. There were also a lot less adventurers competing. When Ottoheim commented on this, Ryuu replied, "There are simply fewer level 3s. Even if Horario has most of the world's most powerful adventurers, it is not like there are going to be thousands of second- and first-class adventurers lying around." Ottoheim nodded, but then Thyone chimed, "Speaking of which, how did you get so strong?" Her question was aimed at the ex-princess. Ottoheim had the space of mind to look for permission from her goddess before telling hers, and by extension Urashima's, story. "Well, in my homeland, it is common that those of us who are members of the royal family are put through vigorous training," began Ottoheim. "The closer one is to the top of the succession, the more intense the training," she gestured to herself. "I was the third princess, in which I was third overall. My family put me through the harshest of conditions from a young age." The princess looked to the arena and spotted her beloved Yura walking in. "The same can be said for the clans who guard us. They are not permitted to become stronger than us, but they must be capable at the very least." "Okay, but how?" continued Thyone. "Did you have to fight people?" Ottoheim shook her head. "Near my ancestral homeland is a nesting ground for dragons. As we reach certain points in our growth, we are sent out. We either win or die." "Do they do the same for the bodyguards?" asked Tiona. Ottoheim shook her head again. "They are forced to fight each other. They raise their statuses and then have competitions. Thankfully, to get to level 2, death is not required." Tiona asked the obvious question, "What about level 3? Did Yura have to?" Ottoheim smiled, though it was strained and deeply melancholic. "No, Yura did not kill anybody. Others have too, but Yura was forced upon a different path. Welcome, citizens of Horario, to the singles melee for the level 3s. I am your master of ceremonies, Ibria Cha," rang out the voice of the chief commentator. "With me, as always, is the master of martial arts himself, Lord Tgthegood, and Horario's greatest mischief maker, Lord Hermes." After the two gods introduced themselves, Ibri spoke up again. "This promises to be an interesting fight, folks. Today we are about to witness one of the newest members of the Hestia Familia." Whoops and hollers came from the crowd. Rumors abounded of the newest Hestia Familia members, but no one had been able to pin anything down about them. The only one that people knew anything about was Ottoheim, and that was that she was a former princess and wielded a bicento. Urashima was especially secretive, a deep pool of rumors surrounding him. "Lord Tgthegood, your familia is close with Hestia's. Is there anything you can tell us about this fighter named Urashima Taro?" Tgthegood chuckled. "I know little more than anyone else. The only thing I do know is that he was raised as a bodyguard, so I expect a more defensive fighting style with acute sensory mastery. Definitely not a magic type." Ottoheim snorted. "That's almost accurate." The last of the fighters took up position, and the voice of the elephant mask was heard. "I am Ganesha." With that proclamation, the combatants sprung into action. Urashima was off like a shot, his blades carving a path through the throng of adventurers. As he moved, he began chanting. "Spirits of the wind bless me and make me fleet of foot, Kani Nashi," finished Urashima. His body glowed a jade green. It seems as if Urashima Taro has activated some sort of enchantment magic. Maybe it does something to his agility stat, said Ibri. Otoheim's face scrunched. Not just his agility, it gives a minor boost to his dexterity. The princess crossed her arms and pouted. These people need to start realizing how amazing my Yura is. Hey, I've meant to ask, what's up with you two? Asked Tiona. Otoheim tilted her head. What do you mean? Are you two involved? Finished Tione. Otoheim turned a very dark shade of red. Sort of. It is a very complicated situation. She turned away. I ask that you do not press. At that awkward exchange, they settled in to watch the rest of the fight. Urashima was some kind of demon. His knives whistled with each slash, and his body was constantly moving. It looked like there were after images being left in his wake. At one point, he leapt into the air and began running across the heads of his enemies. Urashima was also armed with his personal shuriken that he threw with pinpoint precision. He was a storm of steel, taking out opponents with every movement. As he picked up the pace, his attacks grew wilder. Why does he look so angry? Asked Ais, who had never seen Urashima fight properly. Tione frowned. He never told us. Otoheim's grip on the metal railing tightened. Mikoto laid a hand on her shoulder, trying to give a gentle squeeze. The only problem was that she forgot her new strength again. Otoheim eeped in pain, and Mikoto set to apologizing. Back in the arena, the fight was just wrapping up. Unfortunately, a gang of adventurers working for Freya Familia had decided to gang up on the fighter from Hestia Familia. Urashima was ready for them, though. The bodyguard had more than one spell. Shroud me in darkness and remove the sight of my enemies, Dan. A burst of smoke erupted, and the adventurers about to attack Urashima halted their advance. As the smoke washed over them, they disappeared from the sight of everyone in the arena. Yura's second spell, a magical smoke bomb. He can see just fine, but not his enemies, explained Otoheim. She grimaced as she heard the adventurers in the smoke start screaming. Then it all went quiet. As the magical smoke dissipated, the arena gasped. All of Urashima's enemies were passed out on the floor. The scene reminded Otoheim of when she used to watch Yura train. She had taken to following her new bodyguard around everywhere. As third princess, she did not have many friends, and all her siblings were too jealous or paranoid about playing with her. All that left was her new bodyguard. Strictly speaking, Urashima Taro was not allowed to play with Otoheim Nakamura. Although the Taro clan name carried weight, they were not nobility. The only reason that the young princess was allowed to hang around her bodyguard during training was that no one could say no. The only person who could was her father, the emperor, and he didn't give two shits. So she watched Urashima fight. Even at a young age, everyone called him a prodigy. The best martial artist they had seen in generations, and even the untrained Otoheim could see that. He moved with a certain fluidity and was already able to challenge opponents twice his size. The Taro clan weren't the only bodyguard family in the Nakamura Empire, so Urashima always had a wealth of opponents looking to get a leg up on their rivals. He didn't have many friends, though. It was the only thing he and Otoheim had in common. Apparently, the only person lonelier than the two of them was the little Renard heiress to the Sangiano family. Otoheim had never met her, though, and probably never would. Eventually, Urashima beat the last combatant. His opponent's friends came to help them off the ground. Once upon a time, Urashima would have had to pick himself off the floor. Not anymore, though. Here, Yura, I brought you some water, declared the tiny princess. At first, Urashima had politely refused Otoheim's help, but then she ordered that he allow her to help. Such was their relationship in the beginning. Eventually, Urashima gave in to her constant demands and just let her help. Soon after, he started to respond to inane questioning. Then, a tentative friendship began. This development left Otoheim unbelievably pleased. Urashima's father was not. The young boy was berated continuously and ostracized from his family. He was told incessantly that his behavior was improper. Knowing this made Otoheim feel guilty, but she couldn't help it. She was a little girl, and she had finally made a friend. She was too needy to let him go. After the smoke dissipated, Ganesha rang his great gong. Urashima had qualified for the finals, as had Elfie of Loki Familia and Fulsetti of Balder Familia. As the crowds began to disperse and Ottoheim left to congratulate Yura, Ais walked up to Belle. "Belle, are you going to be here tomorrow to watch the battle?" she asked. Before Belle could respond, Ryuu shook her head. "My apologies, Sword Princess, but Belle and I were going to go shopping for potions and gear for the expedition." Ryuu looked over her familia. "I do not believe that any of us planned on watching tomorrow, as we have no one competing." Elwyn coughed. "I think Ottoheim and Urashima plan on coming. At least, Yura said something about studying his enemy." The half-elf shrugged. "Honestly, who knows what goes through his head?" Ottoheim agreed to come along, saying it was a date. "What about you, Elwyn?" asked Lefia. "I need to find a good magic shop in the city," he replied. "Then I'll help you, I know some wonderful elven shops," cried out Lefia. Elwyn blushed. "Then I guess it's a date." The coward left before Lefia could respond. Not that she would be able to, she almost passed out from his response. She was quick to stumble out, though, as everyone stared at her, amused. Meanwhile, Tiona was badgering Welf. "Hey, Mr. Smith, can I swing by tomorrow and talk about magic Urga?" Welf nodded, trying to make an escape and get away from the high-energy Amazon. He couldn't, though, as Tiona followed him, asking rapid-fire questions. Tione went after her sister. "Itty bitty, me and Finn are stopping by tomorrow too. We have things to talk about." Hestia sighed. "Yeah, all right. Me and Little Miss Supporter will meet you after breakfast, okay?" The goddesses left bickering, the prums following. Mikoto and Haruheim went too, hoping to get home and take a long bath. That just left Belle, Ais, and Ryuu. "So you'll be with Ryuu all day?" asked Ais. She tilted her head. "Is that a date?" Neither Ryuu nor Belle was able to answer that question. They had both agreed to spend the day together, as they were both close friends and their familia's leaders. However, they were both terribly innocent and had never thought of it as a date. As Belle prepared to deny it, he felt an intense murderous aura coming from two directions. Ais wanted him to say no, but for some reason, Ryuu wanted him to say yes. As Ais and Ryuu stared, Belle remembered the wise words of his grandfather. "Belle, if you ever get into trouble with multiple women, leave. Don't talk, just go. It won't fix anything, but it is better than anything you can say. Retreat, Belle. Live to fight another day." So the rabbit foot took off, using his escape ability. As a level 5 with his enhanced base stats, he could outpace even Ryuu, and Ais was too confused by her own emotions to give chase. Instead, she started staring at Ryuu, who felt a cold shiver down her spine. The elven warrior made a quick withdrawal, and the sword princess sulked her way back home, alone. The sun went down and rose on another beautiful day. Those who had agreed to pair off together did so. Welf locked himself in the forge, working on weapon maintenance for the big expedition. At least, that was the plan. Tiona had arrived bright and early to start discussing ideas for her Urga. She was followed by her sister, Finn, and Loki. When they asked why Tione was there, the Amazon replied, "I refuse to let the captain go and talk with the wonderful Prum girl. She is much too threatening as a rival." So, the 5 of them sat down to iron out the details of the coming expedition. There was much talk about how long it would take and what equipment and supplies Hestia Familia would need to provide to Ais and Lefia. Ottoheim and Urashima passed them on their way out. They left at the same time as Ryuu and Belle. Eventually, the elf and the boy found their way to Horario's clothing shops. They were looking for undine cloth, as well as light fabric fit for intense heat. Since floors 28 to 33 were burning deserts, even the dungeon's artificial light would destroy their skin. Usually, the Blue Pharmacy would provide all the items they needed, but they had to look elsewhere for these specialty items. As they searched for specialty cloth, they stopped at a clothing store. Ryuu said she needed to replace much of her old clothes. She explained that she had worn through much of it on the road. This was a half-truth. In reality, Ryuu was looking to capture Belle's attention. She had taken Hestia's advice to heart. The elven warrior was ready to fight for Belle's love. She was trying a technique Elise had told her about once upon a time. Her former captain had explained that boys loved to watch girls change outfits. They found it erotic, apparently. So Ryuu tried on several outfits. She wore sundresses, skirts with button-down shirts, and tight pants with tank tops. Ryuu took a certain amount of satisfaction in watching Belle's reactions. He seemed quite enthralled and showered her in compliments. Ryu knew she was happy because she felt her ears burning. In fact, they were both turning a dark shade of red by the end of it. Eventually, the two of them had to leave, though. The next thing they did was stop for lunch. Ryu was too unversed in the ways of love to know if today counted as a date, but she thought it did. They settled at an elven specialty cafe. "So, Belle, how are things going with the Sword Princess?" asked Ryu, scoping out the competition. Belle looked at his plate. "Good, I think. We are making progress, but it is still hard to forget." Ryu nodded. "I understand." She reached to grab his hand. "Never be afraid not to forgive. Forgiveness is something that must be earned. Not just for her, but for yourself too." "What do you mean?" Belle couldn't look her in the eye. "I know you, Belle. I can guess what you're feeling," Ryu smiled. "And even if you don't think you deserve it, I still believe that you're a human worth respecting." There was a moment when the streets quietened and the two adventurers could lean on each other. Ryu felt her heartbeat speed up and her lips tingled. Again, a memory was trying to scratch its way to the surface. A heartbeat later, though, and it passed. They finished lunch and started walking, basking in the quiet comfort that a companion provided. Ryu felt herself at ease, any tension in her body disappearing. At the same time, Elwyn was waiting for Lefia at a special magic shop. When she got there, she wasn't alone. Riveria had joined her. Apparently, the High Elf wanted to help out and offer advice. So, the three of them wandered through Horario. When Riveria made a suggestion about getting a new staff with larger crystals on the end, Elwyn shook his head. "No can do. My staff is a weapon, just like any sword. I can't afford no magic baubles," said Elwyn, who refused to make eye contact. "I need to be ready to jump to the front lines." "What do you mean your staff is a weapon?" asked Riveria. Lefia had gone to a different part of the shop and left the two of them alone. "My magic isn't a cannon like yours or Lefia's. If you guys are cannons, then I'm a multi-tool. Sometimes I'm a healer, sometimes a mage, and sometimes I'm on the front lines." Riveria nodded, not want to push the subject. In all honesty, she was happy with the conversation she was getting. It seemed like the half-elf was finally warming up to her. Then a salesman walked up to them. "Greetings, fine elves. May I interest you two in a magical helmet?" he asked. They shook their heads, but he was not to be deterred. "Come now. If you do not mind me saying, that hat of yours looks as if it could use an upgrade." Elwyn refused, but the shopman wasn't going to be stopped. He reached forward, trying to rip the hat off. Elwyn continued to step away, but the shopkeep persisted. He chased Elwyn around the store. Eventually, the half-elf snapped. "No, thank you," screamed Elwyn. The rest of the shop people were staring now, and Riveria was giving him the stink eye. She led him away from the crowd, back outside. She faced him, her arms crossed. "While I understand that that man might have been pushy, you need to learn to restrain yourself," said the High Elf. "You might think me presumptuous, but our familias are allies. What you do reflects back onto me and mine. I cannot let you act in such a way." Elwyn narrowed his eyes and shook off her arm. "Stop talking like you're my big sister or something." "I am just trying to help," replied Riveria. "Well, stop." His words might as well have been spat. The emotion behind them was so intense that Riveria had no clue how to respond. She stood in silence and watched Elwyn walk away. He didn't care what she thought, and if he stayed any longer, he was liable to do something stupid. Poor Lefia was left unbelievably hurt and confused. In her mind, she had done something wrong, so Elwyn abandoned her. She finished shopping with Riveria, her heart close to shattering. All the while, the princess and her bodyguard were in the stands watching the fighting. The tournament was at the semifinals by this point. No Baldur Familia though, their only level 3 was their captain. However, that hadn't stopped Freya Familia from finding some adventurers to rope into their scheme. In the semifinals, it was them versus Loki Familia, and Loki was losing. Ottoheim was only half watching though. Her main activity was glaring at other adventurers. Apparently, Urashima was already gaining a fan club. "Princess, please stop intimidating the other adventurers. If those husses think they can make eyes at my Yura, then they need to learn a lesson." Yura smiled. "While I appreciate the sentiment, I do not believe you have much to worry about." "Maybe not, but I still like to make sure that the rest understand," replied Ottoheim, placing a hand on Yura's thigh. The two kept watching the fights, even past dinner. Back at the Hearth Mansion, the discussion was mostly finished. The details had been finalized, and Finn was content. As Lily invited Thyone and Finn for tea, the two goddesses were left to talk. "What do you want, Loki?" asked Hestia. She had caught the mischief goddess staring at her all day. "The boy, where'd he come from?" Hestia shrugged. Some mountain village, apparently. Never knew his parents and grew up with his grandfather. Did he ever say the name of his grandfather? Hestia shook her head, just that his grandfather was the one who told him all the stories he knows. Loki scowled. "I've got a sneaking suspicion about your kid, Hestia. It might be worth it to start asking about who he really is." Hestia sat there and thought. She knew who she had to ask, but she hated the idea of owing him anything. However, she had her own question to ask. "Why are you helping us so much?" Loki scowled. Freya should know better. Hestia tilted her head. "That witch was there when Evelys held the city hostage. She saw what those villains did." Loki's hands trembled. "What they cost us. To then turn around and do the same? For a boy? That ain't right." The goddess's famous evil grin appeared. "She should know better, and I'm going to remind her." After that, Loki left and hurried after Finn. Back with Ryuu and Belle, the two were finishing up shopping when Belle looked over his shoulder. "We're being followed," he said. Ryuu didn't ask, she just placed her hand on her blade. The two of them kept walking, moving through the crowd. Apparently, though, their follower wasn't easily deterred. Eventually, Ryuu signaled Belle to keep walking. She peeled away from him and went into an alleyway. She assumed someone was out for revenge, a remnant of evils. Whoever had been following them was only interested in Belle, though. After walking into a dead-end alley, Belle turned around. Ryuu took up a position at the opening, having double-backed around their assailant. This way, they were able to catch Belle's stalker. Stand in the mouth of the alley, looking much like a child caught with their arm in the cookie jar, was Ais Wallenstein. The sword princess studied the floor, her eyes hidden behind her hair. Ais, why were you following me?" asked Belle. He saw her mouth move, but didn't pick up the answer. "Please, sword princess, you'll have to speak up," said Ryuu. "Thyone said I should do it," replied Ais. "Why is that?" asked the elf. "She said it was a bad idea to leave Belle alone with another woman." Ryuu narrowed her eyes. "Are you suggesting that I would do something to hurt Belle?" Ais turned to face the elf and shook her head. "No, but Thyone told me something indecent might happen." Ryuu's cheeks warmed. "Indecent, I would never, right, Belle?" It was only then that they had noticed Belle was no longer with them. The boy was naive in many ways, but even he knew there was only one thing to do when he heard Ais's reasoning. Belle heard Ais and Ryuu start running after him, so he ducked into Daedalus Street. The maze of streets, where he had spent much time, made it easy to lose the two pursuing females. Eventually, his running took him to a familiar building. In the weeks of his return, Belle had failed to visit Maria's orphanage. He was afraid of who he might run into, but he also felt guilty for not going to see the children. Unfortunately, just as he feared, she was there playing with children. She looked like Sir, so Belle thought it might have been Helun. When he saw her face, though, he knew it was Freya. Only she could smile like that. As they clambered for her attention, one of them spotted him. Then the rest started to scream and point. "Big bro!" cried out the children. Belle was swarmed then as they all ran to tackle him. "See, I told you he was back," said one child. The rest bombarded him with questions until Maria, the orphanage woman, corralled the children inside. That left Belle alone with her. "I'm not going to force you to stay," said Sir/Freya, reading his mind. Choosing to ignore that, Belle asked, "Do they not know?" Sir shook her head. "Most of the common people still don't know what really happened to this version of me," Sir sighed, a sad smile on her face. "But you can tell them if you wish." "No, I don't want to hurt them like that," he said. It was strange. Here was the goddess who had been responsible for killing his friends, trying to have a pleasant conversation with. Belle was barely able to suppress his rage. His hands wanted to wrap themselves around her throat. The only problem was, she looked like Sir. The same Sir who had made him lunches and was always waiting for him at the end of the day. Sir, who had always stuck by his side. "Why?" Sir sighed, and the tired aura of the goddess poked through. "I don't have a reason that you'll like Belle," she shrugged. "I will say, though, there is a lot that I regret." With those quiet words, the disguised goddess went inside to play with the children. Belle almost left, but he felt a large presence sneak upon him. He turned to find the great bow's otter looming over him. The king of Horario made a point of removing his sword from his back and laid it on the ground. The gesture was utterly symbolic, of course. Even barehanded, Otter could rip Belle's head from his shoulders. "Yes, Mr. Otter," asked Belle, sweating. "What does your goddess mean to you, Belle Cranel?" Otter's voice was a deep rumble. Belle was so unprepared that his answer was a mess, even to himself. "Well, she's everything. She saved me and gave me a chance when no one else would." Belle looked to the ground. "I would do anything for her." Otter grunted. "Then we are much the same. My queen rescued me and gave me the chance to become strong." Belle spoke before thinking. "Except in my familia, we don't let our goddess do whatever she wants." Apparently, even Horario's king could be caught off guard. There was a minute of quiet before the bows nodded. There might be some truth to that. With that, the king walked off, and the rabbit foot ran home. And that's another one. Small break for a couple days to get some of my last assignments now. Hopefully, I'll be able to return to the once-a-day schedule. Also, to head this off at the pass, yes, I have seen the Vol 17 synopsis. However, I've always known that my story would canon divergent and AU, so it doesn't really matter to me regarding this story. That said, I might incorporate some of the ideas the novel presents later on. Chapter 13. The day that Urishima's life was ruined did not start horribly. Actually, it was quite pleasant. He was on duty watching over the princess as she hiked through the mountains. When she was little, she was easily distracted. Now that she was 12, though, she was faced with responsibilities and obligations. She was constantly forced into high-pressure situations. So, these days where she was allowed to play without worry were good. Those days made Urishima happy. Secretly, he was glad that they had left their homeland. There was no responsibility with Hestia Familia, and his princess was allowed to live happily. He had seen her smile more in their time with Hestia Familia than the 10 years of their relationship within the Nakamura Empire, and her joy was contagious. Urishima was happier too. These strangers learned of his past, and they did not care. This itty-bitty goddess seemed like a klutz and an airhead, which she was, but she was also kind and empathetic. When she saw his condition, she didn't pity him or turn away in disgust. All Hestia said was, "Well, we'll have to work together to make sure that you can keep doing what you believe." The rest of them were the same. Lily only commented that it would add more to their dimensions of dungeon exploring. These fantastic fools had accepted him wholeheartedly. "If one such as I is given a place to be saved, then there will always be a place for you, Master Urishima," said Haruheim. Welf had snorted and said, "This'll be the best challenge of my smithing career. Bring it on." So, Urishima had grown to love this little familia, almost as much as he loved his princess. These people were counting on him today, and he would not let them down, no matter what his disability did to stand in his way. He woke up that morning to the sound of his door creaking open. Otoheim walked in with a pot of tea and her favorite scarf on a tray. Urishima was quick to sit up and try to throw on a shirt. "Princess, please give me some notice next time." Otoheim rolled her eyes. "Yura, I've seen you in less." The princess kneeled down. "Honestly, you're so strange about these things," she smirked. "Besides, I like admiring that chest of yours." Urishima felt his face heat up, but then he frowned. "It is not my chest I want to hide." Otoheim was not to be deterred, though. She took those cold, hideous hands that he hated and brought them up to cup her cheeks. "I love them, though. They always make me feel so warm," declared the princess, wearing the smile that Yura would die for. Try as he might bring his hands back, Urishima was still a level behind. The princess held him there and forced him to look her in the eye. Eventually, she let go, but Yura only had a second to breathe. Soon enough, she threw herself at him, wrapping him in her arms. Slowly, she drew back, touching her forehead to his. "You can hate these arms of yours all you want, because I'll just love them so much it won't even matter." She stood then. "Now come on, we have to get you ready to kick some ass." Otoheim helped him prepare. She secured his weaponry and fitted his armor and shinobi cloth. Finally, she tied her scarf like a sash across his chest. "You'll always carry a part of me, Urishima Taro," explained Otoheim. She was in rare form today, displaying all this affection with none of her usual teasing. It was then that Urashima realized that she was anxious. His desire to win grew even more then, for himself and for Ottoheim. When they came downstairs, his familia was sitting around the table, listening to Belle. Then he said, "There might be some truth to that," and walked off, finished Belle. There were varying levels of shock and fear on everyone's face. At Urashima and Ottoheim's questioning looks, Welf quietly filled them in on Belle's encounter with Freya. Before anyone could muster up a response, Ryuu slammed the table with her fist. The ordinarily calm elf was more livid than anyone had seen her. "How dare she parade around looking like Sir?" declared the elf, thinking that she can just apologize, acting like she can fix things. The elf felt a pair of small hands wrap around her trembling fist. Her goddess smiled sadly. "I can't even imagine the pain you're feeling right now," replied Hestia, "but we need to keep our heads okay. If we let this rattle us, we'll be playing into Freya's hands." Hestia's words didn't just calm Ryuu. Everyone let the goddess's unshakable faith wash over them. As everyone regained their composure, Hestia nodded at Urashima. "Better to focus on the challenge ahead," she grinned like a predator. "That said, I doubt that Ura of all people will face stiff competition." At Ottoheim's vigorous nodding, everyone added in their agreement. "It is true. Besides Sir Belle and Lady Ryuu, Sir Urashima has the finest technique of anyone in this familia," said Mikoto. Before the others could be so vocal, though, there was a resounding knock. It echoed through Hearth Manor. As Haruheim hurried off to receive their surprise guest, everyone sat in silence. When they heard her yip in surprise, they rushed off to find out who it was. They were greeted with the sight of Loki Familia's vice-captain, Riveria Eljas Alf. The high elf nodded to Hestia. "My apologies for my unplanned arrival, but I believe that I need to speak to one of your familia." "Now wait just a sec," began Elwyn before Hestia nodded. "Yeah, that sounds about right. You two can talk here and then meet us at the tournament, okay?" replied the tiny goddess. She then rushed out the rest of her familia, leaving the half-elf alone with the high elf. Later, Elwyn was going to throttle Hestia. For now, though, he led Riveria to their lounge area and offered her some tea. She refused and said, "Please take a seat." So he sat down and fidgeted awkwardly with his cap. Riveria sighed, "I'm not here to bite your head off. I just want to ask you some questions." "Like what? Why do you seem to hate me?" Elwyn looked to the ground. "I don't hate you. It's more complicated than that." "But you don't like me." Elwyn exhaled, "I don't really know you." "Why do you want to know me?" Elwyn looked up in shock and exclaimed, "Because you're my." The half-elf caught himself then and bit the inside of his cheek. He was really starting to lose it. Riveria raised an eyebrow. "If we have some sort of relationship that I don't know about, I'd like to know, please." The high elf leaned forward. "I want to help you." Elwyn struggled then, but then he remembered why he came to the city, why he begged Lady Hecate to let him join Hestia Familia. The final piece was when he saw Riveria's face. Her mask of calm had broken, revealing a deep sincerity and sorrow. The desire to alleviate her despair was the final push. Slowly, ever so slowly, Elwyn took off his raggedy old cap, and out tumbled locks of fine jade green hair. As he concentrated on the floor, he realized it was getting wet. "That's strange. It's not like there was a leak in the roof." The next thing Elwyn felt was Riveria dabbing his cheeks with a handkerchief. The high elf seemed terribly confused, but also determined. Elwyn brought his hands to grab her wrist and said, "My full name is Elwyn Ruffrat Eljas Alf, and I'm your little brother." The both of them started crying then, all their emotions overflowing. To allow them some time to collect themselves, return to the arena where the others have already split from Urashima Taro. A little elf girl was vibrating from worry as her senior tried to calm her down. "Lefia, please try and relax. I am sure that Lady Riveria would not do anything to harm Elwyn," said Ryuu, sitting next to Lefia at the Loki box. "Yes, but are you sure Elwyn wouldn't do anything to irritate her?" replied Lefia. At Ryu's silence, Lefia's anxiety only grew worse. Why did she seem to fall for such irritating people? "There's nothing to worry about, little elf girl. All this is a conversation that's needed to happen for a while," said Hestia, who was sitting behind the two elves. She leaned back and laced her hands behind her head. Down in the arena, the first battles of the top 16 were happening. The fifth battle came around, and it was now Urashima's turn. "Go get him, Yura," shouted Otoheim. Obviously, the bodyguard heard her as he looked to where she was standing. He nodded up to the stands. "Well, it seems like the rumors were true. We might just have a new power couple here in Horario, folks," commented Ibri. "We'll have to see how this relationship stands up in the next fight, though." Hermes nodded. "Too true. Urashima Taro's opponent is indeed a tricky one. Peito is a unique opponent who has access to charm magic. This means that if Urashima allows her to get her spell off, he runs an extremely high risk of falling for her womanly wiles." Up in the stands, Hestia Familia fell into hysterics, and Loki Familia watched them with dumbfounded looks. This was going to be a fun match. Urashima walked out and waited for his opponent. Eventually, Peito sauntered out, hips swaying. Objectively, she was beautiful. Unlike elves, whose beauty came from grace, Peito appeared to have her beauty rooted in her sexuality. Apparently, she used to be a member of Ishtar Familia but was forced to convert. "My oh my, it seems I have to fight a big strong man," began Peito. Urashima returned with silence. Peito smirked, thinking that he would be begging on his knees in only a moment. When Ganesha rang the gong, Urashima didn't make the first move. "What, trying to prove something to that girl of yours?" thought Peito. "Ha, like that's going to do anything." "Worship me and receive my love," began Peito. "Join me and bend your will to mine. Become as one and obey my voice, lover, Venet Amor." A cloud of pink enveloped Urashima. His eyes appeared to glaze over. Peito grin, "Good boy, now step forward." Urashima walked towards Peito. In the stands, people were snickering. The fool had done nothing to try and stop her. Now they could watch him beg like a dog. Who did he think he was, thinking that he could beat charm magic? This arrogant boy was about to be shown the error of his ways. In the Loki Familia box, Loki Familia watched as Otoheim turned away from this fight and covered her eyes. "Now, you're going to surrender like a good boy, and then you're going to fall to your knees and declare your undying love for me, okay?" continued Peito. Urashima did not respond. He just kept walking forward. When he finally got close enough to Peito, he raised his hand as if to forfeit the match. After he brought it up, though, it came chopping down at light speed. He followed that up with a series of quick blows to Peito's torso and face that left her unconscious on the ground. Urashima walked off afterwards. In the stunned silence that followed, uproarious laughter broke out. All of Hestia Familia, and especially Otoheim, couldn't keep themselves contained. Does anyone know what happened?" asked Ibri. "My best guess, Urashima Taro has some sort of charm immunity," replied Tgthegood. "Hey Odo, is that true?" asked Tiona. Otoheim caught her breath and nodded. Her grin remained, though it had switched from amusement to contentment. She brought both her hands up to her chest. "Urashima has a skill called Devoted Heart," replied Otoheim. "I have it too. As long as we care about each other, then charm-based magic doesn't work." The young princess, while smiling, had turned red all the way up to the tips of her ears. Her eyes stared at the spot where Urashima had gone back inside. "It doesn't do anything for hypnosis or illusions or things like that. But if anyone tried to charm either of us," Otoheim shrugged, "wouldn't work." "How much do you have to care?" asked Tione, eager to start teasing. "Well, that is to say," stammered Otoheim. Her familia rolled their eyes but then joined in. Soon the poor princess was forced to endure extreme bouts of harassment from all sides. Back in the Hearth Manor, both elves had calmed down enough to resume talking. Riveria had shifted her position so that she was sitting next to Elwyn, clasping his hands. "Would it be okay if I asked how or what?" Based on Elwyn's bright hair and the rest of his features, Riveria concluded that he was telling the truth. There was no way he could lie about something like this, and Riveria wanted to believe that he wasn't the sort to do so. "After you left the royal forest, Larfel, that is, our father decided that he wanted to see the outside world too," began Elwyn. "He traveled all around and eventually met my mother. And he Riveria blushed. "Yes, I believe I can figure that part out myself." Elwyn nodded. "Right, so father does the deed and then he leaves. Eventually, he returns home and decides that the outside world is pretty shit after all. Except when he was with mother, something stuck. She wrote to him, and he replied. Elwyn had trailed off, and Riveria adopted a sad smile. He did not react well. Elwyn shook his head. No, he demanded that my mother take care of me. Couldn't stand the thought of a bastard, half-high elf running around. Elven pride and all that, right? But instead of listening, Mom ran away to Hecate Familia. They took her in and gave her protection. Larfel might be king of the elves, but with no Falna, there was nothing he could do. Eventually, he struck a deal with me and my mom. Wait, you've met him? Asked Riveria. Yeah, he met with me and said that I could live as long as I renounced my titles. Elwyn snorted. Worst meeting ever, but I always figured he'd be a piece of shit. Riveria sighed, irritated at her father's actions. She was also outraged that he had hidden her little brother from her. Elwyn took Riveria's face to mean something completely different, though. He grew panicked. Listen, you don't have to. Be nice to me or anything. Not like we grew up together, right? I just wanted to meet you is all. You can forget about me, be disgusted by me. It don't matter to me. Elwyn looked at the floor. The gods know that most of the rest of my race can't stand me. Before he could say any more disparaging comments, he felt himself embraced. I would never feel disgusted by you. Riveria shifted her position so that she could touch her forehead to his. I can't wait to learn more about you, little brother. Elwyn felt himself turn red then. If you're sure about that, can I call you big sister? Riveria laughed as she drew back and ruffled Elwyn's hair. Of course you can, she looked him in the eye, but no more hiding it. No more hat theatrics. No brother of mine is going to be ashamed of who they are. The high elf tried to smirk. Anyone who has a problem will have to deal with me from now on. Yeah, okay, that's a deal, replied Elwyn, a great big grin spilling over his face. Riveria stood. We should probably get going, though. I'm sure the others are worried about us, especially Lefia. Elwyn started to blush. Oh gods, she's going to be pissed at me, then he frowned, or she's going to be disgusted. Riveria snorted, the gesture odd on her graceful features. If it were any other elf maybe, but Lefia doesn't care about all that. She'll be shocked for a little while, and she'll probably act a little more formal afterwards. You just have to give her time. At Elwyn's nod, the two siblings left then and made their way down the street. As they walked, Riveria asked countless questions. She said that she had a lot of catching up to do, but Elwyn also thought it was to distract him. Now that his hair was out and he was walking side by side with Riveria, the resemblance was uncanny. Already, people were whispering and pointing. There would be no mistaking who he was anymore, but he didn't really care. To him, the hard part was over. By the time the two of them entered the Colosseum, the quarterfinals had started. They entered the executive box, and all Loki Familia stared. Loki had a knowing grin on her face, which earned her a quick thump over the head from Riveria. The high elf turned to address her Familia. He is my little brother. If you have any questions, you ask me first, understood? After everyone nodded, and Bete was given a stiff glare, Riveria moved to sit next to her brother. Lefia took up the spot on the other side, occasionally glancing over at Elwyn. Her hands fidgeted in her lap. The half-elf sighed. I guess I owe you an explanation, huh? That would be much appreciated, replied Lefia, who smiled. How about over dinner? No time like the present after all. Elwyn blushed but nodded. Back in the arena, Urashima's quarterfinal match was about to begin. He was up against a magic swordsman, known for their fire magic. His opponent drew two dueling swords, giving them some expert swings. Urashima smiled, for it seemed like he was facing a worthy opponent. At the sound of Ganesha's gong, they both moved at the same time. Urashima tried to get close so that his knives would be more effective. His opponent also came in close, but it seemed like he was doing it to activate his fire magic. His opponent finished a short incantation that seemed to ignite his blades. The goal was obviously to use the heat to throw off Urashima. Urashima grinned, caught up in the heat of battle. He was used to facing Freya goons, but now he faced an honorable opponent. He faced a true warrior. What he didn't realize was that his sleeves were burning off. Due to Urashima's up-close fighting style, his arms were often the closest to the source of his opponent's flames. Every slash singed his dark fabric. The battle raged on for 3 minutes, all of it intense, physical combat. At the end of the 3rd minute, though, Urashima's opponent's eyes bugged out. Then they were leaping backwards and away. Urashima, in his confusion, brought his arms into a defensive position and saw that what was underneath was exposed. From the shoulders down, his arms were made out of metal. That fateful day, he had followed the princess to watch over her while she played. They were close to the foot of the mountains leading to the ancestral home of the dragons. Ottoheim was off, living one of her adventures in her imagination. By random chance, a great shadow fell over them. A large dragon had come home to nest, and the wind generated by its mighty wings dislodged a sizable boulder. "Princess Ottoheim!" screamed Urashima, who was already diving. He pushed the princess out of the way, but then everything was dark. When he came to, he found himself at home. He tried to sit up, but it was a struggle. Sitting next to him was his mother, preparing a washcloth. When she saw her son struggling, she rushed to help him sit up. The first thing Urashima asked was, "Is Princess Ottoheim okay?" His mother nodded but didn't say anything else. She looked like she was holding back tears. Urashima tried to wipe them away, but his arms didn't respond. He looked down to find the remains of a stump shifting under bandages. The shock almost killed him. In the present, the arena fell silent. The horror settled in, whispers began to rise from the stands. Everywhere Urashima looked, people were pointing. Some were disgusted, others seemed to pity him. His opponent, who had approached him as a fellow warrior, was now considering options to withdraw. Who wanted to fight a cripple? Space started to close in on the young man. An oppressive weight sunk onto his chest. Had it always been this hard to catch his breath? Just as the shadows threatened to consume him, a sound rang out like the dawn breaking. "Tgthegood." Urashima looked to find Ottoheim smiling down at him, her energy as infectious as always. Around her was his little familia. His breathing settled. When he looked back to his opponent, he motioned for them to come at him. They came, but with trepidation. As they hesitated, Urashima slotted his knives into the sides of his metal arms. His bladed appendages now had their hands free, and he could attack as he pleased. He assaulted his opponent with a storm of fists and slashes. He would rake his arm by, cutting into his opponent's skin, and then grab with his open palm and begin a throw. In this battle, he felt liberated. Too soon, his opponent lay in a bloody heap, unconscious but breathing. The arena's silence was deafening at what they just saw. Even the voice of Ibri was more subdued than usual. "Well then, it seems that Urashima Taro is the winner, folks." As the announcer trailed off, scattered applause came from the bystanders. There were also a couple boos thrown down as well. Urashima just walked out though. To these people, he was a freak now, so he didn't care. Up in the box, Loki Familia sat there, stunned into silence. Bite especially looked disgusted at the battle. The wolfman turned to the princess. "And you forced that weakling to follow you?" The wolf shook his head, disgusting. "Can't you let him be at peace?" His words hammered into Ottoheim, fresh waves of guilt piling in. It was all her fault, all her fault, all her fault. Then Ottoheim was tackled by a tiny goddess. The princess felt herself crying as Hestia held her close and stroked her hair. Dimly, she was aware of Riveria, Finn, and Gareth all laying into Bite. The wolfman was sent home to deal with his issues. Off to the side, Riveria looked at Elwyn. "Are they going to be okay?" asked the elf. Elwyn shrugged. "Hard to tell. Ural probably be fine. The only problem he has with the situation are some leftover anger issues." He looked to Ottoheim. "She might need a break, though, especially if he isn't here to talk to her." Elwyn was shaking, though. He argued with Urashima, but the ninja was a good person. At his core, he wanted to protect people, and Elwyn could empathize. Elwyn felt himself start to get so angry, rage-building at these judgmental idiots when he felt a hand in his. Riveria gave him a reassuring squeeze, and Elwyn breathed. People were bad, but his family was good. That was what mattered. Meanwhile, Ottoheim was caught in her dark, swirling faults. When that boulder fell to her, it happened in slow motion. She saw its shadow grow over her, and she felt herself get moved to the side. Watching over her, putting her safety first, was him. It always had been. The immediate pain had shocked Urashima into unconsciousness at the time. This meant that Ottoheim's job was to move the boulder and run home, carrying his limp body on her back. The only thing that kept the princess going, as his blood matted her clothing, was that she felt his shallow breathing. He was alive, barely. When she finally got home, her memory got blurry. There was a rush of movement and a lot of yelling. Too many people looked over her. She remembered being so confused at all the doctors examining her. Why aren't they looking at Yura? When she was finally allowed to visit him, he was asleep. The doctor nearby informed her that the arms had to be removed or else they'd rot the whole body. The horror of Ottoheim's actions settled in. Her selfish desire to play had caused this. Her carelessness had cost someone dear his arms. She had crippled Urashima for life. Back in the present, her tears dried out eventually. Belle was watching off to the side, eyes standing next to him. "I can't even imagine. How do you start to process that?" asked Belle to no one. Ais frowned. "You never do. No matter what happens when it's someone important to you, that guilt hurts forever." The girl looked to the boy. "I want to say I'm sorry, Belle, always." Belle nodded. "I know, Ais." Down in the waiting room, Urashima sat by himself. The other fighters were staring at him. He tried not to pay attention to them. Instead, he spent time inspecting his arms for signs of scuffs or tears. While being made of metal made them appear invincible, the truth was that they fell apart easily. They were temperamental pieces of equipment. Eventually, he had to leave for his semi-final bout. When he walked outside, a hush fell over the arena again. Not even the commentators had anything to say. Ganesha rang the gong, but his opponent didn't seem to want it. "That's right, stare at the freak, you idiot," thought Urashima. His opponent was trounced. Urashima did not have any time to waste on these people. He still had to win this tournament. He left the arena just as quickly, not wanting to give these people more to talk about. The festive air had long left the tournament behind. This fighter reminded the spectators of the grim reality of being an adventurer. Back in the box, Ottoheim finished telling the story of what happened. Those who did not know sat there in quiet horror. The story was especially hard on the sweet and innocent Lefia. After Gnosis, she thought that she had gotten over her naivety, but this was a startling reminder that that wasn't true. Elwyn moved from his spot beside Riveria to take her hand. "You know that this isn't your fault, right?" asked Taione. Ottoheim shook her head. "If I wasn't such a stupid child." She couldn't finish her sentence. The princess didn't let herself cry again, though. She had to watch Urashima's final fight against Falsetti. She owed him that much. The two combatants walked into the arena. As they faced each other, Falsetti sneered, "Don't think I'm going to just let you win, you freak. I'm going to kick your ass and then receive the grace of Lady Freya." The admittedly handsome brute then brought out his large warhammer. He patted the great metalhead, flat on one side, spiked on the other, and took up a ready position. Urashima did not respond. Instead, he took out his daggers and inserted them into the open slits of his arms. This was all the preparation he would need. Again, dead silence filled the space. The gong rang, and the battle began. Urashima tried to rush in, but Falsetti's hammer made great swinging arcs. The extended reach it gave him stopped Urashima in his tracks. The ninja was forced to dodge constantly. The captain of Balder Familia laughed. "Is dodging all you're good for?" Falsetti snorted. "Actually, cancel that. If you were any good at dodging, I'm sure you'd still have your fucking hands." Urashima was a calm man. He had heard taunts like this before. It would not break him. Urashima's lack of response frustrated his opponent. Falsetti fell for Yura's taunting silence then and started to swing wildly. This let Urashima slip in and deliver a series of quick cuts with his steel forearms. The ninja jumped back afterwards, unharmed. Falsetti looked ready to blow, then he grinned. He had a new plan of attack. "That princess of yours, she's a real showstopper, ain't she?" Urashima's metallic hands curled into fists. "Hey, you two are pretty close, right? Does that mean that you use those metal hands of yours for, you know?" "Stop it." There it was, a crack in the bastard's mask of stoicism. Falsetti's smile grew. Just a little more, then he'd win. "I get it, man, with a whore that PR." Falsetti got slammed onto his back, with Yura screaming as he pounded at him. Falsetti took the blows, though. He had seen Urashima fight. The ninja was based on speed and technique. In a fit of dazed anger like this, his blows lacked their usual decisiveness. Falsetti had strength to spare, though. The captain of Balder Familia was able to grab both of Yura's arms, mid-punch. As Yura watched, confused, Falsetti grabbed the other arm. Then the captain of Balder Familia stood up, dragging Urashima up with him, and he started pulling. There was the twisting sound of wires snapping and loud pops of blood. There was a horrible wrenching sound that compounded with Urashima's screams. Metal snapping, flesh tearing, and howls of pain were the only sounds throughout Horario. Urashima struggled, trying to swing his legs up and forward, but his pain made him delirious. It was impossible for the young boy to aim. Audiences watched in horror as Urashima's metal arms were ripped off. The boy fell to the ground as Falsetti tossed the arms aside and laughed. Ura lay there in a heap, unmoving. The braggart proclaimed, "I win." And in response, a princess whispered, "Not even close." Just after the accident happened, Urashima's father came to visit. He disowned his son and called him a failure to the tarot name. "Without your arms, you have no place here. You will be sent away from this hallowed home, understand?" What good was a warrior who couldn't swing a sword? Urashima received no more updates to his status and only the bare minimum of care. His mother had fought so that he could heal a bit more before he was exiled. Unfortunately, his fever was killing him. Then, one morning, everything started to change. The doctors began to sound like they knew what they were doing. Urashima's food was more than just stale bread and water. It took a week of recovery, but he finally regained enough of his senses to notice that he was being watched. When they thought he was sleeping, he would catch a glimpse of a familiar set of golden eyes. One night, he woke up to find her sitting beside him, crying. "Of course he's going to hate me. I ruined him." Blinking away sleep, Urashima replied, "I could never hate you, princess." He startled her, and Otoheim fell on top of him. She cried and apologized for half the night, refusing to let go. They spent much time talking then, and even more time crying. Now that he knew Otoheim was there, she assisted where she could in his recovery. When Urashima was well enough, he prepared to leave and find a cave to spend his exile in, but Otoheim stopped him. "I spoke to father and my siblings. I'm going to do some things to support the second prince's claim to the throne, and in exchange, you get to stay," explained the princess, while she led him to his new room near her quarters. No matter how much he protested, she refused to listen. "Also," continued Otoheim, "tomorrow we resume our training." Urashima scowled. What training could I possibly do? Otoheim's face tilted and her smile blossomed. "You have 2 legs, don't you? And a head." So Urashima relearned to fight. He spent time from dawn till dusk doing drills. He found opponents willing to spar, and he learned how to beat them without using arms or hands. Then, 1 year to the day of his accident, he was summoned by the goddess. He left for the palace the same day. The imperial palace was split into 3 sections. There was the Great Hall, for receptions, the emperor's abode, and the goddess temple, where Lady Amaterasu resided. The sun goddess was beauty incarnate. Urashima had met her long ago to receive his Falna and only visited sporadically to update his status. He remembered a small ceremony when he became a level 2 and both of Otoheim's ceremonies for her level-ups. Apparently, the princess was just about to undergo her level 4 trial in the mountains. Was that what this was about? "Ah, Ura, it is good to see you healthy," said the goddess, smiling down. Apparently, she had come to visit when he was first recovering. Urashima bowed, his torso jolting. "I am honored, my goddess. What can I do for you?" Amaterasu giggled. "This is about what I can do for you," she smirked. "I have been informed that you have been training diligently. I suppose it is time for a status update, yes." Urashima's mouth parted. "Update? But I have been disowned. I thought I was cast out of the familia." Amaterasu rolled her eyes. "Your father can do as he pleases with his own clan, but you never stopped being my child, Urashima Taro." Urashima received his update, and just as the goddess finished her work, his father entered. Face red, the man who had raised him looked ready to kill. "How dare you abuse the goddess's kindness, you mongrel?" cried out father. He came forward as if to attack his son, but Urashima was ready. Apparently, no one expected the amputee to fight back. His father was a level 3, but Urashima was not the same man he was before. Also, his father had trained in the way of the Taro clan. He fought with expert palm strikes and throws. There was a lot of grappling and counterattacks involved in the old ways. Urashima was not that kind of opponent anymore. The battle was not easy, but Urashima's status had just been updating after a year's worth of training. Also, Ottoheim was watching, so defeat was inexcusable. When he beat his father to the floor, Urashima stood over him. "You control me no more," said the forgotten son. He defeated his father and gained another level. The next day, he received his superior metal arms. They were not the same, but they would suffice for his role. Apparently, the third princess had commissioned them. Just like that day, and every day since, Urashima kept fighting. This bully from Balder Familia was no different than his father. So, what if he had no arms? He had gone a whole year without them before. His opponent had an advantage in strength, big deal. Urashima had fought dragons. Urashima stood up. "I don't remember conceding." Falsetti turned around and sighed to cover his frustration. "Really? I have to beat you some more, cripple. You're going to make me look bad." As Falsetti readied his hammer, Urashima charged. He weaved past Falsetti's blows, ducking and dodging. When he was close enough, he started kicking. His legs moved him in large circles, his feet flying whenever they made contact with something solid. His blows were thunderous in their power. Each hit rang out concussively. Then, the hammer came around in a great looping swing. Urashima rose up to kick that too. He brought his leg down and embedded the hammer's spiked head into the dirt. Falsetti tried to pull it loose, but it was stuck. The hammer was rendered useless. Urashima used that hammerhead as his springboard to leap into the air. His leg chopped down on Falsetti's head. Falsetti finally let go of the haft of his hammer then and made to grab Urashima. As he tried to immobilize the ninja, Urashima brought his head down on his opponent's nose. Falsetti stumbled back, clutching at his broken nose. "I'm sorry, does that hurt?" replied Urashima, sneering. The taunting drove Falsetti to rage out. He came after Urashima in a fit of terrible anger, totally out of control. Urashima guided him to the wreckage of the metal arms. Once there, Urashima swept down to the wreckage to grab a knife with his teeth. He then jumped forward and wrapped his legs around his opponent. He used this spot as a platform from which to stab continuously into Falsetti, dagger clenched between teeth. His blade turned a dark red as it moved in and out of the berserker's flesh. His handiwork left the proud captain of Balder Familia a bloody wreck. Urashima was covered in bruises for his part, and he was pretty sure a couple ribs were broken. Also, there was the apparent state of his stumps. He turned to leave and get healing. As he limped back inside, he heard Ibri announce his victory. Urashima didn't care though, he had never been one to sit on celebration. A guild employee guided him to a side room to receive medical attention. He was met there by the D-Saint, who quickly set to work on his recovery. As that happened, his familia came inside to join him. Hestia spoke first. "You know, you were supposed to wait so I could update your status in front of everyone." Urashima shrugged. "I didn't want those people staring any more than they already were." "I know," replied Hestia in her gentlest voice. "He'll be okay," says Hermes, "but I want him to stop by the clinic for the next couple of days to make sure." At Lily's skeptical glance, she added, "All fees will be covered by the guild." Hermes continued, "Also, will you be needing a new set of arms? We have the highest quality prosthetics." Urashima shook his head. "I have backup arms in my luggage. I can use those until Welf repairs my main ones," the bodyguard smiled. "They have sentimental value after all." As the others chatted and congratulated Urashima on his victory and level up, he noticed a certain princess hiding in the back. "Ottoheim, you don't have to hide," said Welf. The princess stepped forward, wringing her hands. "You know, I've been hurt," began Urashima. "I sure could do with a warm embrace right about now." Ottoheim looked him in the eyes. He tried to smile and convey all his feelings for her. Then she smiled and hugged her beloved. She held him close. "I'll bring your spare set to the clinic tomorrow. I'll be with you all day," she whispered in his ear. Back when they had both broken free from the Empire and left with Hestia Familia, they had sat down to talk. "Since we'll be regular Familia members now," started Ottoheim, "there's something I wanted to tell you." For once in her life, her bright energy was gone. Instead, she sounded incredibly anxious. Urashima stopped loading their baggage. He turned to give his full attention to the princess. "Yura, I love you so much it scares me. I know you probably hate me because of what I did, but I want you to know that I love you, and I always will," said Ottoheim, looking at the ground. Urashima walked up to her and took her hands. "I know, princess." At her surprised look, he smiled. "You are not a subtle person, Lady Ottoheim." He brought their foreheads together. "I love you to princess." Urashima sighed then, "Which is why we cannot be together. Yet," he stepped back, "if I am to be with you, it must be as a partner. Right now, all I see is my beloved princess." Ottoheim nodded, relieved at his answer. "And all I see is my beloved bodyguard." She cupped his cheek, pressing her lips to his. When she pulled away, she whispered, "Then this is a promise for the future." In the present, she held him, happy for what their fates held. With that, two hearts beat as one, and the 6th day came to a close. Character profile. Urashima Taro. Level 4. Status. Strength I defense, I0 dexterity, I0 agility, I magic, I0. Abnormal resistance, E. Synthesis, G. Fist fighter, I. Magic. Kani Nashi, enchantment magic that boosts the user's agility and dexterity. Mdan, creates a smokescreen that affects all but the user. Skill. Devoted heart. As long as a beloved one is kept in mind, the skill bearer cannot be charmed by people or monsters. Leaper, leg-based attacks are amplified and strengthened. Perseverance, active skill that nullifies pain, an active trigger that consumes mind. Elwin Ruffrateljas Alf. Level 3. Status. Strength G315 defense, G305 dexterity, G351 agility, G344 magic, E596. Mage, E. Magic resistance, F. Magic. Aqua ring, sign of water bearer, creates an area of healing around the caster. Lasts as long as the caster wills it, heals physical ailments but not status ailments. Currently active. Illusio, sign of the two fish, summons illusory copies of the caster that scatter in different directions. Number is chosen by the caster. Currently active. Orata, sign of the ram, creates a golden barrier of protection that stops all attacks. Takes the shape of a semicircle in front of the caster. Currently active. Data Yuri, sign of the bull, gives the caster the fist fighter development ability as well as boosts to their strength and endurance. Last for 15 minutes. Geminus, sign of the twins, splits the caster and their status in two. Damage is shared between the two copies. Canty Pink, sign of the crab. The caster's targets are grabbed by a set of large claws that holds the caster's enemies in place. Brave Heart, sign of the lion, emits a roar from the caster that instills fears in their enemies. The strength of fear is proportionate to the difference of ability between caster and target. Ver Purgent, sign of the maiden, cloaks the caster and nearby targets in a cleansing aura, removes status ailments and curses. Stat Subsin, sign of the scales, moves status points from one category to another in the target. Caster cannot use on themselves and cannot shift more than status maximum. Veen Moors, sign of the scorpion, a single target attack that poisons the caster's target. The poison effect lasts until the caster dispels the magic. Celestial Shot, sign of the archer, fires a magical arrow, power proportionate to the user's mind. Aridesu Iru, sign of the sea goat, creates a spectral charging goat that charges forward and knocks aside one's enemies. Skills. Constellation Shift, caster has access to 12 magic, but only ever 3 at one time. The available spells rotate with every status update through a set order. Spells can only rotate once a week. Mind Load increases power stat when attacking by using mind. Active Load. Star Bright raises the user's magic stat when standing under the stars. Chapter 14. The last day of the tournament was a strange one for Hestia. She woke up before everyone else, which never happened. Now, with some free time, she went about setting up a pot of tea. When that was done, she pulled out a book she had been reading. The story was about a distressed mother who had ventured to save her children. Hestia had read it before, but she liked rereading it. Since Hestia was sitting in the lounge, she could see the rest of her familia start to wake up. The first one up was Elwin. "Where are you going?" asked Hestia, who closed her book. Elwin smiled. "Reveria invited me to breakfast. I'm meeting her at Twilight Manor. Is that okay?" Hestia nodded. For sure. I think the more time you spend with her, the better. I'm happy for you. He nodded and walked out the door. After he left, Hestia returned to her book. The next people up and about were Urashima and Otoheim. Urashima was off to the clinic, and Otoheim insisted on joining him. The princess was making quite a fuss. "Princess, I promise you I'm fine. I have my spare arms in. You don't have to worry so much," complained Urashima affectionately. "I don't care what you say," responded Otoheim. "My Yura was hurt and needs to get a checkup, so I'm going to worry all I want. Thank you very much." The two argued as they left, waving at Hestia as they went. The goddess happily returned the wave. Then it was Welf and Lily, whose turn it was to cook breakfast. Hestia explained the situation to the two of them about who was actually going to be there. Next up were Haruheim and Makoto, mostly because Haruheim was starting her maidly duties and Makoto got up with her. The last up were Ryuu and Belle. "Well, well, well, you two never sleep in. What's the special occasion?" asked Hestia, eyes glinting. She didn't like that the two of them woke up at the time and the implications behind it. The two blushed as Belle stammered, We were up to nothing." "Oh, so you two were together?" "No." Ryuu chose to keep walking. Hestia smiled and patted the spot next to her as she closed her book. Belle took a seat, still beet red. "Yes, goddess." Hestia shrugged. "Nothing important, I just wanted to talk with my favorite child is all. What are you up to today?" Since it was the doubles level 4 tournament and they didn't know anyone personally, they were taking the day to themselves. Yura and Otoheim were at the clinic, Elwyn was with Reveria, and the rest were just trying to figure out how to spend the day. The level 4 tournaments also worked differently. Since there weren't many level 4s in Horario, the melee happened in the morning, and then the top 8 began the tournament in the afternoon. Better for time saving, apparently. Belle seemed to consider Hestia's question. "I don't know, I wasn't thinking of anything special. I might do some training in the yard, but that's it." Hestia rolled her eyes. "All you do is train. I'm not going to say to not do it, but at least try and think of something else to do over breakfast." Hestia stood up and stretched. "I don't know, visit Naza or something. Talk to people, Belle." The tiny goddess then dragged him off to the dining table. There they learned that Welf was going to be trying to repair Urashima's arms, Haruheim and Makoto were going to spend time with Chigusa, Lily was doing bookwork, and Ryuu was spending the day helping out at the hostess. Mamma Mia asked if I could help her out. "There are many more adventurers in the city right now," Ryuu turned to Hestia. "Is that okay?" Hestia nodded. "For sure, the hostess has always been nice to us, even if Freya was hiding there." Belle decided that he was going to say hi to Mayach Familia and maybe Ina too. He had spent so much time training and fighting and worrying that he had forgotten about his other friends. After breakfast, he left with Ryuu since they were traveling in the same direction. "So Belle, has anything interesting happened with the Sword Princess?" asked Ryuu. Belle blushed but shook his head. "Oh, so are you interested in her?" Belle sighed. "I don't know, there's so much that's confusing me. I have a lot to figure out." Ryuu nodded, putting her own feelings aside to help her friend. "Do not be afraid. People are here standing with you. And I am sure, whatever you decide, Ais will still stand by your side." Belle almost said more, but he held himself back. There was so much more at stake than his love life. His familia was in danger. Ryuu, Hestia, and everyone else shouldn't have to waste time listening to him. It was better to keep everything tucked inside. "If I could only find someone to talk to," he thought. Belle." The voice shocked both members of Hestia Familia into stopping. They turned to find Hermes sauntering towards them. For once, he was alone. Isfi was nowhere in sight. Even though Belle didn't like the god, he bowed. "Lord Hermes, what are you doing here?" Hermes smiled, but unlike his usual jester's face, this one was brimming with sincerity. "I'm here to repay an old favor to a friend." The god held out his hand. "Belle, you have no reason to trust me, but I would like you to come with me, if only for a minute." "I must insist that you leave Lord Hermes," replied Ryuu, stepping in front of Belle. "Belle, you do not need to help this charlatan," she turned back to the god. "Also, shouldn't you be at the arena?" Hermes nodded. "You're right, Ryuu, but this isn't about me, I promise. And I got someone to take my place for today." "Then who is it for?" asked Ryuu. The god shook his head. This is something only Belle should know. If he chooses to come with me and decides to tell you, that will be okay. Until that time, though, I will only tell him. Ryuu glared at the god. That is absurd. I'll go. Belle was confused. His emotions were a mess, and he thought that he didn't have anyone to confide in. He needed a distraction, and it seems that Hermes was willing to provide one. Maybe logic said not to trust him, but Belle's intuition said that he should walk with the god. Belle bid his goodbyes to Ryuu and followed Hermes. The god did not make conversation. Instead, he led Belle to the adventurer graveyard. Then Hermes led him past some bushes to a small clearing. Belle remembered this spot. This was where Hermes had shown Belle those 3 unmarked graves. "Lord Hermes, why did you bring me here?" asked Belle, completely lost. "Belle, you feel like you can't talk to people right now, correct?" Belle's eyes almost popped out. "How did you know?" Hermes gave a rueful chuckle. "I know you'll hate me for saying this, but we are in similar positions." Hermes squatted down at one of the graves. "There is much that I know that I cannot say. There are even more secrets that I hold grasped at my heart," he sighed. "It truly is a hard journey ahead." Belle stood next to Hermes, studying the grave in front of him. "What does that have to do with these graves?" "If you can't tell anyone alive, then why not trust your secrets with the dead?" replied the god. He nodded towards the unmarked tombstone in front of them. "This one especially, I am sure she'll be happy to hear from you." Belle got down to get a closer look. Hermes, who was she? Something clenched the boy's heart. "Why do I feel so sad?" Hermes looked at the ground. "Belle, I'm going to tell you something, but only if you promise that you won't ask any questions. I can't tell you anything else right now, but this one little fact." He put a hand on Belle's shoulder, giving a firm squeeze. "Belle, will you trust me this once? For her?" Belle nodded, compelled by some divine force. Hermes turned back to the grave. "This marker is for a woman named Ulfia. She was a member of Hera Familia and a level 7 adventurer. She was also your aunt." Belle fell silent, and then he cried. No, he wept. For the boy who only ever had an adopted grandfather, something in him cracked. Maybe he should have been shocked, but he was crying instead. Tears of joy fell to the ground. He had a family. For so long, he had sat in the dark. His grandfather had never even told him the names of his parents. He knew no mother or father, nor any loved ones. Eventually, he had found a family, a familia, but hearing he had an aunt was indescribable for the little boy. He had not been alone or sprung up from nothing. Belle Cranel had found that he had a history. Hermes watched the boy cry for a minute before he spoke again. "Speak to her, Belle. Tell her everything that happened to you. Tell her your problems and your woes. She won't respond, but she'll listen, Belle." "Wait, Lord Hermes, does this mean you know about my parents?" asked Belle. Hermes held a finger to his lips, a sad smile tugging at his lips. "No questions, remember." The god left then, and the boy sat in front of the grave. At the same time, in front of Twilight Manor, Elwyn was let through the gate. His hair was in a bun that was plonked on the top of his head. As he walked in, people stopped to stare at him. The worst were the elves, who bowed. He stopped in front of one of them to tap them on the shoulder. The elf woman seemed to throw herself up, her pointy ears swaying. "Yes, Lord Elwyn, how may I be of service to you?" Elwyn's head tilted. "Lord, what do you mean?" He shook his head. "You know what, never mind, I'm here to see Big Sis Reveria. Any idea where she is?" The elf, named Alicia apparently, pointed him towards the garden and bowed as he left. The interaction left him confused. Since he was still watching and pondering the worship these elves gave him, he didn't notice the other person walking down the hall. There was a familiar-sounding eep as Elwyn knocked into something soft. He was faced with Lefia, still in her pajamas, as she came back from the bathroom. The tired little elf girl had been rubbing the sleep out of her eyes, so she didn't see him. She began to panic, trying to find something to say as she blushed. Elwyn hadn't noticed that, though, because his brain had stopped working. Apparently, the sight of Lefia's legs beneath her nightgown was too much for him. The bastard prince stared for an obscene amount of time at the pale thighs beneath the sheer gown before someone finally snapped him out of it. "Oi, that's a bad look on your face, elf boy," said Thyone, walking down the hall. As she glared at Elwyn, ready to give him a piece of her mind, Alicia came running. "Please, Thyone, wait, you mustn't hurt Lord Elwyn." Alicia took a protective stance, hands extended in front of the half-elf. He is Riveria's little brother. When Elwyn tapped her on the shoulder, Alicia blushed and turned to face him. Yes, Lord Elwyn. Why are you calling me a lord? Elwyn's brow furrowed. I'm just an adventurer and a bastard son. Alicia shook her head. No, you are the handsome Lord Elwyn, a descendant of the King of the Elves. You are royalty. Handsome. Lefia's brain started working in overdrive then. She felt her blood boil. Excuse me, Alicia, but please take care who you are speaking to. What do you mean? Asked Alicia with feigned innocence. Lefia's eyes narrowed. You know exactly what I mean. Now, Thyone started putting the pieces together. She looked at Elwyn, who had no clue what was happening, and dragged him away by the wrist. Those elves can fight like Amazons when they want to, she explained. Elwyn nodded, still confused, but resigned to being at the mercy of powerful women. Thyone let go once they were out of sight and asked him why he was visiting. When Elwyn explained, she nodded and led him to the garden. Riveria was already at the table, playing with her cutlery. The typically regal high elf was fidgeting and was constantly looking around the area. When she spotted Elwyn, she smiled and rose to meet him. She pulled her little brother into a hug. When she pulled back, she frowned. What took you so long? Some of your familia decided to be weird, responded Elwyn. Before Riveria could ask another question, Thyone explained the situation. At the end of it, Riveria sighed and pinched her nose. I swear, these children. Riveria looked to Thyone, but can you let Lefia know that she's welcome to join us? Thyone nodded and left. As she did, the sword princess came in, a blank look on her face. She walked up to the table and faced Elwyn. Do you know where Belle is today? She asked. Elwyn shook his head. I was the first one out of the house. Ais turned to go hunt down her bunny before Riveria stopped her. Give the boy some space, Ais. Ais faced Riveria and pouted. She nodded though and marched back inside to look for Tiona and Thyone. Elwyn chuckled and Riveria raised an eyebrow. The two took their seats before he spoke. As he did, Riveria poured the tea. It's just nice to see that my familia isn't the only weird one. Riveria nodded. Oh yes, I don't think there's a familia out there that isn't a little weird, she smirked. We do end up taking after our gods and goddesses after all. Elwyn rolled his eyes. I've definitely been eating more potato puffs. He grabbed a pastry. This is definitely a welcome change. Does Hestia familia not provide good food? Asked Riveria, her protective instincts showing. Elwyn shook his head. Not at all, just depends on the day. At Riveria's confused gaze, he explained, we take turns cooking. Any day Mikoto cooks is the best. Belle and Haruheim are good too, same with Urashima. Ryu's okay. Otoheim is, trying her best. The rest, though, he shrugged. Welf likes meat a bit too much, Lily needs to stop being so cheap, and Hestia just brings food from her work stall. Well, if you ever want to change, let me know, Riveria smiled. I'd be happy to go out for dinner with you. We do have a lot to catch up on after all. Elwyn smiled back, for sure, whenever you want. Riveria reached for a small cake. I have to ask, though, why come to Horario now? Elwyn studied the table. Well, I always knew that you were out there, but there weren't a lot to do about it, you know? No opportunities to leave Carrion. Then Welf and Ryuu showed up, Elwyn grinned. That was a good day. They came to visit Lady Hecate on behalf of Hestia. Apparently, they knew each other up in heaven. When I heard where they came from, I may have begged them to tell me everything they knew about you. Riveria felt her cheeks warm, but she tried to dismiss it. She pressed what she hoped was a convincing frown to her face. I hope you didn't bother them too much. Elwyn chuckled, only enough to let me join them, and then to convince Hestia and Lady Hecate to let me convert. How did you convince Lady Hecate? I don't think many goddesses would let a level 3 adventurer leave their familia, especially outside Horario, replied Riveria. Elwyn's grin grew nostalgic. Mother helped, same with my old captain. They argued that it would be unfair to not let me meet you. Old captain. Elwyn nodded. Yes, Morgana. She's the strongest mage I know, Elwyn smirked. Or should I say, the second strongest. Riveria didn't rise to the bait. Instead, she looked up to the sky. I think I would like to meet them one day. Before the conversation could continue, though, they heard a polite cough from the archway. Standing in its shadow was Lefia. When she stepped into the sunlight, Elwyn's jaw dropped. She only wore a simple pink and blue dress and let her hair down, and it was too much for him. He stood up to pull out her chair, which she accepted with a stammered thank you. Neither could make eye contact, so Riveria helped them along. "Elwyn, doesn't Lefia look wonderful today?" she asked. "She's stunning," replied Elwyn in wonder before he added in the same tone, "but she's beautiful every day." At Lefia's stunned silence, Riveria nodded. "Too true. That's a very kind thing to say, though, don't you agree, Lefia?" Lefia nodded, but didn't add anything. Inwardly, Riveria groaned. These two were unbearably thick. The only reason she kept helping was that they both deserved some form of happiness. Back in the graveyard, Belle was lifting the weight from his shoulders. But then Mikoto stood up. She was able to win the fight, which meant she doubled her level. "It was incredible, Aunt Althea," exclaimed the boy, lost in the joy of talking to a real family member. He had been talking for hours now. Belle grinned. "Really, everyone in my familia is incredible." His face became serious. "Which is why I'm scared, Auntie. These people are incredible and I'm just me. I'm weak, stupid, and a coward. Not to mention, Freya is after me. Why are these people standing in the way? Why are they protecting me?" Silence was his response. Belle was happy to talk without worrying about who heard him, but he also wanted a hug. He wanted someone to hold tight and tell him that everything was going to be okay. As if in response to his thoughts, a warm breeze stirred. It was nothing but a coincidence, and Belle knew that, but for just a second, he pretended that it was his aunt. He stayed a little bit longer before he made his way home. He was trying to be home for dinner, but was met with his goddess and supporter waiting outside. Hestia did not seem pleased, and neither did Lily. "So, I hear from Ryuu that you went off with Hermes," asked Hestia. Belle hung his head in silence. Hestia tapped her foot, hands on her hips. "Well, what did he want to talk to you about?" "I can't tell you," mumbled Belle. "Master Belle, you're going to have to speak up," replied Lily as she glared. "I can't tell you," said Belle. "As your goddess, you have to tell me," answered Hestia. "You can't keep secrets, Belle, not when we're all in danger." He didn't completely understand why, but Belle trusted Hermes. The god's warning not to tell anyone rang through Belle's head, and he chose to listen to the god one more time. Belle shook his head. "I can't tell you, please." "Why not, Master Belle?" asked Lily, outraged. Why was Belle keeping a secret? Didn't he trust her? She was supposed to be his supporter. Belle felt himself trembling. "Please stop asking." If they kept prodding, Belle would break. He would spill all the secrets, and he didn't want to. He wanted to keep Aunt Althea to himself. "Belle, please look at me," asked Hestia. Her voice was soft. Slowly, Belle looked up and met his goddess's eyes. She frowned. "You've been crying, haven't you?" Hestia came down the steps to rub her thumb over Belle's tear tracks. The goddess studied him for a second before sighing. "Can I trust that this has nothing to do with our familia or our situation?" asked Hestia. Belle nodded. "I swear it's just something for me. I'm sorry." Hestia shook her head and smiled. "Hey, we're all entitled to secrets, right? I just want you to know, though, I'm always here. But can you at least tell me what the secret's about?" "It involves my family," replied Belle quietly. Hestia nodded, the pieces falling into place. "Okay, well, if you ever feel comfortable enough to talk, let me know. I'm a pretty useless goddess, but I'll always try to listen." Hestia stepped back and clapped her hands. "All right then, time to get ready for dinner." Hestia smirked. "Since Belle had us all worry today about where he was, he won't mind cooking, won't he?" Belle smiled. "Leave it to me, my goddess." Lily looked on incredulous. As Belle left for the kitchen, she pulled Hestia to the side. "You're really not going to try and learn what happened, Goddess Hestia?" Hestia shrugged. "I mean, we're keeping a secret from him too." "Yes, but we have a reason," replied Lily. "And I'm sure Belle does too." Hestia placed both hands on the Prum's shoulders. "We just have to trust him." Lily frowned. Lily doesn't like it. This is Hermes, and Master Belle is easily fooled. Hestia walked off. Hermes is manipulative, but not intentionally cruel. Besides, he cares about Belle too, in his own way. I'm sure he had some reason. Lily disagreed with the goddess, so she went about dinner fuming. She was quiet while everyone ate. Urashima and Ottoheim returned from the clinic and joined them, but Elwyn sent along a note saying that he would have dinner with Riveria. He would be back later that night. That meant that Elwyn was the only one who didn't pick up on Lily's foul mood. She hated when Belle kept secrets. She was supposed to be his supporter. She was supposed to help him and carry his burdens. How could she do that when he kept secrets from her? Maybe she was being unfair, but she wanted to be there for him, always. After dinner, while she was studying some ancient strategy books at her desk, Belle came to visit. He knocked on the door to her room and poked his head inside. "Lily, can we talk?" Lily grunted, not putting her book down. Belle grabbed the spare chair and sat down, facing her. He didn't seem to know what to say, though. If Master Bell has something to say, he better say it. "Lily doesn't have time for his indecisiveness," replied the Prum, scratching away with her pen as she wrote notes. "Lily, you know that I have no family, right?" That made Lily stop moving. The little girl nodded as she set her pen down and closed the books arrayed in front of her. She turned her body towards Belle, motioning for him to continue. Belle wrung his hands. "Well, I think Hermes knows something. He told me about someone, close to me." He looked her in the eyes. "It's not that I don't trust you, I just want to have a family." "I thought we were your family," whispered Lily. Belle smiled. "You are Lily. I love you all so much it hurts, but this is different. I swear, I'm not trying to hurt you or hide something. I just want to have this just for me." Belle looked down. "I know I'm being selfish." Lily shook her head, her messy hair bouncing. "Lily doesn't think so. Master Bell is allowed secrets. It just hurts Lily because." "Because what?" Lily's eyes barely held back tears. "Lily is Master Bell's supporter. It's selfish for Lily to say, but Lily wants to be the one to bear Master Bell's burdens, all of them." "That is selfish, but I'm being pretty selfish too. I promise Lily that there is no one in this world besides the goddess I trust more than you. It's going to sound terrible when I say it, but I'll always want you standing by my side, supporting me." They both started crying then. After an intense session of hugging, the two sat together and talked well into the night. At that exact moment, below Daedalus Street, Freya stood in front of a great door. Her executives were arrayed behind her. "So, this door will open tomorrow, and our allies will begin their assault?" asked the goddess. Hedon nodded. "It will be the mindless underlings, but apparently he's sending one of his captains too, to get the job done." Freya smiled, delusion oozing from every pore. "How wonderful. This will most certainly be a beautiful event." The next day was also the last day of the tournament. And Hestia Familia had someone to root for in the level 4 singles tournament, apparently. I can't believe Hermes would let Aisha fight. If she wins, she becomes a level 5 top-tier adventurer. And his familia rank shoots all the way up, said Hestia over breakfast. Haruheim smiled. Miss Aisha said that she didn't give him a choice. She forced the god's hand. Ryuu grinned. That sounds like her. We'll have to cheer our hearts out for her then, declared Welf. After breakfast, they all left for the arena. Partway, Urashima and Otoheim split off to head to the clinic. Urashima was most likely okay, but Ermid wanted to make sure. She would be washing his stumps today and resewing some old scars, so he would be under heavy anesthesia all day. Otoheim was going to keep him company and protect him, naturally. Initially, the plan was just to find some seats in the stands. Hestia Familia didn't want to abuse Loki's hospitality. That changed, though, when they saw Reveria leading Lefia, Ais, and the Amazon twins. The high elf was rather insistent that they join her and the others. When they got to the booth, Reveria pulled Hestia to the side and started her interrogation. The elf royalty wanted to make sure that Hestia was behaving properly for her little brother. Meanwhile, the Sword Princess was growing very frustrated. "Belle," said Ais for the 5th time. And for the 5th time, Belle didn't hear her. He was too busy chatting with Lily. After last night, Belle realized that he hadn't spent enough time with the rest of his familia. So, he promised himself that he would talk to Lily, Welf, and the others all day. However, this meant that a certain blonde adventurer was thoroughly ignored. "Master Belle, we should see if we can find some crepes later," said Lily. Belle nodded along and Ais pouted. She wanted to get crepes with him too. "Oh, Sir Belle, I believe Haruheim was planning on looking for some new books. Would you like to join her?" asked Mikoto for her childhood friend. "Of course, I'm sure we'll be able to find some great ones," replied Belle. Internally, Little Ais was fuming with anger. Every time she tried to get Belle's attention, he didn't seem to notice. Down in the arena, Aisha was kicking ass. Even though she hadn't been a level 4 for long, she still trounced most of her opponents. After everything she had been through, these little adventurers didn't scare her. Besides, unlike them, she had something to fight for. Her dumb little sister was in danger, and if Aisha was going to do something about it, she had to become much stronger. The melee was over relatively quickly. In the level 4 tournament, there weren't many Freya goons. Any familia with a level 4 was usually too smart, careful, or powerful to get totally bullied by Freya. This meant that this was an actual battle between adventurers. As everyone broke for lunch, Ais went to Belle. "Belle, do you want to go get some lunch together?" she asked. "Sorry, Ais, I promised Welf we'd go hunt down some meat skewers," replied Belle. To his credit, he did seem sorry that he wasn't going with her. Before Ais could ask to join, he had already left. She had a deep pout on her face. Instead, she ended up with Tiona and Tyone. Lefia wasn't with them, though. She had left to go get food with Elwyn and Riveria. The half-elf and regular elf hadn't said much to each other, though. They were both too enraptured with how the other looked. Riveria sighed inwardly. The three ate lunch, but conversation was rough and stilted. Eventually, Riveria had had enough. "I am going to return to my seat," said the high elf. When the other two started to get up, she waved them off. "No, I want you two to finish. Lefia, why don't you show my little brother where the best pastries are?" The little elf looked between the two royals. "Are you sure, Lady Riveria?" "Please be my guest," was Riveria's response. She left then and was pleased when no one followed her. She made her way back to her familia along. When the fights resumed, everyone noticed the absence of their mages and smiled. There would be some wonderful teasing to be done later. Ais was left confused and a little upset. How come Lefia got to have such an easy time hanging out with Elwyn? Why couldn't she just do the same with Belle? After the quarterfinal matches, Ais was finally able to corner Belle. "Belle, why are you ignoring me?" asked Ais, straight-faced. Belle spluttered, "I'm not. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry." Ais kept pouting. "Well, you did, and I don't forgive you. I want to spend time with you too. You're getting dinner with me tonight, okay?" Belle cursed her naivety then. He thought that she didn't fully understand what she was implying. But Ais did understand. A little bit. She had spent a lot of time working to figure out what exactly she was feeling. She had asked Riveria why her heart kept beating so fast around Belle, and Riveria explained that it meant that she cared a great deal about him. Ais wanted to know more, but Riveria insisted that the best way to understand was to talk to Belle herself. "Whoa there, Wallen, what is it? Back off," cried Hestia, jumping in the way. The two had a stare-off then before Riveria thumped Ais. "That's enough. Deal with that problem later. Our priority right now is to cheer on our fellow familia members," replied the high elf. "Lady Riveria is correct," added Ryuu. "Miss Wallenstein, you may talk to Belle later." Ais didn't like it, but she nodded. When she tried to sit next to Belle, the rest of the women from his familia took her spots. She was left to sit by herself, with Tyone and Tiona comforting her. She caught Belle looking at her from time to time, though, and that made her happy. Down in the arena, Aisha made it all the way to the finals. Her opponent was a large half-dwarf man who wielded a mighty battle axe. "Ha-ha," said the dwarf, "to think I would be facing off with Antianera. How wonderful, now come at me." Ganesha rang his great gong, and the battle began. Aisha pushed off with her foot, propelling herself forward. She swung her great paddle down and was met with the haft of the dwarf's battle axe. A few more swings confirmed her fears. She was outmatched strength-wise. She hopped back then, trying to get some space. Her opponent didn't let that happen, though. He came after her, axe whistling as it traced great looping arcs. Aisha got pushed onto the defensive. Her paddle became a tool for parries and blocks. Eventually, she was forced to back up all the way to the arena's wall. "Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the mighty Gollin has cornered Aisha Belka. Is this the end of the proud Amazon?" cried out Ibri. "Any comment on your child's situation, Hermes?" "Not at all. Aisha got herself into this situation. I'm sure she'll be able to get herself out of it," replied the god. Indeed, Aisha was able to get out of it. She jumped and pushed herself off the wall, sailing over Gollin's head. When she came down, she swept her leg out, bringing the great dwarven warrior to the floor. She brought her paddle down, but he was able to roll out of the way. However, the force of the pada was enough to crack the ground. All either fighter needed was one good hit to win. The two danced then, twirling around each other, their weapons knocking. Galin planted his feet, turning in place to try and hit Aisha. He had both hands wrapped around his mighty axe, and Aisha was constantly moving around him. She began chanting. "Oh, it seems Antianara is trying to get her magic off," declared Ibri. That was the moment Galin had been waiting for, though. No matter how good one was at concurrent chanting, they had to dedicate at least a little bit of their attention to the task. This attention split meant that Galin could finally land a solid hit. His axe came down. Thankfully, he had turned it so that its face hit Aisha, not a blade. However, the blow still brought Aisha to dirt. Her face slammed down, and Galin used the opportunity to stomp on her with his boot. As Aisha laid there, drifting into unconsciousness, she got angry. No, she got pissed. Aisha Belka was tired of losing. She had lost to that braggart wolf Tgthegood multiple times. That boy Belcranal defeated her once and only kept getting stronger. And before all that, Aisha had lost to the disgusting toad and her miserable goddess. Aisha's rage at Fian and Ishtar built. Her anger at losing fueled her. She crushed the hard-packed dirt of the arena in her hands. She was done with it. She wasn't going to lose ever again. When Galin brought his boot up for one final blow, Aisha pushed herself up to tackle him. When she brought him down, she knew she could win. When it came to something like wrestling, where two bodies were knocking into each other, Aisha was the most experienced person in Horario. She grappled with the half-dwarf and wrapped her legs around his waist. Then one of her arms snaked its way around one of his. She started to restrict his movements with her body. Eventually, she got behind him and brought her hands around his throat. She held him for what felt like hours. He tried to break free and rip her off, but she was undeterred. Her will was steel, and her spirit blazed as brightly as ever. As he started to pass out, she bent down to kiss his cheek. My, what a fire you have inside of you," whispered Aisha. Even though Galin lost, he ended up a happy man. Horario cheered then, and as the cheering died down, Aisha's god walked out. Hermes came to give her her last level 4 status update. As he stepped forward, Aisha smirked. "You must be pretty pissed. Our familiar rank is going to shoot up now," said Aisha. In reply, Hermes shook his head. "Not at all, my dear. Actually, I have to say, I'm quite proud of you." Those last words were quiet and sincere. Aisha was shocked at the earnestness on Hermes's face. She had never heard those words before. Ishtar certainly never bothered saying that she was proud of her children. Warmth bloomed in Aisha's chest as Hermes updated her status. She called herself a fool for believing him, but she was happy for the moment. When they finished, they got up to walk to a private room for Aisha's level up. As they left, though, a series of shuddering roars rose through Horario. They were the sounds of monsters crying out for all to hear. With that, chaos ascended. Chapter 15. Otoheim and Urashima were at the clinic for Urashima's checkup. They had been there all day, with Urashima going through multiple blood tests and treatments. When Hermes saw the old scar tissue, she insisted on a thorough examination. She would not allow a single disease-ridden bacterium. After many tests, Urashima had been given a small break to rest, and the two were now eating dinner between appointments. "Say ah," said Otoheim, bringing a spoonful of rice to Urashima's mouth. Ura rolled his eyes, but opened his mouth to accept the food. Otoheim giggled as she repeated the process. The reason she had to feed him was that his prosthetic arms had been removed so Hermes could adequately clean and restitch his stumps. The D-Saint returned to the room, face passive as usual. The last thing to do was put Urashima asleep and dig into his arms to check for infection. She took away their empty dinner bowls before administering a small dose of anesthesia. Ura slipped away into unconsciousness. As Hermes cleared away dirty dishes and prepared her tools, she said, "You don't have to be here. He'll be asleep for a while anyway." Otoheim nodded, smiling. "I know, but I want to be here." She reached out to brush away a bit of his hair. Besides, he looks so peaceful like this. As Otoheim cleaned up the space around her faithful bodyguard, she noticed a strange little pouch hanging at Hermes' side. "What's that?" asked the Far Eastern, leaning in to get a closer look. Hermes followed the other girl's line of sight and grabbed the small bag. She brought it up to face level to properly show it off. "This is a special dust mixture based on another variant from melon. Apparently, The original worked to repel monsters. My new dust combination attracts them, explained Hermes. So that powder is for attracting monsters. I'm guessing to force them to gather, asked Ottoheim. The D-Saint nodded before getting to work. She carefully drained old pus from the scar tissue and set to applying antiseptic cream. She worked quietly and diligently. She was about halfway through the process when they heard the first roar. What followed was a series of shrieks and screams from humans and monsters alike. The clinic shook, and the sound of frantic footsteps was heard. Hermes frowned as she stood up. You are a level 4, yes. Please follow me, said the D-Saint, heading out the door. Ottoheim followed, casting one last look at the knocked-out Urashima as she went. They came into the hallway to find many Diane's sect familia members running around in chaos. Hermes grabbed the closest nurse. What's happening? She asked, her face pulled into a frown. Monsters have begun to rampage all over the city. A crowd of them are heading this way, replied the young attendant. We're trying to get the patients to a secure room and find some adventurers to man the doors. Ottoheim stepped up. I'll go man the doors. She looked back where Yura was resting. She didn't have any weapons, and hand-to-hand combat wasn't her specialty. That left one option. The ordinarily carefree girl's face was grave as she turned to Hermes. I'd like to borrow that monster-attracting dust of yours, she turned to the other nurse, and don't send any other adventurers. Keep them in reserve. The nurse seemed skeptical, but nodded before she continued on her journey. Hermes arched an eyebrow but passed her bag of dust over. Anything I can do to help? Ask the greatest healer in Horario. Ottoheim nodded. Keep the people inside, no matter what you hear, and keep my Yura safe, please. The last word was a desperate plea. Hermes nodded, and the two women split. Ottoheim walked to the entrance, draping the bag of monster-attracting dust around her neck. She strode with purpose, trying to get into the right mindset for her magic. The princess began chanting as she walked. Great destroyer, thou art the devourer of worlds. A consuming black aura surrounded her. You who would cleanse the world of the pure and impure, I beseech you. The light started to dim. Give me a fraction of your form. Ottoheim's mind began to cloud. She ran for the entrance. Let me strike true terror into those who would look upon me. Let me be the one who would burn the world. Black wings envelop me. Burn this sack of flesh and give me thine true scales. She felt her skin hardening, and it suddenly became hard to speak. She had to finish soon and prevent an ignis fatuus. The doors were right in front of her now. She burst outside to a horde of monsters, staring at the dust sack she carried with her. As a child, Ottoheim had no magic, which was strange. Usually, all royal family children, especially those close to succession, had at least one spell when they first received their status. In the beginning, this made her jealous. She wanted a cool, magical power like her siblings. Mostly, she wanted it so they would stop bullying her. Getting it through was much worse than she had ever imagined. Harbinger of Doom, give me your strength, Dracona Forma. In the arena, all of the spectators were too shocked to move. The first roar had been followed with silence. Then another great roar came, and the entire place turned to chaos. Citizens were scrambling, guild workers were running around trying to establish communication, but it was the adventurers who sprang into action. Tiona, Ais, head to Daedalus Street, commanded Riveria. Loki Familia was already running out onto the streets. I'm going to find Lefia and Elwyn and start setting up an emergency healing center. Tioni, go alert Finn. Hestia Familia was right on their heels. Miss Mikoto, take to the skies. Help Miss Ais and Miss Tiona find the monsters, began Lily. Master Welf and Lady Haruheim, go with Lady Riveria to find Mr. Elwyn. Master Bell, you and Miss Ryuu will be with the Sword Princess. Lily is going to get Lady Ottoheim. Something pinged Hestia's intuition, though. As the rest of the group began to split, she grabbed Ryu's arm. Ryu, I want you to stay with me. There's something off with this. Ryu looked confused but nodded, placing her faith in Hestia. The rest of Hestia Familia began their operation. Mikoto finished chanting her magic and took off in flight, searching for monsters. Belle, Ais, and Tiona followed. The other party, consisting of Riveria, Welf, and Haruheim, went to find their mages and begin working with the guild. By the sound of the roars, whatever was on the surface had been mostly contained to Daedalus, for now. That meant that the guild employees and their assistants would be attempting to set up a barrier manned by whatever fighters they could find. Nobody knew how many monsters there were, though, so Lily had to start running fast to find their princess and bodyguard. Meanwhile, Hestia went looking for guild employees to find out what was going on, and Ryuu followed. The elf had one hand on her blade and was checking every shadow for would-be attackers. The little goddess found a pink-haired guild staff scrambling with some papers. "Hey, any idea what's going on here?" asked the goddess. Misha shook her head. "The best we know is that some monsters found their way out of the dungeon, through that other entrance." "Gnosis," said Ryuu, memories of rage filling her mind. Hestia took one of her hands. Ryuu remembered to breathe and to focus on protecting her precious goddess. "What's Oranos and Fells doing about it?" asked Hestia. "Master Fells has opened up the Oculus communication stones," replied a new voice. Ina Toole was there now, a beacon of calm, not because she was calm, but because she had to be. Due to Ina becoming a more trusted member of the guild in the past year, she was privy to some of its darker secrets. By proxy, Misha also figured out what happened as Ina's best friend and right-hand woman. Guild workers came flocking to her for orders, which she handed out with deftness. With one hand, she signed papers granting various requests and trades for supplies from familias, and in her other hand was a white stone, which she offered to Hestia. The goddess took it and bent down to speak in private. "Hey Fells, any idea what the hell is going on here? Is it, you know?" Hestia bent down to whisper, "the Xenos." Hestia would never seriously entertain the idea that Ween, or any of her friends, were behind the attack, but something seemed off. Something was niggling at the back of her brain. "No, Goddess Hestia, I don't believe the Xenos are involved. At least not the Xenos we know. I'll be asking Lid if he heard anything, though," said Fells. "All right, then what can I do?" asked Hestia. "Help the guild keep organized and calm the people," responded Fells. "Understood." Hestia gave the stone back and turned to the guild. The tiny goddess got to work wrangling the employees. Ryuu smiled at their shocked faces. Everyone was used to the old Hestia, who was incredibly lazy and more than a little self-centered. She was still those things, but she had learned that there was a time and a place for it. This past year, she had found her own source of strength. Hestia had learned to take charge and act like a goddess from Lady Athena. She wanted to be more than just her old worthless self. The itty-bitty goddess had grown just as much as the rest of them. Ryuu took up a lookout position, surveying their surroundings, trying to keep an eye out. She was the first to spot the approaching shadows. One was particularly large and racing ahead of its pack. Ryuu drew her new wooden sword and went to meet the Bloodsaurus bearing down on them. She spared only a thought to the fact that a creature from as far down as floor 30 was here now on the surface. The elf was launched herself in an arc, her sword crashing down into the beast's skull as she plummeted. Unfortunately, the beast didn't come alone. "Get everyone back in the arena," ordered Ryuu. The guild was quick to comply. Adventurers who had been spectating were quick to join the elf and form a defensive line. They may have been competing rivals only a couple days ago, but now more important matters were at stake. In the air, Mikoto flapped her wings as she soared. She shouted down the location of every beast she saw, another monster up ahead, 3 turns to the left. Tiona, Ais, and Belle followed. Tiona had no weapon, only her fists, and Ais had to borrow a sword from a nearby vendor. The only one armed was Belle, who brought his weapons with him everywhere these days. Hakujin and the Hestia knife traced lines of white and black as they tore through monsters. Behind him, Ais was internally giddy. She was finally getting to fight alongside Belle. Her joy was only tempered by the fact that there were innocent people in danger. She ran alongside Belle, covering his flank as they tore through the monsters. He would shout a warning and she would respond, or she would start an attack and he would finish it. Their tag team work was most excellent. They were quick to communicate and shout orders. "Just how many of these guys are there?" asked Tiona. She enjoyed fighting as much as the next person, but there were still many monsters out there. There were also many people in the crossfire. It wouldn't be long before the innocent got caught in the way. What was strange, though, was the monsters' behavior. Occasionally, they'd stop and sniff the air. Then, they would change direction and start rampaging somewhere else, like they were looking for someone. Belle noticed the oddity too, but to him, it seemed familiar. as if he had experienced this situation before. It wasn't until he saw a rampaging silverback that the pieces started to come together. His stunned expression almost cost him, though. The great ape almost punched him, but Ais was never going to let that happen. She turned to reprimand Belle for his carelessness when the boy started shouting. "The goddess is in danger," cried out Belle. He turned then, calling out behind him, "I have to go, I promise I'll be back soon." Before Ais or Tiona could respond, Mikoto called out another monster's location. The samurai herself soon faced trouble, though, as flying monsters took notice of her. They swarmed the girl and forced her into aerial combat. Thankfully, she was also armed. Every member of Hestia Familia knew caution. Mikoto proceeded to swoop and dive as she swung her katana, cutting through enemies. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion as she began to utilize her new status to its fullest effect. The monsters in front of her cut like paper, and their magic stones rained down to the streets. Unfortunately, there were still a lot of harpies to deal with. They swarmed the girl, and eventually they could start dragging her down with their weight. Arc's ray. An arrow of light shot then, and the weight lifted from Mikoto's body. Below her, Elwyn and Lefia took up supportive positions. Riveria used a small plaza to set up a command position. As the most senior adventurer there, everyone took heed of her words. Haruheim was there too, doling out items that they must have picked up along the way. Kazuchi. A blast of fire got Mikoto's attention. Welf aimed skyward with his magic sword, trying to hit the other aerial targets. Mikoto took that as her cue to return to battle. Overall, things were going well. Although there was mass panic in the streets, no one had been majorly injured. Yet, which was why Belle was so worried. Upon seeing the silverback, the boy had a flashback to a similar event from over a year ago. This was like monsterphilia, and at that time the gorilla's target seemed to be. "Goddess," shouted Belle. He had returned to the Colosseum Square to find Ryuu locked in combat with a rampaging loup-garou. This beast was different than the others, though. It seemed to study how Ryuu fought. The creature took its time in the fight and didn't rush into an attack. The monster blocked one of her sword swipes and then grabbed her blade. It used its monster strength to try and pull her in. The elf was able to kick away, though, and gain some space from her opponent. Belle ran over and joined Ryuu. Goddess Hestia was working as hard as she could with the guild to get citizens off the streets and into the arena. The Colosseum was an easily defendable position, and there were already a lot of people just hanging around anyway. "Belle, look at that thing's weapons," said Ryuu, bringing his attention back to the battle. In the white loup-garou's hands were metal swords, and when Belle really looked, he saw metal gauntlets hidden by the fur. This creature was armed and dangerous, and it seemed to recognize Belle. When it spotted him, the monster's mouth changed. It took a minute for Belle to register what the action was. The monster was smiling at him. The creature raised one of its stolen blades in a challenge. "What's going on here?" asked Belle. He had expected mindless monsters to be targeting the goddess, possibly charmed by Freya's magic, not whatever this was. This creature seemed to be brighter than it appeared, and if it was keeping up with Ryuu in combat, it had at least level 5 potential. Belle was drowning in the possibilities, his thoughts a turbulent mess. Then he heard his vice-captain speak. "Belle, deal with the implications later. For now, we must face the challenge in front of us," declared the elf. She had read his mind, per usual. The two took off then, an unspoken word to begin their assault. Their teamwork was flawless. As Belle and Ryuu weaved and dodged, the monster had no idea where to turn. 1 second, he'd be crossing blades with the scrawny boy, and then he'd howl in pain from the crushing attack to his knee by the elf. It howled in rage, swinging a massive arm with surprising speed. Ryuu had the wind knocked out of her. Since she would need a moment to recover, Belle began dueling with the beast. His blades sang as they sparked off the wolf monster's knives. Even if the beast was stronger, Belle was faster and more agile. He could dodge every blow and have the time to be able to abuse every opening he saw. Cuts started crisscrossing the monster's flesh. Unfortunately, this was no adventurer, who was constrained by 4 limbs. The monster used its great jaws to bite into Belle's shoulder next. It shook him like a rag doll before the boy was thrown across the square. The boy rolled away as quickly as he could, knowing that the beast would try and leap on him. Ais had explained as much in their practice bouts. Just as he got his feet under him, the beast was there. They resumed their deadly dance of daggers. Thankfully, in its addled rage, the monster had forgotten about the elf. Ryuu was there in a flash, at just the spot Belle needed her to be. There was no need for talk. The two adventurers fought as one. In their familia, Ryuu was often the only one who could keep pace with Belle in sparring. Beyond that, though, there was a much deeper bond. It was not long till they had brought the creature to its knees. At a signal from Belle, Ryuu took up a position behind the monster, sword raised and ready. Belle hovered in front of it, hesitant at his next action. At Ryu's nod of encouragement, he mustered his courage. "Excuse me, but can you talk?" he asked, dreading the response. The monster was quiet for a minute, and then it opened its mouth. "They call me Petron." The creature's voice was rough and hoarse from misuse. Its canines were an acidic yellow color, just like its eyes. The monster's words confirmed Belle's worst fears. This creature was a Xenos. "Why are you here?" asked Belle. "Do Lyd and the others know about this?" The Loup-Garou made a sound that must have been a laugh. "Those pathetic mongrels? I serve a much greater master, Belle Cranel. One that remembers your failure. Today I was supposed to ruin you and that pathetic goddess of yours." The monster looked over the panicking masses. "But this works just as well." Petron howled one last time. "I have fulfilled my tasks, now you do yours." Before Belle or Ryuu could respond, Petron jabbed his own claws into his chest. With a sickening wrench, he pulled out his magic stone and crushed it in his hands. His last words were, "Better to die my own hands than a traitorous human's." Everything turned to dust after that. Belle stood there in shock, uncomprehending, until he felt someone grab his shoulder. He turned to find Hestia looking up at him. "Are you going to be okay, or do you need a second?" asked the goddess. Her face looked terribly worried, and she seemed to hold her arms ready for a hug. Belle breathed slowly and replied, "I'll be okay. Besides, there is still much to do." Belle looked at his goddess. "Please stay close today. This reminds me too much of monsterphilia." Hestia nodded. "I was thinking the same thing. Still, though, who did this?" A terrifying roar came in answer. It was the sound of a dragon, but also not. For Hestia Familia, it was the worst thing they heard all day. They recognized that roar. That was the sound that finally woke up Urashima. As he sat up, still groggy from the anesthesia, he took in his surroundings. He was in a large room with many people, many of whom were dressed like him, as patients. A small knot of lightly wounded adventurers stood in front of the barricaded entrance. Urashima pushed himself up with his hands. Someone had been kind enough to install his backup prosthetics and walked to the adventurers. At the back of the group was the D-Saint, who was studying the door. She turned at the sound of Urashima's steps and nodded. "I see you've woken up. How are you feeling?" she asked. "Where is Ottoheim?" was his response. Hermes motioned to the door. "She left to go fight the monsters and protect the patients." Hermes frowned. "She didn't carry any weapons, though." Urashima felt his heart pounding. "You let her go alone." Hermes' eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "My duty is to protect the people of this city. No one else was in a position that could help her. Besides, she is a level 4. I doubt there are many creatures out there that could defeat her." This woman didn't understand, though. If Ottoheim left to fight a mob of monsters without a weapon, and Urashima was one of the people she had to protect, she would go with the worst option. Before anyone could object, the new level 4 charged through the barricade. This was bad, oh so very bad. When he exited the clinic, he almost ran face first into Lily. The young Prum had made her way through the city, dispatching monsters as she went. As a level 3, the battles had been much more manageable than she anticipated. At the sight of her fellow Familia member, her hackles dropped. Then she noticed he was alone. Lily was hoping that the stupid princess didn't actually do it. Any small hope that Urashima held vanished, then the roar from earlier. "Lily believes that we should be on our way." The Prum turned to run, Urashima right on her heels. "Please be safe," he said in prayer. In the Far East, all members of the royal family had to undergo a rite of passage. Even before the gods and goddesses descended to the mortal plane, generations of princes and princesses had journeyed to the dragon's breeding ground up in the mountains to claim their destiny. The coming of the immortal deities had simply made the tradition more critical. Now, the journey was made multiple times in one's life, all to achieve the fabled feat of adventure required to level up. Ottoheim was no exception. In fact, she had more reason than most. She honestly didn't care if she ever became empress, but she needed to be strong to guarantee Urashima's safety. So, when she finally reached D levels in her stats, she volunteered as fast as possible for the next mountain expedition. She was on her way to becoming a level 4. 5 nobles also had to make the journey, each from various branch families. They all looked down on the third princess, who they thought had never experienced tragedy. They all believed the first prince's rumors that she kept a leper as a pet. They hated Ottoheim, which was why they abandoned her in the mountains. The young girl, who had only recently turned 18, had wandered the range for quite some time. Ottoheim had not found a beast worthy of a feat and was not allowed to go home until she did. Slowly, she ate through all her provided provisions. After that, she had to turn to hunting for sustenance. It was on one such hunt when she finally felt the presence. Since her hunger had dulled her senses, she had not noticed the dread. In the beginning, Ottoheim had assumed that the feeling in her stomach was just starvation. Then the wind kicked up. A sense of malice and despair washed over her. It was so strong that it paralyzed her. She felt a hot breath exhaled on her back, and then she remembered nothing except fainting and a singular eye. When Ottoheim woke up all those years ago, fear of the beast overtook her. She scrambled down the mountain to warn Lady Amaterasu and her father of the incoming calamity. Her fear of being too late was misguided, though. When she got home, all she found was peace. When the young girl told her story, most looked at her like she was crazy. Only 3 people believed her. The first was her beloved Yura, the second was her father, who was wise enough to take any and all threats seriously. The final one was Lady Amaterasu herself. The goddess called for Ottoheim one day to update her status and discuss recent events. That was when the princess leveled up. Except she had killed no monsters. In her confusion, she explained to Lady Amaterasu her journey. She explained how she had failed to kill anything. The part Amaterasu hung on, though, was her encounter with the beast she barely remembered. The usually kind and patient goddess grilled Ottoheim for hours on her story. Eventually, the goddess grabbed Ottoheim by the shoulders and swore her to secrecy. She was never to repeat the story of her journey ever again. That same status update was when she gained her disgusting magic. Back in the present, in Horario, Ganesha Familia did their duty. The city's guardians had mobilized perfectly and proved why they were still one of the most trusted familias. In fact, they were so efficient that only one monster was left rampaging. Apparently, some kind of new irregular dragon creature had appeared and was rampaging throughout Daedalus Street. It had already destroyed numerous buildings. The strange part, though, was that it only seemed to target monsters. If any adventurer was foolish enough to try and kill the beast, it defended itself, but other than that, all humans were left alone. A squad of level 4 adventurers had tried to put it down already, only to be left unconscious and bleeding. That meant that it was Shakti's turn now. She had taken off across the city to bring the beast down, or at least hold it back till Loki or Freya Familia arrived. By all accounts, this was a powerful beast. When Shakti finally caught sight of it, her breath hitched. The dragonoid figure stood on 2 legs, a black whip-like tail trailing out behind it. Overall, the beast was 3 meters tall at least. Its scales were black, with the occasional gold piece glimmering in the sun. It had vaguely humanoid arms and hands, but with massive foot-long claws at the end. A great trail of horns went cascaded down its back, like hair. The beast also had a pair of reptilian wings, but the worst was its head. The creature's skull was caught somewhere between human and dragon. The eyes bore the vertical slit-like pupils of its kind, but its mouth still held the circular shape of a person. There was no elongated snout, just a delicate nose. The half-dragon was bent over the ground now, sniffing. Searching for more prey, perhaps. Curiously, unlike other monsters, or even Xenos thought Shakti, this beast did not seem interested in magic stones. However, it was still a monster. Shakti pushed off the ground, slamming her shoulder into the beast. It stumbled backwards and swung its head, searching for the attacker. When it found the level 5 adventurer, it swung its great tail. Shakti raised her spear in defense, but it appeared that it had always been part of the dragon's plan. The tail wrapped itself around the haft of the spear, and the dragon pulled. Shakti was sent crashing forward, straight towards the beast. She felt its claws catch her and start closing around her head. Before the beast could squeeze too tightly, though, Shakti stabbed its hand with a dagger. She had angled herself to slip a blade between the scales and was rewarded with a cry of pain. The beast dropped her in pain. Shakti grabbed her spear off the ground and turned. With a tremendous thrust, she pierced the beast's leg. Now hobbled, the dragon began flapping its wings. "Oh no, you don't!" screamed Shakti. She jumped into the air and slammed her fist into the dragon's head. Knocked sideways, the beast forgot its plan to fly. Rage overtook its mind. The dragon swung her head back around and opened her maw. The courtyard lit up as a great gout of flames poured out. Shakti had to jump up onto a building to avoid being burned. As she came back down, spear pointed towards the earth, one of the dragon's scaled fists punched out into her ribcage. Shakti flew back and crashed into a high tower. Dazed, she started to fall towards the ground. Thankfully, someone caught her. Tiona and Ais had been nearby when the fight began. Now, the sword princess saw a dragon, and her blood boiled. "Tiona, she's mine," said Ais, stepping forward. "Awaken, Tempest." Her blade came forward at full speed. The greatest monster killer in Horario was now sheathed in magic. Her Avenger skill burned her back. Ais Wallenstein swung her blade, aiming to decapitate the beast then and there. She was inches away. About to kill another disgusting dragon. "Stop!" Just as her blade was about to cut through the creature's neck, she heard Belle's voice. Her blade halted and her head turned. Belle came sprinting, Hestia on his back. Ryuu was not far behind. Mikoto, who Ais and Tiona had left behind, was quick to touch down as well. Even Elwyn, Haruheim, and Welf were there, looks of horror on their faces. "What do yo?" Ais never finished her question, though, because the dragon attacked again. Its scaled fist made contact with her abdomen, and the sword princess went careening backwards. As she was pushed back but not sent flying, Tiona came to provide support. "Yo, Mr. Argonaut, why'd we stop?" asked the Amazon, totally confused. Her fists were still raised towards the beast, but something felt horribly wrong. This was like when she had seen that Vuiver. Tisk, another sympathetic monster. The rest of low-key Familia executives had arrived, as well as almost every other top-tier adventurer in the city. The only people missing were all of Freya Familia. Bite, who had spoken, dropped to the ground, ready to do battle. He cracked his knuckles and marched forward. This creature wasn't going to hurt anyone else. The irregular dragon, now surrounded, looked wary. Its head swung side to side like it was searching for someone. It paid no attention to the incoming executioner. However, just as Bite was about to begin his assault, Ryuu jumped in his way. "This situation is much more difficult than you think, Bite Loga," said the elf, a mask of calm. "Like hell it is. Now move, elf. I don't care what alliance we have." Before the two could come to blows, a final voice rang out. Everyone turned to hear it, even the dragon. "Stay away from her." Urashima Taro jumped down, Lily sprinting behind him. "Oh her, remarked Finn, quietly checking his thumb. The dragon seemed to recognize Urashima, as its head dropped to nuzzle him when he got close. There were tears in Yura's eyes as he returned the gesture. "You idiot princess, you did this for me, didn't you? Well, it's over now. Time to turn back," replied the bodyguard. Something changed in the dragon's body language then. It adopted a more human stance, almost like it was shy. But an encouraging nod from Urashima kept it going. The dragon snorted before sending one last disapproving look towards Bite. Then, for lack of a better term, it shifted. The scales grew smaller until they looked like shredded human skin. The wings receded with an awful pop sound and left holes where they had once been, which oozed blood. The tail, too, seemed to slither back inside the body, a spot of flayed flesh all that remained. The claws retracted into well-manicured nails, leaving pus that fell to the ground. The horns on the back smoothed out into glossy black hair. And lastly, the reptilian eyes blinked and were normal. They were a familiar golden color. Those eyes shut just as quickly, though, as the princess passed out on the spot. Urashima supported the now unconscious and injured Otoheim, draping her in a blanket he had found along the way. He scooped her up in his arms, her body unshifting. The rest of the city stared on as he marched away. Varying looks of shock and disgust were on everybody's faces. The most horrified was Ais, who contemplated what she had almost done. Later that day, when the streets had been cleaned and the people calmed, a coalition of some of the most potent familias met in Babel. There was to be an impromptu meeting to go over this shocking development. 1 year ago, from the original assault on Knossos, Tsubaki, Shakti, Isvi, and Finn from Hephaestos, Ganesha, Hermes, and Loki Familia, respectively. Also in attendance was Ryuu. Hestia Familia had been specially invited by the Braver himself to attend the meeting. However, it was a unanimous decision not to send Belle, who often struggled with these negotiations. Instead, they chose to send their stony-faced vice-captain. The 5 top-tier adventurers sat around a great table, with Royman and Fels also in attendance on behalf of the guild. "Okay, Finn, what's the situation?" asked Tsubaki. The High Smith had no need for pleasantries. The sooner this business was settled, the better. "Well, as we all saw, monsters invaded Horario. It seems like their origin point was Knossos, under Daedalus Street." Finn raised a hand when several people opened their mouths. "I have already stationed some of my familia at the entrances under the city. We will be starting a full-scale investigation tomorrow." "Then why are we here?" asked Tsubaki. "Seems like you already have the situation at hand." Finn shook his head. "While we may have area secured, I don't like the idea of not knowing who was behind the attack." Shakti snorted. "Please, this has Freya's name written all over it. She is one of the only people who would still have a key to Knossos." She looked at Ryuu. "Gale, I'd imagine that you saw how the monsters hunted." Ryuu nodded, as did Goddess Hestia and Belle. Apparently, after pooling their information with mine, they think Freya has tried this before. Ryuu had told the rest of the captains about what had happened at Monsterphilia last year. When she finished, Finn started again. "That adds up with what Loki knows as well. That's twice now that Freya has brought monsters into the city. Royman, what does the guild plan on doing?" The fat elf rolled his eyes. "What can we do? Without any hard evidence, there's nothing to be done about it. We're barely able to keep our current restrictions in place as it is." Before the rest could speak, Ryuu raised her hand. "You all should know there's something else. There was a Xenos among the monsters." Ryuu explained her and Belle's battle with the White Loopgaru. By the end, everyone was staring at Fels. The old philosopher hunched over. "For a while now, the Xenos have been in a state of, I guess you could call it civil war. There are a growing number of new Xenos that refuse to believe that humans can be anything but hateful." Something shifted under Fel's hood. If Lady Freya really is behind this attack, then this faction must be her ally. Only the Xenos would be able to lead monsters from the deep floors all the way up to the surface. No humans would know the right paths. Tsubaki's nose scrunched. If these new Xenos hate humans so much, why ally with Freya? It was her lot that slaughtered them last year. A mournful chuckle came from the skeleton. "You look for a reason? These creatures are angry as they should be. I do not know how Freya convinced them, but I am sure that all it took was an opportunity." "Opportunity for what?" asked Finn. "Vengeance," responded Ryuu. "Even if they would die." Ryuu's eyes narrowed. "When it comes to vengeance, you don't care what happens after you get it." The words of the infamous gale Wind hung over the room. These creatures didn't care if they lived or died, just that they took as many people as possible with them. Fels waved a hand. "As I said though, this is only a fraction of the Xenos. I will be in touch with Lyd to see what else he knows." Fels turned to Finn. "For now, investigate Knossos." Then to Shakti and Tsubaki, "Protect the people." "And us?" asked Ryuu. Royman stood up and pulled out an envelope. At such times, the people look to adventurers for safety and security. Hestia Familia must go forward with their expedition, if only to reassure the city that everything will be okay. The head of the guild placed the envelope in front of Ryuu. Obviously, there was more to this expedition than met the eye. Ryuu glanced to Finn. "And will the Sword Princess and Thousand Elf still be accompanying us?" Finn nodded. Ryuu turned to Isvi. "And what of you, Andromeda?" "I, and part of my familia, will be leaving Horario for a short period," replied Perseus. "After the upcoming Denatus, Lord Hermes has a mission for us to accomplish outside the city. Aisha Belka and a few others will remain." Before anyone could object, Fels spoke up again. "Lord Aranos has personally sanctioned this mission. Hermes Familia's new objective is of the utmost secrecy and importance." At that notice, Finn nodded. "All right, anything else?" "Yes," said Ryuu, standing. In front of the assembled captains, the elf bowed as deeply as she could. On behalf of my familia member, Autoheim Nakamura, I extend her deepest regrets and apologies. At the time, she only did what she thought was best to protect the Diane's Sect Familia Clinic. She does not ask for forgiveness or to escape punishment. Tsubaki shrugged. No one died, right? And the only people who got hurt were the ones stupid enough to challenge her. The one-eyed smith smirked. Right, Shakti. The captain of Ganesha Familia glared at the smith. I know of no such thing. Shakti turned to look at Ryuu, but I agree with the Cyclops just this once. Today was a day of tough decisions for us all. I do not hold a grudge against your familia, and I do not blame Autoheim for my injuries. Who's to say what would have happened if she hadn't used her magic? Tell the girl, no one in Ganesha Familia blames her. At that statement, Ryuu let out a long breath. The last of the day's tension eased from her shoulders. Obviously, this would do little to erase the guilt that Autoheim felt, but at least there would be no legal repercussions from offended parties. With that, I end this meeting, declared Finn. End of Arc 1. Character Profile. Autoheim Nakamura. Level 4. Status. Strength, D531 Defense, E489 Dexterity, D596 Agility, D555 Magic, G246. Abnormal Resistance, E. Magic Resistance, E. Spearman, G. Magic. Dracona Forma turns the caster into a dragon-like monster. All stats are exponentially increased at the cost of total loss of mental faculties and mind down when the spell is ended. Magic must be actively ended by the user, or else dragon form remains. Along with increased stats come the physical and magical traits of a dragon. Skill. Devoted Heart. As long as a beloved one is kept in mind, the skill bearer cannot be charmed by people or monsters. Synthesis. User has a low-grade physical health regeneration when under direct sunlight. Sunshine. User has increased stats when in direct sunlight. Dragon Slayer. Heavily increases all abilities when fighting dragon-type monsters. Chapter 16. A week had passed since the incursion, and Horario had returned to an uneasy state of peace. People whispered of possible attacks and the strange appearance of monsters in the streets. Most people started pointing fingers at the guild. It was their job to protect the citizens, after all. The people's faith in their security fell, and all of Horario rose to a state of paranoia. There were also many people whispering of the monster that now walked among them, that dragon spawn from Hestia Familia. No one had seen her in a week, the prevailing rumor being that she was locked in the manor due to a fit of monster madness. However, the truth was, Autoheim was ashamed. She hadn't been seen because she locked herself in her room. She only came out to eat and participate in familia meetings, but she often never said anything. It wasn't until a week to the day of the monster attack that Haruheim came to talk to her. "Excuse me, Lady Autoheim, I'm coming in," said the Renard as she walked in. As the familia maid, Haruheim had a duty to make sure every room was clean. This served as the perfect excuse to comfort her fellow familia member. She bustled about cleaning the floors and picking up trash. The entire time, Autoheim sat cross-legged on her bed, frowning at nothing. "This past week sure has been an event, has it not? Although, I think you must be used to such things, no?" asked Haruheim. There was a non-committal grunt in response. Still though, even for Horario, this monster attack is troublesome. If it really is Freya, like Master Bell and Goddess Hestia say, then I'm scared for how we'll move forward. Do we take the time to examine our enemies or go for a surprise attack? The fox girl shook her head. Such questions are beyond one as untalented as I. Autoheim still didn't respond, so Haruheim crouched down to look the princess in the eyes. "The one thing I do know, though, is that we cannot fight her alone. We are your familia now, and we will help you bear your burdens," Haruheim smiled then. Autoheim felt tears start to fall, "Even if I'm a disgusting monster." Haruheim pulled her into a hug. "Yes, even then. After all, I'm just a former prostitute, and a disgraced noble from the Far East. Me and you fit together perfectly." Autoheim nodded as she buried her face in Haruheim's shoulder. The young maid rubbed Autoheim's back and whispered kind words. This familia was a collection of outcasts and orphans, which meant that if they didn't take care of each other, no one would. The two stayed like that for another 15 minutes. Afterwards, the two former nobility went downstairs. They found their fellow familia members hard at work examining maps and monster tomes. The only one missing was Welf, who was doing his job and repairing their equipment. At the sight of Ottoheim outside their room, though, they all smiled. "Lady Ottoheim, I am glad to see you up and about," said Mikoto, a large smile on her face. Lily nodded before returning to her work. "It's about time. Lily needs Lady Ottoheim to help check over the plan tactics for the expedition." The others all chimed in then, and Bell even walked up to the princess. His face was red, as usual, as he tried to offer his own form of encouragement. "I know this'll sound pretty useless," began Bell, "but I want you to know that none of us think that you're a monster. And, we, or at least I, think that you did a good thing." Bell couldn't look Ottoheim in the eyes because he was so nervous. He was such a stammering mess that Ottoheim's first reaction was to laugh, which she tried to suppress. Eventually, though, she couldn't hold it in anymore. The princess lost it then. It started as a giggle and then grew to a loud, uproarious belly laugh. It was not that the situation was hilarious, but that the princess had an overload of emotions she needed to release. She laughed and laughed. Her familia was happy to hear the familiar sound. And Ottoheim, who wasn't smiling, giggling, and enjoying everything the world had to offer, might as well not be Ottoheim at all. When she finished, she pulled Bell into a sisterly hug. She pulled back, still holding his shoulders, and said, "You are too cute. If I wasn't already head over heels for my amazing Yura. Well, who knows?" She winked then, leaving Bell to stand in shock. She then tackled Urashima, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Yura," she cried, squeezing tight. He ruffled her hair with his one free arm. Happy to see her back to normal, Hestia Familia began explaining what she had missed. The envelope that Royman gave Ryuu had given them a new expedition mission, apparently. Instead of just having to reach a new floor, they had to clear all the way to floor 34, defeat both monster Rexes on the way, Goliath and Amphispina, and investigate a disturbance on the 30th floor. That seems like an unfair amount of work," cried Ottoheim. Lily sighed. "As far as Lily can understand, it's because of the caliber of our party." In total, there would be 16 adventurers. The 9 members of Hestia Familia, Auka and Chigusa, Daphne and Cassandra, Aisha and Ais and Lefia. In terms of firepower, that was 1 level 2, 6 levels 3s, 4 level 4s, 4 levels 5s, and the Sword Princess. To put it lightly, it was quite a powerful group. This meant that any expedition had to be just as challenging. The other issue was that the guild needed a big event to show the people that everything was fine. The masses needed reassurance, and Hestia Familia's expedition just happened to fit the bill. "By the way, where is Goddess Hestia?" asked Ottoheim as she started checking Lily's battle formations. As a former princess, she had been schooled in the art of war as part of her upbringing. She often went toe-to-toe with Lily in games of strategy. "The gods are holding the traditional Denatus at this time," replied Ryuu. Ottoheim smiled. "Wait, so we're getting our aliases now." She was practically vibrating in her seat at the thought. Ryuu smiled. Even though she had been under a fit of melancholy just this morning, Ottoheim had bounced back as quickly as ever. Ryuu respected that kind of resiliency. The elf nodded. "Yes, and due to our situation, I believe we will all be getting second names." Elwyn groaned from his spot by the shelves, hunting for magical reference books. "Let's just hope that the names aren't too bad." "Absolutely not," cried Hestia, banging her fist on the table. The gods were near the end of their meeting, and there weren't many names left to give. In fact, all that remained were Hestia's children and Aisha Belka. "Oh, come on, I like Bodacious Beauty," cried out one god. "No, better one, Glittering Golden Girl," cried out another. Going from the weakest member of Hestia Familia to strongest meant that Haruheim was first on the chopping block. The second, that the assembled deities laid eyes on the fox girl's portrait, all semblance of decorum went out the window. Each name was more vulgar than the last, as a competition for the horniest alias began. "Blooming Buxom." "My mistress." "Hey now, she can't just be yours." "That's enough," screamed Hestia. Her voice carried over the assembly, and soon all the deities started to quiet down, shocked by the authoritative tone of the itty-bitty goddess. Hestia took a deep breath, remembering her lessons with Athena, and pointed a finger to the room. How many times has my familia had to save or help each of yours, huh? Asked the goddess. She looked over to the left. Magni and Modi, didn't my children rescue yours from certain death? The two gods shrank in their seats, embarrassed. Hestia nodded before looking back to the assembled deities. Wasn't it my Belle who beat down the most monsters a week ago? She looked over at Diane's sect. Your clinic would have been ruined if not for my Autoheim going out there to sacrifice herself. The stingy god grumbled but nodded. Hestia faced the rest of the deities. My familia has done nothing but save your asses from day one. Every time there's an emergency, the city cries for my children to save the day, but when we need you. You stood by and did nothing when Apollo attacked and when Freya attacked, but then you decide that you get to make fun of my children? Hestia shook her head. Honestly, I don't know if my children should be so helpful anymore. I know that you lot don't deserve it. Hestia crossed her arms as she spoke, her blue shawl pulled tight around her. The assembled gods and goddesses felt shame then and sat quietly. Except for one, that is. Damn itty bitty, I didn't know you had it in you, said Loki from her spot as the meeting chair. Now if you lot are finished messing around, we got work to do. Later that evening, as the sun started to set, the gods and goddesses began filing out. Hestia remained in her seat, looking over the list of aliases that she had written down. Overall, it could have been worse. There were definitely a few that made the goddess frown, but such was life. She made her way home, Hephaestus beside her. You know, you don't have to walk me home. The goddess of the forge gave her the side-eye. Yes, I do. What's to stop Freya from offing you right here and now? And what, you're going to stop her top-tier adventurers, replied Hestia. When she saw the look of pain on her dear friend's face, she immediately regretted talking. No, but I'll stand in the way if I have to, answered Hephaestus. That made Hestia stop walking. She placed her hands on her hips and stared down the goddess of the forge. No way, I won't allow it. You think you can stop me, replied Hephaestus, who also stopped walking. I can try. They stared each other down. The first one to look away was Hephaestus. What would I do without my best friend? Hestia ran up to hug her, burying her face in her companion's stomach. Her tiny arms wrapped around Hephaestus's waist. I don't plan on going anywhere soon. Besides, you have us to keep you safe, came a new voice. Tsubaki hopped down from the rooftops, and other high smiths joined her. No way were we going to let you two walk around alone, said Tsubaki. The only reason that Hestia's kids aren't here is because they're busy planning their expedition. She took up a position at the front, the other high smiths going to the sides. Now come along. We gotta get you two home. The group walked home in silence. At the door, Hestia and Hephaestus shared one last hug before they split. Hestia invited her inside to talk to Welf, but the goddess refused, her ears turning a particular shade of red. Once inside, Hestia walked into the lounge area to find her familia still hard at work. They were working so hard that they didn't notice her return. She watched them and smiled. The first one to notice her was Bel. Goddess, you're home. He jumped up from his seat. Then the rest of the familia took notice and greeted her. After saying hello, the first one to ask the big question was Autoheim. So, what are our aliases? Oh, well, replied Hestia. That bad? Asked Welf. No, some of them are actually pretty good. Hestia's face was mixed, but she did seem excited about what was on the paper. The truth was that the names had a range of descriptions. Starting with Haruheim, drum roll please, cried Hestia. Her response was silence. The goddess pouted at her familia. I think you all forgot that I am the goddess here. I have the paper and the power. Her familia groaned. Now let's try that again. Drum roll please. What followed was a half-assed drum roll, with varying degrees of enthusiasm. For Haruheim her name is Enchantenko. Oh, said the people from the Far East. Meanwhile, the other members gave each other looks of confusion. A tenko is a mythical fox beast, explained Makoto. It is quite literally a golden nine-tailed fox. The girl was smiling. It is quite an honorable creature to be named off of, and the use of enchanting must be for her magic. Yeah, that's why she's called Enchantenko, replied Hestia, who was rubbing the back of her neck. Lily narrowed her eyes. They called her enchanting because of her looks, didn't they? Hestia looked down. Yes, but I swear it was the best one. We can just say it's part of her magic. Who would know the difference? Haruheim still seemed pleased, though. She had brought her hand over her heart. Still, though, for one as lowly such a name is truly delightful. Then the Renard smiled, and everyone's heart stopped. The Fox Princess's noble beauty was too much. "It is a wonderful name, isn't it, Sir Belle?" asked Mikoto. Belle looked over at Haruheim and blushed. "Yes, it is quite a wonderful name." That made Haruheim smile and blush as she looked at the ground. "The next name, please," shouted Lily, breaking the two out of their longing stare. Hestia nodded vigorously in agreement, moving to the next name. "Oh, this one is boring. Welf is still Ignis. The ever-burning," continued Hestia, not bothering with the drum roll. "Boring," declared Elwyn. Everyone in the Familia already knew the story behind that name, and while they found it funny, it had gotten old. "Ah, but there is a twist," replied Hestia, remembering a crucial moment. It was Hephaestos that wanted to keep the name. "Ooh, juicy," said Ottoheim. Welf rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, get it all out now." After a sufficient amount of teasing, the rest of the Familia calmed down. "Next up is Lilaruka Ard," declared Hestia. "Little Miss Supporter's name is." Before the drum roll, Lily rolled her eyes. "Lily's alias is the Dauntless." Lily already knows this from Mr. Finn. Oh, so that's why Loki was so insistent. At the meeting, Loki had been quite vocal about Lily's alias. When the other gods and goddesses started throwing around their asinine suggestions, Loki quickly shut them all down. Yes, Lily had arranged for this name with Mr. Finn's approval. Now it was Lily's turn to blush. Lily wishes to take part in Mr. Finn's dream to be the hope of the Prums. Lily has decided to become the Braver's rival, the Dauntless. "That's incredible," declared Ottoheim. "I think it's awesome." Ryuu nodded. "A commendable goal. We will be here to help." "Aw, little bit, look at you trying to be a hero," said Welf, ruffling the Prum's hair. For once, she allowed it. "I think that you'll be great, Lily," finished Belle. The compliments, especially Belle's, were too much for the little Prum. Her usual snarky demeanor devolved into an embarrassed mess. Hestia took pity on her and moved to the next person on the list. "Ah, time for Elwyn's name," began Hestia. The half-elf rolled his eyes, ready for the worst. He could only imagine what kind of alias he was given. Would it be based on his half-elf heritage, or would it be based on his bastard status? Or, and this was the most likely option, would it be some horrible mixture of both? And he is Galilei the Stargazer. Wait, what? That name was neither insulting nor pathetic. What the hell? Elwyn narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure about that? Surely it must be different, something derogatory." Hestia frowned. "No, why? Do you want it to be insulting?" The half-elf shrugged. "I have grown accustomed to such things." "You live one depressing life, you know that, right?" replied Welf. "Haven't we all?" There was a moment of agonizing silence. "Okay, moving on before the mood is totally ruined," cried out Hestia. "Next up is our daring level jumper Mikoto." There were some appreciative clapping and hollering then. Haruheim held her childhood friend close in anticipation, and even the drum roll was more enthusiastic this time. Mikoto's alias is Black Crow. That name caught everyone by surprise, primarily because of how normal it was. Quite the lucky pull for a girl who had once been called Eternal Shadow. Ryuu was smiling, though. Mikoto tilted her head. "Why that name? Did the deities provide an explanation?" Hestia nodded. "Apparently, it was the name of some powerful hitman. Fits with this theme of violence, I guess." "You're talking about Chloe and Lunwar. They were known as Black Cat and Black Fist," finished Ryuu. "Although they were not officially given aliases, those were the names that they went by for business. I am sure they will be happy to hear that you share a similar epitaph." The thought made Mikoto smile. "I hope to live up to their honorable expectations." Ryuu snorted. "Honor from those two." Yeah, finish talking later. I want to hear the rest of them," said Welf. Everyone focused back on Hestia, who was doing her best to hide behind the sheet of paper. "Goddess Hestia, what's the matter?" asked Belle. In response, Hestia looked the last 4 Familia members in the eyes as she spoke. "I swear, I did everything I could about these ones. None of them was my idea." When she got confused nods in return, the goddess made a hum sound before she started speaking. "So, Urashima got the alias, Living Weapon," began Hestia. "That's so rude," decreed Ottoheim. Her face was pinched in frustration. Urashima laid a metallic hand on her shoulder. It is to be expected. What else would they name me after, my good looks? Ottoheim gave him the stink eye. Your first time trying to be funny, and that's what you go with. I'm plenty funny, right, you guys? Yura looked to his familia for help. When they didn't respond, he turned to Belle. Surely you think I'm funny, Captain. Even the usually kind Belle couldn't look him in the eye. Unbelievable, muttered Urashima. He looked up to Hestia. All right, what about Ottoheim? Hestia looked even more frustrated. A puff of air escaped her nose. This one's my least favorite personally. The Denatus settled on, the Dragon Princess. That's disgusting, responded Urashima, face contorted in anger. Ottoheim placed a hand on his thigh. It's also not wrong, she shrugged. For now, even if I don't like it, that is what I am. Now, I will work to change it. She finished her statement with a perfunctory nod. Hestia gave an apologetic smile. Still, though, I wish I could have gotten you a better one. Ottoheim waved her off and gave a grin. Nonsense, besides, it has its own kind of charm, no? Makes me sound like a badass, like the Sword Princess. Ryuu smiled. It does, it is quite the strong name. I think it suits you. Well, I'm happy to hear you say so, Ryuu, added Hestia. Now Ryuu frowned. What are they calling me? Hestia coughed. Well, there was quite a big push to call you the Fairy Princess. A big push by who? Asked Ryuu, eyes narrowed. This sounded like a prank. Hestia looked at the floor. Freya chose it. She insisted over and over that you be called that. Why would Sir push for me to have this name specifically? Ryuu's question was met with silence. Everyone was staring at her. What did I say? Mikoto was the first to respond. Lady Ryuu, you said that Sir was pushing for you to get that name. Ryuu shook her head. No, I didn't, I said Freya. I meant Freya. Sorry, Ryuu, but you said Sir, replied Elwyn. Well, that's her fault for being so insistent. She's always been like that, butting in and teasing me. Ryuu kept getting more worked up. The more she spoke, the louder her voice got. She went on and on about how Sir was always getting into people's business and how she found it funny to mess with people. Eventually, Belle had to grab a shoulder. Ryuu, do you want to take a break? The sudden human contact jilted Ryuu out of her thoughts. She shook her head. No, I'll be okay. Let us hear Belle's name and then be done with it. No one actually thought she was okay, but they kept going anyway. Right, so the last one is Belle, and it was decided that he would be named March Hare, finished Hestia. Most people frowned because they didn't quite get it. Belle and Haruheim did, though. The Renard shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Goddess Hestia, would that name be in reference to the tale of Alice from Wonderland? She asked. Hestia nodded. The very same. If I remember correctly, the March Hare is a character, right? A bit of a weird one. Belle nodded. The March Hare was seen as crazy, and their behavior led to the phrase, mad as a March Hare. But, and then Belle frowned, there was another part to the story. Haruheim started talking when Belle couldn't. The March Hare was also known for being. The young woman blushed, quite active in bed. Hestia sighed again. Yeah, that sounds about right. Most of the gods agreed that Belle was, in fact, as mad as the March Hare for turning down Lady Freya. Ottoheim pulled a face. That's the most despicable thing I've ever heard. There were nods of agreement from everyone in the room. Again, Hestia shook her head. There wasn't much to be done, unfortunately. We all tried, but even Loki couldn't stop it. Mostly because Freya liked the name too. Belle's face was much too distraught. Because of that, Welf clasped him on the shoulder. Well, no matter how he got it, that's his alias. And you know what that means? Asked the smith. At everyone's blank faces, he smiled from ear to ear. Time to party. Let's go get drunk. Some hours later, Hestia Familia was at the Hostess of Fertility. Anything resembling a lousy mood had disappeared after a couple rounds of the bar's famous ale. Now they were all dancing and partying. Elwyn had stolen Dixon's loot, who was still working there to shave off the new debt he had accumulated. Meanwhile, the half-elf was playing through a long list of drinking songs. Inside, quite a large number of people were having a great time. On their way to the bar, Hestia sent Mikoto to get Take Mikazuchi Familia and Mayach Familia. This large gathering meant that it was quite the impromptu party. Not that Mamma Mia cared. Her guests were having the right kind of fun and were buying a quite frankly absurd number of drinks. On one of the tables, Ottoheim had pulled Urashima into a dance. The two were the center of attention, everyone drunkenly cheering them on as they spun and twirled. In a shadowed corner, the three gods were intoxicated and praising their children. "My Belle, he is the absolute cutest," screamed Hestia as she banged her fist onto the table. "Maybe so, but no one is as kind as Naza," replied Mayach, still calm but most certainly inebriated. "Hey, don't forget Auka, there's not a tougher adventurer out there in the world," decreed Tgthegood, arms folded across his chest. Watching over them was a disgruntled trio of a Prum, a Chinthrope, and a large man from the Far East. The three had taken it upon themselves to be the official godly caretakers tonight. Lily didn't want to, but everyone else in her familia was already too drunk to care. Even her captain was intoxicated, which meant that Horario got to see for the first time drunk Belle Cranel. "I'm so sorry, sir," screamed Belle. 3 drinks in, and he had latched onto Helun, quickly confusing her for her original counterpart. Not that Helun minded. She was, in fact, quite content to let Belle hold on to her. Mia had decided that Helun wouldn't get much work done with the boy in his current state. So, she had sat on a bench and placed Belle's head in her lap. She was currently running her hands through his hair. "It's quite all right, Belle, don't you worry. I'll take care of you, okay?" said Helun. Head buried in her thighs, Helun felt Belle shake his head. He lifted it to declare, "No, I'm supposed to protect you. You're a girl, which means I have to save you, sir." Helun blinked, "You have to save, sir." Drunk Belle nodded, "That's right, sir is sad, which means I have to save her." The boy tried to push himself up, but his hands slipped on the wet bench. With a loud smack sound, his face planted back into Helun's thighs. There," responded Helun, patting his head. "I'm sure you'll be able to save her, Belle. You saved me, didn't you?" This time, Belle has successfully pushed himself up, still shaking his head. With a frown on his face, he said, "It's never enough, though. I have to keep going and save everyone." Despite his intoxicated state, the words Belle spoke were severe. There was an intensity in his eyes that sent a shiver down Helun's spine. She squirmed in her seat, her heart thumping very loudly in her chest. "Oh, you're going to save everyone, including me?" asked Helun. Belle nodded, "For sure." In a burst of drunken confidence, Belle grabbed Helun's hands. "You always look so sad, sir, which means I have to save you and cheer you up." Helun started stumbling over her words. "Oh, well, that means I am so grateful." Welf sat with Ryuu, Daphne, and Cassandra in another part of the bar, recounting tales of glory. "There were 20 monsters out there," he began. "There were 10, corrected Ryuu. "Each one as strong a monster from the deep floors. I'd place them on the same strength as a goblin from floor 5. It took all my courage, wit, and bravery to defeat them." He tripped on a rock and fell on his face. Welf glared at the elf. "I'm the one telling the story." Ryuu narrowed her eyes, her cheeks a rosy pink, then stopped lying. "A liar cannot follow the path of justice." From nearby, Chloe, who was refilling their drinks, rolled her eyes. "Oh boy, here we go again. The way of justice does not include lies. Justice must come around," began Ryuu, stumbling to her feet. Usually she was not one to drink, but her familia had been quite insistent that she have at least one drink. Then, one turned to 3, and so on and so forth. "We must strive to stay forward on the path of righteousness, as the inheritor of the will of Lady Astrea, bearer of justice incarnate." Ryuu continued her speech, raising a finger to the air. "I will." Something odd happened then, and Ryuu clutched her mouth. She ran out to the back and emptied her stomach. Even though she bore the abnormal resistance developmental ability, a combination of Mamma Mia's strong adventurer's ale and her own lack of drinking experience drove her to vomit. Thankfully, her will was strong, and she made it all the way outside to a bucket before her sickness overtook her. Daphne, Cassandra, and Welf watched her go. Then the level 4 member of Mayach Familia glanced at the smith. "Shouldn't you be taking care of her?" Welf shrugged. "Nah, she'll be fine, just doing some training is all." Welf looked at his full cup, speaking of which. He continued to drink the night away. The last couple of Hestia Familia were currently engaged in a competition with their childhood friends. "The game is quite simple," began Haruheim, a single volleys in her hand. In the middle of a table was an empty mug. The renard's tail swished behind her. "We take turns bouncing this coin. Whoever manages to put the coin in the middle cup gets to choose another person. That person must drink from their cup and then order a new one. The collection of Far Eastern adventurers were already quite a few glasses in. Which was when Mikoto and Haruheim suggested the game they had learned on their travels. The bouncing was more complicated than anticipated, as the adventurers' enhanced strength often meant that the coin got lodged in the table. The worst was Mikoto, who still had not totally accommodated to her double level up. The third time she got a coin stuck in the table, Haruheim broke into a fit of giggles. "Haruheim, why are you laughing at me?" asked Mikoto, too drunk to remember honorifics. "Your face is just too adorable, Mikoto," replied Haruheim, trying to hide her giggles behind her hand. Mikoto blushed, her face indignant. "I am not adorable. I am a formidable second-class warrior." In response, Haruheim patted her head, "And you are as cute as a button." At Mikoto's frown, the Renard giggled again. Then she looked around the table. "Oh dear, it seems that our glasses are empty. Shall I get some refills?" Haruheim then collected the empty mugs. As she sauntered over to the bar, Mikoto's eyes followed her swaying hips. After watching her childhood friend stare for an uncomfortable amount of time, Chigusa coughed. Mikoto whirled to look over, her braids smacking another adventurer in the face. "Yes, Chigusa." Miss Mikoto, I didn't know that you abandoned your pursuit of Lord Takemikazuchi," continued the trim level 3. Mikoto's head tilted. "What do you mean?" Unlike before, when Mikoto would be reduced to a stuttering, love-struck little girl every time her crush was brought up, the samurai's face was serious. Chigusa looked over at Haruheim, who was talking with Anya. Mikoto joined her. When she sighted the fox girl, her face relaxed and a smile tugged at her cheeks. Chigusa and the other Takemikazuchi Familia members all made small noises of understanding. Deciding that this was none of their business, they turned back to their drinks. Half an hour later, the party was still going. The night was more fun than any could remember, and it was about to become even more interesting. As it just so happened, Loki Familia also decided that it was time for a celebration. While none of their adventurers had won in battle, they had fought hard and fought well. For Loki, that was more than enough reason to get totally hammered. They arrived expecting to be the life of the party. Unfortunately, that role had already been taken. The second the executives stepped in, the vice captain was practically assaulted. "Big sis, you came," cried Elwyn. He turned to Gareth. "Did you know that this is my big sister? She's the coolest, most awesome person I know." The half-elf turned back to the high elf and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. "We've only known each other for a week, but I want you to know I love you, sis." Riveria would deny it till the day she died, but she almost cried at that moment. After that emotional exchange, Elwyn hoisted himself onto Lefia, and Loki Familia integrated into the party. The goddess joined her fellow deities, Finn following. It took all of 10 seconds for Ais to spot Belle, whose head was still buried in Helen's lap. Before she could deal with that, though, she had to manage the bodyguard glaring at her. Next to him stood Ottoheim, who Ais had almost. Oh, that was why he was glaring. Ottoheim, who had stopped dancing only a couple minutes ago, looked between the two adventurers. Then she waved a polite goodbye to the sword princess, a strained smile on her face, before pulling Urashima away in the opposite direction. Ais frowned. She had to remember to apologize. She almost. As Ais tried to ignore the other disparaging look she received from Lily, she hoped to have time to resolve her issues with Hestia Familia later, when everyone was sober. She instead walked up to Belle and Helun. At the sound of her footsteps, Belle's head lifted. When he spotted her, his face lit up in a huge grin. He pushed himself up. "Ais, you're here," said Belle. "Yay." He almost fell forward then, his arms wrapping around her waist. The action took Ais by surprise, and she did not know how to proceed. Loki had done this to her before, but that was Loki. This was Belle, and having him wrap his arms around her so tightly was definitely a nice feeling. "Are you okay, Belle?" asked the sword princess. Face in her stomach, Belle nodded. He looked up. "I was hoping you would show up. I wanted to tell you something, Ais." "Yes. I'm going to save you, Ais." That one slurred sentence took Ais's breath away. She felt her face heat, and her heart started to speed up. She slowly ran her fingers through Belle's hair. A face of contentment settled on Belle and Ais asserted her spot as Belle's default lap pillow. Helen didn't seem to like this development, but there was no way she would pick a fight with the Sword Princess. She left the two of them alone, which made Ais very happy. Anytime someone started to walk towards the two, she would stare at them until they left, all except one righteous elf, that is. Ais Wallenstein, cried Ryuu, swaying forward. Even though her stomach had been emptied, the effects of the alcohol lingered. Hands off my captain. Ais pouted, why? Because I have to protect his chastity. From his spot in Ais's lap, Belle shook his head. No, if Ryuu gets to me again, she'll kiss me again, and she won't remember. That got Ais's attention. She looked between captain and vice-captain and felt a strange clawing emotion in her stomach. Belle had kissed this woman. Thankfully, that was when Welf intervened. Still relatively sober, the High Smith slowly guided Ryuu away. But I saw Belle with the Sword Princess, declared Ryuu. Welf shook his head. No way, he's actually over at the table. The smith nodded at Ais as he left. At the same moment, another elf was dealing with a half-elf. Lefia, have I ever told you how beautiful you look? The first time he had said this, it had stolen Lefia's breath away. Now though. Yes, Elwyn, you have. In fact, you've said it 12 times now, she replied. Did I say that it was because of your gorgeous eyes? Lefia nodded. What about your hair that shimmers in the light? Lefia rolled her eyes. Yes, you did. What about your thighs? Lefia almost nodded, then his words entered her brain. Your thighs, began Elwyn, are absolutely exquisite. He patted them for emphasis. Please keep your hands away, replied Lefia, who shuffled back. It's not that she hated the feeling, but... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, cried Elwyn. You're just so nice and pretty, and you were so kind. Lefia frowned. What do you mean? Elwyn looked up, a dopey grin on his face. All those other elves only started being nice because I was Reveria's little brother. You were kind from the start. You're so kind. After that proclamation, Elwyn seemed to slump forward. He had been distracted by a stain on the table. Lefia looked to the heavens. Why does she always have to fall for the strangest people? Lefia, you're sad now? Asked Elwyn. Hi. You looked up and then you started frowning. Are you okay? Did someone hurt you? Lefia shook her head, a melancholic smile on her face. No, I was just thinking of someone else. Then they are my rival. Again, Lefia shook her head. No, they're not. She brought her a hand up to cup his cheek, forgetting that people were watching. You are the only person I'm interested in right now, Elwyn Ruffrot Lod's Alf, said the elf. Elwyn leaned into her touch. Then he asked, what about Ais? What do you mean? Some of the others said I should worry, because you had a crush on the Sword Princess. Lefia stopped and thought. While it was true that she had once found Ais Wallenstein desirable, but everything that happened with Filvis made her reconsider. She had to stop and think about who she was and who she wanted to spend her life with. After watching Ais fall into despair over Belle Cranel leaving the city, Lefia realized that the blonde swordswoman was not the person for her. Apparently, a green-haired half-elf could be, though. There is nothing for you to worry about, said Lefia. Right now, I am only interested in you. Elwyn smiled. Good, because I'm interested in you too. Apparently, Elwyn decided that was the end of the conversation. His eyes closed and he fell forward. Lefia caught him, and his head nestled on her chest. She sighed but let him be. She would take him home when she needed to. For now, though, she'd enjoy herself. While these people experienced joy, deep in the dungeon, a humanoid monster walked down a tunnel. She remembered pain and dazzling lights. A face loomed over her, and then it was dark. She swore to herself she would remember that face. That face was important, and she would cut down anything for her goal of discovery. While she walked, another monster joined her. It spoke of an upcoming expedition. Apparently, their allies on the surface demanded that these adventurers be destroyed, all except one, that is. One adventurer, who had hair the color of snow, was to be captured and held hostage. Regarding the others, she could do as she wished. Perhaps she would torture them about the lights and the faces she saw in her dreams. The humanoid monster let these possibilities wash over her. She would do as her captain declared and catch this snowy adventurer. Afterwards, she would reach her goal and find the face that looked down on her. She would go to the surface and see the twinkling lights. And up in Babel, the goddess of beauty watched on. Her original plan had not gone quite as she wanted. The spirit of her otter was still tainted. No matter, though, there was still so much more to be done. And now that he knew what was happening underground, her little hero was going to save them. He would expose himself to the world, and she would be there right alongside him. She was going to cleanse his spirit of guilt. There was no room for indecision, no place for fear. She would help him just like she had done with that minotaur. She was going to remove his guilt by showing him the truth. She would turn his guilt into righteous anger, and he would be cleansed. Her otter would be perfect. He had to be. Otherwise, what else would she do? Chapter 17. He remembered the meeting clearly. He was called by his goddess, and Lady Hecate told him that they would be going for a trip to the edge of the city. The group included him, his mother, Lady Hecate, and the familiar captain, Morgana. At the edge of Carrion, they went into a dingy inn. Morgana spoke to the innkeeper, who directed them upstairs. Mama led him to a room at the end of the hallway and knocked 3 times. When the door opened, an elf was standing in the doorframe. The lanky body looked over them, his eyes focusing on the littlest member. He crouched down as if to say hello. Then he studied the little boy, paying extra attention to his bright green hair. Elwyn was unbelievably confused at that moment. While his hair did seem to get him some attention, it was always in a passing way. People wanted to touch and feel it, not stare and study. Eventually, the elf in front of him stood back up and returned to the room. When he slammed the door in their faces, Morgana rolled her eyes. Elwyn knew that look. Nothing ever good came from Morgana having that look. He watched in anticipation as Morgana walked up to the door, as casual as could be, and flicked it with her finger. The response was that the wooden door went flying off its hinges. Morgana then strolled inside, speaking as she went. "Come to me, blade of my lover. Give me the strength to protect and destroy. I summon thee, blade of the king, Excalibur," chanted the captain of Hecate Familia. In response, her magic lit up, and a tremendous ethereal blade phased into existence. Morgana swung this great blade in a slow arc, using it to deflect the arrows and magic that had been aimed at where they entered. Lady Hecate and Elwyn's mama followed the captain inside, so he did too. He wasn't going to be scared. Besides, all the men back at the Familia home said it was the guy's duty to protect girls. "Really now, is that any way to treat the people that you invited?" asked Lady Hecate. Her white toga dress cascaded to the floor, and her golden wrist bangles jingled as she swung her arms. Trusting in her captain to keep her safe, the goddess strutted to the middle of the room, as proud as a peacock. She placed her hands on her hips and asked, "All right, which one of you is the deadbeat asshole?" The temperature in the room dropped as the assembled elven guards all struggled to contain their rage. Their icy glares would have killed any normal person. Alas, these were members of Hecate Familia. Being crazy was what they did best. "Well," asked Morgana, Lady Hecate asked a question. While the inn was at the edge of town, it was still on the higher end of classiness. This meant that there were a series of rooms connected together. From one of the side rooms, out strode a man that even little Elwyn knew had to be someone incredibly important. The stranger's posture was like that of Hecate and the other deities Elwyn had seen around the Familia home and halls. The thing that most caught Elwyn's eye, though, was that this man had jade green hair. As if pulled by a divine force, Elwyn stepped forward and asked, "Papa." At the word, the regal stranger sneered. His face twisted into a smirk as he replied, "Yes, I suppose I would be your papa." The last word had been spat out in disgust. "Watch your words, elf boy," commented Morgana, her blade resting on her shoulder. At that, the other elves in the room turned their bows and staves on her. The captain of Hecate Familia didn't care, though. She was watching her fellow Familia members. Her voice was confident, but her eyes seemed worried. They darted between Elwyn and his mother. "And you will watch your tone," growled out the strange elf man. "I am Larfel Eljas Alf, king of the high elves, do you understand?" "I am so sorry about her, Larfel," came the timid reply of Elwyn's mother, Lyra. She had straight brown hair, a gentle face, and piercing blue eyes. "You will address me as your grace, woman," was Larfel's reply. At Lyra's shocked face, Elwyn frowned. No one made Mama cry. He made to step forward and speak, but Lyra pulled him back. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and held him close. Her whole body was shaking. "Well then," said Hecate, her voice like a melody, "what is it that you wanted, King Larfel?" Those who knew Hecate would understand the mocking tone that her voice had taken. However, the proud and arrogant elves just smiled. "The boy must go into hiding. He is to hide his identity and renounce all claims to royalty," replied Larfel. "Renouncing royalty is easy enough, but hiding his identity? How easy do you think that'll be? Most of Hecate Familia already knows, along with the city," said Morgana. "What's the point in trying to hide it?" Larfel narrowed his eyes at Elwyn. "What I did was a mistake. While I will be merciful and grant the child life, I will not let him parade his bastard status." "He's your son, Larfel," screamed Lyra. "He's not a mistake, he's your son." "That's King Larfel, wench," said an elf. "Speak like that again, and we will be forced to remove your tongue." "You can try," replied Morgana, stepping in front of her familia. "Let me make this clear to all of you. I am Morgana Le Fay, captain of Hecate Familia. Outside the dungeon city, I am the strongest mage in the world. Even then, the only one I know to be stronger than I is your daughter, King Larfel. Make a move towards my familia, and that same daughter will become an orphan. This, I promise." Her voice was steel, and her eyes were blazing. She gave off the aura of a killer. The elf guards stepped back in fear. "Remember, you have no jurisdiction here, and you have no Falna to back up your demands," said Hecate. "You have no power in these negotiations. You understand this, yes?" Larfel frowned. "Now listen, you will do as I say, or I will put out a bounty to all elves in this world. And they will listen because I am king." Morgana snorted. "You're a pathetic little man, is what you are. No man who has to say he is a king is worthy of the title. Now tell your little followers to stand down. Their threatening behavior is annoying me." Larfel opened his mouth to rebut, but it was Hecate who spoke next. Hecate shook her head. "Honestly, you children and your behavior, it is all so strange to me. That said, we will agree to your terms. The boy renounces his claim to royalty and will henceforth hide his identity," Hecate smiled. "As long as he is part of My Familia, this will be so." The group split then. The elves made to return home, and Hecate Familia went back to their headquarters. Elwyn grew up with a leather cap on his head and in a house full of love from his mother and familia. Flash forward, and members of Hestia Familia arrived from the dungeon city. Then, Elwyn left Hecate Familia, and the deal was null and void. Elwyn remembered these events and so many others. They became what he focused on, sitting cross-legged in the courtyard of the Twilight Manor. "These memories will be painful, but if you can work through them and find a way to balance them, your mind will clear," said Riveria, standing behind him. "I know that they hurt." She squeezed his shoulder. "Please try to work through them. From pain, we can find strength." Riveria paced around the courtyard. "This is how mages train. We meditate to strengthen our minds and find our inner balance." In the lead-up to the expedition, she had formally begun his training. She had actually been very insistent about it. Apparently, he wasn't allowed to die since they had only just met. At first, Elwyn was excited. Not only was he getting to spend time with his sister, but he was going to be trained by the Nine Hells, the greatest mage in Horario, and probably the world. Unfortunately, the reality was not what he had been expecting. The studying was constant. From sunup to sundown, he would meditate, read old books, and go over magical theory. This wasn't bad training, per se, it was just incredibly different from what he used to do. As a member of Hecate Familia, Morgana had made him practice sparring for days. Not only combat training, but magical duels versus his fellow Familia members. It was a blended approach to training back home. Since they only had weak above-ground monsters, sparring between mages was essential for growth. Apparently, remembering how he used to train was the wrong way to meditate because he was smacked over the head by Riveria and her staff. As he grabbed the back of his head in pain, tinkling laughter rang out behind him. He turned to glare at his accomplice. For whatever strange reason, Ottoheim had invited herself along to the training today. It had been a day since the night of drinking, and now that the princess was among the people, she had decided that the next best step was to visit Loki Familia. Her visit had been met by the regular members' apprehension, but Finn had nodded and given her permission to wait. For what? Only Ottoheim and Finn seemed to know. Don't you have somewhere else to be? Asked Elwyn for the 10th time. Audoheim pursed her lips and then shook her head. Not yet. Apparently, I have a couple more hours of waiting to do. Riveria smacked him over the head again. Stop getting so distracted. Elwyn pointed at Audoheim. Why don't you tell her that? Riveria frowned but looked amused. She's not the one getting trained. Now, get back to meditation. You must conquer your insecurities. At Elwyn's huff of indignation, Riveria's eyes narrowed. Oh, and do you have a different idea? Elwyn took the opportunity, hoping to his feet in excitement. Yes, let me duel. Find me a training partner. There was only 1 week till the expedition began. Hestia Familia had to time their departure just right so that both Goliath and Amphispina would be active and able for a takedown. They also had to spend time above ground investigating what this new mission from the guild was. The only details they had so far were that there was a disturbance to investigate on the 30th floor and that the new Xenos faction might be involved. So, Ryuu and some of the others were spending time hunting down rumors. Not the commander, though. Lily was at the Twilight Manor today. She was busy spending time training with the braver. Elwyn had been hoping to spot Lefia, but apparently she had her own studying to do in the library. When Elwyn asked if they could train together, Riveria replied that they had no time for flirting. So, they trained separately. And who exactly would you be training with? Asked Riveria. I don't know. There must some level 3 mage that I can spar with. Aren't you lot supposed to be the strongest familia in the city? Responded Elwyn. I'll train with Lord Elwyn. Alicia came running out, apparently having hidden under a doorway. She had prepared for this, apparently, because she already had her training equipment at the ready. When she pulled up to the siblings, she flashed a smile. If that would be okay with you, Lady Riveria. Well, that is. I don't mind, replied Riveria, obviously feeling awkward. Wasn't this a faux pas since Lefia wasn't around? Aren't you a level 4, though? Asked Audoheim. Alicia fluttered her eyes, but Lord Elwyn is so strong. I'm sure that with his skill and talent, it'll be a fair matchup. I'm game if she is, responded Elwyn, totally oblivious. Riveria sighed but nodded. She stepped back to give the 2 young folk some room. Alicia's face lit up. Well then, shall we? She had a coy smile. Promise you won't be too rough with me. But then how would we train? Asked Elwyn. From her spot on the side, Audoheim shook her head. If my euro was as dense as you are. Elwyn did not hear that, though. He was too busy preparing for the fight to listen. He didn't know what kind of magic Alicia used, but he knew that she was a level 4 mage that could chant concurrently. Not to mention that his current spells weren't the usual kind of combat magic. Standing at opposite ends of the garden, with Riveria in the middle, the 2 faced off. Riveria glanced back and forth before nodding. No lasting injuries, no aiming for vital areas, and no holding grudges, said Riveria. She raised her hand. After a moment of silence, she dropped it. Elwyn moved first, charging forward. Give me strength, charging bull. Make me the one who charges forward to protect my allies. I summon thee, golden bull Dadiuri. His magic flared, and a red glow overcame Elwyn's body. When he reached Alicia, his left hook caught her unaware in the shoulder. She was too busy staring at Elwyn's face to notice his fist, and she went flying backwards. Riveria cocked an eyebrow, and Audoheim explained. His spell Dadiuri grants him the fist fighter development ability and grants him a boost to his strength and endurance. Turns him into a frontline fighter. She stood to the side, watching the 2 go at it. Whenever Alicia started to chant, Elwyn restarted his assault, throwing the elf off her game. Alicia was knocked off her feet with quick jabs to her stomach and a hook to one of her legs. The elf girl fell face first to the dirt, and Elwyn restrained her arms. That was almost too easy, commented Elwyn as he stood up. Alicia had barely struggled in the fight, aiming to fall over. Now, she squirmed in ecstatic silence as Elwyn pinned her to the ground. What in the world is going on? Finally done with her training, Lefia came to see how Elwyn was doing. The little elf came running outside to the sight of Elwyn kneeling over Alicia's body. Alicia flashed a victorious grin, just some light sparring. Why, is there something wrong, Lefia? Lefia started stammering, unable to comprehend. The only problem was that as soon as he saw Lefia, Elwyn popped up, a massive smile on his face. The weight on Alicia's body vanished, and Elwyn was soon bounding over the grass like an idiot. "Lefia, did you finish studying? Do you want to spar, or maybe it's time to grab some lunch?" asked Elwyn, looking to Riveria. As Alicia looked confused, Riveria tried to surpass her laughter. The royal elf nodded and said, "Yes, I believe now is the perfect time for a break." Alicia made to get up and forcefully join the happy couple and interrupt their apparent attempt at a date, but Ottoheim got in her way. The former princess had a sickly smile as she said, "Excuse me, Miss Alicia, I couldn't help but notice that you need some help with your hand-to-hand combat. Perhaps I could be of assistance." Alicia opened her mouth to refuse, but then her leader stepped forward. Riveria nodded along. "Yes, I think that could be useful." The high elf strode forward, staff in hand. "Alicia, I didn't think that you needed that much work. Usually you are much more competent than that. Are you perhaps having a bad day?" Alicia looked between the two, her face going red from guilt. Perhaps I could use some assistance." Meanwhile, Lefia and Elwyn were making their way to the low-key Familia dining hall. They grabbed lunch, accidentally reaching for the same cookie at one point, and sat down across from each other. "So, did you enjoy sparring with Alicia?" asked Lefia, trying to be inconspicuous. Elwyn's nose scrunched. "Honestly, I expected more. It was like she was trying to lose, really kind of disgraceful. She's not even close to you." "What do you mean?" asked Lefia. "I mean, I'd prefer to spar with someone who'd fight back, someone with some energy." Lefia felt extremely pleased at that moment. "How's your prep for the expedition going?" asked Elwyn. Lefia pondered the question for a second. "I believe it is going well. We're supposed to be heading to your home for planning starting tomorrow. Apparently, your commander wants to talk about how to use me." Elwyn sighed. "Allow me to apologize in advance. Lily can be intense about strategy. Really, she's just trying to make sure we all have the best chance of survival. She cares, so just make sure to keep that in mind." Lefia tilted her head. "Is she really that bad?" "She can be. She might come off as insulting or aggressive, but she's just trying to acquire as much information as possible, I swear." "Really, she's a good person," answered Elwyn. "Well, now you're making me nervous." Elwyn reached out to grab a hand. "No need to worry. I'll be there if anything happens." Lefia looked around, hoping not to see anyone stare. "You really are quite affectionate for an elf, aren't you?" Elwyn shrugged. "Half-elf, remember. Also raised by humans." Elwyn looked away. "Do you not like it?" No, I do," responded Lefia. "I'm just not used to it. The last person I was close to was, not one for physical contact." Just like the night at the bar, Elwyn noticed the melancholy on Lefia's face. He didn't want to push, but she always seemed so sad in these moments. He traced circles on the back of her hand with his thumb, trying to offer some form of comfort. The two of them promptly finished their lunch and walked back to the yard to resume their training. They came back outside to find a crowd waiting in the yard. "Oh no, she didn't," muttered Elwyn. "Please, don't tell me." Lefia gasped. "You mean Lady Ottoheim?" Elwyn shook his head. "No, it's worse. She's doing that stupid dance of hers." Pushing their way to the front, they were met with Ottoheim standing in front of a pair of second-class adventurers. In her hands was the wooden pole that Finn liked to use for sparring. At some undetermined motion, the other level 4s, Narvi and Cruz, sprang into an attack. What Lefia saw next was grace in motion. Ottoheim moved this way and that, her feet sliding on the ground. Her pole spun as it deflected attacks from the other adventurers. Then, she let the blade Narvi was using slide along its edge until Ottoheim was in kicking range. 2 high kicks later, and the red-haired adventurer was sent flying. "She seems extra strong today," commented Riveria, who had walked up to join the pair. Elwyn rolled his eyes. "It's her stupid skill. Sunshine, it gives a minor status boost when she's standing in direct sunlight." Lefia chuckled. "It sounds like you are quite familiar with Lady Ottoheim's fighting style. Have you, perhaps, lost to her before?" Elwyn turned red. Riveria joined in on the laughter then. The 3 elves were so busy laughing that they didn't notice Ottoheim drop the pole. The former princess opened her hands and began using open palm attacks. She grabbed a punch from Cruz and twisted the arm till the dog man bent backwards in pain. Then, she threw him into the wall. Next, Ottoheim slid along the grass to catch another punch from behind. She pulled Narvi in close and then elbowed her in the stomach. Ottoheim then flipped the girl over her shoulder and into the dirt. Left leg swinging up next, blocking a haymaker from Cruz. He grabbed her leg to throw her, except when she got close, Ottoheim swung her other leg up too. Then, she squeezed his head between her thighs and somersaulted forward. The resounding pull brought the large adventurer to the ground. He was down for the count. Ottoheim considered her handiwork and nodded, seemingly pleased with the results. Then, she noticed the crowd that had formed and waved. Would anyone else like to spar? The collective adventurers of Loki Familia all took a step back. Ottoheim pouted in response. "Just why exactly are you here again?" asked Elwyn. "I'm waiting for someone," responded Ottoheim. "What in the world are you two doing?" shouted Lily, who had come outside. The little prum was fuming, and her hands had curled into fists. The two pointed at each other. They started it. "Lily doesn't care who started it. Stop beating up our allies." Lily narrowed her eyes. Besides, Lily thought that Lady Ottoheim couldn't fight with hand-to-hand combat. Ottoheim rolled her eyes. "Not with monsters. I can't do the same throws and grabs with those things." Ottoheim shook her head. "Honestly, Commander, isn't it your job to know how I fight?" Elwyn also took a step back because he had just seen something truly idiotic. Lily jumped forward and pulled Ottoheim to the ground by her earlobe. The level 4 adventurer had been caught off guard, unfortunately. Ow, 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 ow. Would Lady Ottoheim like to repeat herself? No. Would Lady Ottoheim like to apologize to Lily? Yes, I'm sorry, Commander. Lily let go. Good, now start heading home. Ottoheim shook her head. I can't. Why not? Shouted Lily. I'm waiting for someone. Who? Ottoheim almost responded, then she spotted a figure. For her, Ottoheim pointed out into the crowd. Everyone turned to find Ais Wallenstein, with a look of confusion on her face. Hello, Sword Princess, shouted the Dragon Princess. I have come to talk about how you almost killed me last week. The response was dead silence from Loki Familia. Ais seemed to have accepted her fate, and she strode forward to receive punishment. Oi, what do you think you're doing, you raging dumbass? Said Elwyn. Lily must agree. Now is neither the time nor place for petty revenge. When the two of them tried to grab the princess, she slipped around and away from their grasping hands. She walked out to meet the Sword Princess halfway. Lefia almost moved to defend her idol, but she found Reveria's staff blocking her path. Before she could speak, the High Elf held a finger to her lips. Up in the executive's office, Finn, Loki, and Gareth all watched on. When the two princesses were close, Ottoheim raised a hand. Ais closed her eyes, ready to be punched. A moment passed, then another, and then another. Eventually, Ais opened her eyes to find Ottoheim's hand on her shoulder. The Far Eastern girl smiled. Thank you for staying your blade. Now Ais was lost, but I almost killed you. Ottoheim removed her hand from Ais's shoulder and made a tutting motion with her finger. Oh ho ho, but you didn't. Ottoheim booped Ais on the nose. You listened to my captain, and you didn't cut my head off, which is good because I can't very well flirt with Yura without a pretty face now, can I? Elwyn felt a headache start to come on. I swear, this girl, I just can't. Lily has to agree, Mr. Elwyn. Our princess is something else. Meanwhile, Ais felt that someone was being mean to her. So, the Sword Princess pouted. I mean it, though. I almost killed you, and that's wrong. Ottoheim shook her head. No, you almost killed a monster, remember? Unless you somehow knew that I was the dragon creature. Ais kept pouting, still though. Ottoheim leaned forward. So, you are still feeling tremendous guilt then? Perhaps you desire a punishment. Ais nodded. My oh my, how interesting. Ottoheim tapped her chin and thought, what to do, though? She turned to the assembled adventurers. Any suggestions? At the assembled silence, Reveria stepped forward. How about a promise to protect you and your familia no matter what on the upcoming expedition? The High Elf had caught on rather quickly to what Ottoheim was planning, even if it seemed a little heavy-handed. A most wonderful suggestion, Lady Reveria, decreed Ottoheim, nodding along like the royalty she had been. Ottoheim looked back at Ais. Well then, how does that sound? To repay me for almost chopping off my head, you shall have to defend me and my familia with all your might during this expedition." To cap off her words, Ottoheim patted the top-tier adventurer on the head. However, Ais was completely serious when she nodded. The Sword Princess took this as a solemn vow and replied, "I swear I will." In this one moment, Ottoheim had won over almost all of low-key familia. Of course, this large familia of adventurers had been there to hear, and in some cases, see Ottoheim's tragic magic. They had looked on with looks of trepidation and disgust. In this exchange, though, when she showed kindness, compassion, and forgiveness to her would-be executioner, they felt their hearts melt. Many of them were shamed for thinking so poorly of her. Elwyn and Lily watched on, looks of disbelief plastered on their faces. "I hate how good she is at that," said the half-elf. Lily nodded. It is disturbing to think that she of all people was almost crowned empress. They both shivered at the thought. Ottoheim then looked between the battered adventurers she had sparred with, and the still perplexed Ais Wallenstein and nodded. "Now I must depart, for my work is finished." She then began to leave before Elwyn shouted after her, "You didn't do anything." Ottoheim chose to ignore him, feeling as if she had actually accomplished a great deal. Lily looked to the sky and realized that it was about to start raining. She turned to Elwyn. "Lily believes it is for the best for us to head home now." Elwyn nodded and said his goodbyes to Lefia and Reveria. He also gave Reveria a hug in front of her familia, flaunting his close relationship as her little brother. Many familia members, including their goddess, were insanely jealous at Elwyn's opportunity. "Goodbye, Lord Elwyn." At Alicia's goodbye, Elwyn turned to wave. Then he waved at Lefia. "Bye, Lefia, I'll miss you." Lefia's heart melted, and she shot a triumphant grin at her fellow love-struck elf. Alicia glared at Elwyn's back and decided to not respond. "I'll miss you too," replied Lefia. A couple days later, and it was Loki Familia's turn to visit Hestia Familia. They had been let into the manor by Haruheim and were now waiting in the lounge area. Ais had been hoping to see Belle, but apparently he was out shopping with Mikoto for supplies and equipment. Ais felt sad then, like the whole trip here was suddenly without meaning. Then Lilaruka Ard walked in, papers in hand. She sat in front of the two top-tier adventurers and proceeded to make some notes in a journal. After a minute, she looked up. "For Miss Lefia, I already have ideas for your position in the party. You are easily the strongest mage we have, but Lily must ask, what is the nature of your skills and magic?" Under Lily's intense stare, Lefia started to sweat. This conversation was like when Finn used to interrogate her and prepare for their expeditions. "Well, I can use any elf magic that I know the chant of, and I can keep one spell I chanted in reserve," began Lefia. In response, Lily took more notes. "And I have skills that make my magic more powerful, offensively that is." Lily nodded along and then smiled at the two of them. "This is wonderful. With Miss Lefia's powerful magic at our disposal, Lily will be able to design a plan to annihilate Lily's enemies." Lily seemed a little too excited with that statement. Again, Lefia could only be reminded of the way Finn's eyes would sparkle when he found a new ability to abuse in the dungeon. Then Lily turned to look at Ais, and her gaze sharpened. "And what about you, Miss Wallenstein? What can you do that's so special?" Lily's tone dripped with hostility. Lefia wanted to defend her fellow familia member, but Lady Reveria had told her not to intervene, no matter what. Apparently, this was something Ais had to deal with on her own. Thankfully, Ais was a little too airheaded to pick up on Lily's hostile tone. The Sword Princess calmly replied, "I am good at using my sword. Finn usually has me in the vanguard because I'm very fast, especially with my wind enchantment." Lily then asked a couple more questions about Ais's wind magic and then made a couple more notes. Afterwards, she looked at the two top-tier adventurers. For now, Lily is thinking that Miss Lefia will go near the middle of the formation, in front of the supporters. Meanwhile, Miss Wallenstein will be the rear guard. Now, Ais was used to being in the reserve forces. Finn often kept her there in case of emergencies or to let the younger familia members train. However, she had never ever been assigned to the rear guard. Her obvious discomfort must have shown on her face because Lily arched a brow. The Prum sat back in her seat, her blouse creasing around her. Lily isn't here to do the same thing as the braver. Lily is the dauntless, which means she has her own ways and reasons, which means the rearguard for the Sword Princess, the prom huffed when she finished. The hostility in her tone was so apparent that even Ais clued into it. Ais tilted her head. Do you hate me? Lily looked Ais in the eye as she replied. Lily doesn't like you because Master Bell is too kind. Lily hasn't forgiven you because her familia already has. Lily is going to make it very clear. Lily is incredibly angry at the Sword Princess. Lily is willing to work with Miss Ais for the sake of her familia and the alliance, but Lily will not be Miss Ais's friend. Do we understand each other? Ais nodded, not shocked at all. Honestly, she was happy that someone in Hestia familia was angry at her, so she nodded to Lily. I understand. I will go to the rearguard then, and I will protect you all. I will earn your forgiveness, replied Ais. Lily shook her head. It's too late for forgiveness. Instead, work to earn Lily's trust. Ais nodded again. After watching awkwardly in silence, Lefia raised her hand. So, is there anything else we can do to help? Lily nodded. Yes, Lily wants to hear your accounts firsthand of floors 29 to 34. Miss Aisha and Miss Ryuu have told me what they remembered, but it has been a bit of time since their own adventures. Even though all of the last expedition party had been down to the 37th floor, they didn't have any time to take in the sights. Since they were so focused on finding Master Bell and Miss Ryuu, the Xenos led them faster than they thought possible. Same with the journey back up to the surface. They all had vague memories, but it had been a long year away. Lefia nodded along. Well, those floors are known as the Great Desert. Starting on the 28th floor is a humid, swamp-like area. It is known as the River Delta because the area is fed by the water capital. Lily nodded along, but then it changes, right? The dungeon actively tries to kill you, replied Ais. The desert dwelling, based solely on its environment, is the most dangerous set of floors in the dungeon. How so? The three turned to find Urashima standing in the doorway. The young ninja bodyguard walked over, taking a seat next to Lily, arms crossed over his chest. He also glared at the Sword Princess. Don't be rude, you dummy, finished Ottoheim, who came running in after him. She swatted Urashima over the head. Me and Miss Wallenstein have already patched things, haven't we? Ais nodded, allowing herself a small smile. Yes, with my promise to protect all of you. You see, added Ottoheim, facing Urashima, so you need to calm down. If I'm okay, you're okay, got that? Urashima shook his head. She almost killed you. I'll work with her, but I'm not forgiving her. When Ottoheim opened her mouth to respond, Urashima cut her off. If I was the one that was almost executed, how would you have reacted? That stopped Ottoheim's argument. She sat there blankly before shaking her head. Okay, I understand, I'm sorry. Urashima rolled his eyes but placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Then, he turned to Ais and Lefia. So, what is this about a desert? Lefia was too embarrassed by the show of affection to explain, so the task fell to the ordinarily quiet Ais. The 29th floor is connected to the 28th, which means that there is a river running through the middle of the floor. You follow the river from one end to another, began Ais. But where's the desert? Asked Ottoheim, clueless as ever. The floor is a desert, answered Ais. It's all open, no maze or labyrinth, just desert, which is what makes it so dangerous. The open floor is scorching, which means that you can die of dehydration. But there's a river, asked Urashima. Ais shook her head. The river is filled with monsters. You only refill your water when you have to. Also, there are powerful sandstorms. If you aren't careful, they'll blow you away to the edge of the desert. You'll get lost, which means that you'll die. Lefia nodded. Lady Reveria says that it won't be the monsters that kill you in the desert. It's the dehydration, starvation, and heatstroke that can kill you. But the monsters are still dangerous, added Ais. They pop up from the sand, and they surprise you in the night. They'll try and attack your supplies too. And that's what the 29th is like, asked Ottoheim. Lily answered that question. No, that's what every floor is like. You follow the river from floor to floor, until you can't correct. Lefia nodded. Floor 33, the most dangerous floor. There is no river to follow, only desert. There is a path formed by years of adventurers, but it isn't perfect. But there is nothing but desert, asked Lily. Ais seemed to consider the question but then shook her head. No, there are oases and ruins. The oases are like rest points. Monsters don't go near them, but they are not mapped. And the ruins? Ais looked Lily down. They are often filled with rare resources and materials. When she saw Lily's eyes glow with greed, the sword princess frowned. It's too dangerous. There are almost no adventurers who make it back from the ruins. Even Finn doesn't search for them. Lily considered Ais's words. She hated the sword princess, but she also understood that there was no one that knew the dungeon better than her. The Prum nodded. Understood. We will not actively search for the ruins then. Are these ruins not mapped? Asked Ottoheim. Lefia shook her head. No again, so few adventurers return. The only well-mapped areas are the riverbanks and the path on floor 33. Lily nodded along. This all fits with what Miss Ryuu and Miss Aisha have told Lily. Excuse me, I also have a question, began Lefia. What is our schedule like? Lily nodded, looking through a sheaf of papers. She pulled out one and began reading. The first day, Lily plans for us to defeat Goliath, stop in Riveria for lunch, and then continue to floor 24 and rest for the day. For day 2, we will be heading into the water capital to fight Amphispina. Then, we return to floor 24. Lily wants us to be as well-rested as possible before we begin the rest of our journey. Then, we begin our march to floor 34. Ais nodded. How long to floor 30 floor? Lily shrugged. While our overall party strength is more than enough, this will be many of them's first time that deep in the dungeon. Lily does not want to rush it. Ais nodded again. You're smart like Finn. Lily blushed at the compliment and had to actively remind herself that she was angry at the sword princess. What about the mission? Asked Lefia. The one on floor 30, responded Lily. Lefia nodded and the Prum sighed. We are not sure. Goddess Hestia has been trying to learn more, but it is hard to learn anything. We do know that we'll be able to learn more once we're down there. From who? Asked Ais. Lily fidgeted in her seat before she replied. We will be working with the Xenos. Silence filled the room before Ais let out a sigh of relief. Good, I need to apologize to them too. Lily blinked, then nodded. Okay, so after going to floor 34, we stay there for a week. Just long enough to gather the required materials on the safe floor. Then, we make our way home as quickly as possible. Sounds good, said Lefia. Anything you need from us specifically? Lily shook her head. Bring your own weapons and armor, but Hestia Familia will be providing the Undine cloth and other basic requirements. Mr. Welf will be in charge of equipment repairs during the trip. Ais made an ooh sound. The idea of having an Infamilia smith come along to fix their weapons and equipment was a novel idea to the top-tier adventurer. She looked forward to the opportunities this would bring. The small group then spent a couple more hours going over battle plans and strategies. Even though Ais didn't want to be the rearguard, this was her position. So, she familiarized herself with who she would be protecting. She didn't really know anyone in Hestia Familia, except for Belle, not to mention that she would be protecting members of Myich Familia, Take Mikazuchi Familia, and a member of Hermes Familia. This was her duty, though, and Ais Wallenstein was nothing if not dutiful. She was so enraptured in her studies that she didn't notice that others had come to join her. Excuse me, Ais. A finger poked her in the shoulder. She jolted out of intense focus to find Belle standing in front of her. Without her own realization, her lips quirked up into a smile. Belle, it is good to see you, said Ais. Belle nodded, also smiling. It's good to see you too. Will you be staying here for dinner? At his question, Ais looked to Lefia. She wanted to stay for dinner, but there might be trouble later. However, Lefia was happily talking to Elwyn, and when she heard Belle's offer for dinner, she nodded. Well then, Belle Cranel, I think we will be joining you for dinner. The little elf pointed a finger at him. But no funny business, you understand. I will be watching closely to make sure that you don't make any moves on Miss Ais. Elwyn snorted, making a move. What kind of move? Lefia cheeks grew a dusted pink. You know, a move. He could try and wrap his arm around her shoulder or something. What like this? Replied Elwyn, who proceeded to wrap an arm around Lefia's shoulder, drawing her in tight. Yes, screamed Lefia, who looked uncomfortable. She did not push herself away, though. Elwin laughed, and soon he and Lefia fell into light bickering. Ais turned back to Belle. Yes, we will be staying for dinner. Both girls seemed too excited to worry about what their familia might say, so they would stay for dinner, have some fun, and then go home. Really, it was all in the name of becoming a better, more cohesive team. At least, that was their reasoning. When Mikoto and Haruheim, who were cooking that day, called for dinner, everyone started making their way to the dining room. Before Ais could enter, though, she felt someone tug on her arm. She turned to find Elwin standing there, awkwardly. He jerked his head off to the side and walked away. Ais followed. "Is something wrong?" she asked. Elwin rubbed the back of his head. "I was just kind of curious. I see Lefia get really sad sometimes because of this person she thinks of. Is she okay? I know it might be private, but..." Elwin looked to the dining hall. "I just worry about her." Ais looked away. "Lefia's not like me. She's very innocent and kind. So, when something bad happens or she loses someone, it hits her harder than most." Ais turned her head away. "That's all I want to say." "Thank you," replied Elwin. The young half-elf offered his hand to shake, and Ais took it gladly. "If you want to know more, maybe ask Lefia or Riveria." Ais looked up. Riveria usually knows what to do about these things. The two joined in for dinner. With that, preparations for Hestia Familia's big expedition was just about finished. Chapter 18. The morning of the expedition, before the sun had risen, Belle was lying in bed, looking at the ceiling. He had been tossing and turning all night, only sleeping in fits and bits. Maybe he'd be rested, maybe he wouldn't. There was a lot on Belle's mind. Not only was he leading his familia and others down to the bottom of the lower floors, but they were also investigating the most recent Xenos incident. And on top of that, Ais was coming with them. Once upon a time, Belle would have loved to go on an expedition with the Sword Princess, but now his heart twisted. He was still trying to figure out their new relationship, and a high-pressure environment like the dungeon was probably not conducive to that kind of feeling exploration. As Belle lay there in contemplation, there was a knock at the door. Belle got out of bed, bleary from lack of sleep, and he opened the door to find Ryuu, dressed in her combat gear. "Belle, I was." The elf trailed off then and started to turn red. "Ryuu, what's wrong?" asked Belle, raising a hand to check her forehead. If she had a fever, then she couldn't go into the dungeon, which would be a significant setback. She was one of their top adventurers, probably only second to Ais. Before his hand made contact, Ryuu stepped away. "Belle, please put on a shirt." Belle looked down to realize that he was, in fact, nude from the waist up. Thank the goddess, he had been wearing pajama pants. The boy scrambled, and he slammed the door in Ryuu's face. He then ran to his dresser to grab the tunic he wore underneath his armor. As he slipped it over his head, he returned to the door, and he opened it to find Ryuu still standing there waiting for him. "I'm so sorry, Ryuu," replied Belle, careful to keep his voice down in the dark. "I just didn't realize." "Couldn't sleep?" asked Ryuu when Belle trailed off. Belle nodded sheepishly. "I'm the same. This situation promises to be difficult. Call it my adventurer's intuition, but I think things are about to get very complicated," added Ryuu. The elf blushed again. "I thought I would come and see if you were awake to talk about it. As vice-captain to captain, of course." Belle nodded, also blushing. "Right, we should talk about these things, for our familia." The two top-tier adventurers then stood there in silence. "So, any ideas on how to calm down?" asked Ryuu. Belle pondered the thought, and only one idea came to mind. Although that would mean showing Ryuu and explaining his situation. Belle considered the elf in front of him. Hestia was the most important person in his life, he loved Ais the most, and Lily and Welf were the siblings he never had. Belle trusted Ryuu, though, more than all of them. The elven warrior had a stalwart presence about her, and it made Belle feel safe. When she chose to leave Horario to leave the hostess, Belle had felt guilty, but he was also incredibly relieved. Belle trusted Ryuu, and he decided to show her his past, just like she had shown him. "I can think of one thing that has helped me. If you don't mind following," asked Belle, quiet and unsure. Ryuu placed a hand on his shoulder, smiled, and gave it a squeeze. "I'd follow you anywhere, Belle." The two left the house a little while later. They had written a small note explaining that they would be back for breakfast and that they were taking care of a last-minute issue. Belle led Ryuu through the quiet streets of Horario. Eventually, Ryuu started to recognize where they were going, the adventurer's graveyard. Belle led her through the gates, and then he turned off the paved pathways. Instead, he was pushing through the bushes till he arrived at the 3 mangled graves. He knelt down in front of the middle one. "Belle, what is this place?" asked Ryuu, a niggling suspicion tugging at the back of her head. "Whose graves are these?" Belle didn't look at her when he responded. "I don't really know the other 2, but this one in the middle is the grave of my aunt, Ulfia." Ryuu's blood ran cold, and her past flashed before her eyes. She remembered the battles she had to face, and most importantly, she remembered her dear friend, Artie. "Belle, is this what Hermes came to show you?" asked Ryuu, voice quiet and cold. Belle nodded, studying the ground. "Then he didn't tell you everything. If that grave is Ulfia's, then the other 2 belong to Erebus and Zard, 2 of the greatest villains in Horario's history. Either Hermes lied to you, or he's manipulating you," said Ryuu, practically spitting out the words. "Maybe he is," replied Belle, "but even so, is it that bad?" "Belle, these people are evil. They turned on Horario. They were heroes, but they turned their backs on the city and killed innocent people. They're monsters," replied Ryuu. Ryuu saw Belle's body tremble and shake. "I know that, all right," replied Belle, tears falling, "but can't I just have this? Can't I just have a family? Can't I have somewhere that I came from?" Ryuu almost said, "I thought we were your family," but she held her tongue. Belle was obviously hurting, and right now, he needed her support. Ryuu crouched down next to him. "Belle, I won't claim to understand. The only family I ever had, I ran away from. Then, I had to make a new one with Astrea Familia, and after that, at the Hostess of Fertility. Now, I do it again with you and Goddess Hestia and everyone else. But I will tell you, we are all here for you," said the elf, holding his shoulders. Belle shook his head. "I know, but it's not the same." Belle reached out to the grave. "I know it's difficult, and it doesn't make sense, but talking to her, it feels like I have roots. I feel like I have a history I didn't have before." There was a quiet before Belle spoke again. "I know that she was a bad person. Hermes told me about the dark days of Horario. He told me about what Aunt Ulfia did, and how you knew her. He told me about Artie. I'm sorry, Ryuu." Belle expected rage. He expected hatred and shouting. Instead, what he found was Ryuu, also crying. She perched next to him. They pulled each other close, both seeking warmth and comfort. "Why did you bring me here, Belle?" Belle sighed. "She was your friend. You deserve to know that I know." "Do you know that I helped kill your aunt?" asked Ryuu. Belle nodded. "Lord Hermes told me about that too." A moment of silence, then Ryuu spoke again. "Do you hate me for it?" Belle shook his head. "No, like you said, she did horrible things and took part in the deaths of innocent people. But you don't hate her." "I don't know, but I do know that I'm happy she existed. If she's real, then it means that my parents are real, and that I have." Belle trailed off, unable to finish. It sounded silly to say out loud. Of course he had parents, how else would he be alive? To know that, though, and to have proof and believe it were 2 totally different things. Ryuu seemed to understand because she nodded. The elf looked at the grave. "Obviously, there is a lot more for us to talk about here," began Ryuu. "But for now, I suppose if she helps you calm down, then it is acceptable." Ryuu looked to Belle. "So, what do you do now?" Belle shrugged. "I talk to her, and I hope that she is listening." Ryuu nodded and turned back to the grave. Hello, Ulfia. I know that it has been a while, and that we aren't friends." Belle nodded encouragingly. Ryuu sighed. "I know we were enemies, Ulfia, but there's one thing I'm sure we would agree on. Since you're not here, I will do everything within my power to protect your nephew." Ryuu blushed. "I care about him a great deal. I swear on your grave that I'll keep him safe." No one spoke then. Belle was staring at Ryuu, who was looking at the ground. After a minute of silence, Ryuu stood up. "I think it's time we returned home." Ryuu turned around. "I will be waiting outside the graveyard." Her movements were stiff, and her voice was tight. Ryuu was most certainly not done with this conversation, and she might very well be angry with Belle, but she was focusing on the expedition for now. As she walked away, the elf seemed to trip on a non-existent root. Belle turned back to the grave. "I know you probably don't like her, Auntie, but I do. Ryuu's one of my most trustworthy companions, and I don't know what I would do without her." Bel told Ulfia about the upcoming expedition and explained his trepidation about working with Ais. Things were starting to make sense to Bel now. No matter how much he thought they had begun to trust each other again, Bel knew that it wasn't real, not yet. This was the dungeon they were talking about, and they had to trust each other absolutely. And if Bel was honest, he didn't trust Ais. Bel finished telling Ulfia about his fears, and then he said goodbye. He found Ryuu waiting for him outside the gates, and the two adventurers made their way home. The walk back was quiet until they got close to home. When the manor was in sight, Bel turned to Ryuu. Ryuu, I was hoping that." Bel trailed off. Ryuu smiled. "No need to worry, Bel. I won't be telling anyone about Ulfia." Bel breathed like a tremendous pressure had been released. "Thank you, Ryuu. I really mean it." The two returned home to find their familia putting together the last touches for their supplies. Hestia was the first to spot the two familia executives. There you are. I was worried I'd have to send out a search party." The goddess held up their note. "This was the only thing stopping me from totally freaking out." "We apologize, Goddess Hestia," replied Ryuu, who nodded her head. Hestia waved it off. "No problem. You two are executives now, remember. You gotta get over being here for the small stuff." "For once, Lily agrees with Goddess Hestia," answered the Prum. "Leave the logistics to Lily and Mr. Welf. Now, all we're waiting for is—" "Hello," came a familiar voice. Lily smiled. "Our allies." Working together, Mayach Familia, Tgthegood Familia, Hestia Familia, and Aisha made their way to the dungeon, all loaded with their supplies. Haruheim, Lily, and Chigusa carried the most, with everyone else carrying just what they would need for themselves. At the entrance to the dungeon, the low-key Familia executives and Hephaestos were waiting for them. When Hephaestos saw Welf, she dragged him away, saying that she had a parting gift to give. Finn talked to Lily, and Riveria pulled Bel aside. The high elf loomed over him. "Listen up, Bel Cranel. I am entrusting you with my daughter, my apprentice, and my little brother. If anything happens to any of them, you'll answer to me. Do we understand each other?" Bel nodded frantically, and Riveria walked back to her familia, seemingly satisfied. When she found a laughing Loki and Gareth waiting for her, she smacked them both over the head. Bel couldn't focus on them, though, because Lily decided that it was time. "Everyone, it's time to get moving. Form up around Lily to hear your jobs." Loki, Familia, and Hephaestos left with Hestia in tow. It was a collective decision that it would be too dangerous for the goddess to stay by herself. Instead, she would be living with Hephaestos for the next week while she worked. She bid goodbye to her children, saving Bel for last. The goddess took his hands, her blue shawl rustling around her. The bells in her hair ribbons made a twinkling sound as she moved. "Bel, I want you to promise me that you'll come home safe, all right?" Bel nodded. "I'll always come back to you." Hestia gave his hands one final squeeze before she turned away. She left with Loki Familia, walking side by side with Hephaestos. Bel rejoined his familia, hearing Lily's party formation for the first 18 floors. At the front of the party, scouting ahead will be Lady Ottoheim, Mr. Urashima, and Miss Mikoto. "If there's anything suspicious going on, you come running back and get help." Lily leveled a glare at Ottoheim. "Is Lily understood?" Ottoheim nodded sheepishly. In the front, as the first line of defense, will be Mr. Auka and Mr. Welf. Behind them will be Miss Chigusa and Miss Daphne to provide support, continued Lily. The four adventurers nodded in confirmation. Then it will be the mages, Mr. Elwyn and Miss Leffia. Lily, Miss Cassandra, and Lady Haruheim will be right behind them. Lily turned to the Amazon, and Miss Aisha will be in charge of protecting us. Said Amazon, which the gods had given the new alias of Hippolyta. Queen of the Amazons tossed her hair back. She grinned. "I hear you, little Prum." She looked at Bel. "All that leaves is for the three monsters to bring up the rear then." Ais narrowed her eyes, but Lily nodded. "That is true." Lily would like the three strongest members of the party to remain in the rear guard for now. This way, the weaker and newer members can train up front. This formation will be the same when the party faces down the Goliath. Lily looked at Ottoheim, who had her new katana at her side. Again, Lily would remind everyone to keep calm and not go charging off. Ottoheim studied the ground and replied with a "Yes, Commander." When Lily was satisfied that everyone understood their roles, they finally made their way into the dungeon. Watching from the top of Babel was Freya. Alan stood next to her. "I don't get why you won't just let us take out the rest of them down there." Freya moved a hand to pet her chariot. Now, I promised our friends down there that they would have the first shot." Freya looked at Belle's tainted soul and saw it reacting to the presence of the Sword Princess. "Besides, he's not right yet. He's not perfect." Within the dungeon, the assembled party was quickly making their way through the first 17 floors. A large part of their speed, though, came from just how fast their forward scouts were able to alert and clear the way. Now that she was level 4, Mikoto's Yatenokiragarasu stretched out even further. She was finding monsters over 40 feet away, which gave her party plenty of time to react. And since most of the party's power was loaded at the back, most monsters were too scared to attack. Everything came at them head-on, which made it easy for their vanguard to respond accordingly. This also meant that the rearguard had a lot of time to themselves. "Belle, are you excited?" asked Ais, trying to make conversation. Théonie had told her that there were many opportunities on this trip to get closer to Belle. While everyone else had been practicing their battle strategies and weapon skills, Ais had studied the art of flirting from her fellow Familia members. Ais placed a hand on Belle's wrist. Apparently, physical contact was crucial for this flirting business. Ais also thought it was a good idea to hold Belle's wrist so he didn't run away. The bunny had a bad habit of doing that. Belle tilted his head at Ais, looking at his hand. "Yes, Ais, I'm okay. Why are you holding my wrist?" Ais almost responded that she was trying to flirt with him, but then she remembered that she wasn't supposed to say that. She scrambled for an answer. "I'm very nervous and need you to help keep me calm," replied Ais, as serious as ever. Théonie had tried to help her practice her facial expressions, but soon decided that such things were beyond Ais's abilities, for now. "I'm sorry, Miss Wallenstein, but you're nervous. On the 17th floor?" asked Ryuu from Belle's other side. Ryuu was all for caution in the dungeon, but Ais Wallenstein was probably the best monster killer in Horario. Why would she be nervous? Ais nodded. "Yes, I'm very nervous." She shuffled closer to Belle. "I need you to hold me, Belle." While Belle almost had a panic attack from Ais's sudden closeness, an Amazon watched on. She turned towards the Renard she was protecting in the middle of the party. "You know, if you're not careful, the Sword Princess is going to steal him away from you," commented Aisha. Haruheim looked back to watch the spectacle. The fox girl frowned but did not blush. She looked to Aisha. "I feel as it should upset me more, but it doesn't. This past year, traveling with Master Belle, something changed." Aisha quirked an eyebrow at that, but it was Cassandra who responded first. "I think I get that," began the quiet healer. She had a tight grip on her staff, and her nerves still weren't great, but she seemed to be holding herself better than usual. Looking towards the front of the party, she continued, "Belle was the first person to listen to my dreams. He was the first one to believe me, and that meant a lot. In a way, he saved me," the healer frowned, "but after he left, I started to realize something. I only had the one moment. That didn't feel like enough to fall in love. I began to think." Cassandra started to change to a dark crimson color. "Well, what if there was someone who had always been watching over me and who had always believed in me?" Aisha followed Cassandra's line of sight, and she smiled. Yes, that makes sense." Obviously, Haruheim had begun to think similarly, because she also looked to the party's front and blushed. There was someone who had been watching over Haruheim for quite some time, but were those feelings stronger than those for the hero who saved her? Haruheim also looked behind her and realized that the more important question was, did she even have a chance with Belle Cranel? Just in front of them, a pair of mages had their own discussion. Even though they weren't talking about love directly, the emotion was certainly still hanging in the air. "So, what are your active spells for this expedition, Elwyn?" asked Lefia, trying to start a conversation. "Well, there's Dadiuri, the one that gives me the fist fighter ability. Then there's Orata, a shielding spell. Finally, there's Geminis, a spell that allows me to split in two for fighting," explained Elwyn. At the mention of the third spell, something switched in Lefia. Her eyes went dark, and her grip on her staff tightened. "Lefia, are you okay?" asked Elwyn. Lefia nodded robotically. "You know, I'm always here," responded Elwyn as he placed a hand on the elf's shoulder. I'll help in whatever way I can, so if you ever want to talk about this, lost friend of yours. Elwyn didn't know what he was saying, and even his own words sounded painful to his ears. How was he supposed to comfort someone? She was so much more than my friend, responded Lefia, her voice quiet and distant. Before their conversation could continue, though, they arrived at their destination. Lily called a halt to the party to explain their next formation. Everyone level 4 and below will work to engage the Goliath. By Lily's calculations, it should be spawning in 10 minutes, which gives us time to set up the way we want. You level 5s and the Sword Princess are on crowd control. Any excess monsters that spawn are yours to deal with. Miss Haruheim and Miss Cassandra, you two will be with Lily to provide support. Mr. Elwyn, you will be guarding us, explained the little prum. Everyone gave nods of understanding, and the party filed into the room. In all honesty, this was not the first big challenge. Even though it was a monster Rex, the Goliath was nothing compared to the party composed of top-tier and second-tier adventurers. The level 4s arrayed themselves in front of the wall where Goliath was known to spawn. Then, Chigusa, Auka, and Welf took up position behind them. Their job was to pick off any stray monsters near Goliath's wall while providing support against the great beast. Then, the supporters took up position to the side, and Lily surveyed the battlefield. All that was left was for their top adventurers to engage the monsters hiding on the outskirts. Those beasts were nothing, though, and 10 minutes passed peacefully. When the time was up, the room began to shake. The great wall of crystal began to fracture, and the party of adventurers drew their weapons. Birthed in front of them, crawling out from a great fissure, was Goliath in all its disgusting glory. The great beast pulled itself out, surveyed the adventurers in front of it, and let out a mighty roar. As if in response, the party's resident royalty roared out her own defiance. She looked to her companions, who nodded, and she sprang into motion. Ottoheim had learned since her last encounter with the monster. Now, she ducked and weaved, aiming for the legs of the behemoth. She focused on its left leg, and Urashima focused on its right. While that happened, Mikoto began chanting, "I humbly preach to you, my benevolent war god." She began her magic, dodging the great beast's fists as she sang. Daphne danced around the other fist of the Goliath, and in this way, all of the monster's great appendages were occupied. This left the smith to point his great magic sword at the Goliath's face. "Hig!" shouted Welf Krazo. A great blast of flames answered, and Goliath reeled back from pain. It swept a massive arm, aiming to bowl over all its opponents, but the great strength of Auka caught it. The large man dug his feet in, slowing the momentum of Goliath's arm. He could not stop it, but his strength gave his allies time to jump out of the way. While that happened, Ais Wallenstein began to feel consumed with jealousy. When they had entered the room, Ryuu had instantly paired herself with Belle for monster duty. This made sense since they were in the same familia. That didn't mean that Ais had to be happy about it, though. So, instead of fighting with Belle, Ais protected Lefia as she chanted. "Ark's Ray," cried out the elf. In response, a great piercing arrow of magic obliterated the monsters in front of her. Due to Lefia's own nervousness, the two low-key familia members were focused on Elwyn and the supporters. All monsters near them were destroyed relatively quickly. Between bouts of jealousy, Ais noticed that Lefia's magic seemed a little more erratic than usual. Goliath let out another mighty roar, swinging both of its fists down together. "Everyone get back, shockwave incoming," howled Lily. The resounding boom of the hammer blow left a dent in the floor. However, that was also the opening the adventurers had been waiting for. Urashima and Ottoheim took the opportunity to jump up and run along the beast's arms. They cut and slashed as they ran, finishing with great stabs to the beast's shoulders, Ottoheim with her Bicento and Urashima with both of his daggers. Kurokara finished Mikoto. When Goliath stood back up, Mikoto rose with it. Her wings turned her into a significant annoyance. She buzzed around the monster Rex and started cutting at its neck. In response, Goliath tried to swat her out of the air. Seeing that the beast was sufficiently distracted, Lily shouted to Welf, "Use the blade." Welf nodded and took a running start. Auka carried his shield at an angle, and when Welf jumped off the top of it, the big Far Eastern man gave him a boost. Now, the original plan that Lily and Welf had gone over was that Welf was supposed to use the blade's fireside. What happened was that Welf stabbed down, wind edge first. So, when Welf activated his magic sword, a great tornado raged inside Goliath. It became filled with the power of the air. The beast ballooned in size until the magic winds could not be contained. Then, it exploded. What followed was a rain of guts and blood that covered the adventurers head to toe. Thankfully, the magic stone had remained unharmed, and it fell to the ground with a thump. Also, falling to the ground was part of the Goliath's fur. Welf admired his handiwork for all of a second before hell broke loose. "WELF," shouted Ottoheim. Being closest to the beast meant that she was the most drenched in gore. As the princess bore down on him, it took Urashima and Mikoto to restrain her. "I understand your feelings, milady, but we can't kill him." "Please calm down, Lady Ottoheim. I'm sure Sir Welf did not mean it." The struggle continued for 3 minutes before Ottoheim had calmed down enough to see reason. That said, many of the female members of the party were not happy with the smith. Even the sword princess seemed angry. Thyone had been very clear that to keep Belle's attention, Ais had to look her best at all times. That was not possible covered in monster guts. "It is all right, everyone," said Ryuu. "There are springs on floor 18 that we can use to clean ourselves." Everyone made it clear that this was the most desirable plan. They all hustled down to floor 18, bypassing Riviera. Instead, they pushed for the same springs they had used over a year ago after the past parade. The girls claimed the first usage, but a certain elf had a stringent warning before they left. "There will be no funny business," said Lefia. "If I even catch a whiff of one of you trying to peek, there will be dire consequences." "Except you, Yura, peek all you want," declared Ottoheim, but then she pouted, "But only peeking at me. If I catch you looking at anyone else, I'll punish you." Even Ais took time to look at Belle, no looking. The girls marched off then, leaving the boys to their imagination. 5 minutes passed in silence before Elwyn got bored and poked Urashima, who was sitting cross-legged and deep in thought. "So, how's that meditation going?" asked Elwyn. "Shut up," replied Urashima. "Meditation?" asked Auka. Elwyn cackled. "Our ninja boy here is trying to distract himself from imagining his princess naked right now." Yura started to turn red. I said shut up. "Oh, come on, are you telling me you can't?" Elwyn leaned in close to whisper in Urashima's ear. "Ottoheim is naked there right now, scrubbing clean all the monster blood. And what lies underneath? That perfect porcelain skin of hers just dying to feel your touch." Urashima broke meditation then, pulling his hood down his face to hide his embarrassment. Auka coughed. "I'm sorry, but is it really a big deal? Since you two are together, you must have seen her. Bare before, yes." Urashima shook his head. The mumbling from beneath his clothing was barely heard. "Me and Ottoheim are not together." Auka frowned. "But you two are so close. You share a skill that proclaims your love." Urashima, still turning a dark shade of red, explained. "We have promised to each other that we cannot be together until we see each other beyond the roles that have guided us our whole lives." Meanwhile, with the girls. "Seems a little stupid if you ask me," said Aisha bluntly. "You two love each other very deeply, I might add, so why bother with the waiting?" Ottoheim blushed. "Because I want to make sure." "Make sure of what?" asked Ais. This conversation was critical to her understanding and education. "Make sure that he loves me for me, not for the princess," replied Ottoheim. "What's the difference?" asked Daphne, who was helping scrub Cassandra clean. The healer had broken down and was now trying to put her brain back together. It was difficult to do since she felt Daphne's body press up against hers. Ottoheim pondered the question as she wrung out her hair. She stood in contemplative silence. When her hair was finally dry, she nodded. "If he loved me as the princess, that meant that he just loved protecting me," began Ottoheim. "But that's not actually love. Love is. It would be." The princess stumbled, but Aisha helped her along. "It would be an unequal relationship." Ottoheim smiled as she nodded. "Yes, exactly." She clapped her hands together. "Love and being someone's partner is about an equal relationship. It is about us supporting each other for good and bad. It isn't a one-way thing." Ottoheim shook her head. "I know Yura loves me, and he knows that I love him, but we want to make sure we love each other as equals." "So it's not just about saving each other?" asked Ais, in total shock. I think that what Lady Ottoheim means is that there is more to it than just protection, replied Haruheim, the gears in her brain turning. The word is partner after all. Aisha ruffled the Renard's hair. That's a good point. Back with the guys, Urashima had decided on retaliation. He turned to his elfish companion. You do realize Princess Ottoheim isn't alone, correct? Elwyn tilted his head. What do you mean? Lefia was covered in blood and guts just as much as everyone else, replied Urashima. He was trying to wipe down and oil his metallic arms as much as possible before bath time. The gears began to turn in Elwyn's brain, and like a lightning bolt, he turned a dark pink color. The half-elf turned to stare in the direction that the women had walked off to. So you mean that, Lefia is? Yep, finished Welf. He looked over at Auka and Bell, just like Chigusa and Ais. Then, every man except the smith got caught up in their own daydreams. These men were not alone, though. For a most peculiar reason, Mikoto was daydreaming too. The rest of the girls had just assumed that her obsession with baths had taken over, but the reality was that she was thinking about the golden hair of a close friend. Hey Black Crow, shouted Aisha, wake up. To punctuate this, the Amazon dunked the far eastern girl underwater. The sudden rush shook Mikoto out of her stupor. Why was she thinking of Haruheim of all people? Usually, her thoughts would drift to that of her god. In all the love talk that had taken place, though, something started to shift. For the briefest moment, there was a flicker of something else. The rest of the bath was uneventful. The girls finished, and then they swapped with the men. The guys proceeded to have an uneventful bath, and not a single one of them considered the fact that the girls had just been in the same water. Their side quest complete, the expedition stopped off in Riviera to leave the giant Goliath magic stone with boars for the week. They paid for this storage with the Goliath fur drop item. Then, with a wave and a handshake, they were on their way through the great tree labyrinth. Bell bugbears, called out Ryuu. The monster attacks were relentless. Great swarms of them washed over the party in every direction. The scouting party had pulled closer to help support the vanguard, and the 3 level 4 adventurers worked together to stop a swarm of battle boars. In the middle of the party, Ais stood at the ready. When asked why she was moved to protect the mages and supporters, Lily reminded her that the point was for Hestia Familia to get stronger. Ais pouted, but she accepted the answer. Now, though, she was forced to watch Belle and Ryuu work in tandem to cut down the bugbears at the rear of the party. Golden-fleeced ram, who protects from all injuries, shine over me and my allies, protect us from ruin and devastation. I name the Aries the sign of the ram, Orata. At Elwyn's completed change, a golden shell formed in front of the mages and supporters. A group of battle boars that were charging in front of them crashed against the shield. Elwyn's teeth grit, and his feet slipped in response to the attack. Unleash streak of light, bow limbs of the holy tree. You are an expert of the bow. Shoot, sniper of the fairies. Penetrate, arrow of absolute accuracy, added Lefia, Ark's ray. A shot of light streamed out, piercing through an entire column of monsters. When Lily had asked Lefia to fire off a spell, the original idea was to relieve some pressure from the front line. Instead, Lefia had obliterated the enemy. Elwyn turned to stare at the little elf. That's your magic. Lefia blushed. Yes, why? Is there something wrong? It's incredible. The half-elf had only been vaguely aware of Lefia's magic. Every time she had cast it before, he had been fighting other battles. Now, he was face to face with Riveria's successor, and it made him tremble. In the back, Belle and Ryuu dominated the entire party of bugbears. The great lumbering beasts swung their arms and met nothing but air as the 2 high-speed adventurers cut and slashed. Any monster that survived met a brutal end by way of Aisha's Pado. In the front, just when they finished off the last of the boars, a flock of firebirds came flying in. With his Veritas burn skill, Welf took the point position, with Urashima right behind him. The bird's fire did nothing to his prosthetic arms. While they bore the brunt of the attack, Chigusa and Mikoto used ranged weapons to dispatch the rest. After that prolonged battle, the group took a quick break. Thankfully, the worst of the wounds were some minor cuts and burns. Belle was talking with Ryuu when Ais walked up to him. Her hands were hidden behind her back. She waited in silence until Belle finally noticed her standing there. Yes, Ais, asked Belle, confused. I thought you might need a potion, responded Ais. From behind her back, she brought a simple potion, the vial half full. Oh, replied Belle, caught off guard. Thank you. Really, Belle had no need for the potion, but it seemed rude not to take it. When he finished it, he turned back to Ais, but this was half full, who drank the first half. I did, came the monotone reply. Watching the two interact, Ryuu felt sharp attacks of jealousy. She could hear Elise, Lyra, and Kaguya laughing at her from the beyond. Excuse me, Miss Wallenstein, asked Ryuu, partly out of spite, but did you waste a potion? You did not fight in this attack, and I do not see any wounds. Ais pouted. It wasn't one of yours. I brought my own. She did not add that Tyone had bought the potion for her for this specific moment. Before Ryuu could continue reprimanding her, a little Prum overheard the conversation. To waste such an item, though, began Lilaruka, this is not low-key familia. We do not have the same resources, and we cannot afford to squander. Also, why didn't you say you had the potion? Lily needs to know every resource and opportunity that the party has. In the face of Lily's jealousy-fueled shouting, Ais cowered. This reminded her too much of Reveria and the reprimands the High Elf could give. Suddenly, a hand came to rest on the Sword Princess's shoulder. Lay off of it, little bit. How's Ais supposed to know that? Said Welf. He turned his head. Just be careful next time, okay? We don't have as much money as your familia. Ais nodded but looked at the ground. I'm sorry. Why was everything going so wrong? It was just one potion. Welf patted her shoulder a couple times before he walked off. Everyone else watched on, feeling awkward as they tried to make sense of this side of Ais Wallenstein. She did not seem like a mighty adventurer, more just like a young woman. There were no further incidents to the 24th floor. The plan was to recuperate the rest of the day as much as possible. Tomorrow, they were going down to fight Amphispina. Instead of their original spot, in the hollow tree, Hestia Familia was using a large burrow area for their campsite. They had a much larger expedition force now and needed extra space. When they got there, though, the area was occupied by a green dragon. The beast must have been irregular, for it was almost twice the size of a normal beast. Lily took stock of the situation and opened her mouth to lay out a plan of attack. Awaken Tempest. There was a rush of wind, a large bursting sound, and a flash of steel. Where there had once been a giant, dangerous, irregular monster stood an adventurer. Standing there, desperate in hand, was the Sword Princess. She turned to her companions. The campsite is clear. Even Aisha walked inside in awe. This one moment was a clear reminder of the power Ais Wallenstein held. Lefia almost laughed at her companion's reactions. She remembered thinking the same when she first joined Loki Familia. Lily wanted to be angry, but instead, she set to work organizing the campsite. She started assigning tasks to the individual members. Everyone, please start handing over your weapons to Mr. Welf. Miss Ryuu, Lady Haruheim, Miss Cassandra, and Mr. Auka, please set up our tents. Miss Mikoto, Miss Chigusa, and Mr. Elwin, you are on dinner duty. Mr. Urashima, Lady Ottoheim, and Miss Aisha start cutting the walls to prevent monsters from spawning. Master Bell, please take guard duty. Lily turned to their guests, unsure what to say or suggest. Thankfully, Lefia had an offer ready. I'll go help with dinner. Ais nodded, and I'll go help stand guard. Lily didn't want to agree to the Sword Princess's request, but she couldn't see Ais Wallenstein doing much else to help. Ais walked over to stand with Belle at the mouth of the burrow. She started scanning the darkness while grasping for something to say. Excuse me, but Ais, why did you attack the dragon? Asked Belle. Because dragons are monsters, and we needed to set up camp. But what about fighting with your allies? Responded Belle. He sounded so tired. Ais frowned. I knew I would be okay, so it was better to make sure no one else got hurt. Ais, you could have gotten hurt. I was fine. Monsters like that aren't as dangerous to me. Why was Belle so insistent about this? You should have waited, though. You should have listened, responded Belle, hurt by Ais's refusal to understand. Listen for what? For Lily, or for me or Ryuu, we have to work together, Ais, continued Belle, frustrated. You're supposed to be a member of the party. You can't just run on ahead or attack without us. Do you think we can't do it? But I never said that. Belle sighed, nervous about what he had to say next. But you act like it, Ais. This entire time, you've been acting weird and different. Are you taking this seriously? Belle hated what he was saying. The problem was, this was his responsibility. He had to let people know when they were wrong so that the whole group could get stronger, even if that meant being mean to Ais. Meanwhile, the Sword Princess was racking her brain for what she did wrong. She had done what Thyone had told her, but now Belle was more upset. She just wanted to help him and make him happy. Ais remembered what everyone else had said when they were bathing. "So how can I help you?" asked the girl. "Listen to Lily, don't run off." Belle turned to Ais and took one of her hands in his. "And please, Ais, just be yourself." Surprised at his own boldness, Belle let go and whipped around to face forward. He said nothing else for their shift, and little Ais freaked out, marveling at how warm Belle's hand was. She stared at her open palm for what felt like an eternity. Later, when it was time for dinner, Aisha and Daphne rotated over to stand at the camp's entrance. Everyone else sat around to enjoy the dungeon stew that Mikoto and Chigusa had made. Meanwhile, a half-elf had made a new friend apparently. "This is amazing," said Ais, munching happily on a potato puff. True to his skills, Elwyn had made dungeon potato puffs for the Sword Princess. The top-tier adventurer was floored by the apparent miracle in front of her. She even made cute sounds of contentment as she ate. Auka watched on before leaning close to Welf. "I can't figure her out." Welf shrugged, "Then don't try to. Treat her like how she actually is a regular adventurer." Auka nodded, "I suppose so." At another part of the circle. "Say ah," said Ottoheim, holding a spoon near Urishima's mouth. "Lady Ottoheim, I have both my arms. There is no need to feed me," replied Urishima. "But I want to." Urishima rolled his eyes fondly and opened his mouth. He had a terrible habit of not saying no to Ottoheim's smile. Ais saw the interaction and looked between her potato puff and Belle. Then, she remembered the conversation they just had and frowned. It was probably for the best to sit quietly and eat her potato. Belle saw this, and he saw how sad she looked. He put a little stew on his spoon. "Would you like to try the stew, Ais?" Ais's heart started to beat much faster than usual. Apparently, Thyone said that was a good sign. It meant that happy things were going on. Ais nodded and accepted the spoonful of stew. "Lily would like some stew as well." "If it is not too much to ask," added Ryuu, her cheeks a dusty pink. Belle scrambled, but made sure to offer stew to the other two girls. Mikoto opened her mouth, meaning to ask for Lady Haruheim, but she felt a tugging on her sleeve. She turned to find Haruheim looking at the ground, a beaming Chigusa behind her. The usually quiet Far Eastern girl was nodding encouragingly. The Renard's hand was shaking, her tail swishing erratically behind her. Mikoto, would you like to try some of my stew?" Half of Mikoto's brain was confused, but the other half was made deliriously happy for some reason. Without understanding why, her lips parted, and she leaned forward. Watching all of this, Lefia turned to Elwyn expectantly. The half-elf didn't notice, though, and gobbled up the last of his food. He patted his stomach afterwards and turned to Chigusa. "That was a wonderful dinner, thank you very much." When he turned his head back around, he found Lefia glaring at him. "What?" The elf harumphed and crossed her arms. "Nothing." Welf smacked his forward as he watched on. "Some people really are clueless, aren't they?" asked Auka from beside him. The smith turned to his friend. Welf made a face of incredulousness, like you're one to talk big guy. Auka's brow furrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" Welf shook his head. "Not my place." From their position at the entrance, Aisha and Daphne watched on. "So, who do you think will be the first to get together?" asked the Amazon. "Are we counting the princess and the bodyguard?" responded Daphne. Aisha shook her head. Daphne snorted, "Then I'd say the half-elf and the elf. Probably Enchantenko and Black Crow afterwards." "And yourself?" Daphne opened her mouth to respond, totally confused, but then she felt someone tap her shoulder. She turned to find Cassandra standing there, holding a wooden bowl. "I brought you dinner." Daphne felt her lips quirk up. "Thank you, Cassandra." It was halfway through dinner that Daphne looked up to find a smug Aisha gazing at her. Then she looked back down at the bowl. Then her eyes widened. "Oh." With that, the first day of the expedition came to a loving close. Here's another one. We are almost all caught up, folks. Moving forward, we have a lot of relationships to talk about and set up for the future. Will Ais and Belle figure things out? Who knows, honestly? There's a lot to talk with this expedition, but most importantly, this is the dungeon and nothing is as it seems. Responding to the review I got, I don't totally understand it, but I will take it as a compliment. Thank you very much.